This is the worst of times. The apocalypse looms, chaos, conspiracy, and war are the prevailing themes of the continent. The fool is born, igniting a spark of hope in the hearts of those shrouded in darkness. Then, what fate awaits Joyce, who has fallen from the Source Fortress? What transformations will his arrival bring to this world? This is a tale of calamity. Chapter 1. Awakening from the Dream. Li Weiping had a dream that he dreamt he was amidst a battlefield, every pore of his being tingling with excitement. As he charged forth with his comrades, victory within reach, an inexplicable torrent scattered his forces, leaving them in disarray. After a brief regrouping, he rallied his troops for another engagement. This time mindful of the stratagems of warfare, he advanced steadily at the front to draw enemy fire before, launching a surprise attack from behind. Ultimately, after a fierce frontal assault, he routed the opposition, leaving them disarmed and incapable of further resistance. The warm sunlight caressed his face, stirring a sensation of comfort. Caught in the liminal space between wakefulness and slumber, Li Weiping had not yet managed to open his eyes. He instinctively reached towards the bedside, musing to himself, "Did my alarm not ring? Perhaps I turned it off and fell back asleep. What time is it? I have an appointment today. It would be disastrous to oversleep and arrive late. Wait, where is my phone?" Li Weiping turned on his side, struggling to pry open his heavy eyelids. To his surprise, he found no phone, nor did he see his familiar bedroom. Instead, a somewhat disheveled array of garments greeted him, adorned with a medieval aesthetic. The sunlight streaming through the window was blinding, rendering everything both familiar and alien. Isn't this the scene from last night's dream? Am I still not awake? Suddenly realizing something, Li Weiping attempted to turn his body, but each motion of his neck felt like rusty gears grinding against each other, a testament to years of neglect. Before him lay a woman, a stunning visage in peaceful slumber, evoking a sense of surrealism that he was still ensnared within a dream. Could exhaustion from dreaming cause such confusion? No, that is impossible. Unable to accept this reality, Li Weiping shut his eyes and fervently prayed, "I am dreaming. I am dreaming. Wake up, wake up." Then he cautiously opened his eyes a sliver to peek. What the hell? Who is this woman? Why is she in my bed? What on earth transpired last night? He had truly made a colossal mistake. The man who always prided himself on being an honest and trustworthy young gentleman now found his worldview shattered as he glared at this strange woman. Her eyelashes quivered with each breath, beads of sweat glistened on her pert nose, and her cherry lips parted slightly in sleep, appearing irresistibly delicate and alluring. A sinful thought crept into his mind. Spending a night with such a woman seems hardly a loss. Calm down. Li Weiping chastised himself internally. This is not merely a matter of gain or loss. This is a question of morality. He lifted the covers to glance beneath, and with that, his final glimmer of hope was extinguished. With tears unwept, Li Weiping flung off the covers and gingerly swung his legs over the edge of the bed. As he sat there, attempting to sift through the jumble of clothes to find his own, a pair of delicate hands, seemingly boneless, stealthily crept around his waist, swiftly moving to his chest, while a heavy weight pressed against his back, accompanied by the warm breath of the woman beside him. "You were amazing last night. This must be a compliment, surely." Moreover, the language she spoke was unfamiliar, yet comprehensible. It seemed to be the tongue of Rune. "Wait, Rune." Noticing his lack of response, the woman, sensing the tension in his body, let her hands glide downwards, brushing over his well-jan, defined abdominal muscles. Just as she was about to reach her destination, he grasped her wrist firmly, yet she did not resist. Instead, she chuckled softly. "Why the tension? You certainly weren't this shy last night. Dear woman, your demeanor leaves me in turmoil. Did I sleep with you, or did you sleep with me?" This is a philosophical question, perhaps even a physical one. Li Weiping's mind was a tempest of thoughts, all entwined into a multitude of knots, leaving him no inclination for flirtation, only a desire to concoct an excuse to leave. "I need to visit the restroom." The words slipped out in the standard Rune official language. With a Beckland accent, he hastily grabbed a piece of clothing to cover himself and strode towards the door, the woman's melodious voice trailing behind him. The restroom is the second room, near the stairs. Standing in the corridor, he took a deep breath, hands gripping the railing as he endured the sharp pangs of fragmented memories flooding his mind. After regaining his composure, he made his way into the restroom. Strangely, this enclosed, cramped space afforded him an inexplicable sense of security. The reason for this, perhaps, was that he had traversed into a mysterious world. The man staring back at him in the mirror was youthful and handsome, appearing to be in his 20s, with pale blue eyes, deep jang set sockets, and chiseled features. His slightly thin lips and tousled black hair contributed to an air of nonchalance. Joyce Best, the newly minted Baron of the Rune Kingdom, strikingly attractive, of noble lineage, his mother having passed away in his childhood and his father recently perished in a war that, if one disregards the ever-present risk of curses or sacrifices, he was the epitome of an ideal, transmigrated individual. Li Weiping. No, Joyce Best smiled wryly at his reflection, his eyes filled with resignation and bitterness. In his previous life, he had devoured a plethora of transmigration novels, often fantasizing about slaying foes upon his arrival in a new world. Yet, the mysterious was one of the last worlds he wished to be reborn into. The foundational logic of this world was chaotic and frenzied, with its inhabitants and gods exhibiting abnormal behavior, and all faced the impending apocalypse within there. Lifetime is a veritable world chosen for its perilous allure of home and travel. Why am I so unfortunate? The apocalypse, the outer gods. Wait, with my knowledge of these hidden truths, shouldn't I have succumbed on the spot? Why am I still alive? Could it be that I've already been tainted? Have I become a favorite of some outer god? But I am just an ordinary person, not even a sequence 9 psi. Fragments of memories revealed that the original owner had recently been in pursuit of extraordinary knowledge and power, which is quite reasonable. Taking a deep breath, he splashed a handful of cool water on his face to temporarily calm his tumultuous emotions and began to sift through the memories surging forth in his mind. Today is May 22nd, in the year 1349. However, the seals of this world are diverse, and the methods of awakening memories are not singular. There are many known to him, including mind-jing reading by observers, divination, and mediumship. A braver soul might even pray to the deities. Scratch that last option. Joyce, are you ready? Almost there. Resolving his personal matters, accompanied by the sound of the rudimentary toilet flushing, the information about the woman outside quickly crystallized in his mind, though it was limited. Joyce's expression shifted repeatedly. Her name is Emily, and by a stroke of coincidence, she encountered the original owner. Coincidence? Damn. At that time, Joyce was in pursuit of extraordinary power, and after Emily demonstrated various remarkable abilities, including invisibility and fire manipulation, the original owner's yearning for the extraordinary was completely ensnared, leading him down the path of infatuation. Until last night, he had been dreaming of winning the heart of the beauty while acquiring extraordinary powers simultaneously. What have I done? Did I just sleep with a sorceress? Joyce vigorously rubbed his face, attempting to revive his expression from its stupor as countless neurons in his mind whirled chaotically. The original owner was a fool enchanted by a sorceress. Thus, as long as he exhibited the self-in awareness of a seasoned sycophant, he would likely evade detection. It was time to test his acting skills. He steeled himself. Believing he could succeed, he then swung open the door to the washroom, unwilling to keep a sorceress waiting impatiently. Outside, Emily leaned against the second-gen floor railing, draped in a gossamer garment that barely concealed her alluring figure, which glimmered in the sunlight. As she approached Joyce, she playfully poked his chest with her finger, her tone a tantalizing blend of command and desire. I thought you'd never come out. How could I? If I were to hesitate, it would surely be over you, the enchanting beauty, he replied, engaging in flirtation even as his mind screamed in frustration. How are you so adept at this? Hey, Emily's face lit up with joy as she smiled and said, you do have a sweet tongue. But since you've pleased me, I suppose I should fulfill your wishes as well. Come with me, she winked, turning to descend the stairs. Wishes? What wishes? Ah, to become extraordinary. But she is a sorceress. Scowled. There be other recipes for potions? Must I truly tread the path of a sorceress? No. At that moment, Joyce's mind painted a desolate scene of swirling snow. Come here quickly. Emily stood midway down the staircase, beckoning him with an inviting gesture. Jian jian jian. Chapter 2. The Assassin. The building was an aging two-story townhouse, its decor somewhat antiquated, the staircase creaking ominously with each step. Joyce followed Emily, his steps heavy, each one feeling as though he were treading a path toward the abyss. Utterly powerless to change his course, at last, they reached their destination. It was a dimly lit room devoid of sunlight as Joyce entered. It felt as though he were being swallowed by a beast, visibility reduced to nothing until, with a click, Emily ignited a gas lamp. In the enclosed space, beneath the muted orange glow, stood a pair of scantily clad figures. Before them lay a table strewn with chemical apparatus, and Emily deftly commenced the distillation process while imparting the foundational knowledge of the extraordinary world to Joyce. There is but one method for humanity to attain extraordinary abilities: the consumption of the appropriate potions. Potions consist of auxiliary materials and primary ingredients, beginning with the addition of pure water. Take note that while the quantity of auxiliary materials may vary slightly without affecting the potion's efficacy, the primary ingredient must be precisely measured otherwise. What you concoct will be a deadly poison. Wait, what is that in your hand? Joyce observed as Emily extracted a substance resembling a coagulated blood clot from an iron box and placed it into the beaker already containing auxiliary materials. Is that the extraordinary trait left behind by a deceased extraordinary being? Drink this, and you shall become an extraordinary being just like me. Emily's once gentle voice now resonated like a devil's whisper, and Joyce gazed at the potion with a tragic expression. It was dark and murky, resembling a pool of filthy water, bubbling ominously. Will I really be able to conjure flames that will like you? He endeavored to infuse his voice with excitement, concealing his underlying apprehension. Emily's beautiful brows arched slightly, and a smile graced her lips as she replied, "This is merely the assassin potion of sequence 9, that upon consumption, you will gain the ability to move stealthily within shadows, enhance night vision, and significantly improve combat skills, with nimble footwork and the capacity to unleash all your strength in a single blow. You may even temporarily alter your body to become as light as a feather. Indeed, an assassin indeed, the path of a sorceress." Joyce could hardly focus on her subsequent descriptions, feeling as if thunder were crashing down upon him. The 9th sequence. The combat prowess of an assassin was unparalleled. Damningly, the 7th sequence of this path would transform a man into a woman. Can I refuse to drink? Although I was a cross-gen dresser in my past Lithia beauty blogger, I never contemplated transitioning. Joyce's anxiety left his lips dry as he lowered his head to swallow hard, his mind racing for a plausible excuse. But how could he possibly articulate the truth? He was merely a novice in this extraordinary world, incapable of grasping such secrets. Moreover, the original owner had long been entranced by her charms, leaving no grounds for rejection. He had no desire to test a sorceress's conscience, even though Emily had been nothing but amiable. Gender may be precious, but life is far more valuable. In moments of hesitation, mistakes are easily made. Resolutely, he accepted the beaker and drank deeply the potion melted upon entry, far more palatable than he had imagined, smooth and cool, akin to sipping aloe vera juice. As the potion coursed down his throat, a chilling sensation radiated from within, as if every cell in his body were experiencing a winter's embrace, leading Joyce to feel as though he might crystallize into ice. Suddenly, the light before him transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of sunlight refracted through a prism, vibrant and dazzling. Yet, before long, all hues were engulfed by encroaching darkness. The darkness surged toward him with alarming speed, seemingly intent on consuming him whole. Simultaneously, Emily's gentle voice floated to his ears, instructing him on how to control the potion's overflow and prevent chaos. Concentrate. Envision an object that does not exist in this world. Gather your essence. Enter a meditative state and gradually restore your calm. Joyce felt himself entering a state of transcendence, his mind becoming serene, dispelling the anxiety and fear that had accompanied his arrival in this world. When he opened his eyes, he still beheld Emily's enchanting visage. In that moment, he realized he had become an assassin. Do you feel any changes in your body? Joyce swung his limbs, executing some of the moves he had practiced, feeling an unparalleled ease, devoid of any stiffness, and unable to conceal his inner joy. He exclaimed, "It is only now that I feel this body truly belongs to me. Congratulations, you are now an extraordinary being of sequence 9, Emily said, visibly relieved as she lightly clapped her hands. Alas, the path of the sorceress. Joyce forced a smile, complimenting. This is primarily your achievement, dear. Since resistance was futile, he resolved to embrace it. After all, the potion had been consumed, and there was no turning back from his path. The most effective course of action was to feign compliance with Emily, as he would likely need to procure future potion recipes from her. Certainly not, because the sorceress's allure was delightful. Clearly, Emily was pleased with his declaration, leaning into him and playfully stating, "You must repay me well." Joyce raised his right hand and patted his chest, boldly proclaiming, "Anything that concerns you is my duty." "Oh, you could just speak, why pat my chest?" Joyce chuckled awkwardly, explaining, "A slip of the hand becoming an extraordinary being can be quite exhilarating." Such a tease. Joyce, to become an extraordinary being is not necessarily a blessing. With the acquisition of extraordinary powers comes the acceptance of their accompanying curse. In truth, every extraordinary individual perpetually faces the peril of losing control and transforming into a monster. He was acutely aware of the relentless tides of the era, where danger lurked at every corner. Becoming an extraordinary being was an inevitable choice, though he never anticipated the lack of options that forced him into the role of an assassin. Very well, Emily added. To mitigate the risks of losing control, generations of extraordinary beings have formulated a method for assimilating elixirs, which involves assuming a role. The name of the elixir corresponds to the character you are to embody through this assumption. The risk of losing control could be effectively diminished. The didactic tone of her discourse left Joyce momentarily disoriented. It bore little resemblance to that of a sorceress, instead echoing the sentiments of a night watchman, almost reminiscent of the phrase, "We are guardians," yet also a pitiable lot eternally battling against peril and madness. Could she possibly be an extraordinary being of some church? He couldn't recall any church that trained sorceresses. Do you understand? Ah, I comprehend. Quite clearly that Emily's countenance brightened with a smile, her tone lightening. That's splendid. I certainly would not wish for you to transform into a monster. Neither do I, Joyce replied earnestly. And how do you intend to portray an assassin? Emily inquired with feigned curiosity. What a splendid notion. As it happens, I might be able to provide a target for your initiation task. The dagger revealed at the end of the tale, it appeared that this was her intent all along. Joyce immediately adopted a more cautious demeanor, though he maintained an ostentatious tone. My dear, as long as you speak the word. Emily produced a sketch from seemingly nowhere, depicting a man in his 40s, impeccably attired and adorned with silver-framed spectacles, the very epitome of a ruined gentleman. His name is Locke. He was once a captain of a pirate ship, having committed numerous transgressions. Now, he lives in seclusion in Byam, formerly residing on Inmat Street, although he has likely relocated. You may investigate the veracity of my claims. Joyce averted his gaze from the spectacles, tucking away the drawing as he replied. My dear, I certainly trust you. You are truly wonderful. Chapter 3, Byam. What is it like to pretend to fall in love with a witch? Thank you for the invitation. I have just departed from the witch's abode. Overwhelmed by the multitude of people, I sought refuge. Fortunately, as a modern youth who has experienced the explosion of knowledge, I am well versed in the intricacies of romantic entanglements. I managed to charm Emily, eliciting smiles and a display of utter infatuation, and we agreed upon the time for our next rendezvous, which allowed me to extricate myself safely. I hailed a carriage by the roadside, and Joyce, drained of energy, disregarded the coachman's courteous demeanor. With a swift motion, he leaped into the carriage, having shed the naive facade of an infatuated admirer, now deep in contemplation. Emily, whether her name is real or a mere alias, is inconsequential. She is undoubtedly a witch, most likely not exceeding sequence 6. After all, a sequence 5 extraordinary individual would hold a position of considerable authority within any organization, and would not deign to seduce a mere mortal like me, who is not even an extraordinary being, a member of the witch cult. I pondered the source of that assassin's extraordinary abilities. Perhaps I am not her first target of seduction. What could her ulterior motives be? That pirate named Locke? No. How could a target deemed worthy of my assassination evade the grasp of a witch, unless Emily, for some reason, is unable to act herself and is grooming me as a contingency plan? This deduction aligns most logically, although I cannot dismiss the possibility that the pirate Locke is merely a ruse. I require the potion formulas from her, as she represents the most direct source. Having already placed my wager, I am naturally inclined to increase the stakes. Alas, it is disheartening to recall. Were there a choice, I would undoubtedly eschew the path of the witch, not merely due to the issue of gender transformation, but because this avenue offers no assistance to memory retention. Had I chosen a generalist, the potion formulas that appeared in the original text would constitute a veritable treasure, rather than the current predicament wherein I cannot recall a single one, and I am even fretting over the sequence 8 potion. Wait, I seem to lack even the sequence 9 formula. Emily did not provide it. Has she forgotten? The carriage jolted, likely having rolled over a stone, prompting Joyce to shift his thoughts away from the witch and contemplate his current situation. Though Byam is a colony, it has evolved into the most prosperous city within the maritime dominion of the Kingdom of Rune, serving as a pivotal point of colonial governance in the Central Sunia Sea. Here, extraordinary beings associated with the Storm Church, led by the Sea King, coexist with military forces tasked with quelling insurgents and maintaining colonial rule, enough to make even the most audacious pirates think twice. The congregation of numerous extraordinary individuals has naturally given rise to underground gatherings for the trade of extraordinary materials and mysticism, which the authorities turn a blind eye to. In summary, this locale is well suited for Joyce, a novice who has recently stepped into the extraordinary realm. As long as he refrains from actions that could be deemed too hazardous, he faces little danger, especially considering his noble title. Of course, when it comes to esoteric knowledge, none on the island can rival his own. He has resolved to spend a considerable time in Biome, at least until he achieves a lower sequence. Beyond the aforementioned objective reasons, there are two subjective motivations. Firstly, the original host lived here for nearly 2 decades, establishing a broad network of relationships. Secondly, his deceased father bequeathed him a wealth of political resources, primarily concentrated within the military sphere, such as his current baronial title. Becoming an extraordinary being necessitates the establishment of certain boundaries. Otherwise, one is likely to spiral out of control through continuous transgressions or fall prey to the temptations of malevolent deities. This realization is one I had never grasped in my past life while reading novels. In the original text, whether it be Klein or others, their ascensions after consuming potions were always accompanied by thrilling yet hazard-free experiences. However, Joyce, having just become an assassin, possesses a distinct understanding. Their ability to ascend smoothly stems from a robust inner strength and will, qualities that the long-term denizen of a peaceful, gluttonous empire likely weeping sorely lacks, rendering even the Sequence 9 potion a heavy burden for him. He requires time to adapt. "Sir, we have arrived at Rose Manor." Joyce alighted from the carriage, noticing the coachman bowing deeply beside him. The man's dark complexion and naturally curly black hair were accompanied by a sycophantic smile, a testament to the respect the indigenous people hold for their colonizers. A sudden discomfort washed over Joyce, not due to the coachman's demeanor, but rather from the abrupt transition from an ordinary individual to one with vested interests. He retrieved his wallet and produced a £1 note for the coachman, who, taken aback, exclaimed, "Sir, this is far too much. Take it. I am in high spirits today." "Thank you, sir. You are truly a generous and esteemed gentleman." The coachman departed with a heart full of joy, and Joyce soon realized he had not explicitly stated he did not require change. The coachman's actions were remarkably adept. Shaking his head with a smile, he turned and walked toward the manor's grand entrance in the distance. The laws of Biome dictate that indigenous carriages are prohibited from entering private property without permission. Otherwise, the landowner is entitled to expel or judge them. Thus, the carriage remained parked beside the roadside signage, facing a cobblestone path lined with vibrant flora. Rose Manor is situated to the north, near the coastline. Joyce's father had acquired it for a nominal sum in his youth, establishing it as the family estate. Although referred to as a family, it consisted solely of father and son. Joyce's ancestors were bestowed a title during the oath-breaking war 6 centuries ago, and at one time, the family had produced an earl, achieving a brief period of prominence. Alas, time's relentless erosion proved insurmountable. The rapid decay of the family line was lamentable, and the once grand lineage swiftly fell into decline. By the time of Joyce's father, the title had long been forfeited, the family's wealth squandered, and the family members were nearly extinct. In a bid to restore the family's former glory, his father resolutely enlisted in the military. After a decade of service, he rose to the rank of major and ultimately secured a baronial title for his son, paying the price with his life. As Joyce paused at the roadside of the cobblestone path leading to the manor, he plucked a small orange flower and inhaled its natural, refreshing fragrance. The extraordinary vision granted by the assassin's potion allowed him to clearly see figures approaching on horseback, servants from the manor. The lead figure, a middle-aged man, was his father's most trusted subordinate, also serving as the family steward and captain of the guards. The group dismounted in unison, their movements synchronized, and their voices resonant and powerful, betraying their rigorous training. "Your Grace," they addressed him. Joyce smiled and acknowledged them with a soft hum, turning to the steward, Mr. Hunt, with amiability. "What is the occasion for such a grand reception?" The middle-aged man's countenance was grave, his eyes imbued with strength, though his receding hairline was rather unkind to him. He replied with a steady tone. Joyce chuckled awkwardly, realizing that his clandestine rendezvous with the witch was hardly suitable for an entourage. However, understanding Mr. Hunt's concern for his safety, he felt compelled to respond with a hint of embarrassment. "Well, next time, I assure you." He then feigned looking up at the sky, awkwardly diverting the topic. "Mr. Hunt is diligent in your duties. Just a reminder, I presume?" The steward sidestepped, allowing passage. "I have already instructed Sophia to prepare." How thoughtful. Joyce suddenly felt that being a noble had its merits. Drawing upon the original host's memories and the physical enhancement from the potion, he adeptly controlled the horse beneath him. genuinely savoring the exhilaration of galloping. This heightened his anticipation for the forthcoming feast. Chapter 4. Speculation on the crossing. The perfectly cooked fish, crisp on the outside and tender within, had its natural fishiness masked by the unique spices of Byam, accentuating the delightful flavors of the fish. The distinctive meat pie is rich in gravy, seemingly infused with a hint of fruit. A single bite reveals a delightful aroma without being overly greasy. Following this, the dessert, exquisitely presented, boasts a flavor that is truly exceptional. Finally, a refreshing cup of iced tea completes the experience perfectly. Joyce reclines contentedly against the back of his chair, marveling at the opulence of noble life. Unintentionally, he lets out a burp and, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, glances at the maids tidying up the remnants of the meal, relieved to find that none have taken notice of his lapse in decorum. "Sophia, prepare some hot water for me. I wish to take a bath shortly." "Of course, my lord." Sophia, his current personal maid, is a vision of beauty with her golden hair and azure eyes. She had once rebuffed the drunken advances of his former self, which had incensed Joyce, a fervent believer in the Stormlord. Ironically, in a bid to showcase his magnanimity, he had stubbornly made her his devoted maid. However, upon encountering the witch Emily, he found himself utterly enchanted. Such is the life of a wealthy scion. As the sole proprietor of the estate, his bedroom is spacious and lavishly adorned, featuring incomprehensible works of art upon the walls. Sunlight streams through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a luxurious glow upon the carpet. Seated at a desk by the window, he picks up a book titled The Fairy Tales of Roselle, a smile gracing his lips as he feels a surreal sense of absurdity wash over him. Internally jesting, Master Roselle truly is omnipresent. Having long surpassed the age of enjoying fairy tales, Joyce does not reach for the book to read. Rather, he adeptly opens a hidden compartment within its pages and extracts 2 letters made of different materials. Both letters share a common author, his father, Colonel William Best of the Kingdom of Ruin. He first opens the letter contained in a white envelope, revealing a will. There seems to be nothing amiss. The death of a colonel in a war involving extraordinary beings is not uncommon. Yet, perhaps due to the clarity of an outsider's perspective, Joyce keenly senses the peculiarity underlying the event. What did Colonel William Best's demise yield? A substantial pension, condolences from military and political figures, including several dignitaries, and even more astonishingly, Emperor George III of Ruin posthumously bestowed upon William the title of Baron. Is this the treatment befitting a colonel? A major might be more appropriate. Let alone the progeny of nobility. He is a fallen man, stripped of his last title, belonging to a family of merely 2. That is the realm of commoners. Furthermore, at the conclusion of the will, William hints to Joyce with a private jest only they would understand, indicating that the second letter has long been concealed within the hidden compartment of the Fairy Tales of Roselle, crafted from an unknown leather. The contents of the letter are scant. "Do you remember the game of hide and seek we played in our youth? How I long to play it with you once more." The letter is signed, "Forever loving you, your father, William Best." It appears he had anticipated his own demise. What significance lies in the mention of the game? Is it an implication of feigned death as an escape, or does it harbor deeper meaning? The notion of uncovering the truth behind William's death with only a handful of clues gives Joyce the illusion of engaging in a detective game, a perilous game of reality, and he senses that when the day comes to unveil the mystery, a tumultuous vortex awaits him. Knock, knock. The sound of a knock interrupts Joyce's musings as Sophia's cool voice calls from outside, shattering his Sherlockian reverie. "My lord, the water is ready. You may bathe now." "Very well. I shall be there shortly. Why are you still here?" Sophia glances up at him briefly before lowering her gaze, remaining silent. Why does her expression seem tinged with melancholy? Have I wronged you in any way? Though I did entertain such thoughts previously. Wait a moment, Joyce muses, a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he declares, "Why are you lingering? Is there nothing else you should be attending to?" Sophia's eyelids flutter in surprise at his sudden ire, yet she dares not question him, responding instead with a hint of resignation. "Understood, my lord." As he watches her retreating figure, Joyce exhales in relief, inwardly grumbling, "You enjoyed your fortune and departed, leaving me to settle your debts. What a loss." Nonetheless, a hot bath is indeed a pleasure. In the steamy bathroom, the water is at the perfect temperature, adorned with unknown flower petals floating atop the surface, and the air is imbued with a fragrance reminiscent of essential oils. If only there were a projection on the wall to watch a film. Lying in the bathtub, head resting on the edge, he unknowingly drifts into slumber. He dreams. In his dream, Li Weiping has not traversed time, but is eagerly heading to a jade carving shop to collect a custom-made jade pendant. This is one of his little quirks. Like many, he has retained this habit into adulthood. One half symbolizes the secretive, pupilless eye, while the other half represents the transformative, twisted line, both overlapping. The craftsmanship is exceptional, and Li Weiping delights in it, toying with it for some time, even placing it beside his pillow while he sleeps. Ultimately, he experiences a dream filled with springtime vitality and awakens to find himself transported. Here lies a mysterious world I cannot have crossed over without reason. Who is orchestrating all of this? The goddess of night? For some reason, Joyce's mind immediately conjures the deity, yet upon reflection, she seems devoid of such authority. Considering the jade pendant, perhaps it is the fool, though at this moment, Klein has yet to manifest. Am I merely a contingency plan for the celestial? Is this why I remain lively after gaining knowledge of the outer gods? In this instant, an overwhelming sense of helplessness toward fate and reverence for the divine consumes him. All gifts of fate have been covertly priced. Trust in the might of the gods, but do not believe in their mercy. Regardless of who the unseen puppeteer may be or what their intentions are, I am but a pawn, utterly powerless to resist. Joyce laments silently. Is it truly necessary for such complexity over a mere traversal? Chapter 5. Shearing the Wool of Source Fortress. If the memories of my past life have not been tampered with, I might well be an ancient human who fell from Source Fortress. Who possesses the capability to achieve this? The celestial, Klein after becoming the fool, or an outer god with similar authority? Considering the current timeline, the answer seems readily apparent. Is there a way to verify this answer? In fact, there exists a transportation ritual. If I am indeed the contingency of the celestial, I would naturally qualify to become the Lord of Source Fortress. Regardless, I must give it a try. Can a wayfarer who does not wish to defy destiny still be considered a wayfarer? With this thought igniting his resolve, Joyce dons his bathrobe and summons Sophia, instructing, "Prepare 4 portions of the local staple food and deliver them to my bedroom." What? Sophia blinks in disbelief, her eyes widening as she stares at him, increasingly convinced that today's Baron is a different person altogether. First, he required no assistance during his bath, and now he makes such an odd request. Did you not hear me? I said prepare them. I'll have them post-haste. Amidst her confusion, Sophia soon returns with 4 portions of food, a loaf of bread, a bowl of egg noodles, a serving of steak, and a plate of seafood fried rice. Good heavens! Does he think I was dissatisfied with the previous meal, preparing an array of options for me to indulge at will? I'm not a glutton. Joyce muses silently, his hands busily placing the 4 portions in each corner of the room, then stepping to the center. If one were to ask why he executes this so adeptly, it is because prior to his traversal, Li Weiping had whimsically performed this very ritual. Taking 4 counterclockwise steps, he traces a square while silently reciting, "Blessings arise from the Xian Huang, immortal sovereign. Blessings arise from the Xian Huang, celestial lord. Blessings arise from the Xian Huang deity. Blessings arise from the Xian Huang, celestial sovereign." After the ritual concluded, Joyce stood still, his eyes tightly shut, a mixture of anticipation and unease coursing through him. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and just as he was on the verge of surrendering, a faint wisp of gray mist materialized before him. Before he could fully comprehend the excitement, the mist vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, as if the Source Fortress had chosen to disregard him with a dismissive roll of the eyes. Surprisingly, Joyce felt a sense of relief wash over him after this perceived failure. Perhaps deep down, he harbored no desire to become a fool. Did this imply that my journey was unrelated to the divine? No. Such assumptions must be approached with caution. One should never underestimate the power of the divine. For treading lightly is the unwritten law of survival in the enigmatic world. Nevertheless, I have not emerged empty-handed. A smirk of confidence appeared at the corner of Joyce's mouth as he realized that through the recent ritual, he had managed to tap into a fraction of the fortress's power. As a primal essence, the fortress held a rank sufficient to allow him to perceive spiritual fluctuations that had previously eluded him. How exhilarating it is to reap the rewards without the peril of confronting the divine directly. Joyce internally scoffed at someone's divine maneuvering and strode toward the source of the unusual spiritual vibrations emanating from a bed. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped his middle finger against the headboard, and, as anticipated, it sounded hollow. After a thorough yet destructive search, he finally uncovered a concealed mechanism hidden beneath an opulent blanket, an oval protrusion symmetrical on both sides, which appeared merely decorative. No amount of pressing or twisting yielded results until he attempted to pull it outward, and to his delight, it budged. A series of clicking sounds echoed from within the bed structure, and suddenly, a door in the center of the headboard swung open, releasing a wooden box akin to a mechanical parrot signaling the hour, though this one made no sound. He grasped the box, and the mechanism sealed itself shut once more, fitting together seamlessly. The wooden box was unremarkable, lacking any carvings, mechanisms, or even a lock. Joyce paused for a moment, then opened it to find 3 items within: a leather notebook, 2 small iron boxes, one large and one small, both sealed within a wall of spirituality. Is this what William referred to as a game of hide and seek? It truly was just a game of hide and seek. Self-deification, indeed. Joyce shook his head with a bittersweet smile as he reached for the ancient-looking notebook. Upon flipping open the first page, he found an inscription in runic: "I established the best family, and glory arose from hence." This must be a relic from the ancestor who gained nobility in the Battle of the Oath. The grammar and vocabulary attest to its age. The subsequent entries chronicled the notes left by each generation of heirs, filled with pride, desolation, and regret. Joyce felt as though he was witnessing the rise and fall of a family, akin to a small vessel adrift in a vast river of history, ultimately capsized by the relentless waves. On the last page with writing, he recognized his father William's handwriting: "The glory of the family shall be resurrected through me." The next page appeared to be designated for Joyce, and with a complex heart, he turned it, discovering it devoid of text. Yet there was an envelope tucked within. Why do I say again? William Best, how much do you love to write letters? He pinched the envelope, noting that it contained more than one sheet of paper. Leaning against the chair's backrest, he broke the wax seal and began to read. "Dear Joyce, if you have found this wooden box, I trust you have become extraordinary. First, please forgive me for complicating matters. This is the final lesson your father imparted. In the extraordinary world, no amount of caution is excessive. Always maintain a humble heart. For even though you may be powerful, there will always exist forces beyond your resistance. The law of indestructibility of extraordinary traits. Extraordinary traits do not perish, nor do they diminish. They merely transfer from one vessel to another. The lower tiers encompass sequence 9 and 8. Sequences 7 to 5 belong to the mid-tier, while sequence 4 and above are classified as high-tier. Never engage in conflict with high-tier beings. All the potion formulas I know are detailed below. You may opt to cultivate loyal subordinates into extraordinary beings, and they shall serve as your capable allies. Potion formulas and related abilities are as follows: Sequence 9 Arbiter of the Arbiter Path, Sequence 8 Constable, Sequence 7 Interrogator, Sequence 6 Judge, Sequence 9 Hunter, and Sequence 8 Provocateur of the Hunter Path, Sequence 9 Lawyer of the Lawyer Path. Butler Hant is a Sequence 8 Provocateur of the Hunter Path. Absolutely loyal to me. When you feel ready to manage him, you may entrust him with the contents of the small iron box. That is the extraordinary trait of the Sequence 7 Arsonist. Though regrettably, I did not acquire the potion formula in my time, and you'll need to seek it out. The other iron box contains a wondrous item, originally in the form of a dagger. When you infuse it with spirituality, it can transform into any weapon you desire, acquiring expert-level proficiency in its use while greatly enhancing your physical strength. Its only negative effect is singular yet perilous. The user will gradually descend into madness and bloodlust, an insidious transformation that, when the duration of use exceeds a certain threshold, will cause you to become a demon intent on annihilating all. Joyce clutched the letter, gazing at the 2 iron boxes sealed by the wall of spirituality, lost in contemplation. Esoteric knowledge, potion formulas, extraordinary traits, and a father's heartfelt advice, all poured into the life of his son. Joyce felt the weight of this love, simple yet sincere, and was reminded of the sorrowful truth that he would never again see his past parents and friends, and more tragically, they might merely be figments of his dreams. He would accept this gift, and likewise bear the responsibility of restoring the best family to its former glory. This is a promise of a traveler across realms. Chapter 6. Charlie's Potion. As he empathized with this profound paternal love, Joyce suddenly realized an unsettling thought. If William had been more forthright and imparted this knowledge to the original owner sooner, he would not have sought out potion formulas externally, nor would he have encountered the witch Emily, and certainly would not have become an assassin. Does this not exemplify a classic case of a father ensnaring a son? Upon rereading the contents of the letter, confirming that no impersonation spells were involved, It appeared William was unaware of the relevant knowledge. Perhaps he knew but swore to keep it secret? In that case, Emily was likely a member of the witch cult. Only a clandestine organization intent on sowing chaos would disseminate impersonation spells to lower-tier members. In any case, he must exercise greater caution when trading with her. Baron, Mr. Charlie has come to visit. Let him proceed to the parlor. Have someone tidy up my room. Sophia, upon entering the room, thought her eyes were deceiving her. The sight before her was a significant shock to her youthful spirit. Famine dishes lay untouched, scattered across various corners, and the bed was entirely overturned. She suspected the Baron had succumbed to mania or had conducted some nefarious and frenzied ritual. As Joyce walked toward the parlor, he began to worry whether the mechanism would be discovered by the servants. However, upon reflection, it had remained undiscovered for an indeterminate time, so such a coincidence seemed unlikely. Perhaps he was merely overthinking the matter. The weather is quite pleasant today. Upon entering the parlor, Joyce noticed Charlie seated with a cup of coffee and greeted him warmly. Charlie's father was a retired military officer now serving in the colonial government in Bayam, and many young men with similar backgrounds had naturally formed a small circle. Indeed, that's why I didn't take a carriage. I rode here instead. Charlie set down his coffee cup and feigned a complaint. Just these past couple of days, Joyce replied casually. The primary objective at the Rose Manor had been achieved, and he had no reason to linger further. Comparatively, opportunities to encounter the extraordinary were greater in the city. Excellent. Charlie excitedly clapped his hands, not anticipating that the primary objective of this journey would be so effortlessly achieved, and it seemed as though he had done nothing at all. Although it felt somewhat peculiar, it did not diminish his joy. The light of hope was rising steadily on the horizon. With resolute steps, he affirmed his direction and dashed forward with fervor. Joyce cast him a sidelong glance, remarking, "That doesn't sound like something you would say." "Bill, Charlie chuckled awkwardly, offering an explanation. Actually, it was Thomas who said that. You know how he always prides himself on being a poet. Joyce simply nodded, lifting his coffee for a sip. The bitter taste spread throughout his mouth, prompting him to frown. You've missed 2 gatherings, and everyone is quite worried, which is why I was sent as a representative to check on you. If they knew you had regained your optimism, they would surely rejoice. Observing Charlie's excitement, which bordered on excessive, and feeling his genuine concern, Joyce remarked, as you said, sorrow will eventually pass. Hope is the eternal theme. No sooner had the words left his lips than Sophia entered, carrying 2 platters of exquisite pastries. She glanced up at the Baron, noticing him sitting there calmly, untouched coffee before him. Unintentionally, she caught sight of Charlie regarding her and the Baron with an ambiguous gaze, which made her feel somewhat uncomfortable, prompting her to exit swiftly. Watching the maid's figure disappear into the shadows of the corridor, Charlie turned his attention back to Joyce and suddenly leaned in, with a teasing tone posing the question. Isn't the potion I gave you quite potent? Can your little maid handle it? Is it the one that enhances those particular abilities? The mummy powder? Unaware of the matters between him and Emily, Charlie mistakenly assumed that the potion had been administered to Sophia. Joyce, after piecing together the implications, found himself momentarily stunned. Sipping his bitter coffee, he feigned indifference as he replied, I gifted it to a friend. Charlie adopted an understanding expression, silently promising not to divulge this information. I see. Low emotional intelligence. You really make me want to give you a good beating. High emotional intelligence. You have the potential to be a hunter. Joyce, refusing to regard Charlie's comical features, inquired, expressionless. Is there anything else? Really? Charlie exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face as he exaggeratedly lamented. I come to see you with such warmth, and you wish to send me away? That is simply heartbreaking. This fellow is quite the clown. Joyce silently watched his antics, and when met with no response, Charlie pretended to cough, casually moving to the window and proclaiming loudly, Look at today's weather. It is perfect for hunting. Hunters and assassins are 2 sides of the same coin. Behind Rose Manor lay a considerable expanse of forest, the land owned by Joyce, teeming with a variety of wildlife yet devoid of lethal extraordinary creatures, rendering it an excellent hunting ground. Clad in hunting attire, Charlie and Joyce rode side by side, trailed by the Provoca Hunt and several guards, their saddles adorned with double-barreled shotguns and modified steam rifles. I've been practicing my shooting skills diligently. Today, I will certainly best you, Charlie declared, exuding confidence. Joyce chuckled lightly, raising his left rifle to eye level and adopting a standard aiming posture. With a resounding bang, he shot at a target several hundred meters away. A flash of blood glimmered as Joyce retracted his rifle. Meanwhile, a guard galloped to the impact site, triumphantly holding up a dead rabbit, exclaiming, one shot, one kill. Joyce was pleased with the shot. His exceptional eyesight and steady hands had indeed elevated his marksmanship. Observing Charlie's astonished expression, he taunted, "So, shall we continue to compete?" "Why not? A true man never backs down," Charlie retorted, spurring his horse into the depths of the forest, shouting, "Who can win is still up in the air." Joyce signaled a few guards to follow while he leisurely lagged behind, adopting a nonchalant attitude toward victory or defeat. His thoughts meandered, while playing the role of an assassin. Surely he could wield a gun, eliminating an enemy from 800 meters away, then departing with grace and flair. However, by doing so, the assassin would surely be rebranded as a sniper. Moreover, he pondered how to investigate the assassination target given by the witch Emily. Should he hire a private detective? No. The target was likely an extraordinary being, and involving ordinary individuals would be perilous. But conducting the investigation himself would be hampered by a lack of time and experience, easily alerting the prey. Thus, he required an extraordinary detective, perhaps one who could even assist him in the assassination. Where could he find such an individual? Joyce's mind sifted through memories until he pinpointed a character known by the moniker Scales. Scales was an extraordinary individual with a deeper identity as a military informant, orchestrating a small gathering of extraordinary beings. Though he had never attended due to Emily's influence, the circumstances had now changed. On one hand, he could delegate the investigative task to him. On the other, he could engage with other extraordinary individuals. While he possessed a wealth of advanced knowledge about the extraordinary world, his foundational knowledge of mysticism was severely lacking. Hearing gunfire ahead, Charlie likely had some success as well. Shaking off his thoughts, he urged his horse forward, anticipating an enjoyable hunt ahead. Chapter 7. The Oak Bar. One cannot deny that in the realm of hunting, hunters far surpass assassins by leaps and bounds. Joyce observed that the provocateur hunt could track game by scent in the air, and he excelled at concocting various powders to repel or attract prey. This rendered the entire hunting experience far removed from the exhilarating adventure he had envisioned, resembling more of an outing. After the hunt concluded and they savored a delightful feast of roasted meat, Charlie dragged his catch away from Rose Manor, sharing the remaining game with the servants to savor. Joyce strolled through the estate under the cover of night. The crimson moon hung high in the sky, adorned with twinkling stars, and he almost instinctively raised his hand to praise the goddess, only to abruptly recall his allegiance to the Lord of Storms. He clenched his fist against his left chest instead, whispering, "The storm is above." Was this a form of blasphemy? Would I be struck down by a bolt of lightning from above? He gazed up at the heavens. The night sky was dark and desolate, utterly still. Indeed, the goddess of night and the Lord of Storms had always maintained a cordial relationship. Cease your perilous thoughts, Joyce. Though I have become an assassin, I am not yet inclined to worship the primordial witch. Shaking off his reverie, he turned to the maid trailing behind him, saying, "Miss Maid." She pondered for a couple of seconds before responding, "We should allow the servants time to pack. Tomorrow, I will delegate the investigative task to Scales and inquire about the extraordinary gathering." Having arranged his itinerary, Joyce decided, "Then we shall depart the day after tomorrow. Please make the necessary arrangements." "Very well, Baron," Sophia replied with a slight bow, accepting her assignment. Joyce offered a barely audible acknowledgement and fell silent, wandering aimlessly, his mind drifting to various thoughts, most of which were unrelated. Do you find this world beautiful? Well, it's tolerable. Ignorance is bliss. Joyce inexplicably envied the maid behind him, as her greatest concern likely revolved around his playful torment. As Sophia turned to leave, she heard the Baroness' voice call out from behind, "One more thing. You need not be so tense in my presence." On his first night in this world, well, perhaps it was the second, Joyce slept soundly, free from the torment of incessant nightmares, awakening to find no which had taken residence in his bed. He stood upon the balcony of his bedroom, basking in the resplendent morning sun as he indulged in a languid stretch. Observing the servants in the estate bustling about like a colony of ants preparing to return to their nest, he mused on Sophia's commendable work ethic. A satisfied smile graced Joyce's lips as he contemplated the prospect of elevating her annual salary, perhaps another time. Breakfast consisted of a medium-rare steak, paired with the estate's own vintage red wine. Just as he finished his meal, the butler, Mr. Hant, entered the room. "Young master, you summoned me?" Joyce nodded, setting aside his coffee, sweetened and creamed, and dabbed his mouth with a napkin before articulating, "I need to step out shortly. Please arrange for a carriage." Before the balding Mr. Hant could respond, he added, "A simple carriage will suffice. I am not attending a gala. Also, inform Sophia to assist me in finding a modest outfit." He had initially intended to say cheap, but reconsidered, recognizing that a respectable nobleman must uphold his image. Very well, young master. Any other instructions? Indeed, Sophia informed me last night. Quite professional, Joyce reflected, watching him bow and depart, feeling a pang of self-reproach at how swiftly he had succumbed to complacency. Mr. Hant's efficiency was remarkable. It wasn't long before he reported that the carriage was ready. It appeared to be an unremarkable four-wheeled vehicle, with a driver, a guard in civilian attire, identified by Joyce as Carl, one of his companions from the previous day's hunting expedition. To the oak bar on Joseph Street, Joyce signaled to the driver. Upon entering the carriage, he discovered luxurious blankets and cushions, and recalled that Carl was likely armed. He sighed quietly, pondering that in the face of danger, the line between protector and protected could easily blur. The journey was silent until they arrived at the bar. After instructing Carl to wait by the carriage, Joyce pushed open the heavy door. The scent of alcohol mingled with an indescribable odor assaulted him. The clientele was not particularly numerous, yet did not hinder their revelry. Joyce coldly navigated through the crowd to the bar, producing 2 one-so coins without specifying a drink. Merely inquiring, "Where is the scale?" The bartender, busy polishing glasses, glanced at him, then at the coins, stealthily pocketing them before breaking into a bright smile. "The owner is in room 2. The scale was a man in his 30s, not particularly robust, yet exuding an undeniable authority that commanded respect. Engaged in a card game with several others, his expression transformed from fleeting confusion to unabashed delight upon spotting Joyce. "Baron, long time no see." Upon hearing this title, Joyce found himself at a loss for words, as it was a pseudonym he had adopted. "I require your assistance with a matter." Upon hearing of a request, the scale addressed his companions. "You'll not continue playing for now. Follow me." Joyce nodded at the others, following him into an empty gaming room. "Please have a seat. Would you care for a drink?" "No, thank you." The scale poured himself a pint of South Welsh beer, sitting opposite Joyce. "What is your request?" Joyce produced a portrait, placing it upon the table. "This is Locke. He has a considerable history as a pirate and resided in the Inmat district of Byam. I need his address, behavioral patterns, preferences, and any crimes he committed before retirement. Detailed information is paramount." The scale took a substantial gulp of his beer, scrutinizing the image. "He appears to be a quintessential ruined gentleman. Such individuals are neither rare nor scarce in Byam. Is he an extraordinary being? Most likely, but no higher than sequence 8. Extraordinary." The scale smacked his lips. "You know, matters involving the extraordinary are seldom straightforward. It could attract a plethora of individuals, and the data you seek is rather intricate." £100. Joyce was indifferent to whether he was merely deflecting or attempting to inflate the price. He decisively proposed an offer he knew was irresistible. "Agreed." The scale acquiesced readily. Similar requests typically commanded £50, and in Byam, requests unrelated to the extraordinary were indeed a rarity. "I will have information for you within a week." "Excellent." Joyce placed £20 atop the portrait. "This shall serve as a deposit." As the scale pocketed the image in cash, he heartily drained the remainder of his beer, celebrating their transaction. "Baron, the gathering will not commence for a while. Shall we indulge in a few games in the meantime?" "An extraordinary gathering, you say? How serendipitous." After a moment's contemplation, Joyce consented to his invitation. "I worry your purse may not suffice." "Haha, I admire your confidence." Chapter 8, The Extraordinary Gathering. The Game of 28. A relatively uncomplicated card game, bears resemblance to Texas Hold'em, albeit with simpler rules. All face cards are discarded, leaving only 40 number cards. One player acts as the dealer while the others are players, each receiving 2 cards. The value is determined by the sum of the last digit of the 2 cards, with pairs outweighing individual cards, 4 and 6 being the lowest, while double tens hold the highest value. Having quickly grasped the rules, Joyce took a seat opposite the scale, watching as the dealer placed 2 cards atop his ante of 1 so coin. The first card revealed was a 2 of diamonds, mimicking the movements of a seasoned gambler. Joyce pressed his 2 cards together, refraining from flipping the second card immediately, instead observing the scale's actions. In this game, the players had no vested interests against one another. The dealer was the sole beneficiary. "You may place your bets," the scale announced, glancing at his own whole cards with an impassive expression. The man to the left muttered a curse before folding, indicating that even should his hand surpass the dealer's, he would forfeit his ante. Joyce then revealed his second card, a 6 of hearts, totaling 8 points. Not encountering a pair was already a strong hand. After a moment's thought, he declared, "I raise 5 so." The scale paused, astonished by Joyce's boldness as he toyed with the coin. For a newcomer, You possess remarkable courage. Fortune favors the bold. Joyce replied nonchalantly. The man on the right, after reviewing his cards, displayed a flicker of joy, betting a maximum of £1 before revealing his hand. A pair of threes. Joyce followed suit, unveiling his cards. The scale sighed, revealing his own hand, a 3 of clubs and a 5 of diamonds. Both had 8 points, but 6 beats 5, rendering Joyce the victor of 6-so, while the dealer merely collected the 1-so from the folded player, losing to the triumphant pair who gleefully pocketed £1 and 1-so. This was a game of pure chance, provided no cheating occurred. Despite the modest stakes, substantial wins and losses could arise due to the game's brevity. Joyce had set a personal rule to never wager heavily, capping his bets at 10-so, equivalent to £0.5, abandoning his hand at the first sign of weakness. In truth, such a strategy was bound to incur losses, yet perhaps fortune genuinely favored him, as he concluded the session with nearly £2 in winnings. The game lasted not long, and the dealer's gains were minimal. As the final round concluded, the scale remarked, "Let us call it a day. We shall play again another time." The man on the right, who had transitioned from victor to loser, displayed clear discontent, but nevertheless gathered his remaining funds and departed. Once only the two of them remained in the room, the scale addressed Joyce. "The gathering is about to commence. You may enter now." Following the servant's suggestion, he first donned an opaque black cloak and adorned himself with an extravagant mask that obscured his entire face. After such elaborate preparations, it would be nearly impossible for outsiders to discern his gender. Unfortunately, they remained oblivious to the fact that the organizer of the gathering was an informant for the military. Concealed within the cloak, Joyce found the situation amusing, recalling a classic adage: "Our leader is, in fact, an undercover agent sent by the enemy." There appeared to be around a dozen attendees at the gathering. Joyce did not specifically count them, as doing so would be impolite and might be perceived as provocative. Once the number of participants ceased to grow, a tall figure, similarly attired, entered and took a seat at the center, proclaiming, "The gathering begins." No sooner had he spoken than a young woman's voice broke the silence. "I require the crystalline horn of an adult Hanachis gray goat." Joyce recognized this request. He was certain it was a primary ingredient needed for a potion used by diviners, given the Hanachis mountain's notable reputation. He couldn't help but muse, the goddess is truly insatiable. Her eagerness suggested she would not mind paying a premium, yet none of the attendees responded, and thus the first transaction concluded without incident. With the woman's opening, gradually others began to voice their needs, most seeking extraordinary materials, while a few desired magical items. However, only a scant few managed to successfully complete transactions. This was the norm at such gatherings, as wild extraordinary beings acquired materials primarily through luck. A minor interruption occurred during the exchanges when someone requested the alchemist's potion formula, leading to a sudden hush that enveloped the room. After a prolonged silence, the tall organizer chuckled softly, half in mockery and half in counsel. "I can provide you with 10 copies, provided you can discern the genuine from the counterfeit." A few low chuckles erupted, and the individual seeking the formula fell silent. Thankfully, he was disguised. Otherwise, it would have been social suicide. As Joyce observed the frequency of transactions dwindling, he inquired, "I wish to know how to awaken forgotten memories." Once again, silence enveloped the crowd, and just as he prepared to abandon hope, a male voice finally responded, "You may beseech the deity you revere. For £5, I shall teach you the ritual of supplication." What difference is that from surrendering? Joyce indicated his disinterest in being struck by lightning and nodded to the man, stating, "Deal. Are there any alternative methods?" "To my knowledge, extraordinary beings of the audience pathway can accomplish this, though success is not guaranteed," spoke the earlier female voice. Joyce thanked her and asked, "What do you require?" "Please keep an eye out for the crystalline horn of an adult Hanachis gray goat." "Very well." At that moment, the servant presented the ritual of supplication written by the man, and Joyce briefly glanced at it before producing £5 to hand over. Without pausing, he continued, "In addition, I'm looking to acquire artifacts from the quaternary period, preferably those that are easily transportable." "Are those without extraordinary powers acceptable?" queried the woman, whom Joyce suspected to be a diviner. "Indeed, I possess an artifact from the Solomon Empire." "Are you familiar with the Solomon Empire?" Joyce silently chastised himself for being treated as an ignoramus. History is a requisite subject for nobility, and as someone who had traversed time, he was far more knowledgeable than she. "I know a bit," he replied with an inscrutable demeanor. "Excellent," she continued. "It is a ring set with gems. While not exquisitely crafted, it is exceptionally sturdy, capable even of cracking walnuts. 15 pounds, and it is yours. I must see the item in order to ascertain my interest in purchasing it. The woman agreed to this stipulation. That is reasonable. I shall bring it to the next gathering. If you have the crystalline horn of an adult Hanachis gray goat, I can offer it as a gift. Joyce nodded slightly, signaling his intent to keep an eye out for it. As the gathering began to wind down, the organizer in the upper seat spoke. The rules remain unchanged. To learn the time of next week's gathering, purchase a glass of Lancey and a glass of Vados at the Oak Bar. Must one buy 2 drinks to learn the gathering time? What manner of operation is this? An entrance fee? The attendees voiced no objections, clearly aware of the custom. And under the organizer's direction, they departed in batches, with Joyce being among the first. Once everyone had exited, Mr. Scale lifted his cloak and murmured, "What is this barren scheming? Should I report to higher authorities?" Chapter 9. The Assassin's Abilities. Having shed his disguise, Joyce purchased a glass of Lancey for a cost of 1 solar, a drink quite popular for its potency. Numerous customers in the bar had this beverage on their tables, making it difficult for him to discern who among them were members of the gathering. He settled into an unoccupied booth, observing 2 men nearby who were engrossed in jovial conversation, completely oblivious to his presence. Taking a sip of the alcohol, the acrid taste assaulted him like a diluted spirit, prompting him to frown and push the glass slightly away, signaling his disapproval. The bar was a veritable melting pot of patrons, such as the 2 men beside him. One boasted of having once shared a drink with a celestial general, while the other spun an even more outlandish tale, claiming to have been a crew member of the King of the Seas, participating in numerous naval battles, boasting of his contributions as if he were a ruler of the ocean. In the modest oak bar, Joyce could hardly contain his amusement at the absurdity of the 2 self-proclaimed titans and nearly burst into laughter. Rising, he approached the bartender to procure a glass of Vados, spending 2 solars and 3 pennies. The golden, frothy beverage, upon entry, released a bouquet of rich flavors that made him reflect on the adage that expensive things have their justifications. However, the drink had been purchased, but where was the time of the gathering? No one had informed him. How embarrassing it was that he had even signaled to the bartender. Joyce felt like a fool, and he noticed that none of the other patrons were ordering both drinks simultaneously. Could it be that he had misunderstood? No. The time of the gathering must be concealed within the drinks. Must he consume them both? Reflecting on Mr. Scale's earlier words, he found no clues and continued to contemplate. The card game. The combined price of the 2 drinks amounted to 3 solars and 3 pennies. Thus the gathering time must be next Wednesday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. With this newfound clarity, Joyce felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him as he raised his glass and took a hearty gulp. He soon realized why no one had spent money on those 2 drinks. They only needed to know the price and could then casually sip one or leave altogether. He was the only one foolish enough to purchase both drinks and actually consume them. Coming to this realization, the recently sipped drink suddenly lost its appeal. He set down the glass and, with an expression devoid of emotion, exited the bar. A seemingly ordinary carriage, lavishly adorned within, glided smoothly down the street. Pedestrians parting to make way. Leaning against the plush velvet cushions within, Joyce closed his eyes, feigning sleep while he reflected on his performance. In truth, there was little to assess. Prior to arriving at the bar, he had been unaware of the extraordinary gathering, thus had not contemplated his own needs. The alchemist's potion formula remained elusive. It was evident that this gathering lacked any extraordinary beings with notarizing abilities, rendering the exchange of formulas or extraordinary knowledge inconceivable. The weapon required by the assassin was already the most suitable, yet adhering to the principle of having come this far. He endeavored to inquire about methods to restore memory, since the potion formulas that appeared in the original text remained exceedingly tempting. Joyce extracted the 5 pounds ritual of supplication. Reading through it, it was evidently a very orthodox ceremony, yet he was not inclined to court disaster. Finally, acquiring artifacts from the Quaternary period was undoubtedly aimed at securing a seat at the Tarot Assembly. Should he procure an item corresponding to the Red Star at the Source Fortress, it would be a significant profit. Thus, he has essentially unraveled a series of queries that traversed through time, with the forthcoming task at hand, to hone his abilities, to delineate the principles of role-playing, and to assimilate the potion. Concurrently, he must ascertain the ulterior motives of the sorceress Emily in her approach towards him, leading to the acquisition of subsequent potions. Beyond this, Joyce discovered an unsettling reality. He appeared to have little else to occupy his time. Very well, my Lord Baron, the coachman Carl acquiesced. swiftly pivoting the carriage to circumvent the nearby Rose Manor, the vehicle racing off towards the rear. According to the kingdom's legal statutes, the nobility had long been stripped of the right to maintain private militias. Nevertheless, it was deemed reasonable for respectable nobles to possess well-trained guards. This law was effectively enforced in major cities like Beckland, yet in a colony like Byam, private arms had become a prudent solution to remain ever vigilant against insurgent attacks. Naturally, Lieutenant William Best was no exception. The training camp was situated in a clearing not far from the manor, encircled by sturdy walls, where guards employed by the Best family were engaged in rigorous drills, while the provocateur Hunt occasionally jeered loudly. "Hurry up, move faster. My 8-year-old daughter can outrun you." It appeared his talents for provocation were well employed here. Joyce maintained a smile, declining Hunt's company, and, familiar with the routine, donned his training attire before entering an unoccupied training room. What truly defines an assassin? Is it the ability to lurk in the shadows, striking with lethal precision before vanishing into the distance? Or is it the brazen approach of slaughtering all who cross their path? No, that would be an aberration among assassins, and they tend to meet an untimely demise. Continuous experimentation has led to the conclusion that this ability to conceal oneself within shadows stems from the manipulation of light, akin to how mirrors reflect natural illumination. When one's form merges with the shadow, darkness consumes all light, creating a clever illusion of invisibility. Given the constraints of rank 9, it is advisable for assassins to avoid flamboyant attire. Muted tones, such as those found in night garments, are far more appropriate. In the corner of the training room, Joyce, concealed within the shadows, sprang forth with the grace of a released arrow, his body soaring through the air, leaving a white mark upon the neck of a steel dummy with his dagger. The ephemeral lightness of his physique, combined with a sudden burst of strength, yielded an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Unexpected and yet formidable, though still inferior to a rifle bullet. Regrettably, utilizing firearms would likely hinder his performance in potion assimilation. Subsequently, he conducted a series of physical assessments, concluding that while his strength had increased and agility had significantly improved, his defenses remained woefully inadequate, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person, aligning with the archetype of a high-damage, low-defense assassin, due to a greater emphasis on augmenting the physical prowess of extraordinary individuals. Assassin potions lack abilities that demand substantial spiritual expenditure. In simpler terms, they do not possess any peculiar or esoteric powers. Such transformations await the witches of rank 7. Yes, to become a woman. Why must I constantly remind myself of this? After a light lunch and a brief respite, he awoke, unable to suppress a sigh. The life of nobility is indeed so unadorned and monotonous. Pulling a book from the shelf, he discovered its title inscribed in Hermetic script, Journeys of the Subconscious. As he flipped through the pages, all were written in Hermetic, prompting gratitude for the former owner's diligent studies and language courses, which facilitated his mastery of Hermetic, Ancient Hermetic, and the foundational tongue of Northern Continent languages, Ancient Fusac. The protagonist of the book is a specter capable of traversing dreams, elucidating numerous psychological theories and speculations amidst whimsical explorations. Just as he became engrossed in the reading, a knock echoed at the door. "Come in." Sophia entered, speaking softly. "Baron, the itinerary for tomorrow has been arranged. Do you have any further instructions?" Joyce mused that she was more adept in this domain than he, encouraging her. "Nothing at all. You have done splendidly." "Ah, could you procure a lockable box for me? It need not be large." "Certainly, my Lord Baron." As he departed the manor, it was prudent to take with him the extraordinary traits and notes left by his father. Previously indifferent, he now felt uneasy at the thought of leaving them behind, a matter of psychological concern. Like the book suggested, humanity's greatest fear in the subconscious is not death, but rather the dread of the unknown. When the contents of dreams exceed expectations, the dreamer awakens. Chapter 10, Returning Home. In stark contrast to the perpetual haze that envelopes Beckland, the morning air of Byam was crisp and clear, the sky a brilliant azure, with the populace greeted by the sight of the heavens upon waking. At dawn, local constables donned in uniforms mobilized in droves, wielding nightsticks to disperse vagrants and suspicious individuals. A man curled upon a park bench was roused by a strike of the baton, casting a fearful glance at the two officers before him, departing amidst their scorn, nearly colliding with an oncoming four-wheeled carriage. Fortunately, the experienced coachman swiftly reined in, averting disaster, and shouted, Watch where you're going. The vagrant, head bowed, stammered incoherently. The elder officer, seeing the scene, approached with a resigned demeanor. Speaking in halting ruin language, "Good day, my apologies. I shall escort him away." The startled coachman retorted impatiently, "No need. Just tell him to keep his eyes open while walking." "Certainly, certainly." As the carriage departed, the officer reverted to a condescending tone, addressing the vagrant. "What are you waiting for? Am I inviting you to a meal?" The young constable, who had sacrificed his entire savings to attain this position, observed the exchange with curiosity. "Why not arrest him?" "Arrest him? And then who pays for his meals?" The elder officer continued patrolling, elucidating. "These vagrants would welcome arrest. They have committed no significant crimes, just a few days of detention, with food and shelter provided." Understanding, the young officer seized upon another query. "Whose carriage was that?" Recalling the earlier encounter, he felt a surge of aspiration. If even a servant could command such respect, one could only imagine the esteem afforded to nobility. "Someday, I too shall attain such status." The elder officer remained oblivious to the ambitions of his junior, his attention drawn to a furtive figure glancing about suspiciously. He called out, "You there, what are you up to? Don't give me those shifty eyes. I stand by my words unless." A procession of carriages laden with luggage and servants set off, with Joyce and Sophia boarding one as they prepared to depart the Rose Manor. He found the maid's bashful attempts to steal glances at him quite endearing and couldn't resist a playful tease. Indeed, upon hearing this, the maid, who had been playing the role of an ostrich, straightened her neck and retorted softly, "I wouldn't dare." "Oh, really?" Joyce feigned proximity, counting on his fingers. "I am handsome, hold a title, youthful, and quite wealthy. What do you possess to compete with me?" Sophia pondered carefully, seemingly unable to discern any fault in her reasoning, and stubbornly replied, "I simply want tea." "Huh, excellent. You possess quite the spirit. I have high hopes for you." He jested, giving her shoulder a light pat, then reclined against the soft cushion, continuing, "Now, do share your story. It seems you have resided in the manor for many years." Sophia fell silent for a moment, her mind flashing through myriad memories. She was, in truth, an astute observer, and as she regarded the languid figure of the man before her, she keenly sensed that the Baron had changed. The most striking observation was that he no longer sought to vex her, even displaying a degree of tolerance toward her occasional whims. "Perhaps I am the first to notice this." The maid could not help but commend herself inwardly. After organizing her thoughts, she articulated, "Mr. William saved my life when I was 10 years old, and since then, I have worked at the estate." Noticing that the Baron showed no reaction, Sophia continued, "My mother was a local from Rothda, while my father hailed from Ruin." "Ah, that is evident," Joyce remarked, referring to her resemblance to her Ruin heritage while maintaining the physique of a local, perfectly blending the virtues of both lineages. In comparison, at least the maid's father had left behind a living allowance, which could be deemed a sign of conscience. As thoughts raced through Joyce's mind, he inquired, "And what happened next?" "Later, at the age of 10, I was inadvertently kidnapped by a gang. Shortly thereafter, Mr. William appeared and rescued me. But my mother had already been sold to a distant place, making her impossible to trace." The maid recounted her harrowing experience with a nonchalant tone, as if it no longer affected her, yet the sorrow in her eyes was unmistakable. Joyce could not help but reflect on what he had been occupied with at the age of 10, likely fretting over an increasing number of classes. To dispel the pervasive melancholy in the air, he concluded, "In the end, I was fortunate to have her as my personal maid." "How can that be considered fortunate?" Sophia recalled the day the Baron had been intoxicated. Had she not resisted firmly, it could have turned out quite differently. "What, do you not think it is fortunate?" Joyce playfully queried. "All right, jesting should be tempered," he admonished himself, halting the banter with the maid. He placed a locked wooden box upon his lap, stroking it with his hand. "You've gazed at it several times. Are you curious about what lies within?" "And no." The maid instinctively shook her head, quickly blushing as she added, "I'm a bit curious." Joyce attempted to conjure a smile, though he was unsuccessful. "Inside is my father's keepsake. Mr. William was the most upright and kind-hearted person I have ever known," Sophia expressed with admiration. "A soldier, a man who ascended to the rank of colonel through his military achievements. Perhaps, but he was indeed a good father," Joyce mused, half closing his eyes, remaining silent until they reached their destination. The carriage came to a gradual halt, and the coachman respectfully announced, "My lord, we have arrived." The maid pulled aside the carriage curtain, and Joyce alighted, clutching the wooden box, and beheld a 3-story garden villa, 14 Storn Street, his familiar home. As he stepped through the door, he keenly sensed someone observing him. Turning to catch the source of gaze, he spotted two policemen, one tall and one short, with the younger officer fixated on him. Joyce offered a smile before turning to enter the villa. Chapter 11. The Oathbreaker, S-Blade. I prefer you to call me by my name, Harry. Very well, my lord. He scrutinized this Mr. Harry, once his personal attendant, now the assistant steward. He appeared just as he remembered, dark hair, dark eyes, neatly combed to the side, his demeanor impeccably serious. The only alteration was a neatly trimmed patch of beard on his chin. Curiously, he asked, what prompted the sudden decision to grow a beard? Harry's beard was evidently recent. He stroked it, expressing mild dissatisfaction, to appear more mature. Joyce could surmise this answer, shaking his head as he recalled, Mr. Hant has never had such concerns. Harry added wistfully, that is because Mr. Hant's appearance alone conveys his advanced age. Ha ha! Joyce laughed heartily. I shall relay that to Mr. Hant. You shall not, Harry replied. Joyce patted Harry's shoulder, feeling the familiar camaraderie between them. For now, I have left Mr. Hant at Rose Manor. All matters at home shall be entrusted to you. It is my honor, my lord. By the way, please help Sophia acclimate to the surroundings. She has lived at Rose Manor for so long and rarely comes here. Harry bowed in acknowledgement, watching Joyce disappear around the staircase before turning his gaze to Sophia. Sophia, I have heard of you. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Harry, Sophia replied, aware that he would be her direct superior, exhibiting a demeanor of respectful decorum. Harry maintained his serious expression and emotionlessly stated, I hope you can fulfill this role. Otherwise, I shall recommend a more competent personal attendant to the Baron. Upon hearing this, Sophia's expression became somewhat dazed, and she could not shake the feeling that her life was about to undergo significant changes. In the study on the second floor, Joyce opened the wooden box he carried with him, setting aside a notebook chronicling the family history, still pondering what to inscribe on his designated page. The focus was on 3 letters left by William. He unfolded the sheet documenting potion formulas, smoothing it on the table. The highest sequence mentioned was merely the judge of sequence 6 from the Arbiter pathway, likely where William belonged during his lifetime, while the lower sequence formulas from other pathways were presumably spoils of war. After thoroughly reading it several times, he retrieved a blank sheet and began to transcribe, correlating it with the correct formulas, which instilled in him a sense of urgency akin to cramming for finals. Finally, he rewrote it in Chinese, deliberately varying the size of his script in a haphazard manner, imitating the style of Russell's notes. Holding the paper inscribed in Ruin language and William's letters, he ignited them with a match, watching the flames swiftly consume them before casually tossing the remnants into the wooden wastebasket at the corner of the table. As the papers transformed into black ashes, Joyce felt as though he glimpsed William's shadow flickering within the dancing flames, smiling at him. Once the papers were burnt to nothing, the fire extinguished, everything dissipated like smoke. Within the box lay a dagger, over a foot long, glinting coldly. Its exterior betrayed no special features. Yet recalling the negative effects mentioned in William's letter, which could subtly alter the character and thoughts of its wielder, Joyce dared not underestimate it. Given that it was an extraordinary item from the warrior pathway, commemorating the impending betrayal, Joyce aptly named it the Oathbreaker S-Blade. Cautiously grasping the dagger, he infused it with essence, akin to Popeye consuming spinach. His strength surged exponentially, transforming from a low attack, low defense assassin to a high attack, high defense berserker, instilling in him the illusion that he could shatter steel with a single punch. Simultaneously, a plethora of dagger fighting techniques flooded his mind, akin to a martial arts master imparting wisdom. This sensation was swift to arrive yet fleeting. Even with preparation, he found himself momentarily dazed in a real battle that could prove fatal. However, these techniques were sufficiently impressive, more concise and effective than the combat he was accustomed to in the military, and far more intricate and wondrous. Joyce's fingers twitched, the dagger danced nimbly between them. In an instant, he had thrust the dagger before an imagined enemy, the speed so swift it left an afterimage. Subsequently, the dagger transformed into a sharp sword over a meter long, the entire process taking no more than 2 seconds. Maces, daggers, staffs, iron whips. Joyce reveled in the thrill of mastering an array of 18 weapons, exhilarated, until he attempted to conjure a revolver, only to fail miserably, not to mention the assault rifles and other high-tech weaponry that existed solely in memory. Most of the combat techniques that had been instilled in him faded from recollection. Yet he could distinctly sense an advancement in awareness. He believed that with diligent practice, becoming a true master of weapons would be within reach. However, he was at a loss regarding its negative impact. He felt no alteration in his character, neither becoming irritable nor developing a desire for slaughter. Just as William had mentioned, such changes were nearly imperceptible until they culminated in an irreversible explosion. Perhaps the extraordinary individuals traversing the audience may uncover and remedy this transformation, necessitating a psychologist of Sequence 7. The esteemed Emperor Russell once cautioned, "Beware the audience, for he might bestow upon you some peculiar psychological suggestion during the course of treatment." The optimal approach would be to cultivate a psychologist well acquainted with one's history, such as the fanciful dog Susie. Joyce smiled, pondering that by the time he had successfully developed himself, he would likely have ascended to Sequence 2, rendering this wondrous artifact unnecessary. What a pity. The extraordinary characteristic of the arsonist manifests as a solidified crimson liquid, reminiscent of jelly found on Earth. When Joyce grasped it, he felt a searing mental sensation, discovering his ability to manipulate flames at a superficial level. It could serve for barbecuing. Once he had sufficiently indulged, preparing to restore it to its original state, he encountered an awkward dilemma. He did not possess the skill to craft a spiritual wall. Chapter 12. The Ambitious Dean. The process of relocating is invariably fraught with countless trifles. Amidst managing these affairs, Sophia discerned that Mr. Harry was a man of seemingly cold demeanor, yet warm heart. For even when servants erred, he refrained from harsh rebuke, opting instead for patient correction. It was evident he did not approve of my role as the Baroness' personal maid, yet he approached his duties with earnestness, diligently instructing me, albeit with a lack of eloquence. As Sophia ground the coffee beans, she could not help but critique Harry's manner of expression. Earlier, as he familiarized her with the villa's layout, he had abruptly halted, nearly causing her to collide with him. "Did you know that the Baron enjoys a cup of coffee while reading?" he had said. "Why not simply instruct me to prepare coffee directly? How was I to know the Baron had such a habit, having never entered his study at the manor?" Sophia pressed the coffee beans with fervor, as if they were a punching bag. When the hot water poured over, and she added 2 spoons of sugar and a dollop of milk, a distinctive aroma wafted through the air, lifting her spirits considerably. She had previously noted that the Baron did not favor plain coffee. "The study on the 2nd floor is through this door." Sophia rapped twice on the door. "Come in." She pushed the door open and beheld the Baron seated at his desk, engrossed in a very old tome, his focus so profound that he did not notice her entrance. "Baron, your coffee," she whispered. "Thank you. Place it here," he replied, slightly lifting his gaze to indicate a spot to his right. Before departing, Sophia stole a glance at the title of the book, which happened to be a term she recognized in ruin: The Travels of Alonso. The protagonist within the pages was a man named Alonso, a ranger, chronicling his adventures alongside a talking moose. Initially, Joyce perceived it as a fantastical rendition of Don Quixote, but the first tale recounted within altered this assumption. Alonso and the moose found lodging in an unfamiliar village, and during dinner, all seemed well. However, upon awakening in the dead of night, they discovered that the entire village had succumbed to madness. Through the moose's classic deductive reasoning, it became apparent that the moose was the true protagonist. Alonso uncovered the villain, an evil hypnotist who had ensnared the villagers in a trance to validate his theory that mental illness could be transmitted through the subconscious. After delivering him to the court, the duo resumed their journey, encountering a third party which was responsible for the accidental demise of a cursed noblewoman, traversing through storms and meeting devout followers who had forgotten their faith, as well as a devilish ferryman collecting souls as fare. Under the potent aura of the protagonist, the talking moose displayed near omnipotence, deftly turning peril into safety at every turn. Joyce gleaned invaluable insights from this narrative, equipping him to adeptly navigate encounters with similarly extraordinary individuals in the future. The Subconscious Travels, Last Night at Rose Manor, Upon the Desk in the Bedroom, authored by Palladello. The Travels of Alonso bore no author's name. Perhaps both tomes were penned by the same hand. After all, they shared the travelogue genre with a similar style and narrative structure. Even if this author were indeed a formidable, extraordinary individual with a penchant for writing, what would it matter to me? Joyce chuckled at his own introspection, lamenting his recent paranoia, swiftly dismissing the matter from his mind. It was time to savor the leisurely afternoon tea. Perhaps influenced by the original owner or the environment's transformative nature, Joyce, who had never indulged in such habits in his previous life, quickly grew fond of this leisurely pursuit. Sweet treats never failed to elicit joy, and how splendid it would be if they did not lead to weight gain. As Joyce savored the delicacies meticulously prepared by the chef, He occasionally offered comments while listening to Harry's reports, but the more he listened, the more disconcerted he became. So, starting tomorrow and continuing until early next month, my schedule is completely booked? Indeed, Baron, and there are even multiple invitations for banquets on the same day, Harry added. Joyce swallowed a small fruit cake, his expression one of resignation. I am a baron, not a governor. Decline those tedious banquet invitations. Well, I shall attend General Gordon's banquet. General Gordon was a longtime superior of his father, William, having fought alongside him for many years. Their bond forged in the fires of war. At William's funeral, General Gordon had delivered a heartfelt eulogy. His invitation was one Joyce could not dismiss. Joyce sipped his refreshing black tea and inquired what happened. There's a police officer outside, claiming to have urgent matters to report to you. A police officer? When had I attracted their attention? Furthermore, how could the colonial police dare investigate a baron? Joyce remained undaunted, smiling as he said, Please, let him in. Very well, Baron. Harry nodded toward the servant behind him. Dean was a native of ROSD, orphaned and uneducated, relying on his wits to survive within the local gang until adulthood. Following a significant turning point in his life, he experienced a profound awakening, beginning to self-study Ruin language, mastering it within 3 months. He then exchanged all the money he had saved over 2 decades for the police uniform he now wore. On his first day of patrol, Dean witnessed the stark disparities in status between individuals, encountering a nobleman of similar age who resided in a mansion with servants, vowing to ascend to greater heights. What he did not anticipate was the opportunity that would present itself so unexpectedly. According to the rebels, the title of Joyce Best was acquired through innumerable bloodshed, destined to incur the wrath of the sea god. The police department was accustomed to such cases. The rebels often acted impulsively, devoid of reason, showing no inclination to report. It was precisely for this reason that Dean easily obtained the complete interrogation report, yet the findings astonished him. The testimony was fabricated. He was lying. This was Dean's first thought upon reviewing the report, for he recognized the perpetrator. By his account, he would rather identify himself as a rebel than admit to being affiliated with the gang. Was that not courting disaster? Dean cautiously lifted his gaze to the unfazed Joyce Best, quickly lowering his head to say, Baron, you may not be aware, but in cases involving rebels, the police might opt for a simpler resolution, preferring to avoid complications. However, if it is discovered that the local gang is attempting to target a noble, that would be a grave matter. Different positions lead to divergent perspectives. The police force largely comprised locals and half-breeds, some of whom naturally sympathized with the rebels. Yet the gang fell under the direct jurisdiction of the police department and could not afford to err. Joyce pieced together the intricacies and inquired gravely, how will that perpetrator be dealt with? 2 days in confinement, a fine, and then released. Dean recalled his own experiences within the gang and promptly responded. Very well. Joyce inquired again. Would you be willing to assist me with a favor? That is the purpose of my visit today. Dean suppressed his inner excitement. Bowing his head even lower, it would be my honor, esteemed Baron. Joyce raised his teacup and took a sip, his tone gentle as he remarked. I am a proponent of equitable exchange. I hope that by the time we meet again, the entire matter will have been thoroughly investigated. What do you think? As you wish, Dean replied, achieving the most desirable outcome, and discreetly took his leave. After hearing the entire exchange, Harry suggested, should we inform Mr. Thomas? There is no need to blow things out of proportion over unverified matters. Besides, didn't I commission Mr. Dean to investigate? He will provide me with a satisfactory answer. Joyce asserted confidently, then noticed Sophia beside him, hesitating to speak. What do you wish to say? He prompted. Why doesn't he report to his superior? Sophia queried, pointing in the direction Dean had departed. Joyce shot her a sidelong glance, because he is more astute than you. He is also an ambitious individual. Chapter 13, The Apothecary. The nominal highest authority of the Rothda Isles is Governor Georgine. There exists a leisure club in Byam known as Rothda, a property of the Negan family. Initially, membership was exclusive to the people of Rune, but as locals began to occupy the majority of lower-tier positions, the club gradually opened its doors to all. Of course, all is used in quotations. The hefty annual fee deters many. On Saturday, May 26th, Joyce finally extricated himself from tedious social obligations and accepted an invitation to the Rothda Club. General Gordon, middle-aged yet retaining a youthful countenance, with a round face clad in casual attire, appeared to have just engaged in a heated argument, striding out with an expression of indignation. Upon spotting Joyce, he displayed unmistakable surprise. Your Excellency, Joyce stood at attention, recognizing a true soldier. The general appraised him from head to toe, nodding in satisfaction. You appear to be in good spirits now. You resemble a man at last. Then, with a bittersweet sigh, he patted Joyce on the shoulder. I feel remorse over William's situation. However, before I retire, I hope to see a star on your shoulder. This was an encouragement for him to enlist. With a general as a backing, a career as an officer is quite promising, if he had not chosen the path of an assassin. Joyce silently grappled with his thoughts, skillfully sidestepping the topic. I shall endeavor to fulfill my father's legacy and restore our family's glory. I eagerly anticipate that day. The general managed to smile. Go on. Don't keep your friends waiting too long. I shall see you at next week's banquet. After bidding farewell to the venerable general, Joyce traversed the paddock and entered the lounge area, where he soon discovered Charlie engaged in lively conversation with a handsome, long-haired man. Thomas, an agent who styled himself as a poet, was the second son of a prominent senator for Bakerland, unable to inherit a title. Thus he joined the MI9. Perhaps due to their personalities, the three rapidly became close friends after their introduction. Long time no see. After embracing his two dear friends, Joyce took a seat. Thomas, unable to mask his astonishment, exclaimed, when Charlie mentioned your significant transformation, I didn't believe him. Now it appears you are like a different person altogether. What does not kill me makes me stronger, Joyce replied. A storm is brewing above. Charlie and Joyce simultaneously thumped their fists against their left chests, while Thomas quietly observed. A devotee of the goddess of night. Cheers. The trio clinked their glasses, and Charlie urged Thomas to continue with the news he had begun to share. What news? Joyce inquired, curiosity piqued. Thomas cleared his throat, adjusting to a more comfortable position. Recently, the military suffered a considerable setback on the southern continent. A war involving extraordinary beings, oh. Charlie interjected. Indeed, Thomas continued. The military's extraordinary unit encountered members of the Rose sect while exploring a relic, leading to a violent clash that resulted in significant casualties and the loss of a valuable seal. Noticing Charlie's eagerness to speak, Thomas quickly shut down the topic. The military won't let this slide, will they? Joyce speculated. What is the Rose sect? Charlie found a new point of curiosity and posed his question. A malevolent organization formed by a bunch of lunatics who worship a dark deity known as the Bound God and possess knowledge of aberrations and the path of the apothecary. The apothecary? Charlie suddenly raised his voice. Observing the peculiar expressions on their faces, he smiled with a complex countenance. I heard the apothecary is skilled in healing and saving lives. How can they be lunatics? Those who worship dark gods, even if they're not mad now, are potential lunatics, Thomas stated firmly, fixing his gaze on Charlie. Is it not true that if one does not worship dark gods, one will not go mad? Charlie mused, letting out a forlorn sigh, then turned to Joyce. Do you recall the potion I gave you to enhance your abilities? I concocted it myself. I am now an extraordinary being, an apothecary of Sequence 9. This is the moment I called you both here to announce. Damn, didn't you promise not to disclose that? Joyce's thoughts momentarily froze before rapidly spinning back into action. Where did you obtain the formula for the potion? Charlie lowered his head, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, for my teacher. She presented me with two options. One was the path of the apothecary. The other would grant luck. Why does that sound so familiar? Isn't that the style of a life school? Your teacher is a member of a life school? Joyce swiftly recalled the plump apothecary Darkwell, who kept an owl. So, you chose to become an apothecary. Charlie straightened his back, speaking resolutely. It is a man's choice. Good. Joyce raised his glass, giving Charlie a thumbs up to men. Noticing no one clinking glasses with him, he took a solitary sip, glancing at the serious Thomas and the worried Charlie. Joyce reassured them, stay calm. Things haven't spiraled out of control yet. That's the spirit. Joyce then asked Thomas, do you know about the life school? Seeing his perplexed expression, Joyce sighed. Well, it seems you are unaware. As far as I know, the life school is an ancient organization that is relatively orderly, with members advocating for an absolutely rational world, dividing the realms of spirit and matter into three, passing down knowledge in a master-disciple manner. Their leader is a lovely little snake, Joyce silently added in his heart. Charlie was clearly a novice among extraordinary beings, possessing scant understanding of these esoteric subjects. He listened with only a vague comprehension, reassured that his teacher was not a cultist and that he would not descend into madness. So, I want to be sent to trial then? For now, that is the case. Wonderful, Charlie exclaimed, vigorously patting Joyce on the shoulder. Dear brother, Just come to me for any potions you desire in the future. Let us not mention this topic. We are still good friends." Joyce shrugged, observing Thomas's expression of bewilderment, as if pondering who he was, where he was, and what he should say. He explained, "I found a notebook left by my father, which has allowed me to learn much about mystical knowledge. Regardless, Charlie won't run away, will he?" Thomas raised his glass and downed its contents in one gulp, his mind a whirlwind. After a few days apart, his two good friends had transformed, one into an extraordinary being of a secret organization, and the other had become more knowledgeable than he, an official. Never underestimate the extraordinary world. It is countless times more perilous than you can imagine. Perhaps you might inadvertently witness something you should not, or hear sinister whispers, and that could attract the attention of dark gods. At that point, no one will be able to save you, Charlie warned, casting a glance at Joyce, who confirmed the truth of his words. "All right, I understand." Chapter 14. The secrets between people remain unshared. Charlie, an inherent optimist, effortlessly dispelled the tense atmosphere under his leadership. Thomas, engulfed in self-doubt, took a sip of his drink to steady his nerves and resumed sharing recent news. Major General Gordon is currently idling at home. The military publicly claims it's a vacation, but in truth, it is a dismissal. No wonder he has the time to host banquets, Joyce thought to himself, while astutely linking William's sacrifice with Gordon's removal. Drawing upon his extensive knowledge of history from his previous life, he surmised that this situation was likely the consequence of a failed struggle among military factions. Thus, he directly inquired, "Why?" Uncertain, Thomas shook his head and replied in an airy tone, "Rumor has it that it may be related to the recent resurgence of missing persons." "Hey," Charlie scoffed. "When has human trafficking ever truly disappeared?" Thomas made no rebuttal, but merely added, "The scale of this discovery is astonishing. Reports indicate that several small tribes from the southern continent and all residents of an unnamed island near Rothda have mysteriously vanished without a trace. By your account, this does not seem like something ordinary individuals could accomplish, at least not General Gordon." Charlie, whose father was a major general before retirement, understood the power and authority of a major general well enough to know that such a significant affair could not be concealed from the intelligence department. That is due to higher powers covering it up. Our Majesty the King must have already discovered the Black Emperor's tomb and begun the trafficking of people for burial sites. Joyce immediately considered the final layer of this grim revelation and raised his voice slightly, asserting, given General Gordon's character, he would never participate in such matters. Thomas regarded him with a deep gaze before explaining. Hence, it is merely speculation. There might be other reasons behind Major General Gordon's dismissal. Well then, let us speak of something more amusing following this. Thomas divulged no further valuable news, and their conversation gradually veered toward gossip and women. Time swiftly passed as they engaged in light-hearted banter with a close friend. Presenting his credentials to the fully armed guards, he entered the heavily guarded building, the headquarters of the intelligence department on the Rothda Islands. Due to it being the weekend, few staff members were present, with only the essential personnel maintaining basic operations. Thomas greeted familiar colleagues and, with practiced ease, navigated the labyrinthine corridors to his superior's office. Taking a deep breath, he knocked on the door. "Come the officer, an over-30 man scribbling fervently at his desk, looked up to reveal a weathered face marked by a prominent scar near his left eye. His voice was heavy and commanding. "Good to see you, Joyce Best." "Yes, sir," Thomas reported directly. "I used Major General Gordon's dismissal to segue into the missing persons case." His demeanor showed no signs of abnormality, indicating he is likely unaware of the matter. Let us not jump to conclusions. What if he is merely putting on an act? The scarred-faced officer sat upright in his chair, speaking slowly. Thomas considered arguing that he knew Joyce well enough that he could not deceive him, yet he chose silence instead. "Yes, sir, as per your instructions, I provided him with a contact for a military informant. Has he become an extraordinary individual as he wished?" Reflecting on the shock Joyce had imparted to him that morning, Thomas pondered for a moment before responding. A person who begins to pursue extraordinary power after the death of his father cannot lack motivation. Let us first aid Joyce in becoming extraordinary. I believe he will lead us to the truth. The scarred-faced officer forced a grim smile. "Once this task is completed, your contributions will accumulate sufficiently to elevate you to the rank of interrogator in Sequence 7. Go now, and do not disappoint me." "Yes, sir." Thomas stood at attention and saluted. Unlike his previous visit marked by Navet, he now confidently ordered a rather palatable Vados, rapping on the gaming room door. Indeed, Tianping was playing cards, albeit with a different set of opponents. Have you drained the wallets of those previous fellows? Joyce raised his glass in a toast, and Tianping smiled back, passing his cards to an underling before silently moving to the room where the two had previously discussed the commission. Has there been any progress on my commission? Joyce set down his glass, looking at the self-assured Tianping. Tianping retrieved a stack of documents from behind the cabinet and, crossing his legs, declared, "This individual is remarkably cautious and possesses strong counter-surveillance abilities. My team faced considerable challenges to obtain this information. Regardless, I will not increase the fee." Joyce internally scoffed as he flipped through the documents rapidly. It turned out that Locke was merely an alias. Chloe was his true name from his piratical days. For a pirate, Chloe's bounty was only 200 pounds, making him the favored target of adventurers and the Navy alike. Not overly powerful, but with a bountiful reward. Pirates of his caliber typically either join large pirate crews or become bounty targets, but Chloe was different. He consistently managed to evade danger, identifying merchant ships with weak defenses that yielded significant profits, and in nearly a decade, he had never encountered a major crisis. As such, he earned the moniker Lucky Chloe, though insiders revealed Chloe preferred to be called Cunning Chloe. Following the legend of Lucky Chloe, more and more sought to capture him as a treasure, yet Chloe retired, vanishing without a trace, leaving even his crew members without news. Yet, there are no secrets that remain hidden. As Emperor Roselle once stated, wherever one has walked, traces must remain. Chloe harbored a fatal quirk, an obsession with young girls and boys, reaching a pathological level that ultimately exposed his whereabouts. Finally, the documents indicated Chloe as current residence, 52 Plitt Street. This investigative report is astonishingly detailed, as though someone had coerced Chloe into writing it down. Joyce scrutinized the self-satisfied Tianping, pondering, surely he did not acquire this intelligence from the Navy? Excellent, I am quite satisfied. Joyce extracted 80 pounds in cash and handed it to Tianping, preparing to rise and depart, only to be called back by the latter. Baron, wait a moment. Is there something else? Tianping leisurely picked up a golden parchment, wafting an enticing aroma, reminding him, Chloe's bounty has yet to be rescinded. If you need a channel to claim the bounty, given our relationship, I can offer a discount. How does he know I intend to eliminate Chloe? Rather, it should be said that unless there is a hostile relationship, no one would expend such resources investigating a same-sex target. Furthermore, Tianping is an informant for the military and may not adhere to the industry's code of secrecy towards clients. Joyce suddenly became alert, quickly formulating a response. I'm also acting on behalf of another. Should the need arise, I will come to you. I await your esteemed presence. This time, Tianping made no further attempts to detain him, but instead watched Joyce exit with narrowed eyes. Chapter 15. Who truly listens to the heart? Sophia sensed something was amiss with the Baron today. Upon reflection, this change could be traced back to Tuesday of this week, when he was rather neurotic, leaving the room in disarray, leading her to suspect he might be suffering from mania. Yet, in the following days, the Baron had returned to normalcy. Do not overthink it. Sophia, focus on your duties. She wrapped herself in a warm blanket, gently patted her soft cheeks, and slowly drifted into slumber. The night was dim, casting the entire city under a muted crimson moonlight, with gas lamps flickering along the streets as if to scare away the nighttime wanderers. Were it not for the need for discretion, he might have considered donning a cloak. He intended to visit Plitt Street to scout Chloe's residence. Boss Scout? He was no thief. He intends to survey the terrain while simultaneously verifying the veracity of the findings presented by the balance. After all, there is an ancient adage in the gluttonous empire: to know oneself and to know one's enemy is to be victorious in 100 battles. Although tonight's expedition is merely a reconnaissance mission, he prudently arms himself to the teeth, for survival is paramount to any endeavor. In his previous life, the most exhilarating experience he had was merely traversing a haunted house. Now, he finds himself thrust into the realm of assassination, which inevitably causes Joyce a twinge of anxiety as he allows his mind to wander, reflecting on the issues he had encountered while formulating plans earlier that afternoon. The which Emily had mentioned that Chloe once resided on Inmat Street, a fact corroborated by the investigative report obtained from the balance. Yet he has since relocated to Plitt Street. What could have prompted such a move? Moreover, the exceedingly detailed report made no mention of Emily, leaving Joyce further perplexed regarding the witch's intentions. Plitt Street, number 52. He has found it. One who possesses dark vision cannot lose their way in shadows. The house is enveloped in darkness, devoid of light, aligning perfectly with his suspicions. Joyce recalls that the report indicated Chloe harbors a pathological obsession with young boys and girls, having caused much mischief during his piratical days, though he has since moderated his behavior, often resorting to monetary means to satisfy his desires, frequently spending nights away. It seems fortune smiles upon me, Joyce muses, maintaining his vigilance as he peers through the glass window into the interior. Living room, bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, yet no figures are discernible. He cautiously opens the window, controlling his movements to avoid making a sound, and in that focused state, he notices a card fluttering down from the crevice of the window. A trap, an ambush? Joyce's initial reaction is alarm, but he quickly realizes that the house is unoccupied. With a swift push from his toes, he springs onto the windowsill, grasping the still falling card. It bears the image of a jester, an ace from a deck of cards. Cautious enough, yet unfortunate to encounter me, a more resolute assassin. Joyce inspects the layout of the living room, analyzing potential hiding spots. This knowledge, seemingly useless from his past life of reading novels, now proves invaluable. The room is equipped with gas lamps. The switch is located to the left of the door. The living room suffers from poor lighting, and while the staircase offers concealment, it is too far from the entrance. The railing separating the first and second floors can bear his weight, but not for long. After simulating various scenarios in his mind, Joyce deems his plan feasible. However, just as he prepares to leave, he keenly hears indistinct footsteps approaching from outside the door. Peering through the crack, he spies a middle-aged man with silver-framed glasses approaching, Chloe himself. At this moment, two paths lie before Joyce. The safest choice is to retreat immediately, even if discovered by Chloe. He could likely escape into the darkness, though subsequent attempts at assassination would become significantly more challenging. Alternatively, he could seize the moment and strike now, but Chloe's unusual presence outside indicates he may have sensed something amiss. After a brief hesitation, Joyce makes his decision. Chloe is a jester. His past has been vividly detailed in the Balance S report. The difference now lies in his survival. It is not mere luck that has allowed him to thrive, but rather his reliance on divination and caution. Upon realizing his notoriety, he resolutely exited the pirating lifestyle, using a mysterious artifact to elude pursuit. In retirement, he has lived comfortably on the wealth amassed during his piratical endeavors until he was compelled to join a clandestine organization, the Witch Cult. He found hope for advancement, yet at the cost of his freedom. Had he not known that someone within the organization could curse from a distance, Chloe would have fled long ago. Even a pirate would be aware of the fate that befalls those who worship malevolent deities. Today, as usual, he disseminated the information he received before seeking pleasure at the Red Theater. After indulging with a familiar young girl, she suddenly mentioned that someone had inquired about him, causing Chloe to become alert. He recalled the assassination attempt from a few days prior. Although he had emerged unscathed and had severely wounded the assailant, he prudently decided to change his residence. Was that assassination merely coincidental? Is someone targeting me? He immediately took out his crystal to divine. I will face danger today. I will face danger today. After repeating this 7 times, the crystal began to rotate clockwise, neither hastily nor sluggishly, indicating that today posed no threat. Satisfied with this outcome, Chloe felt a sense of relief. However, his inherent caution compelled him to disregard the girl's pleas and to rise, deciding to relocate immediately. Throughout his journey, he remained vigilant, wary of any potential dangers that might arise. Fortunately, he arrived at his new abode safely. The house was shrouded in darkness, exuding a sense of homely tranquility. Once again, divination had saved me. Chloe turned the key, stepped over the threshold, switched on the gas lamp, and swiftly surveyed the area, relieved to find that all his minor traps remained undisturbed. Yet, in an instant, as the gas lamp extinguished, he was jolted by the sound of wind rushing past him. A vivid image of his throat being pierced flashing through his mind. This was the jester's ominous premonition. Without hesitation, he rolled forward, narrowly avoiding a deadly strike, his hasty maneuver causing him to collide with the door. Ignoring the pain, he quickly turned, pressing his back against the wooden door, retrieving a stack of cards from his coat pocket, preparing for the impending confrontation. However, before him lay only the pitch-black expanse of the living room, devoid of any shadows. The crimson moon above had, at some point, been obscured by clouds. Another assassination attempt, and this one is even more perilous than the last. He is improving. Chloe held his breath, his eyes darting around, seeking the assailant. Joyce crouched in the corner, acutely aware of the card Chloe clutched, and recalling Chloe's evasive actions during Joyce's earlier attack, swiftly deduced He is not an extraordinary being relying on luck, but rather a jester versed in divination. Clutching the oath-breaker blade, feeling the inexhaustible power coursing through him, Joyce earnestly contemplated how to break the deadlock. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly heard Chloe speak. It seems the last injury was not sufficiently profound, emboldening you to return so soon to meet your demise. Last time? What last time? Joyce instinctively pondered, hesitating momentarily. I found you. Chloe's voice rang out with excitement. Simultaneously, Joyce felt as if lead were poured into his mind, a tumult of panic and uncertainty overwhelming him, even to the point of wishing to flee. Fueled by a primal desire for survival, he struggled to suppress his emotions, forcefully kicking the nearby sofa to shield himself from the oncoming cards that sliced through the air like blades. This is not the jester's ability. He possesses a miraculous artifact, the audience pathway. As the sofa blocked their line of sight, Joyce's composure gradually returned, drawing upon his extensive knowledge of the arcane. He quickly surmised the cause of his earlier near loss of control. He then observed Chloe dodging to the left. Without hesitation, Joyce gripped the oathbreaker blade firmly in hand, propelled himself off the ground, and lunged at his adversary. The sofa thudded heavily to the ground, producing a dull thump, uncertain if it would attract the neighbor's attention. Knowing full well that danger lurked in his vicinity, he pressed forward with the assassination, believing this time he would claim Chloe's life. A teasing smile danced upon Chloe's lips as vivid images of a pierced heart flashed through his mind. With a confident step back, he grasped a playing card in his right hand, poised to unleash it like a dagger to sever his enemy's throat. Now was the moment. He flung the card forth, already envisioning the scene of blood splattering. Alas, reality often defies expectations. Chloe recalled another saying from his pirate father: deadly danger always strikes just as victory seems within reach. Instead of witnessing the enemy's head roll as imagined, he felt a searing pain radiate from his chest. Lowering his gaze, he beheld a long sword embedded in the very spot where his heart resided, his blood and warmth rapidly ebbing away as he fell helplessly backward. Chloe was dead, his final thought being, I had foretold that today held no danger. The art of divination had saved him countless times. It was in this last moment that it led to his demise. As he watched his adversary collapse in defeat, Joyce removed the playing card that had been affixed to his clothing, depicting a jester, a wild card. He stood still, unwittingly closing his eyes, perhaps attuning himself to some unseen sensation. He experienced a hollow emptiness after the thrill had faded, coupled with the disorientation of having taken another's life. Yet more than anything, there was an indescribable feeling brought on by the digestion of the potion, as if a heavy burden had been suddenly lifted. Was it merely an assassination? Was the extent of this sensation not a tad exaggerated? The most crucial truth was this: one is only a true assassin at the moment of the kill. Had Chloe not inexplicably appeared tonight, Joyce's original intent was to seek out the apothecary Charlie for some lethal or hallucinogenic concoctions, ensuring a more comprehensive preparation for the assassination success. However, the outcome was still acceptable, though the process had been perilous. It aligned well with the nature of an assassin dancing on the edge of a blade. He rifled through Chloe's pockets, discovering an assortment of trinkets, including the playing card, a crystal bracelet, and a handful of coins, along with several pounds in cash. Were the extraordinary items? Were the wondrous artifacts that had previously sent him into a frenzy? Soon, Joyce's gaze locked onto Chloe's eyes. The left was a normal black, while the right bore an eerie golden hue. How revolting! With a cruel determination, Joyce gouged out Chloe's right eye, not daring to linger, but rather placing it directly into a metal cigarette case for safekeeping. After this ordeal, the wound in the corpse's chest ceased to bleed, coagulating into a luminescent blood clot, an extraordinary trait belonging to the 8th sequence jester, now once again claimed by Joyce. Next, he conducted a meticulous search of the entire house, yielding scant results, finding only a meager sum of paper currency that did not exceed 100 gold pounds. Was this all the treasure a pirate captain possessed? Impossible. Joyce meticulously searched for hidden mechanisms or secret chambers, yet perhaps he truly lacked the aptitude for such endeavors, emerging once more empty-handed. It was time to resort to his final gambit. He went to the kitchen, procured 2 loaves of white bread, and tore them in half, placing the pieces in the 4 corners of the room. He intended to continue milking the source. Fuxing Xianyuan Xinzuan. Fuxing Xianyuan Taiyangjian. The familiar gray mist appeared before him, only to dissipate swiftly. Joyce smirked, contemplating the month still available for further exploitation. as he made his way to the bedroom to uncover the mechanisms. Why did people always favor hiding secret chambers beside their beds? He muttered to himself while unearthing a trove of valuable items from the concealed space. Most were materials rich in spiritual essence, which, based on his meager knowledge of mysticism, appeared to be essential for performing ritualistic magic. The only truly precious item was a vial of liquid in Joyce's possession. Though unrecognizable, its abundant spirituality was undeniable, especially considering Chloe had been a jester for many years, leaving room for the possibility of further ascension. It was likely the primary ingredient for the seventh sequence magician's potion. What a bountiful haul! Additionally, he discovered a stack of banknotes, roughly estimating 300 to 400 pounds, and to Joyce's surprise, beneath the golden pounds lay a portrait of a woman. The woman in the painting was strikingly beautiful, exuding an alluring charm, with a beauty mark between her brows that enhanced her allure. Appearing to be around 25 or 26 years old. Who was this woman? Gilo es lover. No, he did not seem to favor such types. A benefactor, perhaps, or an enemy. Without any clues to ponder, Joyce chose to dismiss the thought, packing away the extraordinary materials while grappling with how to dispose of the body. After a brief contemplation, he seized the house keys and departed, leaving the crime scene untouched. Chapter 17. An unfortunate twist of fate. At 14, Storm Street. The servants lost in their dreams were blissfully unaware that their Lord Baron was an assassin executing justice under the cover of night. Did it not resemble that bad? No, at least I do not don a mask or a cape, nor do I kill. He methodically organized his spoils, leaving only the eye-shaped artifact, which he could ascertain was indeed a wondrous item from the audience's pathway. During the recent battle, Joyce had experienced a slight emotional fluctuation, which Chloe had seized upon, driving him into a frenzy and nearly resulting in his untimely demise. This was distinct from the Desire Apostle's manipulation of emotions. The audience could merely amplify feelings, rendering the enemy incapable of resistance, but could not directly slay them. What would be its negative effects? As Joyce gazed at the golden pupil before him, he felt its value intensify, instinctively clutching it in his palm. Under the influence of its spirituality, Joyce discerned the purpose of the pupil. It was a remnant of a psychologist, endowed with the abilities of intimidation, frenzy, and psychological suggestion. An exceptionally fine magical item. One could only wonder how Chloe had acquired it. Perhaps he was indeed fortunate. But now it belonged to me, Joyce thought joyfully, noting the encroaching twilight. And then he stripped off his clothes to sleep. Yet, in his hand, he still clutched the golden pupil. The following morning, Sophia rose early and, after tending to some trifles, found herself waiting for breakfast, only to realize the Baron had yet to make an appearance. "Baron, are you there?" she called out louder, repeating it twice, but the room remained silent, causing her to feel a pang of anxiety. Casting aside her composure, she opened the door and discovered Joyce lying in bed, his expression shifting from furrowed brows to an enigmatic smile. Gathering her courage, she approached the bedside and reached out to test his breath, relieved to find a steady rhythm. She attempted to rouse Joyce, but to no avail. As she turned to seek Mr. Harry, she inadvertently noticed that the Baron was grasping a golden pupil in his palm. Initially startled, she was soon captivated by the seemingly precious artifact, as if it were a rare treasure, instinctively snatching it from the Baron's hand. When Joyce awoke, he beheld the sight of the maid cradling the golden pupil with both hands, her eyes reflecting a soft golden glow as she chanted something reverently. "Give me that," Joyce commanded in a low voice. To his surprise, the maid, abandoning her usual docility, quickly concealed her hands behind her back, defiantly declaring, "No." Joyce was taken aback momentarily, then resignedly covered his face with his hand. He understood this was not the maid's true intention, merely the influence of that magical artifact's negative effects. The golden pupil did not possess the traits of a living being, yet its adverse effects were undeniably malevolent. Upon making eye contact, one would subconsciously be drawn to it, as if under a psychological suggestion, instinctively wishing to keep it close. Moreover, it could read minds, coaxing individuals to reveal their innermost thoughts, rendering it the eye of social death. If that were all, it would be bearable, but regrettably, it harbored even graver side effects. Within every individual lies an inescapable presence of clandestine malevolent thoughts, capable of transforming these concealed evils into reality, gradually leading one to accept such behavior as normal. This is akin to the morbid obsession of Klaus, who coerces young boys and girls without a hint of remorse. To put it succinctly, Prolonged engagement with this extraordinary artifact will inevitably rob you of the opportunity to be a virtuous person, all while remaining blissfully unaware. Beware the audience, indeed. Observing the maid's wide-eyed expression of defiance, Joyce relinquished any lingering hopes and took it upon himself to seize the eye of social death. After carefully storing the eye away, Joyce offered words of comfort. "Fear not. I understand that is not your true sentiment." Upon hearing this, Sophia felt an increased sense of embarrassment. Yet a more intriguing question lingered in her mind. "What exactly is that, Joyce sighed. The current circumstances were utterly unexpected. Yet he had to acknowledge the truth before him. In a certain sense, Sophia had saved him, though he would have eventually awakened to other stimuli even without her. "Are you familiar with the extraordinary ones?" Sophia tilted her head, pondering for a moment before tentatively responding. "Those individuals in legends who possess wondrous abilities?" "Precisely," Joyce nodded. "Extraordinary ones are a group of individuals who, for various reasons, have acquired remarkable powers. They conceal themselves among ordinary people, living out their own lives on the other side of the world. Mr. Baron, are you one of them?" "Indeed, I am an extraordinary one." Before the maid could finish her thought, Joyce interjected, "What brings you to my room?" Realizing, Sophia quickly replied, "It is already breakfast time, and you have yet to appear. Mr. Harry sent me to check on you, and then—" It was as she had suspected. Joyce continued to probe, "So Mr. Harry might come to inquire about what transpired at any moment?" "That should be the case, yes." Sophia's voice wavered slightly. "In that case, you should first inform Harry that I simply overslept." Joyce stepped forward, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder, speaking softly. "If you have any inquiries, come to the study after breakfast. I will do my utmost to satisfy your curiosity." "Very well, Mr. Baron." Sophia slightly inclined her body, instinctively accepting this resolution. Everything appeared to return to normalcy as the servants presented the prepared dishes, with no one noticing this minor peculiarity. The Baron merely overslept. It was hardly a matter of consequence. Surely, that was the consensus among all, even Mr. Harry, yet I alone understood the true reason. As the sumptuous breakfast tasted bland in her mouth, Sophia gazed at the seemingly unfazed Joyce, her thoughts bubbling like effervescence in boiling water. The Baron was an extraordinary one, possessing some unknown wondrous ability. Could he perhaps fly? Was his recent peculiar behavior a result of this, as he had claimed to survive on the other side of the world? It sounded incredibly cool. After enduring the busy moments, Sophia approached the study door with a cup of coffee, suddenly feeling a bit timid. Gathering her courage, she knocked gently. "Enter." Sophia placed the coffee on the desk, discovering the Baron engrossed in writing a letter. Soon, he placed the letter and a key into an empty envelope, instructing her, "Please summon Harry." "Ah, are we discussing the extraordinary ones? Why summon Mr. Harry?" With a belly full of questions, Sophia momentarily failed to grasp the situation. Joyce sealed the envelope with red wax, and, noticing her reaction, chuckled. "So, upon uncovering my little secret, you decide to disobey?" "Not at all," Sophia replied, her cheeks flushing, quickly calling for Mr. Harry. Joyce took a sip of coffee that suited his taste and addressed Harry. "Do you remember that local policeman named Dean? Can you locate him?" "Certainly." Joyce produced the envelope. "Deliver this to him and send someone immediately." "Understood, Mr. Baron." Harry accepted the envelope and exited the study. Joyce leaned back in his chair, regarding the young and beautiful maid. "Now, it's time to address your queries." Chapter 18. I should sit down first. Sophia took a seat in the chair opposite Joyce, barely settling in, her heart beginning to feel constrained with unease. "The coffee tastes delightful. Did you brew it?" "Yes." "I noticed you prefer not to drink plain coffee." After speaking, Sophia discreetly glanced up at him. "I hadn't realized your observational skills were quite so keen," Joyce mused internally, recognizing the maid's tension. Leaning forward with elbows resting on the table, he feigned intimidation. "What are you afraid of? Are you worried that I am an evil sorcerer who, upon discovering your secret, will resort to silencing you?" "Not all." For reasons unknown, Sophia found a sense of reassurance in the Baron's familiar teasing. "Shall it be a question and answer session, or shall I speak while you listen?" Sophia remained silent, indicating her preference. Thus, Joyce began a selective discourse. In the Second Era, following the emergence of humanity, the extraordinary ones became active across various continents, aiding humankind in surviving the oppression of giants, dragons, elves, and other beings. From the Fourth Era onwards, humanity ascended as the masters of all continents, and the extraordinary powers began to recede, with the Church of the Seven Gods emerging as the most powerful organization of extraordinary ones. Pausing momentarily, Joyce noted Sophia's astonished expression, though he paid it no mind. Continuing, as previously mentioned, the extraordinary ones are individuals endowed with remarkable abilities, capable of manipulating flames, solidifying frost, becoming invisible, and flying. Any phenomenon that exists within the realms of your imagination can indeed be realized. To become an extraordinary one must consume corresponding potions, categorized into 22 pathways based on the abilities and powers acquired. The Church of the Seven Gods possesses various potion recipes for these pathways. Furthermore, the extraordinary world hosts numerous clandestine organizations, most of which operate in the shadows and are frequently pursued by official forces. The nefarious and cruel sacrificial rituals you may have heard of are largely orchestrated by them, merely to appease the malevolent deities they worship. Thus, the extraordinary world is not as mystically enchanting as you might dream. Rather, it constantly faces dangers that arise not only from external sources, but also from the extraordinary ones themselves. While gaining extraordinary power, these individuals simultaneously succumb to the corruption of that power. Losing control is a common occurrence, with the constant threat of plummeting into the abyss and transforming into the very monstrosity they despise. So tell me, are you still intrigued by the prospect of becoming an extraordinary one? The maid averted her gaze, concealing her expression, leaving her thoughts a mystery. Joyce, feeling parched, took a generous sip of the still warm coffee. Suddenly, Sophia lifted her head, asking, "What are the 22 pathways?" Coughing slightly, Joyce nearly spat out his coffee. "My dear, your focus seems misplaced." He shrugged, exasperated. "I am merely a newly initiated extraordinary one, currently residing at the very bottom of the extraordinary world. How could I possibly know everything? Though I truly do know much, I cannot disclose it to you." Observing the maid's guilty expression for asking what she deemed a foolish question, he added, "However, I do have some insight, such as regarding the observer pathway." Sophia's eyes sparkled with curiosity as Joyce elaborated. Extraordinary ones of the observer pathway excel in observation, discerning the psychological activities of others, comprehending their true inner thoughts, and subtly influencing or even altering their behaviors through suggestion. "That golden eye," Joyce nodded, affirming her deduction. "Indeed, that is a wondrous artifact of the observer pathway." Subsequently, he elucidated a plethora of extraordinary knowledge about the world. Upon noticing that the maid exhibited signs of intellectual indigestion, he promptly ceased his discourse and reassured her, saying, "You have ample time to contemplate. When you have truly grasped the implications of your choices, convey your decision to me, provided that I am still alive by then." Dean was now exhilarated and brimming with pride. To encapsulate his emotions in the words of an ancient poem, it would undoubtedly be, "The spring breeze brings a swift horse, and in a single day I behold the blossoms of Chang'an." He vividly recalled the expressions of astonishment, confusion, envy, and jealousy that all the officers displayed when he received the letter dispatched by Baron Best. After tomorrow, the entire precinct would be privy to this matter, granting him an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. However, as he unwrapped the letter alone, Dean felt a twinge of anxiety, for he had yet to ascertain the specifics of Baron Best's instructions, having only gleaned a few hints. Fortunately, the letter made no mention of this issue. The Baron instructed him to proceed immediately to 52 Prie Street to address the anomalies within that residence. Yet, the nature of these anomalies was not disclosed. Save for the inclusion of a key, Dean dared not delay. He even summoned a carriage without a hint of remorse, for he understood that completing his task successfully would yield greater rewards. Prie Street was not particularly affluent, populated by middle-class individuals with stable jobs. Yet the property prices and rents were beyond Dean's means as a police officer. After alighting near house number 50 and settling the fare, Dean shook his head and quickly surveyed his surroundings. Though he remained unaware of why Baron Best had cautioned him to exercise caution, it did not deter his habitual prudence, a survival instinct honed during his time in the underworld. Upon witnessing the scene in the living room, Dean furrowed his brow. He had encountered death before, and dismemberment was not unfamiliar to him. What perplexed him was why a noble baron would entrust him with the task of handling a corpse. As he drew closer, he noticed a wanted poster beside the body, bearing the name Lucky Clow, a pirate with a bounty of 200 pounds, and the likeness on the poster bore an uncanny resemblance to the deceased. Pirates were a common sight in Byam, and the corpses of pirates were not rare. Yet a pirate's corpse valued at 200 pounds lay outside Dean's realm of knowledge. His initial instinct was to abscond with the bounty. However, upon reflection, he pondered whether Baron's best decision to entrust him with this task signified trust or caution. He dared not gamble, nor did he wish to. With safer and more transparent avenues for advancement available, only a fool would choose to take risks. Having come to this realization, Dean swiftly cleaned the bloodstains from the living room, restored the scattered furniture, and concealed the body within a large burlap sack, all without drawing any attention. Unbeknownst to him, as night fell, a shadow stealthily infiltrated the dwelling, circumnavigated it, and departed in confusion. After dinner, Joyce was pondering a matter in his bedroom when Sophia suddenly knocked and entered, resolutely stating, "I have made my decision. I wish to become extraordinary. I want to be an observer." Chapter 19, The Storm Church. To become an observer? Joyce was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that the maid would arrive at such a decision so swiftly. Moreover, why did she wish to become an observer? Was it merely because he had introduced her to the extraordinary abilities associated with that path? Nevertheless, since she had made a commitment, and her choice aligned with his expectations, Joyce had no intention of opposing her. He began counting on his fingers. An observer is of sequence 9, its formula valued at 200 pounds, and the materials required to concoct the potion total at least 400 pounds. How much money do you possess? What? Is there a cost involved? Sophia had to admit that she had completely overlooked this crucial question. The funds she had saved over a decade of work were merely sufficient to purchase a single formula. And that was only for sequence 9. Glancing at Joyce, who maintained a smile, she felt as though countless golden lists were mocking her, and for the first time, she found the Baron's face exceedingly loathsome. "It appears you lack sufficient funds." Joyce's words were akin to adding fuel to the flames. Before the maid could unleash her frustration, he swiftly interjected, "However, it is quite a coincidence that I happen to possess a formula for the observer's potion." He waved the freshly penned formula in his hand, capturing the maid's attention. Sophia glanced up briefly, but in her mind, she thought, even if I had the formula, I wouldn't be able to afford the potion's materials. It would be nothing more than a worthless piece of paper. I might as well keep my money. I didn't realize you were such a miser. Joyce had no choice but to lay everything bare. "How about this? I will gift you the observer's formula and assist you in sourcing the main ingredients. But upon becoming extraordinary, you must continue to work for me. What do you say? Deal? I never intended to stop working for you." Sophia shot him a strange look, seeing numerous gold coins slipping away due to the Baron's folly, and she readily agreed. After handing the formula to the maid, Joyce cautioned, "Do not harbor excessive expectations. Although it is merely sequence 9, if luck does not favor you, it is not uncommon to take a year and a half to gather the potion materials." "All right, I understand," Sophia replied dismissively, her thoughts entirely consumed by the formula, as if she were trying to extract the materials from the parchment itself. Joyce teased. Over the past week, he had fully embraced Joyce's legacy, transitioning from the anxiety of his initial arrival to now navigating the future with ease, filled with anticipation. Furthermore, for reasons unknown, the witch Emily had suddenly vanished, leaving him perplexed yet somewhat pleased. However, now he needed to reach out to her. Joyce ignited the blob of black solid with flame, watching it melt into a liquid resembling black oil, which he evenly applied to the mirror, observing its color gradually fade until it disappeared entirely. Dark magic was indeed wondrous. In addition, witches possessed the ability to curse, which was another reason Joyce needed to contact Emily. He could not guarantee that he had not left behind blood or hair in her possession. At least, bodily fluids were certainty. Shaking off the alluring images from his mind, he found the mirror unchanged and decided to retire for the night. Upon awakening, Joyce discovered 3 lines of frost-congealed words newly inscribed upon the mirror. 3 p.m. in Matt Street for Seasons AF. He calmly wiped the words away with a cloth, noting that the mirror appeared inexplicably cleaner, reflecting such extraordinary abilities are remarkably practical for household chores. 3 p.m. He had anticipated an evening meeting, only to realize it was his own misplaced expectations. What was this? A betrayal after the grind? Surely it had not yet reached such an extent? Regardless, after their meeting in the afternoon, he would likely uncover Emily's true intentions. Before that, Joyce resolved to secure his position. He planned to pray at the church, merely to pray, not to report. Given the volatile nature of the old pigeon, if he were to report, they would undoubtedly rush in with the sealing artifact, and should Emily escape, or if she had accomplices, he would have to bid farewell to this world. Many who made their living upon the sea held some degree of faith in the Lord of Storms. which facilitated the successful spread of the Storm Church in Byam and even the Rose Islands. In contrast, the other two official churches of the Kingdom of Rune had but a few scattered chapels. The Best family had always been devout followers of the Lord of Storms. At William's funeral, Bishop Horhery personally attended. Joyce found a lasting impression of him, in his 50s or 60s, with hair distinctly grayed. His muscular form filled out the bishop's robes, always poised to spring forth and vanquish evil. The Church of the Waves, the grandest storm church in Byam, was filled with 2 to 3 dozen devout worshippers even on a Monday, fervently engaged in prayer. Joyce casually selected a spot, closed his eyes, and joined their ranks. Seemingly sincere, yet daring not to utter the revered name of the Lord of Storms, instead allowing his thoughts to wander aimlessly. After a while, he opened his eyes, feigning an appearance of having been spiritually rejuvenated, only to hear the priest beside him softly say, "Baron Best, His Excellency, the bishop awaits you." It was evident that the formidable Bishop Horhery, with his fist thumping against his left chest, proclaimed, "The storm is upon us." Joyce mimicked the gesture. The ensuing conversation fundamentally altered his preconceived notions about the storm pigeon. They were merely irritable, yet undeniably astute. Bishop Horhery perceptibly detected Joyce's doubts regarding the cause of Father William's demise and hinted that only by joining the military could he uncover the desired answers, asserting that the Church of the Storm would provide the necessary assistance. This was an overt attempt to plant a spy within the military. But why him? Was it possible that William had played precisely this role in his lifetime? Did his death stem from the political machinations of the Church and the Crown? Such matters were far beyond Joyce's current capacity to engage with. Contemplating this, Joyce adopted a facade of a powerless and indignant figure, neither accepting nor rejecting the storm pigeon's overtures. It felt somewhat ignoble, yet self-preservation took precedence, and he deemed it not shameful. Just as he prepared to discreetly slip away, a man clad in casual attire entered and whispered something to Bishop Horhery. Seizing the opportunity, Joyce took his leave. "May the Lord bless you." "Thank you. As long as I'm not struck by lightning," Joyce thought to himself, sincerely expressing his gratitude before exiting the hall, only to brush past a man adorned in a robe patterned with storm and wave motifs. The man's hair was a deep blue, unkempt and flowing, and his expression was resolute, as if concealing a volcano poised to erupt within. An extraordinary individual traversing the path of a sailor. Joyce felt a sense of familiarity. Noticing Joyce's gaze, the man regarded him with a watchful eye, offered a slight smile, and nodded an apology before departing. A fortunate soul, Joyce mused, shaking his head as he entered the room he had just vacated. "The storm is upon us," Bishop Horhery inquired in a grave tone. "Alger, are you certain you wish to apply for the position of privateer captain?" "Indeed, Your Excellency Horhery, I am fully prepared," the man named Alger replied calmly. "May the Lord bless you. The storm is upon us." Chapter 20. Divination. The majority of streets in Byam are named after cities in the Kingdom of Rune, such as Inmate Street and Inmate Port. This practice likely aims to foster a sense of belonging among the colonists towards Rune, or perhaps it simply reflects the indolence of those in power who could not be bothered to create new names. After registering with the Church of the Storm, Joyce felt considerably emboldened. Having had lunch, he took a carriage to Inmate Street, where the location of the Four Seasons CAF was not difficult to find. Upon opening his pocket watch, he realized it was only 2:15. "It seems I was a bit anxious, subconsciously leaving earlier than necessary," he thought. Joyce closed his watch and strolled along the street, mentally reminding himself to exhibit the qualities befitting an infatuated admirer when he met Emily. Fortunately, after a week of practice, his acting skills had improved significantly. Inmate Street was bustling with shops reminiscent of a commercial district from past life. In a short span, Joyce had already spotted 2 CAFs, a grocery store, and 3 uniquely themed restaurants. "Oh, what's this? A house of divination?" Out of curiosity, Joyce decided to enter. The establishment was indeed a quaint little shop, approximately 40 square meters in size, adorned with crystal balls and other divination paraphernalia. The lighting was dim, with twinkling lights on the ceiling, seemingly crafted to evoke an air of mystery. Joyce deliberately cleared his throat twice to signal the engrossed proprietor, who was buried in a book, but inwardly he could not help but scoff. How could a diviner lack even this basic intuitive sense? Surely, he would not encounter a charlatan. The shopkeeper, cloaked in a wizard's hood, looked up upon hearing the sound, revealing a beautiful visage. "Well, I now have a bit more confidence," Joyce smiled, sitting across from her. "I wish to have my fortune told." The shopkeeper leisurely set aside her book, displaying no hint of embarrassment for having overlooked a customer, and confidently inquired, "What would you like to have divined?" Joyce provided a broad response. "The future. I wish to know my future." "Excellent." The shopkeeper appeared unperturbed. It was common for curious patrons to seek insights into their futures, with half opting for love readings. Thus, she maintained her composure. "What method would you prefer?" "We offer astrology, dream interpretation, tarot card reading." "Tarot cards, please." Joyce feigned curiosity, asking if I recall correctly. "Tarot cards were invented by Emperor Roselle?" "Indeed," the shopkeeper replied, retrieving a deck of tarot cards from beneath the table and handing them to Joyce. She instructed, "Close your eyes, ponder your most pressing question, shuffle the cards, and finally draw 3 cards to place face down on the table." His most pressing question: "Why am I here? What will my presence bring to this world?" As he laid out the 3 cards, from left to right, they revealed the Fool, the Star, and the Wheel of Fortune. Upon seeing the Fool card, Joyce's emotions were complex, but as he unveiled all 3 cards, tranquility swiftly returned. However, he noticed the shopkeeper frowning, her expression a mix of confusion, tension, and anticipation. "Is there a problem?" he inquired. The shopkeeper shook her head, curiously asking, "What question were you pondering in your mind?" Joyce did not conceal his thoughts, a philosophical question. "Where do I come from, and where am I headed? In my time as a diviner, I have never encountered such a question," the shopkeeper admitted, momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, she deciphered the divination results. "Your future is fraught with uncertainties, yet your destiny is already sealed." Aren't these 2 notions contradictory? Joyce mused, but he dismissed the thought. He hadn't held out much hope anyway. With a calm smile, he replied, "I'm quite satisfied. How much do I owe you?" "Oh no, it's free. May I perform another reading for you? We could try a different method." "Another?" "No, I am not a guinea pig." Joyce ignored the shopkeeper's eager expression, glancing at his pocket watch to check the time. "Apologies, I have an appointment. Perhaps next time?" The shopkeeper, exhibiting a tenacious spirit, insisted, "It will be quick. I won't take up too much of your time." Observing Joyce shake his head with a smile, she altered her approach. "When is the next time? May I schedule an appointment in advance? Am I the guest, or are you?" Joyce extracted a 5 sula note and placed it on the table before turning to leave. "Next time will be next time." Exiting the house of divination, he noticed the sun had tilted further westward, the sunlight growing increasingly gentle as he stepped into the Four Seasons CF, settling at a table by the window. Before long, the enchantress Emily arrived punctually, her graceful strides and simple cascading black hair captivating all eyes along her path. "You are a sycophant, you are a sycophant, you are a sycophant," Joyce silently chanted in his mind, donning an expression of fervor and infatuation as he rose to greet her. "My dear, it is such a pleasure to see you again. I didn't expect to meet you again so soon," Emily replied, gently guiding him to sit down, her tones soft yet probing. "Could you share how you accomplished your task? I did all of this for you." After uttering this, he couldn't help but wonder if he had gone a bit overboard, but seeing Emily's pleased demeanor, the impact seemed rather favorable. "Indeed, I was not mistaken. You are exceptionally suited to be an assassin. Yet, setting that aside, we remain good friends. However, a sycophant knows no bounds." Joyce pondered for a moment and continued to flatter. He stated, "As you suggested, I have taken on the role of a true assassin, and I can now distinctly perceive that the burden imposed by the potion has diminished significantly. My dear, if you are aware of any such nefarious individuals, do enlighten me." His words bore a dual significance. One, he sought to deduce Emily's hidden motives based on the subsequent tasks she would provide. 2, he was fervently insinuating, "Given my diligent efforts and satisfactory progress, might I be rewarded with a formula for the Sequence 8 instigator?" Unfortunately, Emily remained unmoved, seemingly convinced by Joyce's assertions. Perhaps confident in her own allure, as she retrieved another portrait from her handbag. This time, the image depicted a woman resembling Emily, in her mid-20s, equally captivating and endearing, with a small mole between her brows. The mole between her brows. This was the same individual depicted in the portrait within the Chamber of Wisdom. A connection had been established. Joyce's heart soared. Could this be her true objective? Her name is Iana, ostensibly the mistress of a high-ranking official in the biomilitary, while secretly being a member of a sinister clandestine organization. I require your assistance in locating her. There is no need for perilous assassination, for that would be tantamount to suicide. Upon the successful completion of this task, you shall receive the formula for the Sequence 8 potion. The mistress of a military official. No wonder she approached me so readily. It seems she placed value on the original owner's noble status and military connections. From her earlier words, there appeared to be an undercurrent of resentment. Could this Iana be her adversary? Surely, she cannot also be a witch? I shall make every effort to inquire. But this will require time. Joyce promised, attempting to hint. Perhaps you could provide me with the formula first? Emily reassured him. I have faith in your abilities. Proceed with caution, for she is far more perilous than you might imagine. Very well. With no fruitful implications, Joyce tucked away the portrait, sipped his coffee, and concealed his embarrassment at not knowing what to say next. To his surprise, Emily appeared indifferent, suggesting her departure and promising to prepare a surprise for their next encounter. How many next times could there be? As a witch, she demands my assistance without offering any sweet incentives. Alas, Joyce, you have utterly fallen from grace. Chapter 21. The Speculative Joyce. Initially, Joyce anticipated a fierce battle today, or, at the very least, a prolonged charade with Emily. However, he was taken aback by her urgency to depart without a trace of hesitation. It seemed she could not be bothered to even pretend, treating him merely as a tool. Sigh, does a sycophant not deserve sympathy? He embraced himself in self-pity. Immersed in his thoughts, Joyce did not leave immediately. Instead, he leisurely finished his coffee before rising to settle the bill. In the carriage home, he contemplated the connection between Emily and Iana. Iana, possessing the visage of a witch, and furthermore, a mistress, a traditional witch's skill set. Previously, he had suspected Emily of being a member of a witch cult, but it now appeared that he had been biased. Iana might indeed be the core member of the witch cult. A person whom Emily had repeatedly warned him about must possess at least sequence 6 abilities, if not sequence 5, or hold magical items of equivalent rank. How could such a witch be the mistress of a military official? Is the military intelligence division utterly foolish? It would be hard to believe that there are no ulterior motives involved. Reflecting on the collaboration between King George III and the witch cult, could Iana be a principal figure in the trafficking of people by ROSD? Quite possibly. If this theory holds, what role does Emily play in all of this? I have never heard of wild witches appearing, unless they have defected from the witch cult. Thus, it is not that Emily is seeking Iana, but rather that Iana's witch cult is pursuing Emily. Following this line of thought, Emily, in an effort to conceal herself, sought to seduce the original owner, reverse-tracking Iana. She aims to hunt Iana and seek promotion. Such audacity. Alas, my keen intellect has seen through it. Joyce felt a swell of pride, commending his own wisdom. However, is the reality truly as he perceives it? Upon returning to 14 Storm Street, Joyce was instructing Sophia in the Hermetic language. How could this be? A complete illiterate aspires to become extraordinary? Thus, he immediately commanded Sophia to commence self-study of the Hermetic language and personally educate her during his leisure hours, gradually imparting esoteric knowledge. The maid's attitude was commendably diligent, particularly after Joyce threatened her that if her academic performance were unsatisfactory, her wages would be docked. This immediately ignited her utmost enthusiasm, albeit she muttered under her breath while copying words, "The Baron is truly insufferable." What was she daydreaming about? Such simple words could be misremembered. Each must be copied 10 times. Very well, Sophia grumbled in agreement, all the while copying words while observing the Baron, who was engrossed in a book. What sort of book could possibly elicit such mirth from him? He had laughed more times already than in the entirety of the previous week combined. What could be so amusing? Joyce suddenly leaned closer, startling Sophia. The maid patted her chest to calm her racing heart and remarked, "I noticed you seem quite happy, as if you have shed some heavy burden." Joyce touched the corner of his mouth. "Is it that obvious?" "Indeed, indeed." Sophia nodded enthusiastically, explaining earnestly, "Since Mr. Williams' passing, though you may not appear so outwardly, you have changed significantly, becoming taciturn, rarely smiling, and shrouded in mystery. We all suspected it was due to your profound sorrow." Joyce had initially paid little heed, but upon seeing the maid cover her mouth, appearing as though she had misspoken, he chuckled and inquired, "We?" Sophia shook her head vigorously. No, it's just my own impression." "Enough." Joyce interrupted her gestures and continued to ask, "What is my current state?" Sophia pondered, counting on her fingers, more composed, kinder, and also more confident listening to the maid's honest description of his virtues. Joyce smiled warmly and gently tapped her on the head. "Really?" Sophia's eyes suddenly sparkled. "If you ask me again, I may retract my praise." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the maid immediately began tidying the desk. Joyce added languidly, "However, if you fall behind in your studies, I shall indeed impose penalties." The knight sought to seep through the window into the study, only to be repelled by the stubborn glow of the lamp. The once solitary study now felt vast and empty as Joyce reclined into the soft embrace of the sofa, a copy of the anonymously authored Alonzo's Travels by his side. He reflected on the maid's earlier words, gaining a clearer understanding of his own transformation. He was neither solely Joyce nor Li Weiping. He had become an amalgamation of both. Bearing Joyce's identity while adopting Li Weiping's methods, he felt, as Roselle had said, a sense of detachment from the world. Must I also procreate? Joyce tilted his head with a chuckle. Perhaps encountering Klein would invoke a similar effect, though not a faceless one. Recognizing one's essence is undoubtedly a boon, significantly mitigating the risks of losing oneself in performance. Suddenly recalling the contradictory divination result obtained at the divination house that afternoon. The future is fraught with uncertainties, yet fate is already sealed. Does the uncertainty refer to me? Will my arrival bring about changes to this world? But why is fate already predetermined? If the conclusion remains unchanged, then what significance does my existence as a variable hold? Upon reflection, was the original outcome truly unfavorable? Klein has become the fool, relying on slumber to combat the arcane. Adam ascended to divinity, and the goddess of night has been granted the opportunity to become an eldritch. With such a lineup, even if the apocalypse descends and the outer gods breach the barriers, will the earth truly face annihilation? Perhaps not. If fate is indeed preordained, what end does the unseen puppeteer behind my traversal hope to achieve? Joyce fell into contemplation. A single slumber could dissolve 1,000 woes. Chapter 22. Dean's investigation results. During breakfast, Joyce pondered how he could discreetly and swiftly glean information regarding Iana. Ordinary individuals are entirely disconnected from such elevated circles. Though I have access, it would be ludicrous to simply approach someone and inquire if they know a woman named Iana. The most prudent approach would be to subtly coax others into discussing pertinent matters during conversation. For after all, gossip is an innate human instinct. Clearly, an audience member would be more suited for this task. Joyce cast a glance at Sophia and sighed silently. Fetch Harry. Before long, Harry arrived at the call, and Joyce inquired, have you received any recent invitations to gatherings? Harry appeared somewhat perplexed, recalling, didn't you instruct me to decline all invitations? After a brief pause, he replied, General Gordon-S. dinner is scheduled for Saturday. Joyce acknowledged, I am aware of that. Are there any other invitations? Senator North's political views are rather moderate. He is engaged in numerous discussions with Mr. William and maintains an amicable relationship. Senator North. It comes to mind. He advocates for the kingdom to cease its colonial rule over the ROSD Isles, instead promoting a collaborative governance with the locals, aiming to heal the wounds of war over decades and to truly integrate ROSD into Rune. Such ideas are admirable, yet overly naive. Joyce silently sighed for him and resolved, very well, my dear Baron. Although Harry found the Baron's shifting demeanor somewhat perplexing, he bowed and withdrew. Baron, the local constable named Dean has arrived to report on a matter. Swift in his actions, it seems his foray into the underworld has not been in vain. Joyce smiled with satisfaction. Have him come in. Never mind. Let us proceed to the study. This marked Dean's second entrance into the garden villa. During his initial visit, his nerves rendered him unable to raise his gaze, causing him to miss the opportunity for observation. This time, having successfully completed 2 tasks for Baron Best, he possessed a sum of money he had once deemed unimaginable, and his confidence had begun to restore. The everyday attire of a footman rivaled my most respectable garments. Dean mused as he observed the guiding footman, traversing through the meticulously trimmed garden and witnessing another footman tending to the flowers. Rumor has it that this villa also boasts stables and an underground wine cellar. I wonder what the Almir wine, named after the King of Giants, tastes like. The elegant decor, the grand hall accommodating hundreds, and the carpets that exude opulence. Dean's thoughts wandered, and before he knew it, he found himself on the villa's 2nd floor. Striving to calm his racing heart, he took a deep breath and knocked twice on the door. Enter. Dean stepped inside, encountering Baron Best, who was of a similar age yet made him feel inadequate, alongside a beautiful maid who seemed to forever stand by his side. She could be deemed the second most exquisite woman I have ever seen. He cast a brief glance, but instinctively lowered his head once more until Baron Best posed a question, almost as a statement. Have you accomplished the task? Dean eagerly nodded, producing a bulging envelope from his breast pocket and presenting it. It has been resolved. The bounty has been collected through a secure channel. incurring considerable risk fees, leaving me with only 920. Although he had not embezzled a single penny, the deficit of 280 was enough to instill trepidation in him. Fortunately, Baron Best evidently understood the unspoken rules and showed no intent to pursue the matter further. He didn't even count the money. Isn't 900 a sum worth considering? Unable to decipher Dean's complex inner turmoil, Joyce found himself intrigued by this young man who had taken the initiative, demonstrating efficiency and ambition while adhering to the rules. He extracted £50 in cash, commending, "Your efficiency surpasses my expectations. This is your due reward." £50. Is this what it means to be a noble? Receiving it with heartfelt gratitude, he gazed at the bill, adorned with the visage of an unknown king of Rune, feeling an unprecedented sense of familiarity. Joyce remained unfazed by Dean's demeanor, as he was aware of the maid's even greater affection for money, and he noted that Sophia seemed to relish hoarding her wealth, rarely spending it. He wondered if she counted her coins in solitude for amusement. Sipping the warm Earl Grey tea, after all, constant coffee consumption could grow monotonous. He noted Dean showed no inclination to take his leave. The last time, he had comprehended the social cues. Perhaps he was unaware that tea often signifies the departure of guests. Is there anything else? Baron, the investigation you requested has yielded results. What investigation? All right. The police apprehended a gang member claiming to be a rebel who was surveilling me. With recent events being numerous and intricate, Joyce had nearly forgotten this minor detail. Is that so? Please, elaborate. With permission granted, Dean began to expound, bypassing the intricacies of the process and directly presenting his conclusion. The captured gang member is named Amy. Through my investigation, I have discovered he is currently working for the Gentry Party. The Gentry Party? Joyce inquired, feigning ignorance to elicit further information. The Gentry Party is a new gang that has emerged in recent years. Its leader is named Eric. He has gathered a group of unemployed vagrants and delinquents, ostensibly conducting business in information trading, while secretly engaging in child trafficking, selling attractive children to red theaters and various brothels, while the less appealing ones are trained to beg on the streets. What a vile gang. Joyce manifested the appropriate outrage, his sense of justice flaring as if compelled to bring them to justice. Yet, this was merely a facade, for he had heard of far more heinous crimes. However, he noticed the maid trembling beside him. Her expression was a tumult of panic, fear, and hatred. It suddenly dawned on him that the maid had once experienced abduction by a gang, losing her only kin as a result. Was she resonating with such matters due to shared experiences? Perhaps the buried dread within her was being unearthed? Joyce grasped Sophia's trembling hand, offering a resolute gaze to help her gradually regain her composure. He then turned to Dean, who had long since fallen silent. "Why is the Gentry Party surveilling me?" Dean, who had kept his head bowed since noticing the maid's distress, replied, "It is due to a commission, but only Eric, the leader of the Gentry Party, knows the identity of the client." "How well do you know Eric?" Joyce altered his line of questioning. Dean, having conducted specific inquiries for this purpose, confidently stated, "Eric is a man under 40 with an effeminate appearance. He despises being likened to a woman, often proclaiming the need for elegance. Yet he acts with cruelty and ruthlessness. He was once a member of a gang, but for reasons unknown, the upper echelons of the gang perished overnight due to infighting. Ultimately, Eric absorbed a significant portion of the manpower, established the Gentry Party, and forged ties with the red theaters, rapidly solidifying his foothold. The Gentry Party's intelligence hub is located at the Gentry Bar on Cedar Avenue, where Eric spends the majority of his time receiving commissions and issuing commands." Having thoroughly articulated the findings of his investigation, Dean felt parched. He raised his gaze to find Baron Best deep in thought, while the second most beautiful maid had seemingly regained her composure. After a moment, Joyce spoke. "I am a proponent of equitable exchange. Your investigation was quite thorough, and this £50 is your reward." Dean graciously accepted the gold pound once more, intentionally complimenting, "Thanks to the letter you sent to the police station, I had the opportunity to uncover this information." He adeptly wielded the power of others, perhaps unaware of this layer of manipulation himself. Joyce replied with a hint of indifference. "It is those who seize opportunity that find success." Dean nodded in acquiescence, tactfully bidding farewell once again. Joyce then shifted his gaze to the maid beside him. Chapter 23. Professional Skills. Sophia's emotions had finally stabilized. She had thought that after a decade, the traumatic experiences of her past would be long forgotten, only to realize they had merely been buried within herself, resurfacing upon hearing Dean's words. Reflecting on that time, had it not been for her striking beauty. The gang that kidnapped her might have sought a higher ransom, granting her the chance to await William's rescue. Otherwise, she would have been sold to an unknown fate. Much like her mother. At least now, I have friends, a flourishing life, and the presence of the esteemed Baron. The image of the Baron's resolute gaze flashed in her mind, and she noticed her hand still clasped in his, struggling to withdraw but failing, only to find herself locking eyes with Joyce's suggestive expression. How cruel to wish to discard me so quickly after use. Sophia felt a tinge of embarrassment. Yet she had developed a resilience to such flirtations lately, lifting her chin with a rosy complexion. What else would I do? Joyce chuckled softly, voluntarily releasing her hand, speaking in a gentle tone. Go ahead. Today, I grant you a day's leave to do something you've always wished to but lack the time to pursue. Would making you a cup of coffee count as something I've always wanted to do? Sophia glanced up at him nervously, quickly averting her gaze to the wall. Joyce assumed the maid was hesitating and suggested, perhaps you could browse the shops, buy something you like, or even catch a play. That would cost money. Sophia muttered. Then let us go see the sunset on the hill. Joyce found himself thoroughly impressed by his maid's frugality. Sophia glanced at the fervent sun outside, her eyes clearly conveying, but still mourning. Joyce, flustered, retorted, if you don't leave soon, I'll dock your pay. In a vast study, Joyce was once again left to ponder alone, accustomed to this contemplative atmosphere. Eric, who had drawn trouble upon himself, was nothing short of a villain. An excellent target for assassination. The question was how to execute it. Moreover, prior to the act, he needed to be coerced into divulging who was investigating him. Unlike the solitary Clow, Eric was, according to Dean, quite fearful of death, always accompanied by at least 2 bodyguards, allegedly to protect against assassination attempts by rival gangs. As merely an assassin, Joyce could not silently eliminate several armed bodyguards without raising alarms, and any gunfire would significantly heighten the risk, clearly rendering the risk-to-reward ratio unfavorable. If it weren't for the fact that Eric must know my appearance, I could easily devise a reason to meet him face to face under the pretext of a business matter. At that juncture, with his keen observational prowess, Joyce could effortlessly extract the answers he sought. Wait, perhaps this isn't entirely unfeasible. A spark of inspiration flickered in Joyce's mind, soon overshadowed by a look of contemplation, as he appeared to wrestle with an internal dilemma. Ultimately, he nodded vigorously, resolutely deciding to proceed. Though it might seem inappropriate to disturb someone right after granting them a day off, what of it? After all, I am the master. Joyce concocted a sufficiently compelling rationale and knocked on the maid's door. Sophia's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly expressing her surprise, as she stammered, Baron, what brings you here? Given his request, Joyce offered a warm smile. I need to borrow something from you. May I come in? Sophia quickly glanced outside, seeing no one, and pulled him inside. Joyce suddenly felt as though he were engaging in a clandestine affair. What are you so nervous about? Since becoming your personal maid, I have overheard quite a few whispers behind my back. Leaning against the firmly closed door, Sophia mused internally, calming herself before asking, What do you need to borrow? Cosmetics. Joyce replied, realizing he was not as embarrassed as he had anticipated, speaking quite naturally. Sophia's confusion deepened as she curiously inquired, What do you need cosmetics for? Unable to disclose that he was returning to his former profession, Joyce replied tactfully, To perform a little magic for you. Sophia remained perplexed, but that did not deter her from retrieving 3 or 4 small boxes from her vanity drawers. After opening them in succession, Joyce realized he had made a grave error. Women of this era did not possess an excessive desire for cosmetics, especially not a maid who was already stunning. He asked helplessly, You don't wear makeup regularly? Well, those blessed with natural beauty have the right to be willful, Joyce remarked, turning to her again. So, you're simply going to lie in bed all day on your day off? There's really nowhere to go, Sophia replied, arms crossed, remaining silent. How about this? Tidy yourself up and accompany me out shortly. Joyce did not allow her a chance to protest, stepping outside to inform Harry that he need not prepare his lunch and declining the use of the household carriage, departing the garden villa with Sophia. Baron, what are we going to the department store for? Sophia inquired as they settled into a cab hailed from the roadside. Joyce donned a jacket, black gloves, loose light-colored trousers, and leather boots, a stark departure from his usual attire, seemingly attempting to obscure his gender. Hearing the maid's question, he instinctively half-closed his eyes and replied softly, To buy cosmetics. Sophia, you must hold firm. Do not succumb to temptation. As her thoughts wandered, the carriage smoothly arrived at their destination. This was the largest department store in Byam, serving only those of status or wealth, which often overlapped. Observing the myriad of goods on the shelves and listening to the salespeople's explanations, Joyce silently expressed gratitude towards Emperor Roselle. He continually signaled Sophia to select various cosmetics and perfumes, leaving her puzzled as to why the Baron seemed more knowledgeable about these items than she was. When it came time to pay, the total reached 20 pounds, shattering Sophia's perspective. Joyce appeared unfazed as he paid, internally cursing the Emperor. It's one thing to invent cosmetics, but to profit from luxury goods as well. How ruthless. To Fragrant Tree Avenue, Joyce instructed the driver, handing Sophia a mirror to hold as a makeshift makeup mirror, while he expertly opened various cosmetic boxes, applying them to his face. Sophia's eyes widened in astonishment, watching as the Baron transformed from a man into a figure resembling a woman, yet entirely unrecognizable. What sort of magic is this? Is it some extraordinary ability? Why is he so skilled? Soon, Joyce completed his task, and in the mirror he saw a slightly refined nose, noticeably slimmer cheeks, and a complexion that radiated a surprising rosy glow. He nodded in satisfaction, reassured that his skills had not diminished. Noticing Sophia's hesitance, he could not divulge that this was merely a remnant of his past life as a cross-dressing blogger. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Isn't it marvelous?" Sophia, still in a daze, nodded before quickly recovering, shaking her head. "What do you intend to do looking like this?" "No, wait, how can you look like this? And why do you know how to apply makeup?" "Sir, madam, we have arrived at Fragrant Tree Avenue. Due to the guest's failure to specify a particular location, the coachman had no choice but to halt the carriage by the roadside." Chapter 24. A Mutual Journey. "You shall soon find out," Joyce remarked with profound significance. "Remain in the carriage." Sophia watched him disembark, momentarily taken aback as Mr. Baroness' voice transformed into a melodious feminine tone, surprisingly pleasant to the ear. The coachman, astonished, accepted the doubled fare, watching as a mysterious woman alighted and swiftly departed, murmuring in confusion, "Have I driven her before?" The location of Fragrant Tree Avenue is adjacent to the dock area, a hub of activity for adventurers and pirates alike. Numerous bounty posters targeting pirates adorn the entrance of the Gentleman's Bar. Joyce cast a casual glance, pushed open the door, and was greeted by a chaotic scene of revelry. Tattered dancers twirled around the steel pole at the center of the stage, while a throng of inebriated men below raised their glasses, howling in time with the dancers' movements. Dressed in women's attire, Joyce stood out like a firefly in the night sky. Each patron who noticed him displayed expressions of astonishment, with even some drunken brutes staggering towards him. They were either frightened away by his gaze or quickly felled by a swift kick. Such conduct was not only unchallenged but elicited cheers from the crowd, making him feel like a circus performer. Frowning, Joyce quickened his pace towards the bar. The bartender had already taken note of this peculiar woman. Experience had taught him that such women were best avoided, so he feigned nonchalance, polishing a glass and greeting her. "My lady, is this your first visit? What would you like to drink?" Joyce did not conceal the disdain in his eyes, directly inquiring in a feminine voice, "Is Eric present?" The bartender halted his actions, straightened up, and while signaling to his associates, asked, "What business do you have with him?" Sensing someone approaching from behind, Joyce remained unfazed, coldly replying, "I've been informed that Eric possesses valuable intelligence. I have a lucrative commission to entrust to him." "Who sent you?" Joyce turned to see two burly men with dark skin adopting an encircling stance. He feigned arrogance and asked, "Are you Eric?" The man who had spoken exhibited a flash of anger in his gaze, staring intently at Joyce for a prolonged moment. His companion broke the tension, saying, "The boss is upstairs. Follow me." Joyce was halted by the guards at the staircase, yet he caught sight of Eric, who was seated alone at a table, drinking. As Dean had described, Eric was suitably attired, with fair skin and delicate features, appearing more feminine than Joyce in his dress. A bodyguard whispered something in Eric's ear. Upon glancing in Joyce's direction, Eric waved his hand, and the guards allowed Joyce to pass. "It is rare to have the pleasure of a lady of your caliber before me," Eric remarked. Joyce feigned a haughty demeanor, striving to align with the persona he had crafted for himself as a temperamental heiress. "I've heard tales of your prowess. I have a commission I hope you can fulfill." Eric chuckled dismissively. "That depends on the nature of your commission and the price you are willing to pay. As long as you can accomplish it, money is no object," Joyce boasted, glancing around and adding, "This place is too loud. Do you have a quieter room?" Eric finished his glass of red wine in one gulp. To accommodate a lady's request is a gentleman's fundamental courtesy. Joyce followed him into a soundproof room, as expected, Two bodyguards trailed closely behind, their revolvers subtly visible at their sides. I have always believed that a person's life is the most precious. No amount of concern is excessive. As Eric settled onto the sofa, he explained, "Now you may present your commission." A human trafficker posing as a philosopher, Joyce inwardly cursed, sitting calmly opposite him. "Before discussing the commission, I must first show you something." He then slowly opened his right hand, as if revealing an unparalleled treasure, capturing Eric's complete attention. It was a golden pupil. The moment Eric beheld it, it felt as if his head had been struck with a hammer, the pain and terror causing him to scream. After a brief moment of confusion, Eric regained his composure, noticing his bodyguard aiming a revolver at the woman's head. The woman maintained a friendly smile and calmly suggested, "We should converse privately, don't you think?" He instinctively nodded, acquiescing to Joyce's proposal, angrily ordering the bodyguard, "Put away the gun and get out." Once the room was left with just the two of them, Joyce resumed his male voice, urgently asking, "Who instructed you to monitor Joyce best?" "It was Crow." "Crow? The crow I killed? What is the meaning of this?" Joyce's mind momentarily faltered, but a second later, he recovered and pressed on. "A man in his 40s, wearing silver-framed glasses, once a pirate. Is that Crow?" I cannot confirm whether he was a pirate, but the other descriptions fit well. He also possessed a golden pupil. "Indeed, it is he, the cunning Crow. He was investigating me, and I killed him. What a twist of fate. What is your relationship with Crow?" Joyce inquired, regaining his composure. "He was my master." "No, the golden pupil is my master. Thus you are now my master." Eric's words were somewhat incoherent, as if conflicting thoughts were battling within his mind. Yet Joyce quickly grasped his meaning. The living Crow had used the eye of social death to control Eric, compelling him to act on his behalf. However, with Crow now deceased, the eye of social death had fallen into Joyce's possession. Earlier, he had subtly influenced Eric's mind, causing a clash with Crow's previous suggestions. And by a twist of fate, Eric now regarded the eye of social death as his master. "Ah, you are quite the character." "Wait, how did I just utter that English word? I clearly thought it in my mind. Why did it come out? Damn, the eye of social death. Fortunately, the ambient amon concentration is 0, or I would be finished." Joyce, his expression darkening, concealed the eye of social death and inquired of Eric, "Why did Crow task you with investigating me?" "Investigating Joyce?" Eric replied bluntly. "What were the results of the investigation?" Joyce changed the question. "There were no results." "Why were there no results?" Joyce found this rather surprising. "Elaborate." "A month ago, Crow instructed me to monitor Joyce Best's every move." Eric gathered his thoughts and began to recount, but was interrupted before he could finish his first sentence. "Wait," Joyce interrupted, "a month ago?" "Yes, but at that time, I had not yet traversed." He instinctively assumed that Crow was targeting him, only to realize that the surveillance had begun a month prior, when Crow had been monitoring the original host. Why was that? After a brief contemplation, Joyce gestured for Eric to continue. Chapter 25. Dreams in Reality. A month ago, Joyce Best resided at the Rose Manor on the outskirts of the city, a private estate where the guard were quite skilled with their firearms, making it impossible for my people to infiltrate undetected. Subsequently, I attempted to bribe the servants within the manor to relay information, but to my surprise, they were fiercely loyal to Best and remained unmoved. Upon hearing this, Joyce chuckled. Most of the servants in the manor were children adopted by his father, William, making it no easy feat to sway them. Quite professional, Joyce silently mocked, noticing Eric's tone had grown morose. However, one of my operatives, Amy, was inadvertently captured by the police, and 2 others mysteriously went missing. The losses were substantial, yet the results were virtually non-existent. Fortunately, after merely inquiring twice, Close ceased to visit. Eric, transforming into a figure schadenfreude, remarked, "Moreover, I've heard that OV's men have perished as well. Ha ha ha. They had it coming." Wait a moment. Why am I somewhat lost in his train of thought? Who is Ov? Joyce pondered, voicing her curiosity. Eric, gritting his teeth, replied, "Ov is the mob boss who competes with me for business, the shadowy proprietor of the Fragrant Leaf Bar, a particularly formidable brute, utterly devoid of manners, a scoundrel." Joyce's confusion remained unresolved, prompting her to inquire further. What connection does this Ov have with Joyce Best? For reasons unbeknownst to anyone, that brute had also dispatched individuals to surveil Joyce Best, who were similarly eradicated in secret. Eric's explanation took Joyce by surprise. No, it should be said, there was unexpectedly a silver lining. Just how many people have I offended? Why is everyone watching me? Damn, I could almost gather a full table for mahjong. Joyce felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her, yet she found herself compelled to ask for more details about Ovi. 30 years old, tall, and imposing, his scruffy beard never groomed, skilled in combat, hedonistic and debauched, recently maintaining a liaison with a woman from the Red Theater, residing at 54 Fragrant Tree Avenue. Indeed, enemies know you best. Following Eric's insightful introduction, a vivid image of OV swiftly formed in Joyce's mind. Who could be issuing orders to surveil me? Surely it isn't Chloe as well. Joyce's thoughts raced, leading her to whimsically inquire, "Do you know Yana?" Eric shook his head. Never heard of her. Joyce had not only received an answer to her question, but also an additional clue. Her harvest was already ample. As a precaution, she asked, "Is there anything else you can tell me about Joyce best?" "Very well." Joyce crossed her legs, disdainfully stating, "Then do tell us about yourself. What misdeeds has a competent mob boss committed?" Eric seemed to find his interest piqued, his expression becoming animated as he recounted tales of inciting former gang leaders to slaughter one another, personally severing the tongues of entire families of enemies, raping women, trafficking children. A devil masquerading as a gentleman, a quintessential psychopath. Joyce listened with a cold face, suppressing her anger, ultimately following him out of the room. "I'm taking this lady out. You need not follow," Eric instructed the bodyguard outside, leading Joyce out of the bar and, after 2 turns, arriving at a stationary carriage. Sophia, lost in existential musings, was startled when an unfamiliar man entered the carriage, and before she could inquire, she noticed the cross-dressing Baron also stepping inside. The carriage began to move. Who is he? Sophia blinked her lively eyes, seeking clarification from Joyce. The latter quickly understood, commanding, "Introduce yourself." "My name is Eric. It is a pleasure to meet you, beautiful miss," Eric said, placing a hand on his chest and bowing. Though he behaved like a gentleman, it did not prevent Sophia from displaying an expression of utter shock, exclaiming, "Eric, the leader of the gentleman gang. What are you doing here?" "Indeed, it is I. As for why I am here, it is naturally by the orders of my master," Eric acknowledged expressionlessly. Sophia, filled with questions yet reluctant to make eye contact with the child trafficking mob boss, turned her head aside, ultimately mimicking Joyce and partially closing her eyes. The carriage glided smoothly onward, reaching its destination after a torturous journey for Sophia. It was an unfamiliar house, nestled in a tranquil area. Sophia inquired, "What is this place?" "This is my home, beautiful miss, a safe house known only to me and my master," Eric replied, unlocking the door and gesturing for her to enter. Noticing the maid's gaze, Joyce calmly nodded, "It's fine, go on in." While Eric was instructed to pour wine, Sophia could no longer contain her curiosity, and a flurry of questions erupted from her cherry-red lips. Joyce raised his hands, signaling the maid to remain calm. "This is a very complex matter. I will explain to you later." She lowered her head, softly stating, "I understand." "That is good," Joyce said, somewhat unexpectedly, yet continued calmly. "Do not scream when you see it." "Scream? Why?" Sophia was somewhat puzzled by the Baron's words. Joyce offered no explanation, for Eric had approached with a bottle of red wine, serving it as a waiter would, pouring into 2 goblets placed upon the table. Upon seeing this, Joyce smiled and thanked Eric. "Could you turn around for a moment?" Eric had no objections. Behind him, Joyce drew a revolver from his waist, aiming it at the back of his head, pulling the trigger. With a resounding bang, blood and brain matter splattered forth, and Eric collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Joyce, betraying no emotion, raised a glass of red wine and drank it in one go. Sophia covered her mouth with her hands, managing not to scream, gazing from the corpse to the Baron, her myriad thoughts coalescing into a single question. Why? This is the brutality of the extraordinary world. Joyce holstered the revolver, as if speaking to the maid, yet also to himself, lamenting, upon entering this world, madness and danger are inescapable. We battle against overt enemies, entangle ourselves with those lurking in the shadows, and even find ourselves at odds with our own selves. "He deserved to die," Sophia whispered. "What?" Joyce replied, taken aback. Sophia fixed her gaze on Eric's corpse, declaring, "He deserved to die. I aspire to be extraordinary, to make these people disappear and transform the world into a better. Kinda please." Such a pure, yet perpetually unattainable dream. Joyce sighed inwardly, pouring himself another glass of wine. "I hope you can always retain this fervor. Cheers." Chapter 26, The Skilled Second Assassination. "Could you remove the makeup from your face?" "What? Does it look awkward?" "A bit. That's all right. You'll get used to it." "Oh, what?" Joyce offered no further explanation, silently removing the makeup, restoring his original appearance. As they neared home, he casually advised, "Put these cosmetics away. This little pile is worth a year of my salary." Sophia instinctively protested, "No, I can't accept this." Joyce chuckled. Should I keep them here? Do you think that's appropriate? Only then did Sophia reluctantly agree. Then I'll keep them for now. Remember to ask for them when you need them next time. Next time? There won't be a next time. This was merely a special circumstance, Joyce thought to himself, dismissively replying with a noncommittal hum. Upon returning home, everything felt so serene and orderly, as if the dangers and mysteries lurking in the shadows had vanished. The sun, taking a brief respite, was soon replaced by the crimson moon, and night once again enveloped the earth. Day after day, year after year. As night deepened, Joyce abruptly rose from his bed. Fully armed, swiftly descending through the window. Suddenly, he wondered, would staying up late lead to baldness? Probably not. After all, extraordinary beings possess enhanced physiques. As he mused, he nimbly moved without disturbing anyone, expertly scaling the wall and hailing a night taxi. Fragrant Tree Avenue was quite a distance away. Walking would waste too much time and invite complications. The journey was uneventful, and Joyce successfully arrived at house number 54. Fortune smiled upon him as he donned a delicate jester mask, easily infiltrating the living room on the first floor. He carefully ascended the staircase, reaching the door of a brightly lit bedroom, peering through the crack to see a woman clad in pajamas, engrossed in a book by the light. As he prepared for his next move, a sudden meow echoed from behind him. Meow. What is it, Annie? Haven't you been fed? The woman in the bedroom, responding to the sound, stepped out of bed and opened the door to find the cat crouching at her feet. She scooped it up and affectionately stroked its back, saying, "You little glutton, are you hungry again?" The cat let out a sharp yowl in response. The woman continued to soothe it, intending to head downstairs to fetch more cat food, when suddenly a round, hard object pressed against her waist, accompanied by a stranger's voice. "Don't move." The woman was not naive. She recognized it as a gun and obediently halted all movements, swiftly conceding, "What do you want? I can give you all my money." Quite composed, aren't we? No wonder Ove holds you in high regard. Joyce, cautiously, did not use her own voice. Slowly, turn your body around. She turned gradually, desperately pleading. "I know nothing about Ove. As long as you don't shoot, you can do whatever you wish." Upon completing her turn, she was met not with a discernible face, but with golden pupils and an insistent, convincing voice whispered in her ear. "I was invited by you, here to surprise Ove. We are the best of friends." Time seemed to stretch as the woman murmured, "We are friends. We are friends." Meow. The cat meowed once more, jolting her from her stupor, and she beheld the clown mask before her, breaking into a warm smile as she took his arm and led him back into the bedroom. However, he was unbothered, for it signaled good news. The intel from the undercover agent was accurate. Ove did not plan to act immediately, but rather awaited internal chaos before striking, intended to sweep them all up in one fell swoop. Observing the dim light of the upstairs bedroom, Ove smiled with satisfaction. He was eager to unleash his passions and instructed, "You all stay here." His subordinates nodded in unison, and as their leader ascended the stairs, they spread out in the living room, engaging in hushed conversation. Ove pushed open the bedroom door, discovering it unlit save for 2 flickering candles. No wonder it had seemed different outside. Curiously, he asked, "Why is the light off?" The woman, clad in a sheer silk nightgown that revealed her alabaster skin, leaned closer to Ove. "Isn't it romantic like this? Do you like it?" "I do, as long as it's you," Ove replied, scooping her up and tossing her onto the bed, his impatience evident as he lunged forward without even shedding his clothes. "Come on, darling, let me." Unfortunately, the words never left his lips as a cold gun barrel pressed against his forehead. He turned to see a man in a ridiculous clown mask emerging from beneath the covers, swiftly knocking out the terrified woman. "Mr. Ove, it's a pleasure to meet you." "Damn it." Ove cursed inwardly and raised his hands, slowly retreating. "Friend, we can discuss this. There's no need for such hostility. Don't disturb the brothers below." Joyce tilted his head slightly, the clown mask stretching into a comically dangerous grin. "Are you threatening me?" "No, absolutely not," Ove quickly denied, making a feeble attempt to reason. "Perhaps there is a misunderstanding?" Joyce added ominously, "Do not attempt to resist. Lower-tier extraordinary beings cannot withstand bullets. I have conducted numerous experiments on this." "Damn!" Ove's expression stiffened, feeling as though his very thoughts were laid bare before the intruder, pleading, "Ask whatever you wish. I will not refuse. You can take anything you want, including that woman." "You two do make a fitting pair," Joyce thought to himself, calmly inquiring, "Who instructed you to investigate Joyce best?" Surprise flickered across Ove's face as realization struck. "You were sent by that Baron? My people were killed by you. And Eric, he was killed by you too?" "He knew quite a bit. It seems I found the right person." Joyce's demeanor darkened, his voice cold. No, I cannot say. O's expression was a complex tapestry of fear, bitterness, and fervor. Aren't you afraid of dying? Joyce pressed the revolver against his temple. Some things are more important than life. Damn, is it her line? Perhaps he was influenced by something, just like Eric. Joyce shifted the question. Do you know Chloe? Gillo. I don't know him. Ove shook his head, his expression genuine. Then do you know Iana? At the mention of this name, Ove's excitement surged, exclaiming, How do you know it's her? Who are you? Is that loud enough for those downstairs to hear? Joyce had not anticipated such a vehement reaction, his ears catching the sound of heavy footsteps ascending the stairs. Someone's coming. Seizing the moment of the enemy's distraction, Ove swiftly moved his head away from the gun's muzzle, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. But in the next heartbeat, a short sword pierced his abdomen. He reached out to block it, but succumbed to the very strength he had relied upon. Then, he saw the revolver aimed at his forehead. With a gunshot, Ove was dead. Chapter 27. Iana. The footsteps outside drew nearer. There was no time to await Ove's extraordinary abilities to manifest. Joyce immediately withdrew, decisively leaping out the window. An assassin who does not believe in the leap of faith is not a qualified assassin. Regrettably, there were no haystacks to cushion his fall, leaving Joyce to roll twice to dissipate the impact, utilizing the cover of the dim night to conceal himself, while gunfire erupted behind him. This was the very reason he had to flee. In that cramped bedroom devoid of obstacles, he had no means to evade such a hail of bullets. Moreover, Ove's final retort had provided him with the answer. Iana had commanded him to monitor me. As the gunfire receded into the distance, Joyce confirmed he had escaped danger. Yet he did not slow his pace, but instead pondered. Emily had instructed me to seek out Iana, and now I unexpectedly discovered that Iana was also watching me. And if my suspicions were correct, her witch cult was still pursuing Emily. What a tangled web. I seem to have a peculiar connection with witches. If I were to expand this circle to include Chloe, Eric, and Ove, how amusingly coincidental that all three met their demise at my hands. Chloe had ordered Eric to investigate me, and Chloe's home concealed a portrait of Iana. Could this not imply that Chloe, too, was under Iana's command? This would elucidate why Emily wanted me to eliminate him, as Chloe was also tracking her whereabouts. Had she learned of my entanglement with Emily and sought to use me to capture her? Yet she could have acted directly against me. But the witch cult collaborates with the royal family, and, as a baron, I present a concern for her, prompting her to dispatch someone to monitor my every move. Regrettably, I could glean no further information from Ove. Based on what I currently know, I can only hypothesize, and such conjectures remain unverified. After Joyce had completed his grim task, he departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving behind a disarray that would spell disaster for Ove's subordinates. Earlier that afternoon, Ove had boldly proclaimed the demise of the gentleman party's leader. Yet before the dream of expansion had even faded, he had met the same fate as Eric. Who would he turn to for justification? A few of his subordinates symbolically fired a few shots into the night where Joyce had vanished, having no intention of pursuing him. Absurdity. Why would they chase someone who had managed to kill Ove? They gazed at the corpses on the floor and the unconscious sultry woman on the bed, momentarily at a loss for what to do. After a brief silence, they resolved to handle the bodies first. It is unclear who discovered a resplendent red gem, its crystalline clarity captivating. One individual cradled it in the palm of their hand, seemingly able to sense its warmth. Suddenly, an enchanting voice echoed in their ears. What transpired here? The group turned in unison to find an alluring woman, as radiant as a blossoming peach blossom, had appeared in the room. She first surveyed the lifeless body on the floor and then the shattered window, piecing together the events that had unfolded. The woman, with a small beauty mark between her brows and flowing black hair cascading over her shoulders, exuded charm. She was Iana, a mid-tier witch. With a delicate flick of her finger, the red gem found its way into her palm. You should all wait for me downstairs, she commanded. Although the gang members were unfamiliar with this enchanting woman, they inexplicably found her words compelling and dutifully filed down the stairs. Iana retracted the extraordinary traits of a warrior and swiftly prepared for a summoning ritual. In the ethereal realm, where sky and earth blur into indistinction, a haze of gray enveloped all. She reached out, connecting with the lingering spirit of Ovi, while silently intoning, "The murderer of Ovi. The murderer of Ovi." Gradually, a vivid image began to materialize before her. Ovi, arms raised high, knelt on the ground under the threat of gun, while the wielder of the revolver donned a comical clown mask. Do you know Iana? How do you know it's her? Iana attempted to peer through the mask to discern the true identity of the individual, but was thwarted, as if her divination was significantly obstructed, even experiencing a minor backlash. She withdrew from the state of communication, and Ovi's spirit dissipated entirely. The one wearing the clown mask possessed the ability to resist divination. Could he indeed be a jester? A member of the secretive order? That person is probing into my affairs. Ayanna murmured, suddenly recalling someone. Chloe. She had not received any word from him in recent days. Had he discovered a means to lift the curse? If so, he should have fled immediately. How dare he track me down? Her gaze shifted to the woman still unconscious. The results of her dream divination indicated that this woman had been subjected to psychological suggestion. To Ayanna's knowledge, Chloe indeed possessed a remarkable object that allowed for the observation of others. Could it truly be him? It seemed implausible. Ayanna's beautifully arched brows furrowed slightly, her expression one of tender concern as she descended the stairs slowly. Observing the besotted man, she inquired about the details of the events. The gang members eagerly began to recount their tale, starting from the moment they learned of Eric's disappearance that afternoon. They ultimately recounted hearing Ovi's cries before rushing upstairs. Witnessing a shadow leap from the window, Ayanna patiently listened, then asked, "Who is Eric?" "The leader of the gentleman's faction, who has always been at odds with Ovi." One of them spoke up, inciting the ire of the others. Foes, yet both perished on the same day. Ayanna's keen intuition detected an anomaly. Where had Ovi and Eric intersected recently? The group appeared contemplative, and soon, the man at the forefront's eyes brightened as he exclaimed. Ayanna blurted out, for it was her command to Ovi. "Joyce Best?" Yes, that's the name. Joyce Best. He indeed harbors secrets." Ayanna thought, unfazed, and continued to pose more detailed inquiries, but sadly, the responses were scant. As her patience waned, she waved her hand, and several spheres of inky black flames materialized, transforming the expressions of the gang members from infatuation to sheer terror, ultimately reducing them to mere ashes. Prior to this, Ayanna had vanished from sight. She chanted incantations as the black flames consumed flesh and blood, yet she received no feedback. This scenario could arise from only two possibilities. 1. Chloe had discovered a way to evade the curse. 2. He was dead. Joyce Best. Ayanna murmured, revealing a radiant smile. Chapter 28. A transaction with the diviner. Although the potion had enhanced Joyce's physique, the previous night's exertion, compounded by insufficient sleep, left him with a certain soreness in his waist and legs upon rising. However, this experience unveiled Sophia's concealed massage skills. It was Wednesday, the day of the extraordinary gathering. At 3 in the afternoon, Joyce arrived punctually at the Oak Tavern. He chose not to meet with the Arbiter, instead donning a hooded mask to conceal his identity, silently awaiting the commencement of the gathering, much like the other members. Before long, the organizer announced, as was customary, the gathering begins. As before, the woman, presumably a diviner, expressed her eagerness, saying, "I require the crystalline horn of an adult Honaquis gray mountain goat." Joyce already knew that this was the primary ingredient for the clown's potion, and a week had passed without her finding it. It was indeed challenging for a wild extraordinary to thrive. The members present seemed not yet to be in the right frame of mind, as a prolonged silence ensued. Under her hood, the diviner, Catherine, did not conceal her disappointment. Over a month had passed since she had digested her potion, yet she still saw no hope for advancement. She reached in her pocket to touch her ring and inquired again, "Is that friend who was purchasing quaternary antiquities still present?" Joyce responded, "Yes, I have brought that ring." After Catherine spoke, she passed the ring to Joyce through a servant. He scrutinized it closely. With his noble upbringing, he could discern that the craftsmanship was crude, and the embedded gem was quite ordinary. Its only merit lay in its antiquity. Surrounded by extraordinary individuals, he dared not conduct any extensive experimentation. But he was certain that this trinket was hardly worth 15 pounds. Joyce felt like a gullible fool, yet he readily paid for the item, addressing the eager crowd awaiting the completion of the transaction. "If anyone possesses similar quaternary antiquities, I shall also purchase them." No one replied. It appeared that the allure of spending lavishly for bones was not particularly effective, though he was not overly concerned, as it was merely an experiment. Joyce then seized the moment to present his own request. "I require a pair of adult manhow fish eyes, as well as 50 milliliters of horned blackfish blood." This was the primary ingredient for the observer's potion, and he deliberately increased the quantity of the horned blackfish blood to 35 milliliters. No sooner had he spoken than the Arbiter, seated centrally, began to contemplate. His orders were to assist this young baron in becoming extraordinary, initially intending to sell the formula for the Arbiter's potion to him. He was taken aback to find that Joyce had already begun collecting materials. Had he obtained the potion's formula through other channels? He pondered which route it could be. After mulling it over for a moment and seeing that no one else had spoken, the arbiter announced, "I have some leads. I will provide you with information at the next gathering." The members were intrigued by the arbiter's unexpected promise, as he seldom involved himself in transactions between members, usually content to gather information or issue tasks. Noticing the gazes directed at him, the arbiter nonchalantly remarked, "Just looking to make a little money. You all carry on." While others might have shrugged it off, Joyce, aware of the arbiter's military contacts, did not believe things to be as simple as he claimed. Although he required only materials of Sequence 9, possessing clues for 2 materials seemed implausible unless provided by the military. But why? Additionally, the investigation results he had received regarding Dean also resembled military documents. This led him to believe that someone within the military was covertly assisting him. Who could it be? Thomas? No, he lacked such authority. Perhaps it was an old friend of William's? Encouraged by this realization, the trading process grew increasingly fervent, with the number of successful transactions notably rising. Catherine, however, was thoroughly frustrated, as the materials she required remained elusive. Would she truly have to venture into the depths of ruin to find the Honaquist gray mountain goat? She pondered in distress, when suddenly she heard the wealthy man, who had spent 15 pounds to buy his own broken ring, speak again. "Anyone possessing books on mysticism, particularly those containing fundamental knowledge, may offer them. I do, but I cannot sell them to you." A wry smile flickered in Katrine's mind, and then an idea struck her. Perhaps this could work. She proposed, "I can transcribe some knowledge for you, ensuring its accuracy." Joyce, naturally, would not seek distant solutions when a closer option was at hand. He replied, "I wish to acquire the original book. Do not be too hasty in your refusal. You may wish to consider my offer." As he spoke, he inscribed a line of text on paper, which was then conveyed by the waiter. Katrine opened it with little expectation, but the words on the page astonished her, causing her to lift her head abruptly. "Do you truly possess it?" The white paper bore the inscription, an item that can substitute for the crystalline horn of the Hornachi's gray mountain goat. Observing her reaction, it seemed Joyce understood the existence of extraordinary properties. However, she was merely a wild, extraordinary being, which heightened Joyce's anticipation regarding the mystical books she could provide. He nodded calmly, though the gesture was somewhat obscure by his hood, and he spoke, "Of course. You may choose to transact at the next gathering, or opt for a face-to-face meeting. You decide the location, I will determine the time, or vice versa." He nearly uttered offline transaction, but fortunately corrected himself in time. Katrine contemplated the risks of a face-to-face exchange. Although fraught with danger, who could say whether that man would even appear at the next gathering? In her view, those who acquired extraordinary properties were perilous individuals, likely to be eliminated by adversaries at any moment. Missing this opportunity might mean a long wait for another. "I choose to meet in person." Having said this, Katrine noted a familiar and secure location, the Inmat Street for Season CAF, and added, "It would be best to set the time for tomorrow or the day after." Once the note reached Joyce, he almost mistook the woman for Emily upon seeing the familiar place, but quickly extinguished that absurd notion. Merely a coincidence, he inscribed the time, tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Their agreement was concluded as the gathering drew to a close. The scale informed everyone of the next meeting's timing, beginning to arrange members for a staggered departure. Joyce found himself among the last to leave. However, as the room dwindled to just himself and the scale, he no longer thought this way. Chapter 29. Friend or Foe? What does this mean? Joyce inquired coldly. The scale deliberately removed his hood and mask. "Baron, it has been a while." Despite intentionally altering his voice and heightening his stature, Joyce's recognition was unwavering. Joyce retorted, "How do you know it is I?" "I possess a remarkable talent for discerning different individuals," the scale replied, smiling as if engaging in pleasantries with a long-lost friend. "There is no need for concealment between us. Were you satisfied with the information I provided last time? The capabilities of extraordinary beings? The arbiter?" Joyce mused curiously, slowly shedding his disguise while his mind raced. Why had he suddenly broached this topic? Was it a post-sale inquiry? Was it he asking, or was it someone behind him? Crow had perished, even replaced by a bounty. Perhaps he had learned of Crow's demise through this channel, leading him to suspect my involvement? Thankfully, I had dispatched Dean to handle the body promptly, and since the time limit had passed, divination would yield no results, thus ensuring my safety. As for the scale and the entities behind him, lurking in the shadows, they remained unworthy of trust thus far. After careful consideration, He devised a response, a barely perceptible smirk playing at his lips. "Ah, your report appears quite impressive, but when I sent someone to visit, I discovered that no one resided at 52 Prie Street." "She? Who is she?" The scale astutely detected the shift in Joyce's wording, as if unearthing a new reality. This was instinctive behavior for an agent, yet she was merely Joyce feigning confusion. "Impossible. My investigation guarantees accuracy," the scale exaggeratedly stated, probing, "On which day did she visit?" Perhaps Crow was simply not at home. Joyce, unconcerned, replied nonchalantly, "The day after I received the report. Coincidences do not occur. My people are far more reliable than your report." Ignoring Joyce's subtle jibe, the scale contemplated. "The day after? That evening, I discovered signs of a struggle in the living room, and Crow's bounty was claimed on the third day." The timelines align. Judging by this Baron's indignant demeanor, he seems genuinely unaware. Could he merely be a messenger, while she is the true perpetrator? Noticing Joyce's growing impatience, the scale refrained from further inquiries and instead smiled. "I drew some inspiration from your recent transaction with that female member." He spoke thus to mask his urgency. "If I could procure the two materials you desire ahead of time, wouldn't a face-to-face transaction be more advantageous? Preparing the materials sooner allows one to become an extraordinary being earlier, does it not?" This notion held merit. Joyce muttered in agreement, and after a brief contemplation, stated, "I lack time in the coming days. However, you should know my address, so please have someone deliver it." With that, he rose to depart, leaving the scale behind in silent contemplation. Exiting the bar, Joyce exhaled in relief, inwardly reflecting, "Acting is truly exhausting." His prior speech and mannerisms were mere mimicking of the former Joyce, aiming to craft an image of a naive, foolish young noble serving a mysterious figure in pursuit of a potion formula, oblivious to the deeper narrative. If the scale and those behind him were allies, then regardless of my words, danger would be non-existent. But if they were foes, let their formidable powers investigate, ideally leading to a mutual demise with Emily, allowing me a graceful exit. Living amidst such peril, navigating a minefield while striving for survival was arduous, with constant dread of inadvertently plummeting into the abyss and meeting a tragic end. Since his transmigration, he felt as if ensnared in multiple whirlpools, helplessly swept along, only hoping for the tempest to pass swiftly, granting calm seas and clear skies. Unbeknownst to Joyce, his performance had been remarkably successful, yielding the anticipated effect. The report submitted by the scale detailed, Joyce Best has acquired the potion formula through other channels and is currently seeking materials: a pair of adult manhow, fish eyes, and 50 milliliters of the blood of a ram's horn blackfish. The information regarding the pirate Crow, which he previously commissioned for investigation, was not voluntary, but rather dictated by a mysterious figure, currently identified only by the gender female. This conclusion stems from a slip of the tongue by Joyce, the veracity of which remains debatable. There are suspicions of a connection between the two. Joyce continues to procure quaternary antiquities for unknown reasons, even at significantly inflated prices. Moreover, he lacks fundamental knowledge of mysticism and is seeking to fill this gap. Finally, he appears to have begun harboring doubts about me. The scale sealed the report and sent it through clandestine channels, suddenly realizing he did not fully comprehend the purpose of his actions. On one hand, he needed to monitor Joyce's needs and behaviors, while on the other, he was compelled to offer him assistance, a precarious balance to maintain. Perhaps he and Joyce were not so different after all, both mere pawns on display. The report, after traversing numerous hands, ultimately reached the headquarters of Military Intelligence Section 9 the following morning. As per protocol, the informant scales report would be delivered into Thomas's hands, who would then distill the critical information to relay to his superior. However, this report did not pass through Thomas's hands. He only learned of this when summoned to the office by the commander the next morning. Joyce Best acquired the potion formula through alternative channels. "Are you aware of this matter?" Upon hearing the inquiry from the scarred-faced officer, Thomas's initial thought was of the information he had consulted regarding the School of Life, which completely aligned with Joyce's assertions. According to Joyce, this knowledge was derived from a notebook left by his father. Thus, it would not be extraordinary for the notebook to contain the potion formula. "I don't know, sir. Perhaps he fortuitously attended an extraordinary gathering. Such events are quite common in Byam." "Indeed, that saves us from wasting time," replied the scarred-faced officer. "You maintain a good rapport with Joyce. Young individuals should engage more, especially for a newly anointed extraordinary individual, as it can provide him with ample assistance." Thomas mused that it was uncertain who would assist whom, yet responded, "Understood, sir." The officer nodded in satisfaction and instructed, "You may return to your duties. We have received news from East Bailang that members of the Rose Society, currently on the run, have fled to our territory. Collaboration is necessary for the case, so we may be quite busy in the near future." "Yes, sir." After Thomas departed, the scarred-faced officer held the intelligence report, murmuring to himself, "A mysterious figure suspected to be female, linked to a psychological alchemical society?" Chapter 30. The Diviner's Notes. Meanwhile, Joyce returned once more to the Four Seasons CAF on Inmat Street. It was still early, and only a few scattered patrons occupied the CAF. He chose a seat by the window and ordered a cup of coffee from the approaching waiter. Although they had not established any agreed-upon signal, Joyce was confident that a diviner would not mistake the person she sought. Casually gazing out the window, he observed the passers-by, some hurrying to work with briefcases in hand, while a short newspaper vendor waved his papers and shouted incessantly. Byam lacked subways, and trams had yet to become widespread, making travel inconvenient. However, this also bestowed the city with fresh air and a cerulean sky, complicating the notion of good versus bad. It was no wonder the bicycle industry thrived. Perhaps he should seize the investment opportunity from Klein. Yet, he decided to leave some provisions for the panda. Money was not an issue for him, Joyce pondered aimlessly. As he observed others, Catherine was similarly scrutinizing Joyce. As a diviner, she recognized him at first glance. He was the peculiar individual whose predictions about the future were often contradictory. It turned out he was also extraordinary. This marked their second meeting of the week. If the gathering was included, it would be the third. Such coincidences held an unusual significance in the eyes of a diviner. Even more perplexing was the fact that, as someone capable of acquiring extraordinary traits, he showed interest in fundamental knowledge of mysticism, which defied logic. Taking out a necklace crafted from star crystal, Catherine began her divination. "I should meet him. I should meet him." After repeating this 7 times, the crystal spun in a clockwise direction, neither fast nor slow. This indicated that she ought to meet him. This outcome reassured her considerably, and recalling that she was not entirely unprepared, she gradually regained her courage and stepped into the Four Seasons CAF. "Once again, we meet, fellow diviner," Joyce remarked. Catherine's confidence, which had just begun to rise, diminished significantly at his straightforwardness. Her heart raced, and she blurted out, "You know it's me?" Joyce smiled. "There's no need to be anxious. I harbor no ill intentions. After seeing the location you wrote down for a meeting, I had my suspicions, but it wasn't until I sat here that I felt certain." "Why?" Catherine inquired. Joyce gestured toward the window. "Because your divination house is closed today." Understanding now, Catherine accepted this explanation but remained cautious, saying, "Well, your powers of observation are impressive. Do you truly possess the extraordinary trait of a jester?" Facing her skepticism, Joyce produced a metal box from his jacket pocket and placed it on the table, pressing down on it with his hand. "As a diviner, your intuition should guide you to the answer." Catherine's gaze was fixed on the box, eagerly nodding. Struggling to divert her attention, she retrieved a notebook from her bosom, lovingly rubbed it twice, and pushed it toward Joyce, saying, "This is a notebook left by a mid-tier extraordinary individual, containing numerous insights into mysticism and fundamental ritual magic, sufficient to elevate a novice extraordinary person to a seasoned one." With a hand for payment and the other for delivery, Catherine opened the box to reveal the extraordinary traits within, confirming their authenticity through her divination, and finally displayed a cheerful smile. Joyce, meanwhile, perused the notebook, noting the signs of torn pages at the beginning, frowning as he asked, "What is this situation?" Catherine quickly tucked away the extraordinary traits and explained, "Those 2 pages detailed the identity of the notebook's owner. I tore them out, but it is inconsequential, for he has already passed away." "Inconsequential? Then why tear it?" As Joyce continued to examine the notes, he discovered that while the contents were indeed rich, the descriptions of the law of conservation of extraordinary traits and the role-playing magic were absent. Based on this woman's demeanor, she must possess knowledge in this area. However, the material in the book was satisfactory enough for Joyce that he chose not to dwell on it further. "All right, it's a deal, but what? You aren't planning something underhanded, are you?" Catherine's body tensed, her back pressed against the chair, her right hand reaching under the table. "But you still owe me 15 pounds. "Why?" Catherine asked, perplexed. Joyce explained earnestly, "At last week's gathering, you promised that if I found clues regarding the Hornachi's Gray Mountain Unicorn Crystal, you would gift me that quaternary ring. However, since I incurred expenses, you need to reimburse me the 15 pounds. Is it really like that?" Catherine was left speechless. rummaging through her wallet only to find a meager £2 and a few cellars. She recalled her concerns about potential dangers during their meeting and had left all her money at home. Giving an awkward smile, "I didn't bring that much money today. Can I repay you next time?" "That is acceptable." Joyce calmly sipped his coffee, merely seeking a small reprisal for her act of tearing the book. As he did not genuinely care about the £15, and then added, "However, you shall cover the coffee today." "All right, I'll pay." Catherine nodded in agreement, while internally grumbling. Indeed, the wealthy are the most miserly. "Waiter, I would like to add a dessert," Joyce called out, successfully eliciting a look of confusion from Catherine. This notebook was penned by an extraordinary individual who traversed the path of a diviner. Beyond the fundamental knowledge of mysticism, it contained an abundance of peculiar divination methods, ritual magic, and some methods for crafting charms. Unfortunately, most required supplication to deities. Due to the ambiguity surrounding his own time traveling, Joyce instinctively rejected the notion of deities. Fortunately, much of the knowledge within the book not only enriched his foundational understanding, but also provided substantial insights for the subsequent sequence 7 Black Magic, rendering it a worthwhile investment. At the very least, he had now learned to create a wall of spirit. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted him. It seemed that every time Joyce was engrossed in reading, someone would invariably come to knock. This time, it was Harry. Joyce glanced at the time and noted that it was not yet time to depart for the ball, and inquired, "What is it?" "There is an individual outside claiming to be a messenger from the Balanced Society, holding a black lacquer box, stating that he has an appointment with you for a transaction today." Upon hearing Harry's description, Joyce was taken aback. Could it be that the Balance had already procured 2 materials? That efficiency was rather astonishing. Yet, he could conceive of no alternative possibility. With a slight premium, but within the realm of acceptability, Joyce was not surprised and agreed to the transaction. Unbeknownst to him, the Scarred Face had procured these 2 materials from MI9 through a contribution valued at £400, instructing Tianping to sell them for £550, while ultimately, Joyce ended up paying £600. Chapter 31, The Ball. Upon opening the box, Joyce no longer harbored any doubts. He beheld a pair of ghastly, pallid fish eyes, which emanated an eerie glow, making the tube of red blood seem relatively mundane by comparison. Additionally, there was a note inside, written in a completely unfamiliar hand. 1 pair of adult manhowl fish eyes, 35 milliliters of horned blackfish blood. This was evidently the formula for the audience potion. A threat, or perhaps a benevolent reminder. Until one discerns whether the other is foe or friend, any situation may be interpreted in starkly opposing manners. Moreover, regardless of their allegiance, they were desperately in need of me to become extraordinary. These 2 materials served as undeniable proof. At this juncture, Joyce suddenly realized that if he were to procure the instigator's formula, would he not also effortlessly obtain the principal ingredients for the potion? It felt like a £1 billion loss. Oftentimes, luck and fate are truly unpredictable, much like the maid. Joyce remarked with complexity, "I now believe you should choose the path of the monster. The one that can control luck. Why?" Joyce sighed deeply, "Because your luck is simply too splendid. Come here." Joyce gestured for her, and the maid obediently approached his side. Upon seeing the 2 materials on the experimental table, she paused for 2 seconds before exclaiming with delight, "These are the main ingredients for the audience potion. Did you not say that extraordinary materials are difficult to obtain? Thus, I said you were fortunate." Joyce felt a pang of heartache for a moment, but quickly regained his composure, stating solemnly, "Prepare yourself to embark on the brutal journey of the extraordinary world." At the experimental table, Joyce began concocting the potion, distilling 80 milliliters of pure water, then adding 5 drops of colchicine essence, 13 grams of cow's tooth peony powder, and 7 petals of fairy flower. These materials were quite common, some even utilized as medicinal herbs, easily procurable. After incorporating all the auxiliary ingredients, the liquid in the beaker transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, and finally, he added the adult manhowl fish eyes and 35 milliliters of horned blackfish blood. The complete audience potion presented a silvery white hue, viscous in texture, bubbling incessantly. Was this the only systematic occurrence in the mysterious world after completing a potion? Joyce, upon personally succeeding in brewing a potion, felt a surge of excitement, akin to having acquired a cherished figurine in a past life. "Do you remember how I taught you?" Sophia nodded earnestly, to control one's spirit through meditation. Subsequently, she took the potion and drank it in one gulp. From Joyce's perspective, he could clearly observe the maid first furrowing her brow, then opening her eyes, a faint golden glimmer flashing within her pupils. How does it feel? He inquired. Sophia quietly savored the extraordinary abilities bestowed by the potion, enabling her to maintain a state of mental vigor as the entire world seemed to crystallize before her. In her deep-set pupils reflected Joyce's figure. She was now capable of perceiving things unlike before. The Baron appeared somewhat anxious yet gratified, ultimately displaying a sense of fulfillment from her newfound abilities. With the aid of the audience's powers, Sophia discovered she could accurately discern the inner thoughts and emotions of others. Noticing the maid's state, Joyce's lips twitched as he raised a hand to shield her line of sight. Try to refrain from observing me. You may observe others instead. The entire human realm is the grandest of stages, with each individual playing their part. Although the audience is destined not to be the protagonist, it will assist you in becoming the most favored one. The interactions between individuals are the most worthy of observation. There's a ball tonight. Accompany me, and with the audience's abilities, help me investigate a few matters. Sophia, having exited the state of the audience, still brimming with novelty, cheerily acquiesced. Councilman North resided on Constant Street, closer to the Governor Bam's mansion. Riding in a splendid four-wheeled carriage and adhering to social etiquette, Joyce arrived punctually at the ball, encountering Councilman North and his wife, approaching him head-on. Councilman North appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, yet in truth, he was only 40. His wife was of mixed Ruan and Rostian descent, maintaining a remarkable appearance and figure. Perhaps it was due to his wife's influence that Councilman North upheld such naive political views. Joyce swiftly approached, exclaiming, "Mr. North, I am immensely pleased to receive your invitation. I apologize for my tardiness." He then took the hand of North's wife, bestowing a feigned kiss. "Your radiance illuminates the night." Finally, he received a gift box from Sophia. "This is a small token I brought from the estate. I hope you'll accept it." Councilman North accepted the gift box, his face beaming with joy. "I hope tonight's ball brings you a delightful mood. That is precisely what I anticipate." After the customary flattery and business, Joyce entered the hall, where a soothing piano melody played, and a diverse array of guests mingled in small groups, engaging in conversation. He took a glass of red wine, surveying the surrounding crowd with a smile. Councilman North's close ties with the Rosdians had drawn many locals of darker complexion to the ball, most of whom were descendants of former indigenous chieftains and princes, now occupying mid-level management positions in Rostian. For instance, the chief of the Bam Police Department approached Joyce for casual conversation, seemingly casually mentioning a policeman named Dean, praising him profusely. Joyce understood the underlying inquiry in his words. Responding half-truthfully, that police chief readily agreed. "You make a valid point. 10 years ago, I had the fortune of executing a mission under Mr. Williams' leadership, which I still remember vividly." Joyce, feeling somewhat bored by his attempts at camaraderie, suddenly spotted a familiar face and excused himself. "Apologies, I see a friend. I must go greet him." The police chief had no objections. He had already obtained the answers he sought, and could not help but exclaim, "What sheer luck has Dean encountered to catch the attention of a baron?" In just a few exchanges, Dean's prospects at the police station had become promising. Such was the distinction of class. Joyce similarly pondered this in silence. He had not merely concocted an excuse to depart. He had seen Charlie, who was following a middle-aged man in military attire, occasionally exchanging pleasantries with others. The middle-aged man was Charlie's father, a former rear admiral. "Mr. Plank, it is a pleasure to see you." Joyce approached to greet him. "I am equally glad to see you thriving." Plank surveyed him from head to toe before finally speaking. Joyce self-deprecatingly smiled. "It is the price of growth." Plank clinked glasses with him, turning to Charlie. "You seem a bit weary. Let us call a night." Charlie chuckled, offering no rebuttal. "Then I shall take my leave." Chapter 32. The Family Drama. The two retreated to a quiet corner, and Charlie sighed deeply. "Thank goodness you arrived. Otherwise, I would have been utterly exhausted. Since when did attending a ball become a burden? Shouldn't it be effortless for you?" Joyce inquired with curiosity. Charlie downed a glass of champagne, switched to a glass of red wine like Joyce's, and began to vent his frustrations. As a friend, Joyce understood Charlie well enough to recognize his lazy disposition, thus jesting, "Cheers, to celebrate your escape from the sea of troubles." Charlie nodded in agreement, then asked, "Speaking of which, did you not always dislike such occasions?" Joyce observed as Congressman North entered the hall, signaling that the ball was about to commence. A smile graced his lips as he remarked, "You still have Mr. Plank, but for now, I find myself alone. The best family is in need of friends. That is the reason for my presence here." Charlie patted him on the shoulder and spoke with a tone of earnestness. "It is not easy for anyone, but you still have me." He then surveyed the surroundings, noting that no one was paying attention to them, and whispered, "I have successfully concocted several new potions. I shall deliver them to you tomorrow." Joyce chuckled and inquired, "It won't be that same potion again, will it?" "Of course not. Am I that kind of person?" Charlie retorted with a hint of mischief. He waved his hand dismissively, adopting an air of nonchalance. "Rest assured, I will not betray your trust." Joyce harbored serious doubts about that. Just then, the hall fell silent as Congressman North ascended the stage to deliver his speech. "I am grateful to all my friends for attending this evening's ball. My wife and I are truly honored. As Rome once said, men are born free and equal. All present here, whether Ruin or Rothdean, are striving for the strength of our kingdom. Let us cast aside our prejudices, praise the deities, honor His Majesty the King, and celebrate the ever-improving life." Joyce clenched his right fist, while the other guests raised their glasses in reverence to their own deities, consuming their alcoholic beverages in unison. The soothing music resumed, and Congressman North took his wife's hand to begin the opening dance. Joyce did not forget the purpose of attending the ball. From his earlier observations, he had identified 3 individuals most likely to know Iana. The pressing question now was how to approach them. He certainly could not dance the opening waltz with a man. "Hey, Naomi is approaching. She's likely here for you." "I'll take my leave," Charlie advised Joyce before making his exit, clearly at ease in such an atmosphere. Naomi, tall and elegant in a simply styled cream-colored gown, with her long hair cascading over her shoulders and a touch of makeup enhancing her natural beauty, approached with an unencumbered demeanor. Her cheeks flushed, perhaps from consuming too much wine. She asked, "Will you invite me to dance?" Joyce smiled and replied, "It would be my honor, beautiful miss." "When did you become so silver-tongued?" Naomi asked, her eyes wide with surprise. "Honesty is a virtue, albeit the most unremarkable among my many virtues. On such a splendid night, why not revel in joy? Who has upset you? Did you not give them a good thrashing?" Joyce inquired, knowing well Naomi's penchant for violence and her formidable fighting skills, which had led her to best many peers who would never admit it. Naomi fell silent for a moment before posing a rather peculiar question. "What does it feel like to lose all your family? At first, it is difficult to accept, but with time, habit conquers most of the sorrow." After a brief pause, he added, "What does not kill you will make you stronger." Joyce noted that Naomi did not mention Roselle's name. Perhaps the Emperor had not left that saying behind. Or perhaps it was due to her distracted state. "Are all men unfaithful?" Naomi queried. Joyce found himself utterly perplexed by her train of thought. This was not the Naomi he knew. He attempted to lighten the mood with a jest. Such matters are not absolute. In fact, the women of Indies are quite liberated. Observing her lack of reaction, he continued, "All right, let me guess. You have developed feelings for a gentleman who does not reciprocate. Or perhaps he's enamored with more than just you. It's my uncle." Naomi interrupted. "Your uncle? You have fallen for your uncle? What kind of absurdity is this?" Joyce halted in his tracks, nearly colliding with someone beside him. He was aware that Naomi had been raised by her uncle, Mr. Fabian, after losing both parents. Yet that hardly justified her feelings. Joyce stared at Naomi in shock as she continued, her voice trembling. "I discovered my uncle was courting a woman." Well, at least the narrative had shifted from a forbidden romance to a familial drama. Joyce found himself at a loss for words. After all, this was a private matter. He could only offer comforting words. "Perhaps you have misunderstood. Mr. Fabian is not that kind of man. But I saw it with my own eyes. He got into a carriage with that woman, looking particularly intimate. The way he gazed at her reminded me of how he used to look at my aunt." Naomi's tone grew increasingly despondent, as if the world around her was collapsing. Joyce had never seen this strong girl so heartbroken. He felt a pang of sympathy as the opening dance concluded, and both remained in a mutual silence. Reaching the side of the hall, Joyce lifted a glass of white wine, gazing at the throng of guests continuing to sway to the music, spotting Charlie engaged in lively conversation with a group. Who would have thought there was a heartbroken girl fearing the disintegration of her family amidst the revelry? Meanwhile, Naomi had already consumed 3 glasses of red wine. As she prepared to grab a fourth, Joyce intervened. "While drunkenness may help you forget certain matters, it is but a temporary reprieve. The pain will only double upon awakening." Naomi, already inebriated, began to feel remarkably lucid and made a profoundly wise decision. "You are correct. Drinking will not resolve my issues. I need to confront the root of the problem." Joyce sensed a chill in her tone, and a series of scenarios rapidly unfolded in his mind. Surely she was not considering eliminating the third party? Though the woman was at fault, her uncle bore responsibility too. "What do you intend to do?" he asked. Naomi quickly convinced herself, "I will follow them, discover the woman's address, and then drive her away. Such matters could be entrusted to a detective. You need not involve yourself directly. Joyce breathed a sigh of relief while searching for Mrs. Fabian, Naomi's aunt. Having earlier noticed the two together at the beginning of the ball, an observation befitting an assassin. No, I won't leave. Will you help me? I know they rendezvous every Friday afternoon, which is tomorrow. Will you accompany me? She grasped Joyce's arm as if clinging to her last hope. He felt utterly helpless, even spotting Charlie giving him a thumbs up from a short distance. What the predicamen? Joyce felt tears welling up in his eyes. He steadied Naomi and replied, All right, we shall go tomorrow, but only after you have sobered up. I will fetch Mrs. Fabian. Do not summon her. How is Iana any better than my aunt? My uncle must be blind, Naomi whispered vehemently, her etiquette training preventing her from being more overtly disrespectful. Right, he is a fool. Iana is not, Joyce retorted. Wait a moment, Iana. He suddenly shifted from his nonchalant demeanor to one of astonishment, accompanied by a delightful surprise. Did you just mention Iana? Yes. Iana is the woman seducing my uncle, Naomi scoffed. She is merely a pretty face, a bit flirtatious, and more alluring. What is so special about her? As Joyce listened to Naomi's incessant complaints, he increasingly felt that this Iana was indeed the one he was searching for. Yet it was evident he could not extract any further information from her. He signaled for Charlie to come over upon arriving. Charlie quickly realized the situation was not as he had imagined. He soon fetched Mrs. Fabian, who expressed her gratitude to Joyce, albeit with a hint of concern, as she escorted Naomi away from the ball prematurely. How did you manage to make her cry? Charlie inquired, puzzled. What kind of question is that? She has her own issues to contend with, and it appears that thorn has been lodged in her for quite some time. Joyce mentally countered, explaining that those who appear strong on the outside often harbor a fragile heart within. Charlie nodded seriously, as if enlightened, but the very next moment, a smile broke across his face. Shall we go over for a drink? Joyce glanced at a few familiar friends in the distance, raised his glass in acknowledgement, and replied, Why not? Unfortunately, until the ball concluded, Joyce received no further clues regarding Iana from anyone else. Have you gleaned any information? Yes, indeed, Sophia eagerly nodded. The ladies' maids are privy to a wealth of secrets. Though they are adept at keeping confidences, as an observer, I can extract the desired information through subtle persuasion. Unconsciously, she resumed her scrutiny of Joyce, who frowned and cautioned, Do not become overly absorbed in the role of an observer. It may lead you to lose your sense of self. Very well, Sophia returned to her normal demeanor, stating, Iana is General Bright's mistress. Bright? Isn't it Fabian? This is indeed a case of double dealing. No, perhaps it is more than just two. One must say, she truly embodies the essence of sorceress. Joyce was surprisingly unfazed. Is the information accurate? More than one person has claimed this, and Sophia's gaze darted, her expression suggesting she was hesitant to continue. Noting this, Joyce asked in confusion, If there is more to say, just say it without hesitation. They say Iana has unusual relationships with many prominent figures, including Mr. William. Before she could finish, Sophia hurriedly corrected herself. Regardless, I refuse to believe it. Mr. William would never associate with such a woman. Joyce verbally supported her viewpoint, asserting resolutely, William would not engage in such behavior. Moreover, rumors and gossip are inherently unreliable. They do not warrant excessive concern. After reassuring the maid, who idolized William as a father and hero, Joyce silently contemplated. He had not anticipated that investigating Iana would intertwine with William, as if he were consuming gossip from his own household. Based on the original owner's impression of William, he was not the type to consort with a sorceress. What if he had been bewitched by her, as Joyce and Emily had been? No, William was an extraordinary judge of Sequence 6, a paragon of mental fortitude, unlikely to be easily seduced, unless Iana were a demigod of Sequence 4. But that was implausible. Yet, given the emergence of such rumors and Sophia's demeanor, the information did not seem spurious. After all, deceiving an observer is no easy feat, even if she is merely of Sequence 9. Surely, William and Iana must have crossed paths. Whether as allies or adversaries remains to be debated. Considering William's sacrifices, the likelihood of enmity might be greater. Suddenly, a phrase from William's letter echoed in his mind. Upholding fairness and justice is the noblest quality of a person, not the status of nobility. It now appeared that Iana was not merely leveraging her connection with Emily to obtain a recipe for an instigator-esque potion. Her involvement potentially threatened personal safety, necessitating heightened vigilance. Perhaps it was indeed time to catch her in the act. Alas, Why must a noble always engage in such sordid and laborious tasks? I am no private investigator. The following morning, Joyce received a letter delivered by Naomi's messenger. The letter began with Naomi expressing her sincere apologies for her indiscretion the previous night, informing Joyce that her outrageous decision was merely the ramblings of drunkenness and should not be taken to heart. Well, I truly did not mind, Joyce thought. Although he still intended to catch her in the act, he would go alone. Continuing to read, the letter concluded with Naomi's gentle request for him to keep the matter a secret. The circle in Byam is quite small. Such events cannot remain concealed, and those who ought to know likely already do. For Naomi, as long as Lady Fabian remains unaware, she is attempting to resolve the situation. From Naomi's perspective, having lost her parents at an early age and possessing little memory of them, she now faced the risk of her guardian's family fracturing. The sorceress is indeed a dangerous foe. Reining in his wandering thoughts, Joyce examined the potion delivered by Charlie. As expected, it was an enhancement potion. Additionally, there were potions for treating both internal and external injuries, as well as a special elixir to unleash latent potential, allowing one to temporarily forget pain and unleash great strength, albeit at the cost of weakness for 2 days after the effect wears off. Thus, it was a more potent stimulant with equally significant side effects. Joyce felt quite satisfied. In any endeavor, the importance of a wet nurse is irreplaceable. Chapter 34. A Glimpse of Wonder. At noon, Joyce appeared near Naomi's residence. He donned a deep gray round hat, wore a top resembling a naval shirt, and donned a pair of linen trousers, seated in a somewhat dilapidated carriage, as if he were a coachman awaiting passengers. Of course, should anyone truly seek a ride, he would feign that it had already been booked. Uncertain of the exact time Fabian would depart to rendezvous with Iana, Joyce, unwilling to miss the opportunity, resorted to the primitive method of waiting. Though simple and rudimentary, it proved sufficiently safe and effective. Previously, he had contemplated another possibility, utilizing an assassin's skills to hide beneath Fabian's carriage and stealthily infiltrate Iana's abode. However, this plan was quickly dismissed. He had no confidence that he could elude Iana, a former seasoned assassin. His task was merely to confirm Iana's residence and relay the information to Emily, without incurring such significant risk. The weak must maintain their guise. One cannot always rush to the forefront. An assassin's success hinges on their ability to preserve their own life. At last, the rabbit emerged from its burrow. A carriage departed from Naomi's front gate, veering left before speeding away. Joyce inwardly acknowledged the appearance, allowing the carriage to distance itself slightly before he promptly set off in pursuit. After hearing Naomi's account the previous night, he was quite curious about how Fabian had established a connection with Iana. If Iana merely sought to play a role, she had countless options and need not choose someone so unconnected to her. Moreover, Fabian held a lowly position, the only notable aspect being his service to the governor's office. Perhaps this was a facet of human trafficking. Following this line of thought, Joyce suddenly connected various dots, including the fact that Governor Rothda was a member of the Negan family, while Duke Negan would be assassinated in the future by the Twilight Hermit, and Adam was collaborating with King George III to attain divinity. How did a simple act of infidelity lead to such profound reflections? Joyce engaged in a moment of self-reflection, no longer indulging in distractions, and focused intently on trailing behind Fabian's carriage. Thankfully, this era lacked rearview mirrors, and with Joyce's commendable driving skills, he had thus far remained undetected. Before long, Fabian's carriage smoothly turned into a garden villa. Joyce did not halt. Instead, he drove past the entrance, casually glancing at the guards as if merely passing by. Opting to enter a nearby CAF on the street, he settled into a window seat that offered an unobstructed view of the villa's entrance. Joyce began to wait patiently, hoping to catch a glimpse of Iana to ensure the accuracy of his intelligence. Even if Iana never appeared, he would still pass the information to Emily, allowing her to investigate on her own. Requesting a newspaper from the waiter, Joyce feigned reading while attentively observing the commotion outside. The local newspaper of Byam naturally reported on maritime news, with the latest headline proclaiming, "The kingdom's navy unmatched in bravery. The Blood General and Twilight General in a hasty retreat." If memory serves me correctly, a fierce battle is set to erupt between the Blood General and the Twilight General, two notorious pirate factions, seemingly with little involvement from Navy. In my previous life, I ponder question, while the Four Kings may be a concern, why does the Navy not take decisive action to eradicate the 7 pirate generals? From my current perspective as Joyce, I discern 2 reasons. Firstly, The pirate generals are predominantly extraordinary beings of Sequence 5, accompanied by a cadre of mid to low-tier subordinates, making them elusive amidst the vast expanse of the ocean. Without the intervention of demigods, it is nearly impossible to completely annihilate them. Secondly, many of the pirate generals are affiliated with clandestine organizations, some even originating from the Church of the True Gods. Even if the Navy expended considerable effort to eliminate them, it would not be a daunting task for these organizations to cultivate another Sequence 5. Thus, the higher echelons, well aware of the intricacies, find themselves compelled to turn a blind eye. As I continued perusing the newspaper, filled with a mix of truth and fabrication, I was taken aback by the unexpected appearance of Naomi. How did she come to be here? This morning, she had sent me a letter stating that her plans had been canceled, yet here she was in person. Well, I suppose I have no grounds to judge her, for she is indeed the one engaged in infidelity, whilst I harbor ulterior motives. Goodness, this is rather reckless. Joyce's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed Naomi's bold attempt to storm the villa, inevitably clashing with the guards stationed at the entrance. The pivotal detail was that she triumphed. If Naomi were to become an extraordinary being traversing the stormy path, her ascent would surely be swift. More guards soon arrived, the commotion escalating, drawing the attention of other patrons in the CF, not to mention those within the villa. Moments later, Fabian appeared before Naomi, his demeanor grave, as they engaged in a heated exchange. He even struck her across the face, resulting in Naomi storming away in tears, fueled by indignation. Meanwhile, Joyce caught sight of a woman clad in light attire on the balcony of the second floor. His keen eyesight afforded him a crystal-clear impression. How beautiful! It was indeed Ayanna. Joyce clenched his right fist, excitedly making a slight wave, stealing a few extra seconds of glances before he noticed Ayanna shifting her gaze towards the CF. Had he been spotted? The witch's instincts were astute. No, perhaps it was merely a casual glance. Joyce promptly averted his gaze, pretending to sip his coffee while obscuring his profile with his hat. Upon returning to 14 Storn Street, Joyce immediately utilized the mirror magic to contact Emily. He anticipated a prolonged wait akin to the last time, yet within 10 minutes. The mirror inscribed a damp message. Meet at our first rendezvous. Did this imply she wished to avoid meeting me? Such is the plight of the secondary party. Joyce found himself compelled to take pen and paper, meticulously documenting his findings and dispatching them forthwith. Shortly thereafter, Sophia knocked on the door, announcing, "Mr. Thomas has arrived." Chapter 35. A word of caution from Thomas. Joyce was quite taken aback by Thomas's unexpected visit. He instructed the maid, "Let us prepare afternoon tea in advance." "Certainly, my lord," she replied. In the parlor, Thomas, donned in the uniform of the 9th Bureau of Military Intelligence, bore the rank of captain. Joyce smiled and inquired, "Just finish your shift?" "I completed a mission and thought I'd come by for a chat," Thomas replied. "I've arranged for afternoon tea." Joyce settled into the chair opposite him, stating, "Thank you." Thomas then transitioned to more serious matters. "I have reviewed the internal documents, and the situation regarding the School of Life aligns closely with what you described. However, some of their members venerate the primal moon, which is also a malevolent deity." "Wait, weren't those members subverted by the Rose Society?" "There are no records of this in 9th Bureau." Joyce mused, "That seems improbable. The secrecy level should be higher." Reflecting on the previous night's ball, he added, "I encountered Charlie. He remains unchanged, not resembling a cultist devoted to a dark god. Moreover, you mentioned that only some members of the School of Life worship malevolent entities. Perhaps Charlie's mentor belongs to the more conventional faction." "You seem to have a considerable trust in the School of Life," Thomas remarked, employing his agent's perceptive instincts. "Perhaps it's because their speaker is a mere serpent," Joyce quipped, explaining. "Firstly, I trust Charlie. Secondly, I have faith in William. His notes corroborate my sentiments." "You make a valid point. However, I worry that Charlie's character may not withstand temptation," Thomas conceded, nodding in agreement, then added, "The path of extraordinary beings is inevitably fraught with thorns and tattered remnants. Does Mr. Williams' notes provide more detailed insights?" Joyce inquired, furrowing his brow. "Regarding what aspect?" "Nothing further. Williams' entire understanding of the School of Life stems from a singular encounter with a member who once saved his life," Joyce fabricated. Thomas refrained from pressing further, instead reminding him, "The knowledge contained in those notes is invaluable. Should you aspire to become extraordinary, it can help you avoid many missteps. Given the current climate, exercise caution." As Thomas delivered this final piece of advice, he promptly took his leave, offering Joyce no opportunity for retention. His arrival had been unexpected, and his departure hasty. How peculiar. The matters concerning Charlie and the school of life seemed merely a fa leading to that ultimate cautionary statement. The situation is dire. Proceed with caution. The gravity of the statement weighed heavily on Joyce as he contemplated its implications, so engrossed that he failed to notice Sophia's arrival. "My lord, afternoon tea is ready," she announced. Although the channel had been provided by Thomas, Joyce deduced that the allegiances of the balance and its underlying forces remained ambiguous, merely assisting him in his quest for extraordinary status. Upon seeing Sophia, Joyce realized that, in the eyes of the balance, he had become an observer. Their objectives had been fulfilled, perhaps preparing for their next move. Thomas might have sensed certain signs, prompting him to offer this warning, even donning the Ninth Bureau's uniform. Did this indicate that the threat against him originated from within the Ninth Bureau itself? "My lord, why do you gaze at me so?" Sophia inquired, her cheeks flushing under his intense scrutiny, lowering her head. "Nothing, merely admiring your increasing beauty. I worry that one day I may lose control and consume you." Is that truly so?" Sophia's inner shyness deepened, as her mind wavered on whether to reject the Baron. As she pondered, she looked up to find Joyce wearing an enigmatic smile, exclaiming, "You jest with me." Indeed, to pass the time, teasing the maid would surely lift his spirits. Joyce temporarily set aside the undercurrents behind him. He would meet challenges as they came, for at least now. He was closer to the truth than when he first traversed into this world. On Saturday, Joyce did not venture outside, yet he received no proactive contact from Emily, which caused him considerable concern. Should anything happen to her, the formula for the instigator would remain undiscovered. "My lord, must I truly refrain from accompanying you? Tonight's banquet is ill-suited for you. Perhaps next time." Joyce adjusted his necktie, grasped his cane, and settled into the awaiting four-wheeled carriage, ensuring the carefully prepared gifts were in order. "Let us depart." The coachman, Carl, cracked the reins, and the carriage smoothly set forth towards its destination. General Gordon was currently retired at home, yet decades of military service had solidified his influence within the army. Although Joyce remained unaware of the underlying intricacies, he surmised that this evening's banquet likely served as a declaration of existence. From the assembly of guests invited by Gordon, one can discern a few details. A staggering 99% of those present are men, the majority adorned in military uniforms, while few, like Joyce, are dressed in evening attire, mostly comprising young juniors. Prior to the commencement of the banquet, General Gordon, clad in his Major General's uniform, raised his glass to deliver a toast. Purity, integrity, and bravery. These are the quintessential attributes of a soldier. It is precisely such an exemplary military figure to whom I entrusted my back. A comrade who tragically fell a month ago. This loss is not merely that of the Rothdale soldiers, but a bereavement for the entire kingdom. Today, I prefer not to dwell on William's sacrifice, having already engaged in a debate with General Emilius, who urged me to remain calm and graciously approved my leave. He is the child of William, Joyce best. For a fleeting moment, Joyce's expression stiffened, but he quickly regained his composure. Much like a student unexpectedly called upon by a superior, he noticed Gordon's gaze upon him. "I should refer to you as Baron Best now. Young Best, do come forth." Chapter 36, An Uninvited Guest. Navigating through the collective gaze of the assembly, Joyce approached the podium with poise, regardless of the turmoil within. At least his demeanor was impeccable. "The future of the kingdom belongs to the youth. It is time for old men like me to step aside," Gordon jested, yielding his position to Joyce. Joyce hastily countered, "You will always be our guiding light." Gordon chuckled softly, remaining silent. Joyce turned to face the audience, carefully choosing his words. "General Gordon has high hopes for me, which I find both an honor and a source of anxiety. My father has always been my idol. I take pride in his identity as a soldier, and I aspire to join this illustrious ranks in the near future." He raised his glass, "To all soldiers who have fought for the kingdom." Downing the red wine in his glass, Joyce exhaled in relief. Speaking before such a multitude, especially officers, was indeed a formidable challenge. He resorted to some cliché phrases, which surprisingly proved satisfactory. After all, who does not appreciate praise? Subsequently, General Gordon announced the commencement of the banquet, patting Joyce's shoulder with satisfaction and introducing him to numerous guests present, including William's comrades, some of whom he recognized, while others were entirely unfamiliar. The commonality being their status as active or retired officers. It was evident they regarded him as a younger relative to nurture. Following General Gordon, Joyce raised his glass and exchanged pleasantries, while inwardly contemplating that should he join the military in the future, this connection would undoubtedly smooth his ascent to at least the rank of lieutenant colonel. Engaged in jovial conversation with his former subordinates, a male attendant suddenly whispered something in Gordon's ear, causing the latter's expression to harden. With a brief apology, he turned towards the hall's entrance. Simultaneously, a couple entered. Arm in arm, the man, donned in a major general's uniform, had a square face and prominent brows, appearing rather ordinary, yet sufficiently youthful for a general. The lady beside him radiated brilliance, adorned in a lace evening gown that revealed her exquisite collarbone, delicate lace covering her chest, with her fair skin subtly visible behind, exuding an irresistible allure. Joyce's pupils constricted, his body instinctively tensing. He had never anticipated encountering Iana so soon, and in such close proximity. "Brett, what brings you here?" "I don't recall inviting you," General Gordon remarked, his displeasure evident. "You are growing older. It is inevitable to forget. I am merely rectifying your oversight," replied the unremarkable Major General Brett with a smile, completely dismissing his former superior, his tone imbued with the nonchalance of a victor. "Oh, and I have advised General Emilius to terminate your leave early. It would be a pity for a venerable general like you to be idling at home." "You? Well, thank you then," Gordon managed to say after a prolonged silence. "No need for thanks," Brett replied casually, a disingenuous smile plastered on his face. "May I now enter the banquet?" "By all means," Gordon finally uttered. Major General Brett, with the unspoken Iana, brushed past Gordon and, as they passed Joyce, casually inquired, "You're Joyce Best, William S. son?" Joyce was about to respond when he heard General Gordon deliberately remind him, "You are now Baron Best." Brett's face momentarily contorted before he resumed his smile, saying, "Indeed, I personally submitted a letter of recommendation to His Majesty the King. Unfortunately, William perished before receiving his title. Young Best, take heed." Noting that General Gordon refrained from further rebuttal, Joyce suppressed his confusion and slightly bowed, replying, "Thank you for your kind words, Major General Brett." Brett acknowledged with a grunt and, with Iana, strode towards the banquet hall. Joyce's brows knitted together, for Iana was feigning ignorance of him, which struck him as highly unusual. Upon seeing her enter, his first thought was that she had come specifically for him. Could it be that I am overly suspicious? Joyce pondered, only to hear General Gordon's voice behind him. "Regarding William's matter, I will elaborate later. For now, you must understand one thing. William Demise conceals a conspiracy." He habitually patted Joyce's shoulder, offering reassurance. "The truth will eventually be revealed. You are still too vulnerable to dive into this whirlpool. That would be a folly. In truth, I'm already at the center of the whirlpool." Joyce watched as General Gordon departed, choosing not to follow. The circumstances surrounding William's death seemed even more profound than he had imagined. His baronial status stemmed from Brett's recommendation, yet the two evidently belonged to opposing factions. This was tantamount to aiding the enemy. How could a general commit such a foolish act? It was indeed perplexing. Joyce shook his head, noting Iana mingling effortlessly among a throng of men, deliberately choosing to walk in the opposite direction. Joyce found himself approached by a straightforward man, dressed in the uniform of the Military Intelligence Division, bearing a rugged voice and a strong presence, with a prominent scar beneath his left eye. "Greetings. My father seldom speaks of matters on the battlefield." Joyce tactfully conveyed his unfamiliarity with him. Scar Diego seemed oblivious to the implication in his words, continuing, "That mission was exceedingly perilous. This scar is a reminder of that time, but William left a more profound impression on me. He was a true warrior." "Well said," Scar Diego exclaimed, patting Joyce's arm with enthusiasm. "You resemble your father. I look forward to the day we meet on the battlefield." Joyce skillfully shrugged off the shoulder pat, confidently replying, "Indeed, Major." After bidding farewell to the Major from the Military Intelligence Division, Joyce was soon greeted by another guest eager to engage in conversation, seemingly becoming the center of attention at the banquet, with every discussion revolving around William. Joyce tirelessly recited similar phrases until the individual he least wished to confront made an appearance. "Baron Best, you are truly a striking figure. May I have the honor of sharing a drink with you?" "Of course, beautiful lady, but I am yet unaware of your name." Iana. Chapter 37. The First Encounter with Iana. "Miss Iana, you are the most beautiful woman tonight, although there are hardly any other women present." Upon realizing this, he even considered teasing Iana a bit. "If I am not mistaken, you are the companion of Major General Brett." The underlying implication of this statement is that we are clearly from opposing factions, and your attempts to ingratiate yourself with me are utterly futile. Iana, unfazed, exuded an enchanting allure, her charming smile illuminating her features as she remarked, "General Blight is a dear friend of mine, yet I find myself more inclined to forge connections with young talents like Mr. Best." Ah, truly the witch is direct in her approach. Were it not for the presence of remarkable individuals within this grand hall, Iana might have dared to employ her extraordinary abilities more liberally, fearing she would be unable to withstand the consequences. However, the passive abilities of a Joyce, which are indeed formidable. Joyce took a substantial sip of the chilled champagne, suppressing the flutter of emotions within. "Lady Iana, you jest. May I be so bold as to inquire if you are acquainted with my father, Mr. William Best?" This probing question caught Iana off guard, first eliciting a look of confusion, followed by a hint of surprise, and finally igniting a spark of recognition in her eyes. Regrettably, as an observer, Joyce could discern no more than that, and he regretted not having brought Sophia along. "Has William mentioned me to you?" Her tone carried a notable hint of joy, her pace quickening as she spoke. Clearly, she and William had crossed paths. Yet her demeanor suggested that she was a woman who had been heartlessly cast aside by him, yet remained unwaveringly devoted. "Is this the instinct of a sorceress? He has mentioned you twice, albeit only in reference to your name, which is why I did not recognize you at first glance." Iana's expression bore traces of disappointment and a touch of reluctance as she elaborated. "William is one of the most exceptional men I have ever encountered, and I have always held him in high regard. Who would believe such nonsense?" Joyce stifled the impulse to scoff, listening as she continued her fanciful tale. Before embarking on the fateful mission that led to his untimely demise, he expressed his intent to bestow upon me a gift. But alas, I never had the opportunity to receive it. Did he mention this to you? Perhaps it was a matter of fate that kept us apart. Iana mused, momentarily silent before casually inquiring, "I have heard that General Gordon holds you in high esteem. Is this evening's banquet in your honor?" Joyce, puzzled by her implication, replied with righteous conviction, "General Gordon is a longtime comrade of my father and a beloved elder of mine. Both he and my father have always been my aspirations." "You bear a striking resemblance to William," Iana remarked, gazing at Joyce with a nostalgic glint that nearly ensnared him, before shifting her tone to one of seduction. "I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. Perhaps we could engage in a more profound exchange." "A more profound exchange? How deep are we talking?" Joyce, lost in thought, tilted his head and asked, "Are we not conversing already?" Iana, amused by his inquiry, stifled a giggle and replied, "Next week, I am planning to host a ball. Might I extend an invitation for you to attend? You may send the invitation to 14 Storn Street, and if time permits, I shall certainly be present." "No man would dare decline an invitation from a lady such as yourself." Joyce acquiesced verbally, though internally he vehemently opposed the notion. "I would rather perish than attend." After receiving her affirmative response, Iana seemed poised to say more. But suddenly her expression darkened before she swiftly regained her composure and proposed her departure. "Then I shall await the esteemed Baroness' arrival." This abrupt exit seemed rather hasty. Was there a gas leak at home? Joyce surmised with a hint of mischief, but soon resumed his interactions with the guests who approached to greet him. The banquet continued in a spirited atmosphere, and as night fell, guests began to depart in succession. After bidding farewell to General Gordon, Joyce climbed into the carriage. As the carriage gently rolled forward, Joyce, accustomed to reclining against the plush cushions, began to reflect upon his gains and losses, a habit that had become second nature to him. It was this very caution that allowed him to maintain his footing in the eye of the storm and gradually draw closer to the truth. His initial intuition was correct. Iana had indeed approached him with ulterior motives, even enlisting Blight's assistance. After all, how could a mere major and a nobleman attend a banquet uninvited without it being a grave breach of decorum? It seemed evident that their relationship was far more complex than that of a mistress, considering Blight's family had always been loyal to the crown. It was conceivable that Iana and Blight were perhaps the appointed overseers of the population trade under George III command. Iana exhibited no malice towards him, and she likely did not recognize him as the individual from the CAF the previous afternoon. Furthermore, Joyce's earlier hypothesis that Iana was surveilling him to locate Emily was thoroughly debunked. She had not broached the subject of Emily at all, appearing entirely oblivious to his connection with her. Instead, she displayed an unusual interest in matters regarding William, seemingly eager to extract something from Joyce related to him. A surprising revelation emerged today. His current baronial status was indeed facilitated by Blight's assistance. Regrettably, General Gordon seemed to possess knowledge of the underlying circumstances, at least to some extent, but was unwilling to elucidate further. You claim not to be a diviner. Why then the pretense? Lost in contemplation, Joyce suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, likely a result of excessive alcohol consumption, and gradually succumbed to slumber. He had anticipated being roused by the driver Carl, but instead found himself jolted awake by an inexplicable, excruciating pain in his head, as if a metal rod had been plunged into his brain, swirling within. He involuntarily let out a shriek, the sound piercing and high-pitched, as tears and mucus streamed down his face uncontrollably. Once the pain subsided slightly, he lifted his head to discover he was in a small, enclosed room, with 2 candles affixed to the walls, their flames flickering defiantly, casting a dim orange glow. Joyce was bound to a chair, while a masked figure sat before him, regarding him with a sinister amusement. Who are you? Where's this place? Where's Carl? Chapter 38, Parting the Clouds. The man chuckled softly, his voice fluctuating in pitch, clearly attempting to conceal his identity, and in conjunction with the eerie surroundings, it sounded truly chilling. Carl? That driver? I killed him. Rest assured, it was a swift death. He suffered little. You bastard. Joyce struggled fiercely, attempting to propel the chair towards him. Calm down, Mr. Best. If you wish to die, there's no need to rush. Do you know who I am? Joyce inquired. The man smirked, seemingly unfazed, as he settled back into his seat. If I didn't know, why would I have captured you? Am I merely playing tricks? A valid point. Joyce nodded in agreement, and in the dim candlelight, he noticed the man's momentary pause, regaining his composure before stating, Now that you are aware of my identity, why not tell me what you desire? It cannot be my life, can it? Precisely. A wise person knows when to yield. If I intended to kill you, I would not go to such lengths. Cooperate, and I hold no interest in your life. The masked man feigned applause. Just as Joyce was about to nod in agreement, he was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if fine sandpaper were scraping against his brain, persistently threatening to obliterate his very essence. Enduring the relentless waves of dread and numbness, Joyce quickly deduced that this extraordinary ability belonged to the Judicator Path's Sequence 7, the judge, military personnel, or perhaps a member of the Ninth Bureau. Thomas had just warned him yesterday, and now he found himself ensnared here. Was this mere coincidence? What, do you disagree? The masked man intensified his mental pressure upon Joyce, who remained silent. No objections. Please, ask your questions, Joyce stammered, his trembling voice betraying his fear and compliance. The masked man sat up straight, his voice grave as he inquired, Did William leave you any possessions before his death? He did. Joyce decisively acknowledged that the whip in his mind made it exceedingly difficult for him to utter falsehoods. Thus, he continued to inquire, What did William leave behind? What was inscribed in the notes? The masked man felt he was nearing the answer, and an exhilarating thrill surged through him, momentarily tolerating Joyce's stammering. As if it were a deliberate delay, Joyce feigned contemplation. Only after a minute did he reply, The notes document the history of the Best family. There are also some potion formulas. This was utterly irrelevant to the answer the masked man had envisioned, and he began to seethe with indignation, amplifying his mental pressure as he harshly demanded, Are you mocking me? Joyce, enduring the excruciating ordeal, spoke with newfound urgency. No, I speak only the truth. Of course, I know you are telling the truth. As an interrogator, I possess that judgment, the masked man retorted, though his anger was palpable. He ceased the subtlety of his inquiries and cut straight to the chase. Who possesses the list that William left behind? List? What list? Joyce was taken aback, his eyes brimming with confusion, genuinely unfeigned, even pausing momentarily in his movements. Damn it, don't play the fool with me, the masked man cursed, then continued. Even if William did not entrust the list to you, he must have left you clues to find it. Think carefully, or I shall render you an imbecile. The pain that had just roused him was still vivid, prompting Joyce to quickly acquiesce. Let me think, grant me a moment. As he pleaded for mercy, Joyce rapidly contemplated what this so-called list could be. Drawing from his experiences watching martial arts films, he surmised that a list typically referred to evidence of a batch of villains' crimes. Yet why would William possess such a list? He was a soldier, not a detective. The masked man, growing increasingly impatient, kindly reminded him, Do not entertain thoughts of stalling for rescue. No one can find this place. Provide me with the answer I seek, and I shall not harm you. Joyce rifled through all his memories related to William and found that he had never heard him mention any so-called list. He awkwardly suggested, Could you provide a hint? How audacious to propose conditions. Initially displeased, the masked man suppressed his strange feelings and patiently offered a clue regarding the Rosedale missing persons case. Missing persons. In an instant, a spark ignited in Joyce's mind. The fragments of stories he had encountered since his arrival began to coalesce, like scattered pearls suddenly strung together into a complete necklace. The genesis of the tale was that William, for reasons unknown, had discovered the truth behind the Rosedale missing persons case, leading to his underhanded demise. Yet William had anticipated this outcome, leaving behind a list that could serve as evidence. This was why Iana dared only to monitor me without acting directly. They feared that should anything happen to me, that list would be sent to places it ought not to go. The fog that had long shrouded his mind finally dissipated, even in the darkness. With a sword hanging perilously above him, Joyce felt an unexpected sense of relief and clarity. He glanced up at his captor, the masked man, and although he did not know who had sent this individual, Joyce could ascertain that his life was not in imminent danger. To the masked man, Joyce's demeanor appeared to yield results, and he felt a surge of excitement, urgently pressing, "What have you realized? Speak quickly." To his surprise, Joyce defiantly replied, "You may as well kill me." The masked man, enraged, laughed harshly. "This fate you have brought upon yourself." With that, he unleashed a mental assault on Joyce, who cried out in agony, trembling even more violently, causing an object to fall from him. The masked man instinctively glanced down, and by the dim light of the flickering candle, he beheld a golden pupil. How exquisite! It ought to belong to me. The masked man found himself inexplicably drawn to this thought, bending down to retrieve it. Just as he grasped the golden pupil, Joyce, who was supposed to be bound to the chair, suddenly drew forth his hands from behind, gripping a long sword and, battling the pain in his mind, thrust forward with all his might. The masked man, seasoned in combat and possessing a wealth of experience, reacted swiftly in that instant. First, he angled his body to avoid a potentially fatal injury. Second, he discarded the golden pupil he had just grasped for less than 2 seconds. His experience had led him to realize that the pupil was a magical item, and magical items often came with side effects. His involuntary urge to pick it up was likely one of them. The unknown negative consequences could prove fatal in a life-and-death struggle. His rich experience allowed him to evade a lethal blow, yet inevitably, a massive gash cleaved from his left chest to his waist, revealing bone beneath. But he had survived. Then, the masked man noticed that Joyce did not cease his movements. Instead, he dashed towards the rear. Just as he pondered this, 2 candles fell to the ground, extinguishing the sole source of light, plunging the confined room into impenetrable darkness. He could only hear Joyce moving about, his sounds diminishing until they faded into the shadows. Chapter 39. The Assassin in the Shadows. Joyce, realizing he had been kidnapped, briefly panicked but quickly devised a solution. He feigned agitation, causing his movements to appear exaggerated, all the while discreetly retrieving the vow blade secured at his waist. At this moment, he felt a wave of gratitude towards Thomas, for it was due to his reminder the previous day that Joyce had taken the precaution of carrying a magical item for self-defense. Fortunately, the masked man had not searched him, likely believing that a baron would not bear weapons to a ball. After procuring the vow blade, Joyce began to buy time. It was entirely normal for a young man kidnapped to be dulled by fear, especially given the extraordinary abilities of his interrogator, which the masked man suspected not at all. During this interval, Joyce skillfully controlled his movements, reducing the ropes binding him to a mere thread, maintaining just enough tension to free himself with minimal effort. Subsequently, he did not rush to escape. Rather, he began to probe the masked man for the reasons behind his abduction, unexpectedly yielding far more than he had anticipated. This was perhaps the essence of the adage: one must venture into the tiger's den to seize the tiger's cub. If only a phone call could come through at this moment, it would be splendid, but alas, that was not an option. Noticing the masked man's growing impatience, Joyce resolved to take action. Everything proceeded smoothly. Although he did not directly slay his foe, he accomplished a secondary objective, extinguishing the room's only light source. Shadows were indeed the domain of the assassin. "You are not an audience member." The masked man controlled the muscles around his wound, attempting to staunch the blood flow. But the depth of the injury rendered his efforts futile. In his estimation, if a swift conclusion was not reached, he would surely bleed to death. Joyce's act of extinguishing the light source indicated that he possessed dark vision. To deal with such an adversary, the masked man needed to locate him first. Hence his utterance of a phrase that could easily expose his identity. "He believes I am an audience member," Joyce mused, realizing that only someone behind the balance could think that way. Indeed, He hailed from the Ninth Bureau of Military Intelligence. Moments latte. As the masked man detected no mental fluctuations from Joyce, he felt his body growing increasingly cold. He spoke again. Are you not curious about how William met his end? Allow me to enlighten you. I was the one who killed him, slicing open his throat, blood bubbling forth like a splendid fountain. You shall not escape this fate. While his words dripped with malice, his body was honest, slowly making its way toward the door. At this moment, he was grievously injured, armed only with a short sword he had pilfered from the coachman Carl. The odds were decidedly unfavorable. Retreat was the prudent course. Joyce observed the masked man's subtle movements, with his right hand firmly gripping the blade of oaths, and his left hand clutching the eye of social death, an item he had hastily retrieved from the ground amidst the chaos. It was this very psychological cue that allowed Joyce to maintain his emotional equilibrium. This lesson stemmed from the assassination of Chloe. Even the slightest emotional fluctuation for extraordinary individuals with heightened mental attributes is as glaring as fireflies in the night sky. When an assassin sees the light, they become the prey. He could not afford to let his opponent escape. This was an opportune moment. After a brief contemplation, Joyce swiftly devised a plan, kicking away the chair that had bound him, while he approached the enemy from the side with remarkable speed. Although invisible, the masked man, as a seasoned mid-tier extraordinary being, could discern the nuances of the wind, thereby evading the unknown object hurtling towards him and simultaneously deflecting Joyce's assault with his dagger. The arbitrator possessed commendable combat abilities, and having reached Sequence 7, the masked man's combat prowess was undoubtedly superior to that of a Sequence 9 assassin, as evidenced by his repeated successful defenses against Joyce's strikes. As he intercepted Joyce's thrust with his long sword once more, the masked man felt a flicker of confusion. He wondered how Joyce had concealed such a lengthy weapon on his person. Yet, this was of little consequence, for the dawn of victory was already upon him. Seizing the moment, during their face-off, he unleashed a mental piercing attack. Upon hearing Joyce's muffled groan, the masked man barely had time to revel in his triumph, for an excruciating pain surged through his head, instilling an inexplicable fear within him. This was a consequence of the psychological intimidation from the interrogator. Joyce was well acquainted with the extraordinary abilities of interrogators, not only from memories of novels read in a past life, but also from the detailed skill descriptions left by Judge William. With a profound understanding of both himself and his adversary, Joyce formulated a plan of mutual harm to swiftly conclude the battle. He willingly accepted a mental piercing while simultaneously launching a frenzied assault on the masked man. As both sides succumbed to chaos, Joyce instinctively raised his sword to pierce the enemy's heart. His thrust was slow and rigid, reminiscent of a lifeless machine, yet the outcome was flawless. The blade of oaths drove into the masked man's heart. This mechanical motion stemmed from the psychological suggestion he imposed upon himself through the eye of social death. Even in the absence of thought, he must deliver this strike. Soon, both combatants regained their senses from the turmoil. Joyce quickly retreated to avoid a death throw counterattack, while the masked man clutched his heart, acutely aware of the rapidly depleting warmth and blood from his body. With a dazed expression, he glanced at Joyce, hidden in the shadows, before collapsing despondently. In that instant, Joyce distinctly felt that the remnants of the assassin's potion within him had been nearly fully digested, if he ceased to engage in deliberate acts of assassination. It would take no more than 3 to 5 days for him to ascend to Sequence 8 as an insider. This display also confirmed that his foe was truly lifeless. Joyce sank to the ground, his willpower waning after enduring 3 mental piercings in quick succession. Had it not been for the significant digestion of the potion, he might have faced the risk of losing control. The victory in this confrontation was rather fortuitous. The disparity between Sequence 9 and Sequence 7 was starkly evident. Yet, fortune favored him, as all elements, timing, environment, and allies, aligned in his favor. First, they were ensconced in a confined, dimly lit room, where darkness offered him optimal concealment. Secondly, the enemy had let down their guard against what they presumed to be a bound lamb awaiting slaughter. Indeed, he had believed Joyce to be merely a spectator lacking practical combat skills. The amalgamation of these advantageous factors allowed him to deliver a crushing blow to his opponent and ultimately secure victory. After 3 to 5 minutes, Joyce regained his composure, carefully timing his approach to avoid the possibility of the enemy feigning death. He stepped forward and lifted the masked man's mask, revealing a familiar face, particularly marked by a scar beneath the left eye. Diego, the major from the 9th Military Intelligence who had greeted him at the banquet tonight. What a remarkable twist. The amiable figure from the soir he had turned into his captor. Cursing internally, Joyce proceeded to search the corpse, but found nothing of value, let alone any magical artifacts. This was to be expected. Had he possessed any extraordinary items, there would have been no reason not to employ them during their encounter. With nothing to show for his efforts, Joyce hastened to collect a candle from the ground, dividing it into 3 equal parts and arranging them in a specific formation before igniting them in succession. The flickering candlelight reemerged. Next, he intended to attempt summoning. The term attempt was apt, for as an assassin, his formidable combat prowess was marred by a lack of supportive abilities, rendering the majority of ritualistic magic inapplicable. However, through the insights gleaned from the diviner's notes acquired via the Joker's traits, Joyce conceived an idea to utilize a summoning ritual, leveraging the power of a great entity to facilitate this endeavor. As for which great entity would be more fitting than the Source Fortress? He skillfully intoned the revered names, the Celestial Lord of Fortune, the mystic Yellow Immortal, silently awaiting the familiar gray mist to reappear. Joyce promptly extended his consciousness into the fog. In his current state, Joyce effectively surrendered his very existence. Should his chosen entity be a living high-ranking being, they could manipulate him at will through his essence. The critical aspect was that the current Source Fortress was merely a rigid system devoid of its programmer. There was no inherent danger. Furthermore, as the corresponding source material for the 3 surviving families, utilizing it for divination and summoning was most fitting. Representing Joyce's essence, he drifted through the dim haze, disoriented and profoundly solitary. He understood that he was not within the Source Fortress, but rather in the spirit realm, as the notes had documented a state post-summoning that mirrored his current predicament. Suppressing the urge to explore the spirit realm, Joyce quickly sought out the fragmented essence of Diego. The motive behind his abduction. Likely due to the efficacy of the Source Fortress for summoning, or perhaps because Diego possessed little counter-divination capability. Joyce could distinctly perceive their faces. The humble figure was none other than Diego, the man he had slain. The coldly sarcastic individual was none other than Brigadier General Brett, the paramour of Iana. After the banquet, it was imperative for Brett to procure William's list from Joyce. That old coot Gordon had already begun to take notice. He must not be allowed to gain the upper hand, or it would spell trouble. Yes, General, Diego promptly agreed, lifting his gaze to inquire, once we acquire the list. How shall Joyce handle it? I only require the list, Brett asserted decisively. The brief dialogue shattered into fragments, and Joyce felt a pang of pain in his forehead. He tightened his focus and repeated the divination incantation. The relationship between Diego and William. The backdrop of the scene shifted from an office to a mountainous forest, where William reclined against a tree, surrounded by several indistinct figures. Only Diego stood clearly before him, sharply demanding, "To whom did you hand over the list?" William smiled, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, rendering him somewhat grotesque. "Come closer, and I'll tell you." As Diego moved closer, William summoned his remaining strength and inflicted a diagonal gash across Diego's face with his dagger, positioned beneath the left eye. The scene shattered amidst William's maniacal laughter. The 3 short candles continued to burn quietly. The extraordinary trait of the interrogator had already been extracted from the corpse. As he picked it up, Joyce felt a jolt, as though an electric current coursed through his palm. He shivered and subsequently secured it within an iron cigarette case, sealing it with a wall of essence. He began to ponder the implications of the summoning. Diego had not lied. William's demise was indeed directly linked to him. Even the scar on his face was a testament to William's doing. The so-called list does indeed exist and holds considerable significance. Otherwise, Bright would not have recklessly chosen to resort to my abduction. It seems there may be a connection involving General Gordon. This behavior resembles that of a gambler on the verge of losing all their stakes, deciding to take desperate measures in the hope of turning the tide. However, Joyce can be certain that William never mentioned anything to him regarding the list. Diego is destined to gain nothing, ultimately losing even his life. Upon reflection, although the night was fraught with danger, it yielded substantial rewards. Objectively, he acquired the extraordinary characteristics of an interrogator, which is worth at least £500. Subjectively, Joyce has freed himself from his previous state of blind ignorance. He now knows who the enemy is and the reasons for the conflict between the opposing sides. This realization expands his operational space, making it more versatile and adaptable. He quickly tidied up the murder scene, pushed open the door to the secret chamber, descended several flights of stairs, and entered the bedroom of a house. The crimson moonlight flickered behind clouds. Thanks to his research on the biomap, he easily deduced that this location belonged to Carlo Street. Looking out the window, he saw his own carriage parked in the garden, the horses restless in the unfamiliar surroundings. Carl's corpse was carelessly piled in the carriage. Upon seeing this, Joyce felt a pang of sadness. Had it not been for his caution, he could have met the same fate. He muttered to himself, "I shall avenge you." Without a trace of sentiment, he took the reins and departed. As he sped along, the carriage reached the corner of Stone Street, where Joyce encountered his own servant. Upon inquiry, he learned that Harry, worried about his prolonged absence, had sent someone to General Gordon's residence to inquire after him and had dispatched servants to search for him. "I see," Joyce pondered for a moment before instructing. "Go and inform the others that I have returned, and there is no need for further searching." Upon arriving at 14 Stone Street, he was greeted with surprise by Harry and Sophia. Joyce gave a subtle signal, and Harry promptly dismissed the servants. Before either of them could speak, Joyce inquired, "Does Carl have any living relatives?" "No. Carl was an orphan adopted by Mr. William. He has no parents and has never been married." Joyce then stated the words he had prepared. "See to it that he is given a proper burial." Harry, feeling a wave of fear, lifted the carriage curtain and saw Carl's corpse along with the bloodstains inside. His expression froze, and he immediately agreed. Joyce alighted from the carriage. "Also, tomorrow morning, send someone to report to the police and have Dean come to investigate." Finally, he instructed the worried Sophia, "Prepare hot water. I wish to bathe." Once back in his bedroom, he closed the door, and a weary Joyce intended to lie down for a while, when suddenly he heard a woman's voice. "I've been waiting for you for quite some time." "Who is it?" Joyce reflexively drew his dagger and assumed a defensive stance, only to find the room empty apart from himself. "It seems your assassin's potion has been digested quite well," the woman's voice echoed again. Joyce furrowed his brow and asked, "Emily?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a familiar figure appeared on the bed. Emily, clad in scant attire, her delicate shoulders exposed, revealing a partially visible bosom. She appeared in a poor state, her face pale, with bandages binding her waist and left arm, indicating serious injuries. "You been hurt?" Joyce's brow remained furrowed, his tone ambiguous, and he did not lower his weapon. Emily disregarded his concern and pointed to her wound, explaining, "I went to verify the authenticity of the intelligence. This is the price I paid." "You went to Yana's house?" Joyce sheathed his dagger, perplexed. "But she wasn't home tonight." "How did you get injured?" "How do you know Yana wasn't home?" Emily's surprise slipped out. "I attended a soiree where Yana was also present. We exchanged a few words, and she even invited me to a ball next week. However, for some reason, she abruptly left midway." Joyce briefly recounted the events, suddenly realizing, "Could it be because of you?" Emily initially gazed at Joyce with a complex expression, then sighed and confessed, "Indeed, I was no match for her. I barely escaped with my life, sustaining significant injuries in the process. I owe my thanks to the potions in your room, which helped me stabilize my condition." Joyce casually remarked, "It's nothing of consequence, just something I bought at a gathering." "What discoveries did your explorations yield?" In the moment he turned, he noticed Emily had once again become invisible. Joyce's lips twitched, and he exited the bedroom. Though he should have relished a bath, Joyce felt disheartened by Emily's unexpected appearance. It wasn't that he didn't wish to see her. On the contrary, he had looked forward to this encounter, as it was the only way to acquire the potion formula from the instigator. However, her brazen intrusion into his bedroom had significantly diminished his already limited sense of security. To be honest, upon seeing the injured Emily, Joyce's first instinct was to eliminate her to obtain her extraordinary traits. Nevertheless, he quickly became alert and dismissed that thought. Setting aside the high likelihood of being counterattacked regarding their shared goal of confronting Yana, they could indeed be potential allies. The gaslight in the bedroom illuminated the entire room. Emily lay under the covers, propped up against the pillow, engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Joyce's entrance, she set the book aside and said, "Joyce." Joyce scratched his head, attempting to shake off the peculiar sensation. Yet as he climbed into bed beside Emily, that feeling intensified. To break the awkwardness, he inquired, "Is your injury severe?" Emily assessed her condition with experienced nonchalance. "Not at all. It will heal in 3 to 5 days, with no scars left behind. After all, being a witch, my recovery abilities are rather impressive." Joyce considered this, then heard Emily continue, "Do you know who sent the assailant?" "I do not know, but I will have someone investigate," he replied, unwilling to dwell on the topic further. Instead, he shifted the conversation. I've noticed that Iana's demeanor resembles yours. Why is that? Because we are both extraordinary beings of the same path. After saying this, Emily fell silent for a moment, as if steeling herself for something significant. Do you remember when I mentioned that Iana belongs to a nefarious secret organization? Joyce nodded, listening as she elaborated. The organization is called the Witch Cult, which governs the path of witches. Iana and I were both members, but I voluntarily severed ties with them. Why? Joyce inquired, sensing he might uncover an answer. Emily's beautiful brows twisted in anger. Because the witch cult discriminates against women. Ah, what kind of response is that? Joyce exclaimed, surprised. I didn't realize you held such views on gender equality. How can one still consider themselves a witch and worship the goddess of night? His words were sincere, and Emily patiently elucidated. The witch cult has a notable characteristic. All its leadership is female, for the witch path allows men to transform into women. Transforming one's gender? How is that possible? Joyce, ever mindful of maintaining the image of a novice in Emily's eyes, reacted dramatically. It is true. I have witnessed it firsthand, Emily said, her expression a complex blend of emotions, tinged with some hatred. Joyce noticed her expression and widened his eyes, asking, you wouldn't be. No, Emily interrupted. I have always been a woman, which is why the witch cult rejected my request for promotion. They would rather transform a man into a woman and revel in it than provide me with the potion formula. This is due to the fact that the original witch, Chick, was a man who ascended to divinity. Thus, the path of the witch has been deliberately distorted. So, you are indeed a woman. Thank goodness. I had always believed I had lain with a witch who had risen from masculinity. My mind is now at ease. Joyce pondered, his eyes still brimming with confusion. So, you defected from the witch cult. But why then did you seek trouble with Iana? Shouldn't you have run far away instead? Was it to obtain the formula for the next sequence of potions? That is one of the reasons, Emily asserted. However, the more significant reason is, Iana was once my husband. Chapter 42, Consensus. Husband. How perplexing. This development is utterly bewildering. Joyce raised a hand to rub his forehead, attempting to smooth the furrowed brows that had formed in a tangled mess. Wait, let me gather my thoughts. Iana is your husband, yet he is an extraordinary being of the witch's path, thus transformed into a woman. Emily spoke with a pained expression. Can you imagine such a scenario? A deeply beloved husband suddenly turning into a woman more beautiful than yourself, frolicking in bed with another man, even uttering more enticing moans than when you were together. In retrospect, Emily does seem rather pitiable. Yet, she too has tread the path of the witch, tempting me to become an assassin. Treat others as you would wish to be treated. Indeed, Joyce mused, curious as he inquired. Even so, do you still harbor feelings for one another? She nearly killed me tonight, Emily retorted curtly, her tone frosty. I see, a shattered bond. You have given up hope. Once her emotions settled, Joyce asked, what do you intend to do next? Will you leave Iana forever? No, Emily shook her head. I aim to kill him, ensuring he remains by my side eternally. Murdering one's husband to obtain extraordinary traits? How ruthless. Nevertheless, I wholeheartedly support the endeavor to eliminate Iana. Well, at least in spirit, Joyce thought humorously, only to hear Emily continue. I need your assistance. Me? Joyce pointed at himself, aghast. If even you are no match for Iana, what could I possibly do to help? I am merely a sequence 9. Emily cast him a calming glance, grasping Joyce's hand and holding it tenderly. I wouldn't let you walk into certain death. I cannot bear to lose you. Did you not mention that Iana invited you to a ball? Even now, she feigns affection. Joyce questioned in confusion. Emily elaborated. The female Iana is exceedingly fond of associating with men of high social standing, and you, with your striking looks, are precisely her type. While this may be true, the true intent behind Iana's approach to me is to acquire William's list, Joyce mused internally. Emily continued with her plan. After tonight, she will be on guard against me, yet you can approach her stealthily, creating an opportunity for assassination. Once the deed is done, the spoil shall be shared between us. Clearly, I am to be used as bait. The inherent danger of this task is substantial, and failure could lead to total ruin. Were it to confront others, Joyce would never consent to such a method. However, if the target is to approach Iana, the plan may be worth a try. He knew full well that Iana would not easily turn against him in her pursuit of William's list. Moreover, after tonight, her concern should be, do they possess such capability? After all, the silent demise of a sequence 7 like Diego would undoubtedly serve as a significant deterrent. Of course, one must also consider the potential for desperate measures. Yet the adage no pain, no gain holds universally true. After a brainstorming session, Joyce posed a seemingly unrelated question, one that perfectly aligned with his image in Emily's mind. With a complex expression, he asked, "Is this truly the reason you approached me?" Emily chuckled softly, reassuring him, "My dear Joyce, my love for Iana has completely transformed into hatred. Now, you are the one I cherish most." "Huh, only a fool would believe that. You have not disclosed that your intent to eliminate Iana is to acquire her extraordinary traits, and have similarly concealed the fact that the path of the assassin is but an extension of the witch's path." Joyce exhibited hesitation, wanting to accept, yet harboring reservations. "But I am uncertain if I can successfully approach Iana." Emily smiled as she explained, "This is quite simple. No one knows Iana better than I do, and I shall assist you." There was one thing she refrained from saying, "But as a Sequence 9, you are utterly defenseless against Iana's allure." "I promise you," Joyce declared after a moment of contemplation. "Splendid. I knew you would be the best for me," Emily exclaimed excitedly, leaning in to give Joyce a passionate kiss. One cannot deny that the witch's techniques are instinctive. Knowing she was not a witch transformed from a man, Joyce found the dissonance within him considerably alleviated. After a minute of fervent kissing, Emily teasingly remarked, "How vexing. I still bear wounds. Apologies, I could not help myself." Joyce replied, unusually shy. Emily caressed his cheek. "After this matter concludes, I shall grant you anything you desire." The two embraced for a while until Emily suddenly inquired, "By the way, how have you fared with the assassin's potion?" Joyce knew he could not reveal the actual situation to her. After all, digesting the potion in merely half a month was rather implausible. He replied, slightly perplexed, "After successfully assassinating CLO, I distinctly felt the potion being digested within me, yet the subsequent effects of the disguise were not as pronounced. Why is that?" Emily pondered for a moment before replying, "Do you remember the Sequence 9 potion you consumed?" "Of course," Joyce replied, scrunching his brows as he described, "slippery and slimy. Utterly unpalatable. That potion originally belonged to another extraordinary being, who had previously attempted to assassinate CLO, but alas, he met with failure and demise." Emily continued to elucidate. CLO had a penchant for young boys and girls, having imprisoned numerous children for his amusement. Some escaped, while others were submerged in the sea. The assassin you trained was one of those abused children. He recognized CLO, yet tragically failed in his attempt, harboring intense resentment and regret before his death. Thus, consuming a potion crafted primarily from his extraordinary traits inevitably subjected you to the influence of that emotion, resulting in the significant digestion of the potion after killing CLO. Joyce silently supplemented her explanation in his mind. Emily's explanation was largely accurate, though she did not explicitly mention the conservation law of extraordinary traits. So that is why, Joyce realized with clarity. Having said that, he could not suppress a yawn. This night had truly been exhausting. "Let us rest. It is quite late already," Emily said with understanding. Before long, Joyce fell into a slumber at an unprecedented pace. The following morning, he was awakened by the persistent knocking of the maid. "Baron, breakfast is ready," she announced. Chapter 43, Dean's Investigation. The long night eventually came to an end. Joyce opened his eyes, his spirit having returned to normal. The space beside him was empty, as Emily had departed at some unknown hour, leaving only a note behind. Outside, the maid's knocking resounded once more. Joyce picked up the note and replied, "I understand." The handwriting on the note was elegant, stating, "After the assassin, the name of the Sequence 8 potion is Instigator, adept at grasping the human heart and eliciting the base desires hidden within each person. Main ingredients: a complete snake's tongue from a green-eyed gray python, 3 tail feathers from a buck parrot. Auxiliary ingredients: 60 milliliters of purified water, 5 drops of silver mandrake juice, 7 grams of powdered killer bee, and 8 dried spider legs from a one-eyed, colorful spider." The tale I heard last night was so astonishing that it overshadowed even the most significant matters. Yet fortunately, Emily kept her promise. At long last, I can prioritize the main quest for promotion to Sequence 8. By the time I gather all the necessary materials, the remnants of the assassin's potion within me should be fully digested. There is also the matter of verifying the authenticity of the formula. But Emily still needs to position herself as bait. She would not engage in such folly. One must always prepare the bait when fishing. Once I was certain I had thoroughly memorized the formula, I took the initiative to incinerate the note, freshened up, and began to relish my breakfast. The exterior of the golden brown bread exuded an inviting aroma, generously spread with high-quality butter and layered with perfectly cooked ham, complemented by a cup of freshly heated milk. Joyce savored this meal with great satisfaction, which is one of the many reasons he looked forward to each day. After the meal, Harry approached to report. This morning, I dispatched someone to the Byam police station to notify Dean. Furthermore, Carl's body has been properly interred. Well done, Joyce remarked, wiping the corners of his mouth with a napkin. Understood. Harry nodded in affirmation, then bowed slightly in self-reproach. It was my oversight, my lord. Joyce helped him to his feet, reassuringly stating, this is not your fault. There is no need to punish yourself for another's mistakes. Prepare a new carriage. It may be required. Harry departed with a solemn demeanor, while Joyce took Sophia to the sitting room. What is the general sentiment regarding last night's events? Everyone is outraged by your assassination attempt and deeply mourns Carl's passing. Even Kumar, who usually harbored jealousy towards Carl, shares in this grief. Joyce nodded in satisfaction, pleased with this response, and inquired with curiosity, Kumar? Sophia elucidated. Kumar once vied with Carl for the position of coachman, but unfortunately did not succeed. I see. Then all is well. Joyce continued to refine his plans in his mind as Dean hurriedly arrived. Seeing him breathless and flushed, Joyce smiled warmly. No need to be overly anxious. Take a moment to sit down. Sophia, please fetch a cup of tea. Thank you. Thank you, my lord. Dean humbly responded. As a trainee deputy, I am still in the probationary period. That is largely due to your commendation to the chief, Joyce casually remarked, noticing Sophia entering with 2 cups of Earl Grey tea. Drink some tea to soothe your throat before we discuss business. Dean gratefully accepted the cup, took a brief sip, and upon seeing Joyce also set down his cup, he began, my lord, I am ready to proceed. Joyce cleared his throat and commenced his narrative. I left General Gordon's banquet around 9:30. Having consumed considerable amounts of alcohol, I dozed off in the carriage. In a hazy stupor, I was suddenly jolted awake by shouts and the sounds of a fierce struggle, only to find the coachman Carl engaged in combat with a cloaked man. Pausing for a moment to allow Dean to catch up with his notes, Joyce continued. At that moment, my intoxication dissipated and I rushed forward to join the fray. The masked assassin exhibited formidable combat skills, holding his ground against both Carl and me. As the skies darkened, amidst the chaos, I managed to strike the masked assassin, who, realizing he could not prevail, fled. I intended to pursue him, but soon discovered that Carl had sustained grave injuries. Before I could summon a physician, he had tragically succumbed. Dean listened intently, recording every detail with a swift hand. After concluding, he raised his head and asked, my lord, can you describe the assassin's characteristics? Indeed, he was reminiscent of Diego, though such individuals are not uncommon in Byam. However, certain astute individuals who come across this account, such as Major Bright, will undoubtedly take note. Where did the incident occur? Dean inquired further. You appear more knowledgeable than I. Dean complimented, then asked, where's Carl's body? Carl had no relatives nearby, so I arranged for his burial, Joyce replied. After complimenting his professionalism, Dean hesitated, momentarily taken aback by the gravity of the situation when he observed Joyce's somber expression. He bowed his head, posed several more questions, and Joyce answered each in turn. Subsequently, Dean requested to examine the carriage used during last night's incident and departed the sitting room. Joyce did not immediately follow. He sipped his tea to clear his throat. What have you discerned? Sophia, who had been standing quietly behind him, softly replied. His concern and respect for you seem genuine and urgent, akin to that of the household servants. Moreover, he is quite self-assured, recording your account without pause and maintaining a composed demeanor, seemingly convinced he will uncover the truth. When questioning about Carl, he displayed confusion and uncertainty, but quickly regained his composure. After a moment of silence, Joyce reflected, this indicates he is not merely a sycophant. He possesses considerable ability. Let us go and see what clues he can uncover. The carriage from last night had not been cleaned, still bearing traces of blood, albeit now darkened to a deep crimson. The door stood ajar, and Dean meticulously examined the interior. Upon noticing Joyce's arrival, he quickly disembarked, asking, my lord, was the deceased coachman Carl placed into the carriage by you? You were not dressed in this attire last night, were you? No. The clothes from last night were sent for cleaning. Seeing that Dean had ceased to press the matter, he shifted to inquire, where is Carl wounded? In the region between the chest and abdomen. Joyce gestured to his right chest, indicating a spot near the liver's lower edge. Dean pondered for a moment before looking up. My lord, I have no further questions. When shall we visit the scene of the incident? Immediately. Chapter 44. The scene of the crime. In another clean and orderly four-wheeled carriage sat Joyce, Sophia, and Dean. Joyce closed his eyes to rest. Sophia sat upright, and Dean kept his head bowed, seemingly lost in thought regarding the case. If one were to draw a straight line on the map between 14 Storm Street and the location of General Gordon's banquet, Sterling Street would be precisely at the midpoint, closer to Storm Street. Joyce could not select a completely unfamiliar street as the crime scene, as that would be fraught with errors. Soon, the carriage came to a steady stop beside the road. Upon disembarking, Joyce found the street eerily deserted, with only a few shopkeepers cautiously peering outside. A closer inspection revealed that yellow police tape had been strung across the road, and officers were dispersing curious onlookers. He turned his gaze to Dean, who explained, "I notified the police station to seal off the scene in advance. You are well suited for a career in law enforcement." Joyce remarked, "Thank you for the compliment, my lord." Dean replied respectfully, placing a hand over his heart. "After you." Joyce strolled along the vacant Sterling Street. As a colonial settlement, Byam's initial urban planning was lacking, even somewhat crude, resulting in numerous convoluted alleyways along the entire street. Joyce feigned hesitation for a moment before finally pausing at a crossroads. This should be the spot, but Dean, who had been trailing behind, glanced down at the ground. The faint traces of wheel tracks were scattered haphazardly, and the cobblestones were uneven, clearly not resembling a crime scene. He added, however, "The blood that should have been present is conspicuously absent." Joyce nodded in agreement, indeed. "Although the moonlight was dim last night, I struck the assassin, and Carl's severe injuries cannot be fabricated. There would undoubtedly have been bloodshed. Why is there none? Unless—" Dean interjected, "My lord, after the assassin fled. You did not linger here, did you?" Dean crouched down and, after a meticulous examination, ventured his hypothesis. The assassin must undoubtedly be a meticulous veteran. Such a cunning suspect is exceedingly elusive, yet we can utilize this characteristic to guide our investigation. The area of Byam is neither vast nor minuscule. There are not many assassins of this caliber. What do you think, Baron? Joyce refrained from extensive commentary, simply stating, "You are the expert." Dean offered a brief apology and summoned the patrolling officer to inquire at nearby establishments. Unfortunately, the outcome was less than promising. The proprietors of several shops had alternative residences and would not be present on this street at night. Only a watchman, who had been inebriated the previous evening, remained. But he had heard nothing. Dean concluded, "It appears that the assassin meticulously selected this location as the site for the attack." He then turned to Joyce, inquiring, "Baron, do you have anything to add? We must swiftly identify the assassin. I desire to ensure that he and those behind him face the consequences they deserve." Dean stood at attention and solemnly pledged, "I will complete the task, Baron." After watching Joyce's carriage depart, Dean remained standing for some time, until a young officer approached and asked, "Chief, how shall we proceed?" Dean glanced at this childhood companion and retorted, "How shall we proceed?" "Very well, Baron," Kumar, who never anticipated becoming a coachman in such a manner, replied. Sophia curiously inquired, "What are we doing on Inmat Street?" "To meet a friend," Joyce whispered. Alas, this friend was not to be found. Across from the Four Seasons CAF on Inmat Street, the small shop that should have displayed the sign of the House of Divination had been utterly transformed. Several locals with darker skin were dismantling the furniture and decor within. Joyce approached and asked, "What is happening here? What became of the previous shop?" The middle-aged foreman, also a local, bent slightly in deference upon seeing Joyce's appearance and attire, saying, "Esteemed sir, we are undertaking renovations to prepare for a grocery store." "And what of the original owner?" Joyce pressed. The foreman, still unable to straighten, smiled nervously and replied, "That lovely lady sold the property to me 2 days ago and then departed, without indicating her destination." 2 days prior. Was that not the very day he had concluded the transaction with her? Goodness, was such caution truly necessary, merely because he was aware of her background? She had sold the house outright. Perhaps it was her promotion to a jester that rendered her no longer in need of posing as a diviner. Joyce sighed silently, pondering whether she would attend the gathering next Wednesday. Unverified potion recipes always cause concern, even if Emily had no reason to harm herself in such a manner. Very well, I shall collect the materials for now and validate the recipe's authenticity when the opportunity arises. However, the current extraordinary channels at my disposal are far too limited, and with Diego deceased, there is little hope of further gains from the balance. I must attend more extraordinary gatherings. Although I have yet to receive invitations to other extraordinary gatherings, the mountain does not come to me, so I shall go to the mountain. The novel mentioned that the Arrowfish Tavern and the Bay Leaf Tavern regularly host gatherings for the extraordinary. I shall investigate tomorrow. Wait, Wasn't he the leader of the Bay Leaf Tavern? Ovi eliminated? However, I have not claimed the extraordinary attributes. Cultivating a new representative is quite simple. For the sake of caution, I shall prioritize the Arrowfish Tavern. Sophia visibly exhaled in relief, and Joyce, noticing this, laughed. Were you worried about an assassination attempt in broad daylight? The human psyche is exceedingly peculiar. One cannot fathom the thoughts of a madman through the lens of normalcy. Joyce continued, I did not expect you to possess such depth of thought. This is the result of diligent study. I have always been quite profound. Sophia proclaimed with her head held high, only to realize that the Baron had been insinuating her foolishness, gritting her teeth in silence and following suit with a small fist raised. After lunch, the provocateur Hunt appeared at 14 Stone Street from the Rose Manor. My lord, have there been any leads on the assassin? Hunt inquired upon their meeting. Joyce personally escorted Hunt to the sitting room, gesturing for him to sit. The Byam Police Department has issued a wanted notice. I believe results will soon follow. Hunt nodded, his receding hairline appearing more pronounced than days prior. I will be reconfiguring the security measures in my home to military standards. This is precisely what I hoped for, Mr. Hunt. Are the guards trained at your residence trustworthy? Joyce asked abruptly. Hunt rose from the sofa and replied, gravely, My soldiers will fight to the last breath, just as Carl did, even at the cost of their lives. It is my duty. Chapter 45. An arrival from the 9th Bureau. After bidding farewell to Mr. Hunt, Joyce refined his plans while awaiting the arrival of personnel from the 9th Bureau. The military would not remain indifferent to the death of a major, and Major Brett would only grow more urgent. Although he lacked the authority to investigate, it was entirely normal for him to exert influence over the 9th Bureau. However, until the crimson moon supplanted the sun, Joyce did not receive a visit from the investigators, much to his surprise. Could it be that Diego's disappearance had gone unnoticed by the 9th Bureau? Do intelligence organizations also observe weekends? Even if that were the case, Brett could not possibly be oblivious. He knew I had returned home safely, while Diego was shrouded in mystery. How could he not harbor suspicions? A Sequence 7 extraordinary being is no mere cabbage by the roadside, easily discarded. Brett might not believe I could kill Diego, but he would certainly surmise that I had assistance behind me, at the very least a formidable mid-sequence extraordinary. He might even speculate whether William's list lay in the possession of this phantom ally. This was Joyce's strategic simulation, stepping into the enemy's shoes. While not entirely accurate, it was sufficiently aligned with character logic. Indeed, the following morning, he welcomed the investigator from the 9th Bureau, only to find the lead investigator was an unexpected choice. Thomas. How could it be Thomas? Joyce exclaimed, perplexed. Surely Brett was aware of the relationship between the two of them. Had he grown fearful, intending to downplay the situation? Thomas, clad in the 9th Bureau's captain's uniform, calmly sat in a chair, his gaze penetrating as he scrutinized Joyce and Sophia behind him. A stern young lieutenant stood behind him, seemingly suppressing something. Baron Best, we wish to inquire about just one person. The lieutenant attempted to add something further, but was interrupted by Thomas, raising his hand. How did you know I was going to ask about Saturday night? Joyce expressed surprise. Aren't you here to investigate my assassination attempt? Assassination attempt? Thomas questioned calmly. Joyce refrained from recounting the entire story, instead pausing mid-sentence to frown and ask, I have already reported it to the police. Are you not here to assist with the investigation? I thought the Byam Police Department had submitted the case to the 9th Bureau. Joyce muttered initially, then inquired, So what brings you here? Thomas produced a notebook and, in a businesslike tone, stated, Baron Best, do you know Diego? He also attended General Gordon's soiree. That evening, he donned a 9th Bureau Major's uniform and bore a scar for previous battle beneath his left eye. We exchanged a few words. In fact, I conversed with most of those present at the soiree. Indeed, I have heard you were one of the two most popular individuals at that gathering. Thomas remarked while jotting down notes. Joyce curiously asked, too, who was the other? Well, she is quite popular, Joyce thought to himself, then asked, How do you know? Thomas, without lifting his gaze, indicated, Baron Best, you're not the first person I have inquired about. Joyce was inwardly enlightened, yet feigned ignorance as he curiously inquired. What has transpired? The atmosphere of the dinner was lively, devoid of any unexpected occurrences. The true shock came post-dinner, when Thomas solemnly declared, Major Diego has perished in the basement of an abandoned house. Dead, Joyce exclaimed, his astonishment unmasked. A major has died, just like that. Has the situation in Byam deteriorated to such an extent? He then sighed, reflecting, It appears that I am somewhat fortunate, although I was the target of an assassination attempt. I at least retain my life. Thomas pressed on. Was your assassination attempt concurrent with this incident? Could you elaborate? Joyce sighed once more and recounted his tale, adding, The Byam Police Department should have the latest updates. If you're interested, you may peruse their records. I shall, Thomas nodded. Aside from the assassination attempt, did you visit any other locations that Saturday night? No, Joyce replied firmly. If memory serves, you mentioned that the coachman died during the assassination attempt, leaving no one to corroborate your account? Thomas queried, his tone pointed. The logic is sound, Joyce affirmed, but I assure you, I speak only the truth. Very well. My inquiries have concluded. Thomas closed his notebook, preparing to leave, and cautioned, Your assassination may be linked to Major Diego's death. The assailant could strike again. So you must ensure your safety. I will, Joyce promised, escorting Thomas and the lieutenant out of the parlor. Mr. Barron, that lieutenant harbors considerable dissatisfaction towards you, Sophia gently remarked, stepping out of the audience's shadow. Joyce acknowledged with a hum. He too had noted that the lieutenant was not adept at concealing his emotions. Mr. Thomas appears to be deliberately maintaining his composure, without any emotional fluctuations throughout, except for when you mentioned that a major has died. Has the situation in Byam become this dire? At this juncture, Thomas's writing hand paused, as if struck by a revelation. Sophia noted, her brow furrowed in hesitation. Is there something amiss with that statement? The death of a major, the assassination of a baron. It is only natural to lament the dire circumstances. Joyce's thoughts shifted to the word situation. On Friday, Thomas had come specifically to warn him of the grave conditions, urging caution. Consequently, on Saturday night, Diego met his demise, and Joyce faced an assassination attempt. He had just referenced the situation in Byam. Might this constitute an implication or a warning in Thomas's eyes? Given his penchant for poetry and drama, it was not beyond reason for him to think this way. Furthermore, Diego considered himself an audience member, and the primary material for the audience was what he sold to me through Scales. Following that, Thomas arrived to issue a warning. Did this indicate he was aware that Diego was targeting me? And on the same fateful night, one was dead while the other survived. Thomas might have guessed something, yet he voluntarily came to inquire without broaching these subjects. Perhaps he is on my side? Nevertheless, even if he suspects the truth, no evidence exists. The one who knows the truth, Brett, also would not dare to confront me openly. Otherwise, the matter would become public. A major secretly abducting a baron is a burden no one could shoulder. I am no longer the naive pawn I once was. Chapter 46. News of an extraordinary gathering. Joyce. Where's Joyce? Charlie burst into the parlor, his demeanor frantic. If Mr. Plank spots you in this state, he'll surely reprimand you. I worry for you. He scrutinized Joyce from head to toe. You haven't sustained any injuries, have you? No. Joyce gestured for him to take a seat. Charlie disregarded the invitation and, filled with righteous indignation, declared, Which scoundrel dared to attempt the assassination of my brother? Please, sit down, Joyce replied wearily. The scoundrel escaped. The Byam police are diligently investigating. Only then did Charlie take a seat on the sofa, scoffing. Those police officers are useless. Why not let a I-9 handle it? Cases involving nobility fall under their jurisdiction. To let them investigate me right after a major from MI9 was killed is not merely a warning. It's akin to playing with fire. Joyce chuckled internally, countering, It may not be as you suggest. Moreover, MI9 is nearly overwhelmed. One of their majors mysteriously died on the same night I was attacked. What an uncanny coincidence. Could it be the work of the same group? Charlie speculated with curiosity. Joyce nodded in agreement. That possibility cannot be dismissed, but it is not my concern. The Byam police and MI9 will uncover the truth. I merely need to ensure my safety. Charlie hesitated, glancing at Sophia behind him. Noticing this, Joyce turned and instructed, Please step outside for a moment. Once the maid had exited, Charlie, in an uncharacteristically serious tone, remarked, This indeed warrants serious consideration. Joyce felt a tumult of emotions within. Thinking, when I was blind to the truth, no one came to warn me. Now that I have unraveled the cause of William's death, everyone comes with hindsight. He inquired, bewildered, How did you come by this information? Charlie, his expression tinged with bitterness, replied, Recently, Mr. Plank has been dragging me through a pile of tedious official matters. It's difficult not to be aware. This statement bore a hint of pretension. Joyce mused, I shall bolster my security. As Emperor Roselle once said, it is better to rely on oneself than on others. Charlie popped a piece of pastry in his mouth, mumbling, Why not just become an extraordinary being yourself? Look at me, I'm doing just fine. Thomas always had a penchant for exaggeration. Though my combat capabilities have not significantly improved since becoming an apothecary, I can achieve temporary bursts of power through potions. By the way, are the potions I provided you still effective? They've all been used up by Emily. How would I know? Joyce replied. They were indeed effective. Charlie sat up straighter, pride radiating from him. You should consider my status. Joyce gazed at him, chuckling. What status do you hold? A vendor of aphrodisiacs? Charlie rolled his eyes, insisting. My instructor is a member of the Life School, an age-old and benevolent organization. Acquiring formulas and materials is a piece of cake. Is your instructor looking to take on another student? Joyce inquired, intrigued. Charlie waggled his finger at him, mocking. Your qualifications do not measure up. Joyce retorted. Then what is there to discuss? Can you provide me with the materials I need? Not exactly. Charlie shook his head. Then continued, while I lack the formulas and materials, I do have channels. This Thursday, the Life School is hosting an extraordinary gathering in Biome. I can take you along. Joyce initially felt a surge of excitement, but then frowned, questioning, is it appropriate to bring an outsider to a gathering of secret organization members? Charlie waved his hand dismissively. It's not as if they're convening to plot some conspiracy. It's merely an ordinary gathering for extraordinary individuals. You have needs, and more importantly, you have wealth. People like you are always welcomed. Joyce silently nodded, recognizing the validity of his reasoning. It seemed he had no grounds to refuse. Suddenly, he noticed Charlie leaning closer, his eyes sparkling with eagerness, which startled him. What are you up to? Well, I was hoping to borrow some money, Charlie stammered. If you're going to borrow, just ask. Joyce thought to himself, then asked, how much do you need, and for what purpose? Charlie hastily replied, not much, just 300 pounds. I needed to gather materials for the Sequence 8 potion ahead of time. The primary ingredient for a single potion in Sequence 8 typically costs between 300 and 400 pounds. However, that is a standard price, as extraordinary materials are generally purchased at a premium. Reflecting on this, Joyce inquired, how much do you have? Charlie sighed and replied, only 500 pounds. Plank is managing all my funds. Serves you right for your reckless behavior. Joyce thought for a moment before suggesting, how about this? I shall lend you 500 pounds. So you want to be left without pocket money after purchasing the extraordinary materials. Charlie, filled with excitement, stood up to embrace Joyce, only to be halted by the latter's gesture. There are conditions. You must assist me in concocting another batch of potions, though you can forego those of a certain nature. No problem. I'll handle it, Charlie assured, thumping his chest, and after agreeing on a time for their next meeting, he left in high spirits. Why is Mr. Charlie behaving so mysteriously? Sophia asked curiously as she entered with tea. Upon hearing this, Sophia's excitement grew. I am increasingly fond of the audience's state, as if I possessed the ability to read minds. Your intuition is quite accurate. The pathway of the audience in Sequence 8 is indeed called the Mind Reader. Joyce nodded in satisfaction, unable to resist imparting further wisdom. However, always remember this. Do not become overly engrossed in the audience's state. You are first and foremost Sophia, and only thereafter the audience. Understood, my lord, Sophia replied. Joyce sipped his warm tea and casually inquired. By the way, Mr. Hunt reprimanded Mr. Harry, who did not utter a single word in response. Harry has been feeling quite guilty regarding the assassination. His spirits have been low these past few days, though he has always maintained a serious demeanor. Listening to the maid's chatter, Joyce felt a modicum of tranquility, akin to the calm surface of the sea between storms, or the brief serenity amidst thunder and lightning. However, this tranquility did not last long. Chapter 47. Digesting the Potion. News of Joyce's assassination attempt quickly spread. Initially, General Gordon dispatched someone to express condolences. Subsequently, a steady stream of visitors arrived, some familiar, others newly acquainted, and even those less known. They all conveyed their sympathy for Joyce and dissatisfaction towards certain individuals. After managing to dismiss a major he met at a recent gathering, Joyce contemplated escaping, perhaps to visit the Barracuda Bar in hopes of joining their extraordinary soiree. Yet, his intention was thwarted by Mr. Hunt. Young master, that assassin remains at large. Should you wish to go out, please allow me to accompany you. Must you be so meticulous? That assassin was a mere fabrication of my imagination, Joyce mused inwardly, smiling at his own self-deprecation. The assassin was injured and should not strike again in the near term. Hunt replied sternly, an assassin may have accomplices, and one must never harbor a sense of complacency when dealing with adversaries. Very well, you have persuaded me. I now find staying at home quite agreeable, Joyce conceded. The following morning, Joyce received an unexpected visitor, the chief of the Bayam Police Department, with whom he had a brief acquaintance at a ball hosted by a member of parliament. After seating themselves, Joyce initiated the conversation. Your presence here, Chief, suggests there has been significant progress in the case. Well, not quite. The somewhat portly police chief nervously rubbed his hands together, leaning forward. Just as he was about to speak, Sophia presented him with a cup of tea, which he hastily accepted with both hands, placing on the table untouched, and awkwardly stated, Baron Best, I feel deeply remorseful and furious about your assassination attempt, and I shall do everything in my power to apprehend the assassin. However, this case is exceedingly complex and its implications are growing. You see. The chief timidly glanced upward. Might it be possible to transfer the case to my 9? They possess far superior capabilities and efficiency, ensuring no delay in your matters. Joyce took a sip of tea, responding with an air of calm. What is this? Has MI9 pressured you? No. The chief hastily waved his hands in denial, then explained. MI9 did send someone to review the case files, but they did not express any desire to take over the case. Then why the rush? Joyce countered. You reported the incident on Sunday. This is only the 3rd day, and you're already retreating. Does that seem appropriate? I never urged you. Shall I apply pressure? The portly chief extracted a handkerchief from his breast pocket, wiping his forehead, and lamented. You haven't applied pressure, but the door to my office is nearly being trampled by all the gentlemen of status in Bayam, urging for a swift resolution to the case. Yet we simply lack the capability. Recalling his own experiences from the previous day, Joyce felt a pang of sympathy. He understood how such circumstances could arise. An officer and a baron being attacked simultaneously naturally incited a sense of urgency. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, I've heard that Dean has issued a warrant. Have there been no developments? As he took a second sip of tea, Joyce felt that the situation had reached a suitable juncture. His objectives had been met, and it was time to draw things to a close. He decisively stated, Chief, do not be hasty. I am quite satisfied with the efficiency of the Bayam Police Department. The deadline is tomorrow. If the assassin is not apprehended by then, this matter shall be beyond your purview. The portly chief nodded vigorously, eager to respond, but was interrupted by Joyce. No further discussion is necessary. This is how it shall be decided. You want to falter within a single day, will you? The chief shook his head. No, certainly not. Then, that is settled. Joyce rose to personally escort him out, offering comfort as they walked. Do not dwell on pressure. If your Bayam Police Department resolves this case satisfactorily, how might those concerned regard your capabilities? Upon reflection, the chief recognized the validity of Joyce's reasoning, and his expression shifted from one of distress to relief as he took his leave. Back at the police station, he summoned Dean, the fortunate fellow, and gravely stated, Baron Best has issued a final ultimatum. The assassin must be caught by tomorrow. The Baron will personally identify him, and if we fail, you know the consequences. Do you understand? Understood, Chief. I assure you the task will be completed. Dean stood at attention, promising loudly. Go on, expedite the investigation. My lord, your demeanor just now, Sophia hesitantly remarked after the police chief had left. It seemed rather peculiar. The maid's voice was laced with confusion. You appeared unconcerned whether the assassin was captured, instead implying to the chief that he should hasten to conclude the case. However, the chief seemed preoccupied with anxiety, perhaps failing to grasp the deeper implications of your words. Joyce smiled nonchalantly. Whether he comprehends or not is irrelevant. As long as he conveys the message, Dean will understand. Noting that the Baron had not contradicted her speculation, Sophia grew increasingly puzzled. But why? Why would you let that assassin go? I never stated I would allow that assassin to escape. Joyce refuted, while inwardly musing. Although this assassin does not exist. Do you not understand? Sophia shook her head. Not quite. Joyce picked up a blank sheet of paper, wiggled his index finger, and then punctured the paper. Elaborating. This sheet represents me. The index finger symbolizes that assassin. The paper has been pierced by the index finger. I could certainly choose to cut off this finger with a knife, but what then? There remains the middle finger, the thumb, each capable of continuing to pierce the paper. What I wish to do is to unearth the master of the index finger. Otherwise, I may enjoy a fleeting safety, but I'm far more likely to face repeated assassination attempts. The assassin is merely a tool. It is the wielder of the tool who is my true enemy. As soon as the words fell, Joyce felt a surreal, shattering sound emanating from within him, plunging him into a wondrous state, as if a celestial expanse had unfolded before his eyes, with countless stars, both radiant and dim, moving in harmonious patterns. There was no need for further delay. His assassin's potion had been thoroughly absorbed. Meanwhile, Sophia, lost in thought, failed to notice his odd behavior. Are you luring the snake out of its hole? Joyce took a deep breath and replied with ease. If the snake does not emerge, how can I seize its vulnerable spot? Chapter 48. The Captured Assassin. That afternoon, Joyce was invited to the Bayonne police station, accompanied by his maid. He was joined by the provocateur, Hunter, along with 3 well-trained guards in tow. The portly police chief greeted them at the entrance, flanked by several officers. Joyce stepped forward, shook his hand, and with a beaming smile remarked, Mr. Chief, your efficiency in solving cases is impressive. Just this morning, you expressed your grievances, and by afternoon, you've apprehended a suspect. The chief, somewhat taken aback, quickly complimented, Baron Best, you truly have a gift for foresight. However, this case is not my doing. It was entirely Dean S.'s brilliant investigation. The chief turned to the young man beside him. Dean, come forth and explain the case resolution to the Baron. That is also due to your exceptional leadership. Chief, I won't forget your contributions. Thank you. Thank you, Baron. Subsequently, under Dean's guidance, Joyce and the others proceeded to the cell where the suspect was held. Along the way, Joyce suddenly inquired, how did you capture the assassin? Dean, keenly aware that Joyce referred to him as the assassin rather than a mere suspect, felt a weight lift from his chest and earnestly replied, it was somewhat fortuitous. A patrol officer noticed a tall man behaving suspiciously. Exercising caution and adhering to protocol, he promptly reported it. After consulting with the chief, I immediately led a team to apprehend him. The assassin was formidable. We sustained injuries to several of our brothers before we finally subdued him with gunfire. Fortunately, we captured him alive. He closely resembles your description in terms of physique, features, and combat skill. But there is one issue. What issue? Speak freely, Joyce encouraged. Dean leaned in closer and whispered, the captured assassin is mute and cannot speak. You did not hear the assassin's voice the night you were attacked, did you? Joyce paused, casting a deep glance at the dark-skinned officer beside him. The now sheriff pondered, I did not hear any sound, but if the assassin cannot speak, how shall we uncover the identity of the mastermind behind him? Dean quickly lowered his head, conceding, this was our oversight. However, we will exert every effort to investigate. And based on my assessment, the puppeteer likely hired this assassin to conceal their own identity. That does make sense. Joyce remained silent for a moment. You have done quite well already. He then patted Dean's shoulder, adding, but this investigation must not falter. Understood, understood, Dean responded, seemingly greatly encouraged. Baron, this way please. We have confined the assassin in solitary confinement. Joyce covered his nose as he beheld a man with black hair, a face full of brutish features and fierce eyes, bound to a bed, his torso wrapped in bandages with faint blood seeping through. From the assassin's perspective, he had taken more than one life. Joyce scrutinized him for 2 minutes before giving his final confirmation. Indeed, it is those eyes. I remember them vividly. No sooner had he spoken than a collective sigh of relief emanated from the officers behind him, comprising the chief's subordinates and inspectors. Dean added, we attempted to interrogate this assassin, but he is illiterate, so I decided to trace the channels through which he accepted his assignments to clarify the circumstances surrounding the assassination. Yes, that is a commendable strategy, but proceed with caution. Do not alert the snake in the grass, Joyce instructed, half as a command and half as advice. Understood, Baron. With matters satisfactorily resolved, a sense of joy permeated the air as Joyce declined the chief's warm and earnest invitation, departing the police station with his entourage. It was palpable that both the driver Kumar and the maid, even the usually stoic guards, exhibited varying degrees of elation. On the return journey, Joyce, wearing a smile, asked, Mr. Hunter, with the assassin apprehended, the external dangers should be diminished, correct? The provocateur instinctively nodded in agreement before adding, of course. I'm not yet ready to meet an untimely demise. Joyce readily concurred, as long as you refrain from shadowing me incessantly. Upon arriving at 14 Storm Street, Harry presented an invitation. Joyce took the invitation and placed it on the table, addressing him, you may have heard, but it is better I inform you personally. The assassin has been captured, and this matter is now behind us. You need not feel any lingering guilt. I understand, Baron, Harry replied, lowering his head before exiting the sitting room. Opening the invitation, he discovered it was from Iana, inviting him to attend a ball she was hosting this Saturday evening at her residence. So she truly intends to invite me. Has Diego perished in vain? Or does Iana remain unaware of this incident? How could she possibly be uninformed? Perhaps they wish to reconcile with me. Or perhaps this is a banquet of treachery. I must go if I do not attend. How shall I discern their intentions? If I do not go, how can I strike fear into their hearts? If I do not attend, would not my efforts be in vain? June 6th, Wednesday. Joyce prepared to depart, and Hunter did not impede him, merely arranging for 2 guards to accompany him. The new driver, Kumar, displayed equally adept driving skills, and the carriage smoothly arrived at the Oak Bar in the Josem district. The gathering proceeded as scheduled, undeterred by Diego's demise. However, the attendees were notably fewer than usual, and given the typically modest number, the atmosphere appeared rather sparse. The scales, as ever, donned layers of disguise. Joyce took his place among the organizers without immediately announcing the commencement of the gathering, instead issuing a task. Pay heed to the 3 individuals depicted in these photographs. A valid lead will earn you 30 pounds, and pinpointing their location will yield 100 pounds. Intelligence indicated that the 3 typically moved together. Thus, 1 lead could potentially yield 3 bounties, a rare opportunity indeed. The server distributed the images to the participants, Joyce included. 1 woman, 2 men. The sketches were vividly rendered, showcasing the woman's striking beauty. Indeed, she was beautiful. Her features were sharp, with a pronounced nose and gaunt cheeks, her red pupils strikingly sinister. Could she be a vampire? He then turned to the other 2 sketches, both depicting fearsome visages, their eyes betraying an uncontrollable madness and thirst for blood. What is the level of danger? One member inquired, clearly intrigued. Goodness, who would dare take on this task? Joyce surmised that these 3 individuals were likely members of the Rose sect, with the woman being a potion maker and the men belonging to the Aberrant Path, at least a mid-tier rank. Not to be trifled with. The scales continued. This task will remain valid for the foreseeable future. If anyone obtains a lead, it can be submitted to the Oak Bar's proprietor, Scales. Let the gathering commence. Chapter 49. Divinatory Content. Silence. The members were largely preoccupied with the concern that hidden dangers might encroach upon them, even pondering whether to evade the threat until it passed. For a time, no one voiced any requests. Joyce chuckled lightly, breaking the silence. I require a complete serpent's fawn from a gray-eyed python, and 3 tail feathers from a buck parrot, or relevant leads. Moments passed, and still silence reigned. Well, indeed there was no reward. He finally grasped the sentiment of the fortune-teller lady who had fruitlessly sought materials multiple times before. He felt as though he were merely a warm-up act. He inquired again, "Is my friend, who owes me 15 pounds, present?" The petite figure of Catherine, concealed beneath her hood, could not help but internally scoff at the remark. I've already moved. And this miserly wealthy individual has the audacity to pursue debts at a gathering. How persistent? She replied, yes, the money is ready, as she prepared to retrieve the cash. Joyce interjected, you need only assist me with 1 task, and this 15 pounds can be waived. At that moment, a waiter presented a note, inscribed with, fortune-telling for me, at 2 o'clock this afternoon, at the Four Seasons CAF. Very well, no problem. Joyce observed with keen interest, but found no items compelling enough to warrant his intervention. Though he was not impoverished, it did not imply he would squander money on trivialities. For instance, 1 male member was attempting to sell a dagger, capable of inflicting a wound that would cause incessant bleeding. This was rather redundant for Joyce, who possessed the Blade of Oath, yet its effectiveness was still commendable, leading to its acquisition at a high price by others. Eventually, a member produced a finely crafted round mirror. This is an artifact from the Quaternary period, well preserved, with a hint of extraordinary power. Should one gaze into it for over 10 minutes within a day, the likelihood of experiencing nightmares that night significantly increases. However, it bears no effect on the extraordinary. 50 pounds. May I examine it first? Joyce inquired directly. Of course. This individual clearly intended to sell to him, as it was unlikely anyone else would purchase an item with solely negative effects. Joyce held the mirror, its surface icy to the touch, reflecting clearly. The frame was adorned with cloud-like motifs, 7 on the left and 6 on the right. Beyond that, there were no superfluous embellishments. After scrutinizing it from various angles, he discerned no peculiarities and thus countered. In terms of the artifact's value, it is worth at most 15 pounds, but considering the mirror's adverse effects, it might not even fetch 10 pounds. How about this? 20 pounds, and I shall take it. The male voice seemed reluctant. My lowest price is 35 pounds. Then I must regretfully decline. Seeing this, the voice hastily offered, all right, 20 pounds, it's yours. After settling the payment, Joyce tucked away the mirror and continued to announce, acquisitions are still ongoing. I am willing to pay a premium for any quaternary artifacts. I look forward to everyone's findings at the next gathering. draped in layers of disguise. It was impossible to discern whether anyone was tempted. Joyce was left to observe the gathering unfold, refraining from further transactions. Additionally, he noted the fortune teller. No, now she ought to be referred to as the jester, similarly did not seek materials. Did she lack the magician's formula? As the gathering concluded, the members departed one by one under the arrangement of the balance, and Joyce found himself among the first to leave, which surprised him. It created an illusion that the balance was reluctant to meet him. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, at the Four Seasons CAF, the two individuals who had just masked their identities at the extraordinary gathering faced each other once more in their true forms. "You are quite punctual," Joyce remarked leisurely, slightly perplexed to see the fortune-teller lady extracting various divination tools from her suitcase, including astrological charts, celestial instruments, and tarot cards. Catherine exclaimed with excitement. "I was a bit late because I took time to prepare the tools. So, which method of divination shall we commence with? If one does not suffice, we can certainly try several." Before him was a visage as beautiful as Emily's, yet lacking in that captivating allure, resembling more that of the maid. Joyce stared blankly for 2 seconds, unconsciously pointing at the tools on the table. These items. What do you intend to do? To divine for you. Of course, Catherine replied, as though it were self-evident. The results from your last divination were rather peculiar. My divination abilities are stronger now than before. I am certain I can yield accurate results. Joyce raised a hand to cover his forehead. Wait, I did not wish to divine my own future today. Catherine's expression momentarily stiffened, but the next moment thawed as she said, "Why not? Do you not find the last divination's results strange? What of your curiosity?" Eaten by a dog, Joyce thought inwardly, refraining from curiosity due to a monumental secret he harbored, one so vast that he dared not even approach it. "Perhaps another time." "Another time," Catherine murmured dejectedly. Joyce dismissed the earlier farce, producing a folded note. "I would like you to help me divine the authenticity of this formula." "A potion formula. Is it yours?" Catherine inquired with curiosity. Very well. She accepted the note, laid it out on the table, her gaze unwavering on Joyce, to prove she was not peeking. She placed her bracelet atop the formula and recited the incantation. "This formula is genuine. This formula is genuine." The bracelet spun clockwise, affirming the formula's authenticity. Joyce exhaled in relief. He had handwritten this formula himself, fearing that the one Emily had written possessed anti-divination properties. Truly, it was a case of the heart opening the door to the heart. "Are you truly not going to divine for yourself?" "I have prepared extensively," Catherine pressed, unwilling to relent. Joyce, in a good mood, replied with a smile, "As a fortune-teller, your curiosity is excessively intense. It will inevitably lead to your downfall. My request has been fulfilled by you, and we are even." He then took a sip of his coffee, observing as Catherine repacked the divination tools into her suitcase, yet showing no intention of departing, instead joining him in sipping coffee. "Do you have something else to attend to?" Joyce asked. Chapter 50. 2 Women. Bored and idle. Is it not permissible to enjoy a cup of coffee, you utterly uncurious individual? Catherine internally scoffed, before revealing her true intent. "There is an extraordinary gathering this weekend, and I wish to invite you to attend." "Oh, another extraordinary gathering." Joyce's eagerness to gather the potion materials for the instigator surged, though he maintained caution. "Where is it? Who is organizing it? Is it safe?" Catherine appeared to have conducted thorough research, explaining in detail. The location is the Bay Leaf Tavern. The organizer is the tavern's behind-the-scenes owner, rumored to be quite powerful. As for safety, this is his inaugural gathering. To establish his reputation, he has invited numerous extraordinary individuals, and has claimed he will offer a variety of extraordinary materials and weapons for sale, so safety should be assured. Wasn't the owner of the Bay Leaf Tavern, O.V., killed by me? So soon he is to host an extraordinary gathering again. It sounded rather high-end. Could it be that Ayanna had intervened? Joyce pondered, recalling that this gathering had been mentioned in the original novel, with many factions participating in a comprehensive trade of extraordinary materials. "What is the name of the gathering's organizer?" he inquired. Catherine shook her head. "I am unclear on the name. I only know his nickname is the Mighty One." "The Mighty Oziel, just as I suspected." Joyce's thoughts raced. To prevent the highly perceptive fortune-teller from catching on, he redirected. "One last question. Why did you invite me to join?" "What I mentioned earlier was an ideal scenario, but it does not rule out the possibility of misinformation and the potential for danger. You can obtain the extraordinary traits of the jester. Your combat ability must be formidable. If we go together, even if there is genuine danger, we will not find ourselves isolated and helpless. Furthermore, While you may be a bit miserly and lacking in curiosity, the divination results indicate there is no risk in teaming up with you. Catherine silently added the most crucial answer. A bodyguard? Joyce tilted his head, pondering another question. Excluding the influence of magical items, surely the jester's direct combat ability was not inferior to that of an assassin. Catherine defended, of course not. We can temporarily masquerade as companions, for in doing so, even if a truly malevolent, extraordinary being were to appear, the likelihood of them choosing to assault a duo would diminish significantly. Understood. It is indeed a matter of the heart, reminiscent of my former self. Joyce nodded in approval. I concur. See you this weekend. No problem. May our collaboration be delightful. Catherine picked up her suitcase. Then I shall take my leave. As she embarked upon her carriage, gradually fading from sight, Joyce resumed his interrupted contemplation. What does the emergence of the formidable Oziel signify? Following the demise of Ove, the proprietor of the original Fragrant Leaf Tavern, Oziel assumed his position and orchestrated extraordinary gatherings, which appears to be quite logical. However, if Joyce had not appeared, or rather, had he chosen not to eliminate Ove, would Oziel have surfaced at all? Thus, would the extraordinary gatherings that Klein and the fiery Danitz attended in the original work still exist? Joyce fell into deep thought. He had always believed his traversal would alter history, yet it now appeared that he might, in fact, be a part of history itself. Another possibility arises. Without his intervention, O would still have been succeeded by Oziel, and extraordinary gatherings would persist. The corrective nature of history, the paradox of time travel. He unleashed his imagination freely, yet ultimately, it all dissipated into ephemeral illusions. The sun outside was somewhat blinding, the demolition of the divination house nearing its conclusion. His own carriage stood by the roadside, with the coachman Kumar and 2 guards engaged in idle chatter, occasionally glancing his way. This was Mr. Hand's directive. Otherwise, he would personally safeguard Joyce, who had no choice but to acquiesce. These tangible realities filled the world around him, rendering it once again palpable. Joyce lifted his coffee only to find it had grown cold, prompting him to summon a waiter for a fresh brew. He awaited someone, Emily. She had become more beautiful. Previously, she exuded an alluring charm, but now, with a touch of makeup, she appeared vibrant and carefree, as if she had cast off heavy shackles, radiating an air of innocence. Ah, the emergence of innocence in a witch. What are you gazing at? She inquired softly. At the most beautiful woman in the world. Flatter. Emily laughed lightly, playfully tapping Joyce's forehead before taking a seat across from him, directly addressing him. What is the reason for summoning me this time? Joyce replied nonchalantly. Ayanna has invited me to a ball on Saturday evening at her residence. Emily's smile faltered for 2 seconds before she jested. It seems she intends to devour you. She's a man, or at least she once was, Joyce emphasized. Emily grew serious at this remark, pondering for a moment before stating, I can attend the ball, but the timing and location are unsuitable for any confrontation. Following my last infiltration, Ayanna will undoubtedly bolster her defenses. We cannot afford to engage in battle on her home turf. In recent days, the witch cult's pursuit of me has notably intensified, indicating her growing desperation. The longer this drags on, the more prone she becomes to making mistakes. Upon hearing her analysis, Joyce remarked, So, does that mean attending the ball on Saturday is entirely unnecessary? Nonsense, we must attend, Emily declared resolutely. You need to gain Ayanna's trust swiftly, ideally luring her into our prepared stronghold. Only then can we ensure complete success. That sounds reasonable. Joyce nodded in agreement, and together with Emily, they elaborated and refined their plan in detail. As the sun slowly descended, their coffee was replaced with red tea. The last and most crucial question arose. Joyce proposed, even if the plan unfolds flawlessly, can we truly defeat Ayanna? And if victory is attained, can we prevent her from fleeing? Emily smiled. I am confident in this final step. You need not lift a finger. After all, the injury sustained on Saturday night will not be in vain. Then I have no further issues, Joyce replied. After bidding her farewell, he boarded his carriage, chuckling. Have you been waiting long? I wonder if there will be a future Baroness. Chapter 51. William in the Eyes of the Enemy. Coincidentally, while Joyce and Emily conspired, Ayanna too welcomed a visitor, her ostensible lover, and in secret, a partner in a more collaborative sense, Major General Brett. What? You sent Diego to abduct Joyce. And now Diego is dead. Ayanna's face was a mask of shock, seemingly unable to grasp the unfolding events. Why didn't you consult me beforehand? Brett explained, You've been busy these past few days, out of sight, and old Gordon is tightening his grip. I had no choice but to resort to such measures. Once I acquire the list, everything will return to normal. Indeed, as long as you succeed, you shall ascend to demigod status. But you must ensure your success. Iana rubbed her brow, a habit formed during her days as a man, now seldom exhibited, only surfacing in times of trouble. In recent days, she had focused her efforts on tracking down her former wife, Emily, who had stolen a crucial sealing artifact. But she anticipated such a drastic shift in circumstances within just a few days. Iana ceased her actions, casting a glance at the so-called young Major General. In her eyes, Brett was merely a pampered child, impulsive, boastful, and heedless of consequences. In stark contrast, William had been far more competent, bringing her endless complications. Initially, William had merely unearthed a hint of the missing populace, but he quickly connected the dots, even feigning allegiance, claiming it was for wealth and glory, while secretly gathering evidence. Had he not been eliminated at the last moment, the Avenger from Stormchurch would have surely come knocking. Even so, the list William left behind had thoroughly muddled the situation, making it increasingly challenging to relocate the populace, which was precisely why Brett was in a state of urgency. Though he was still reckless. What of Joyce? After a moment of contemplation, Iana sought to resolve the predicament, as was her custom. Brett remained silent for a long while before responding with uncertainty. Joyce is unharmed. He claims to have been attacked. Yet he did not report it to the military intelligence office, instead alerting the police. Strangely enough, the Bayam police actually apprehended the so-called assassin. Joyce must have learned something from Diego. In the worst-case scenario, he might fully comprehend the entirety of the matter. Indeed, it must be so. Brett interjected, rising. Perhaps the list is now in Joyce's possession. I should take matters into my own hands this time. Iana could not suppress an eye roll. Save your breath. Do you truly believe Joyce could eliminate Diego? He undoubtedly has supporters behind him, possibly contingencies left by William. It has been verified that the list is not in Joyce's hands. It is most likely in the possession of this mysterious figure. At this point, she glanced at Brett. Though your reckless actions nearly led to our downfall, by some twist of fate, they have also brought us closer to the list. The question remains, why does Joyce refrain from exposing us? Brett initially appeared satisfied, only to be engulfed by confusion. I do not know. Iana shook her head. Perhaps it is the influence of the enigmatic figure behind him, or perhaps it is his own volition. After surviving an abduction and successfully countering it, he chooses not to report it, but rather remains patient. What are his intentions? To use it as leverage for more, or to seek personal vengeance for William? Truly, he is his father's son. Remarkable. Iana found herself increasingly intrigued by Joyce. You must attend the ball on Saturday. On Thursday morning, Joyce boarded Charlie's carriage alone. He eagerly anticipated today's extraordinary gathering, particularly heightened by the absence of any primary materials at the previous assembly held in the balance. The Life School's meetings could never be likened to mundane gatherings, where only a few cats and dogs might roam. Joyce even speculated that the Life School possessed a near-divine presence in Bayam. Of course, this was merely conjecture, and it was highly unlikely that such semi-divine beings would grace a gathering of this mid to low tier. He also noted that Charlie had donned an unusually simple outfit, suggesting a level of caution regarding the extraordinary world that surpassed Joyce's expectations. Yet, why did the carriage's direction feel so familiar? Joyce was astonished to discover that the carriage had halted on Inmate Street. The Four Seasons CAF, where he had spent the previous afternoon, was operating normally, and the transformed grocery store of the divination house was taking shape. Mechanically, he allowed Charlie to lead him to the largest grocery store on the entire street. Just wait a moment, said the man who resembled a shopkeeper, glancing at Joyce before producing 2 masks to hand to Charlie. All set, put them on, Charlie said with delight. Joyce took the mask with one hand, realizing it was a completely sealed piece, lacking both eye holes and breathing apertures. It was more akin to a black cloth. Despite his astonishment, he obediently donned the mask, and darkness enveloped his vision. A faint sound of a door creaking open echoed, and the darkness deepened, as if myriad colors were blending together, with countless invisible shadows swiftly retreating. Having had experience with the spiritual realm, Joyce deduced with precision, this was the spirit world. The ability to open doors? Could it be that opening doors traverse the spirit realm? Teleportation? Was that grocery store owner a traveler? Even clandestine organizations would hardly employ a Tier 5 traveler as mere labor. That would be an extravagant waste. Before he could draw any conclusions, a voice announced their arrival. Removing the masks, the three found themselves in a cramped room, square in shape. Reminiscent of a backstage dressing area, with hoods, masks, and other disguises hanging on the walls. You may choose any means to disguise yourselves, or refuse altogether. But we can only guarantee safety within the gathering. Matters post-assembly are beyond our concern, said the seemingly traveler-like shopkeeper as he gestured toward the props on the wall, before disappearing through a door behind him. Charlie seemed quite pleased with the astonishment and wonder on Joyce's face. How about that? Isn't it magical? Are you not even more eager to become extraordinary now? Indeed, Joyce replied, his anticipation for the upcoming gathering's offerings growing stronger. Subsequently, the two began to disguise themselves. Charlie donned a round-faced mask and wrapped himself in a cloak, while Joyce took a more cautious approach, enveloping himself in a thick hood. Ultimately, selecting a clown mask to conceal his features. They exchanged glances, and if they had not arrived together, it would have been difficult to recognize one another. Sharing a smile, Joyce turned around, feigning curiosity. Who was that person just now? I don't know. Perhaps another member of the life school. Who cares? Let us go in. Chapter 52. 200 pounds for a feather. Pushing open the door revealed a rather spacious hall. In the center stood 3 blackboard-like structures, adorned with a varying number of notes. Along the walls, dozens of small partitioned booths were scattered, seemingly designated for transactions among members. An estimate suggested that over 30 extraordinary individuals occupied the hall, some observing the blackboards, while others sat in the booths, awaiting transactions. This resembled a marketplace. Far from the clandestine nature of an extraordinary gathering, Joyce mused. He also noticed a masked figure seated in the most prominent area, discernibly female from her attire and stature, who commanded a degree of respect from other members passing by her. After a couple of seconds of observation, he caught her gaze, and she nodded in acknowledgement. Who is that? Joyce inquired. One of the organizers of the gathering, Charlie replied, unwilling to elaborate further, as he led Joyce to an unoccupied booth, propping up a card on the table that displayed the number 15. This is your stall. All transactions must take place here. The blackboard over there lists everyone's needs. And you may also post your own note. It's a straightforward system. Joyce casually shifted the card marked 15, realizing it did not signify his order of participation, as individuals did not take numbers in sequence, but rather completely at random. The blackboards were divided into 3 sections: recipes and materials, magical items, and information and tasks. What initially captured Joyce's attention was not the sought-after potion ingredients, but rather a task prominently displayed at the top. It was a missing person case, targeting 3 individuals, accompanied by 3 portraits, a woman and 2 men, that bore an uncanny resemblance to the images provided by the ballots. His prior speculation that these 3 were members of the Rose School now seemed quite accurate, given the animosity between the Life and Rose Schools. Under normal circumstances, the Serpent of Fate would be engaged in a game of hide-and-seek with Euryalus, and members of the Life School should act with caution. Yet, these 3 were evidently being hunted by Military Intelligence Section 9, and the Life School possessed the capacity for opportunistic malice. Perhaps these 3 were in possession of something particularly significant, prompting pursuit by multiple factions. However, it had no bearing on him. Joyce bypassed the task board, focusing his attention on the materials section. A swift scan from top to bottom revealed that low-tier recipes and materials predominated, yet there were also mid-tier transactions, such as a note stating, seeking the Dawn Knight S potion recipe, price negotiable, 30th. Given the circumstances, it was evident that trustworthy notaries or diviners existed within the gathering. Regrettably, Joyce knew of no mid-tier recipes that were in demand, and the meager sum offered for low-tier recipes held little appeal, posing a risk of exposing his background, an unfavorable exchange. Suddenly, he spotted a note affixed to the central area, reading, selling the tail feathers of a buck parrot for 200 pounds each, 34. Goodness, sold by the feather. Typically, extraordinary materials are sold in their entirety. If one were fortunate enough to slay a buck parrot, one would undoubtedly acquire 3 tail feathers. Collectively, those could fetch 600 pounds, an exorbitant markup. Do you possess buck parrot tail feathers? Joyce inquired in a low, somewhat indifferent tone. The man in the cat mask immediately straightened up, responding, indeed, 200 pounds each. How many do you desire? That's quite a bold claim. Can you supply 10? Joyce challenged, deliberately distancing himself from his usual manner of speech. The man eyed him shrewdly, his expression somewhat comical in conjunction with the cat mask. If you wish to purchase materials, commit to it. If not, continue your browsing. Joyce ceased his verbosity. 3 for 400 pounds. I'm sorry, we operate on a small margin. I can only sell you 2 for 400 pounds, the man replied, his tone revealing an unyielding firmness. What use is 2? Am I make a fan? Joyce mused inwardly, raising his offer. £500. You'll still profit. Consider yourself shrewd, a true merchant, Joyce thought bitterly, relinquishing any hope for a reduction in price and directly placing £600 on the table. The money is here. Where are the materials? If only you had done this earlier, the man muttered, retrieving an iron box from his pocket and placing it on the table. A hand for a hand, honest dealings. Joyce released the bills, lifted the iron box, and upon opening it, discovered 3 spirally patterned feathers, each a palm's length, feeling the unmistakable allure of the same-tier extraordinary traits. Confirming their authenticity, he glanced at the man in the cat mask, who was already counting the money a second time, and promptly turned to leave. Seeking a complete serpent tongue of the azure-eyed gray viper, 16, price negotiable. To enhance its appeal, he even added, or in exchange for corresponding extraordinary knowledge. On the verge of being promoted to Sequence 8, Joyce possesses 2 magical items and believes his combat prowess to be among the finest at lower sequences. The Blade of the Oath emphasizes damage, while the Eye of Societal Death focuses on control. However, as a late-stage sufferer of firepower inadequacy, one can never have too many weapons. Moreover, the foes he is about to face, Ayanna and Bright, are at least Sequence 6 extraordinary beings. The disparity between mid-sequence and low-sequence is vast. The luck he had against Diego will not always be present, and relying solely on 2 magical items does not provide him with sufficient peace of mind. At the very least, he requires 3. The most significant difference between mid-sequence and low-sequence lies in the diverse array of mysterious-side abilities possessed by mid-sequence extraordinary beings. While their direct combat capabilities may not see a substantial increase, the level of difficulty they pose undoubtedly escalates by 2 tiers. Consequently, Joyce seeks to address this shortcoming and first sets his sights on the priciest item within a magical goods segment, the Cloak of the Sun. This item is likely crafted by a Sequence 6 notary through the Sun's pathway, endowed with spells such as the summoning of Holy Light and the Flame of Radiance, while also possessing the ability to contract notary. Those who own it can even orchestrate a small gathering of extraordinary beings. Surely more than one individual present is intrigued by it, yet the exorbitant price deters them all. The seller demands a staggering £8,000. In preparation for this gathering, Joyce exhausts all his available personal funds, yet still finds himself unable to afford it. Alas, Joyce muses, it seems I remain quite impoverished. Chapter 53. The Interference of a Third Party. Forcing himself to redirect his attention, he soon discovers 2 rings of comparable value, both at the Sequence 7 level, which he can afford. One is the Navigator's Ring, priced at £500, while the other is the Magician's Ring, priced at £3,000. To Joyce, the latter's abilities appear more comprehensive and peculiar, yet on the sea, the former would fetch a higher price. After making his choice and preparing to depart, he suddenly spots a familiar figure, the man with the flower cat mask, the very merchant who sold him potion materials. He is in the process of tearing down a sign advertising the sale of parrot tail feathers, only to affix a new one shortly thereafter. Out of curiosity, Joyce leans in for a closer look at the sign, which reads, selling 1 madness grass, £550, number 10. The man in the flower cat mask also recognizes Joyce's familiar attire and inquires, what, are you interested in buying? But no discounts for regular customers. Continuing to sell extraordinary materials, if he recalls correctly, this is the primary ingredient for potions related to the barbarian pathway of the Black Emperor at Sequence 8. Just how much stock does this fellow possess? Is it possible to wholesale extraordinary materials? I'm not buying, but if you have a complete snake fawn from a blue-eyed gray python, you can sell it directly to me. No need for a sign. Regrettably, I only have this 1 madness grass left, the man with the flower cat mask laments. Joyce harbors doubts about this. He silently remarks, opting not to pursue the matter further, and turns towards booth 42. The proprietor of booth 42 makes no excessive attempts at disguise, merely donning a clown mask. Naturally, one capable of selling items equivalent to Sequence 7 must possess considerable strength. Joyce surmises he is at least Sequence 6, or perhaps even Sequence 5, or possesses even more powerful magical items. You wish to sell the Magician's Ring? He inquires, altering his tone. Could you elaborate on its abilities? Joyce asks, having detected the seller's distinctive Intis accent. The seller, adorned with the same clown mask as Joyce, leisurely responds. It is an item left behind by a magician after his death. The wearer of this ring can conjure illusions out of thin air, teleport short distances through flames, and unleash air bullets. This was indeed the magician's ability. Joyce finds himself enamored with the ring, envisioning his ascent to sequence 7, casting flames, then leaping through the flames to strike down his foe. A perfect scenario. What are its negative effects? He inquires. The man with the Intis accent continues. The ring possesses a slight living quality and occasionally demands that the wearer perform magic tricks before an audience, seeking a great deal of applause until is satisfied. What if one cannot perform magic? Joyce asks curiously. The ring's capability to create illusions makes performing magic quite manageable, the man explains, though a clear note of disdain colors his tone as he adds, but do not let anyone expose you, or it will compel you to act in bizarre ways before a large crowd, much like a clown without a mask. This ring possesses a rather mischievous temperament, Joyce muses, pondering whether the seller might be here to offload the ring after experiencing societal demise in Intis. Then it will deceive you the next time you wear it. For instance, the air bullets may merely be an illusion, or you may suddenly fail while attempting to leap through flames. The man denies this possibility. Joyce ponders for a moment and concludes that, compared to its magical capabilities, the negative effects are bearable. 2, 500 pounds, I can purchase it. My friend, do I need to remind you of the principle of first come, first served? I merely provide an option, and the final decision of whom to sell it to rest with him. The interjecting man states coolly, what a temper I have, Joyce thinks, ignoring him and turning to say, I offer 3,000 pounds. To his surprise, the seller disregards his offer entirely and instead stands up, eagerly asking, do you know the whereabouts of Olaf? The man who had interrupted nods, of course. I believe you have a way to verify. Very well, the ring is yours. Joyce, wearing the clown mask, feels as though he has become a jester, taking a deep breath and silently turning to leave. Wait, is there something else? Joyce halts. The seller says, seeing your sincerity, I have a one-time life-saving item I can sell to you at a discount. Would you be interested? Selling life-saving items. What's next? Are you going to sell your own life? Joyce thinks to himself with irritation and asks, what item? A paper doll substitute? Can it really be used that way? Joyce inquires, perplexed. Normally priced at 100 pounds, today I can sell it to you for 50 pounds. Joyce pays and purchases it, departing without further concern for their transaction. Arriving at the information and task board, he quickly finds a task. The whereabouts of Olaf, booth 42. The image depicts a middle-aged man, maturely handsome, with a confident smile at the corner of his mouth. Charlie, from booth 16, has long been seated there, looking despondent. What's wrong? No luck? Joyce approaches to inquire. Charlie raises his head at the sound, his eyes filled with melancholy as he replies, at least 3 people in this hall are purchasing the same materials as I am. Moreover, that's not even the main issue. The extraordinary materials I need simply won't appear at the gathering, as the organizers will purchase them at the first opportunity. This is a gathering of the life school, and surely there are multiple extraordinary beings from the apothecary pathway present, making supply shortages quite normal, Joyce suggests. Why not ask your teacher? The life school must have the extraordinary materials you require. Charlie replies, but that would involve completing a task, which is bothersome. Simply spending money to buy is much simpler and quicker. Well, it's just as I expected of you. Joyce thinks in agreement. Then suddenly has an idea. Perhaps someone can provide the materials you need. Let me take you to inquire. Chapter 54. Reporting to the church. The merchant with the flower cat mask is still haggling with someone, maintaining that arrogant demeanor, and the buyer, like Joyce, reluctantly pays for the extraordinary materials. Does he have the materials I need? Charlie asks, puzzled. I don't know. It's worth a shot, Joyce replies, hastening towards the merchant. What, it's you again? Regrettably, you have arrived too late. The materials have just been purchased, remarked the man with the cat mask, casually flipping the digital sign on the table. Joyce stepped aside, clarifying, it was not me, but rather he who sought to procure the materials. The man with the cat mask glanced over and curtly responded, for purchasing materials. Please go post a notice over there. I have nothing left here. Joyce chuckled lightly. Why must we be at odds with money? A mere conversation wouldn't take too long. Leaning back in his chair, the man with the cat mask inquired nonchalantly. Very well, what do you want? Joyce retreated, distancing himself to a spot where their conversation became inaudible, though he observed that their exchange flowed quite smoothly. Despite the absence of a transaction, Charlie appeared quite cheerful. Did you gain anything? Joyce asked. Charlie nodded vigorously. Not at present, but he mentioned having clues and asked me to find him in the next gathering. With ample pounds prepared, Joyce cast a sympathetic glance at the delighted Charlie, The unscrupulous merchant, having insisted on ample pounds, would undoubtedly take a hefty cut from him. Nevertheless, any gain is indeed favorable. The next gathering? He noted this pivotal detail. The more of such elite gatherings, the better. Charlie cheerfully elucidated. This gathering is not held frequently. Sometimes it may occur twice a month, but during less fortunate times, it might not happen for 6 months. Indeed, such sporadic gatherings are the norm. A weekly assembly, as stable as a seasoned dog, would be quite unusual. Joyce queried, perplexed. Then why are you so happy? What if the next gathering is far off? Why should I not be pleased with having a clue? Charlie retorted, then whispered, moreover, I know the next gathering will not be too far away. It is rather unfortunate that, by the time the gathering concluded, Joyce had not obtained the complete snake's tongue of the azure-eyed gray python, which left him rather disheartened. Several members wished to exchange esoteric knowledge with him, yet he managed to deftly sidestep their advances. One wonders whether they are truly travelers or possessors of wondrous artifacts. Yet such abilities indeed belong to the dreams of his childhood. The idea of a doppelganger. It seems that the families of the gluttonous empire truly resonate with the aesthetic of the gourmand. Were it not for his choice to become an assassin, Joyce might have opted for the apprentice path. Although he could not become a true deity, he would possess ample means for survival and the ability to cling to the powerful. What am I thinking? Charlie patted his shoulder. Charlie seemed visibly moved, but resolutely declined. I wish you peace. Joyce consoled him. Charlie grimaced. I wish you to become extraordinary soon. Upon returning to 14 Storn Street, the provocateur hunter was the first to approach. Young master, did you encounter any danger? Joyce smiled. I merely practiced shooting with Charlie at the club. I met no danger whatsoever. Well, that is good. After lunch, Joyce lay on his bed, contemplating. Where might I procure the primary ingredients for the instigator's other potion? This weekend, there is an extraordinary gathering at the Scented Leaf Tavern. Yet one must also consider the possibility of coming away empty-handed. Other extraordinary channels are also challenging to explore. Emily might have connections. But he was not yet ready to reveal the fact of his impending promotion, although they were currently in a close, collaborative relationship. One's trump cards should still be kept close to the vest, even if that card is somewhat modest. However, if this weekend yields no results, he would have no choice but to seek aid from Emily under the pretext of needing to prepare materials in advance. The midday sun streamed through the balcony, warming the entire bedroom, complemented by a gentle breeze, and Joyce could not resist dozing off for a moment. In the afternoon, he boarded a carriage, accompanied by 2 guards. Departing under Mr. Hunter's satisfied gaze, he was headed to the church. As a devout believer who only attended church every 2 weeks, the key was that each visit was not for the sake of prayer, but for another reason altogether. Constantly fretting whether the Lord of Storms might strike him down with lightning. This led to a vicious cycle that made him even less inclined to visit the church regardless of his intentions. Upon entering the church and closing his eyes to listen to the prayers, he found himself enveloped in tranquility. Perhaps the tyrant does not possess the authority to bestow peace. Yet the reverence for the divine is sufficient to humble even the most unruly of souls. As before, Joyce opened his eyes, and a cleric guided him to the back of the hall. It was even the same cleric as last time. The storm is upon us. The storm is upon us. Bowing to Bishop Georgie, they took their respective seats. The robust bishop spoke first. It has been quite some time since you last visited the church. Only by constantly heeding the Lord's teachings can we truly grasp the strength he has bestowed upon us. I confess, Bishop. Joyce explained. What is it, child? Georgie's steady voice brimmed with strength. Joyce, lowering his head, spoke softly. It was a letter which turned to ashes once I had read it. This was not a lie, for what I burned did indeed become ash. After a brief pause, he lifted his gaze. Bishop, are you extraordinary? Georgie nodded candidly. I am the Lord's earthly emissary. Kidnapping? Georgie furrowed his brow and inquired. Were you not the target of an assassination? Joyce lowered his head once more. It was indeed a kidnapping. Last Saturday, after leaving General Gordon's banquet, I was taken captive. Georgie abruptly interrupted. Who kidnapped you? Diego, a major from the 9th Bureau of Military Intelligence. Joyce replied truthfully. Why did he wish to kidnap you? Georgie asked again. It seemed to be related to something William left behind. However, he did not have the chance to torment me, as a mysterious man in black suddenly burst in and killed him. It was a secret chamber. The darkness was profound. I could not see the mysterious man's face, and their voice was deliberately altered, rendering it indistinguishable in gender. What did your mysterious rescuer say? Georgie asked, which did not exceed Joyce's expectations. That person advised me not to investigate William S. matters until I become extraordinary. Then, he puzzled. That person also mentioned a name. The witch cult bishop. What is the witch cult? Are they the ones responsible for William S. death? Chapter 55, The Astute Brett. The witch cult is a clandestine and malevolent organization, whose members venerate dark deities beyond the seven gods, a group of sinners who perpetually sow chaos and calamity. I cannot ascertain whether William's demise is related to them, but this might be a viable lead. Joyce's eyes gleamed with determination upon hearing this. Regardless, I shall seek the opportunity to become extraordinary and investigate this matter to the end. Georgie regarded him for several seconds. The extraordinary are but pitiful souls ever entwined with darkness. Child, you could choose a better path. I have made my decision, Joyce insisted. Georgie fell silent for a moment. The Lord said, adversity strengthens the spirit. Follow your heart's decision, and destiny shall guide your path. The church will be your strongest support. The Lord shall watch over you. The storm is upon us. Joyce similarly clenched his fist against his left chest, exclaiming passionately, the storm is upon us. As he departed, he asked the cleric leading him, the last time I visited the church, I encountered a rugged man with deep blue hair, particularly keen. Why have I not seen him this time? The cleric, clad in the storm's vestments, maintained his forward pace. You mean Alge? He recently set sail. It was indeed he, the hanged man, Joyce confirmed inwardly. You seem to know him well? The cleric remained silent for 2 seconds before responding. We are both orphans taken in by the church. May the Lord bless you. Joyce offered a comforting remark, then deposited £50 in cash into the donation box. Today's actions were entirely his own initiative and were not part of his plan with Emily. As a crucial link in the game, yet also the most vulnerable, Joyce believed that a triangle is the most stable structure. The Storm Church had long exhibited an interest in William and himself, drawing them into the fray, which not only ensured the success rate of the plan against Diana, but also mitigated the risk of a subsequent fallout with Emily. The benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Bishop Jagori remained in his chamber, lost in thought, until a robust man dressed in plain clothes knocked and entered. Your Excellency Jagori, I have arrived. Recently, traces of a witch cult have emerged in Byam. You are to investigate, Jagori commanded. The sturdy man accepted the orders and then inquired, what about those individuals from the Rose Academy? Investigate together, with a focus on the witch cult. Yes, Your Excellency. On Saturday evening, Joyce attended the ball as promised. He lifted Diana's right hand and gently kissed it. Though I have said it once, I must say it again. You are the most radiant woman tonight. Diana chuckled, a trait reminiscent of Emily. Perhaps it was a commonality among witches, or perhaps it was the unspoken understanding born from their former union. You have yet to see the other young ladies and women at the ball. Wouldn't that be biased? Joyce confidently replied, I trust my judgment. Then I shall take you at your word. Diana remarked as she walked away. I will invite you to join me for the opening dance. Do not refuse. It would be my utmost honor, he declared with a gentlemanly demeanor. Diana's ball, naturally, lacked the formality of General Gordon's gatherings. The hall was filled with laughter and merriment, alive with vibrant conversations. Furthermore, among the guests were numerous officers in various military uniforms, many of whom were unfamiliar faces, though some were known to him. Certain officers who had attended General Gordon's soiree, their gazes towards Joyce varied. Some were surprised, others resigned, and some were laden with meaning. Joyce smiled and nodded, choosing to disregard their stares. Soon enough, he naturally spotted a familiar figure, as anticipated. Grabbing a glass of champagne, he approached and greeted General Bright. It is a pleasure to see you again. Observing Joyce's lively eyes and beaming smile, Bright felt a sting of mockery, but recalling Diana's admonitions, he suppressed his ire. Baron Best, it has been a long time. I heard you were the target of an assassination attempt. I trust you were unscathed? Joyce's smile grew even more radiant. Thanks to you, I emerged relatively unscathed. He then feigned sorrow. It is a pity about Major Diego. We were attacked on the same day. I was fortunate to survive, but alas, he did not share my luck. He said this deliberately, knowing Diego was sent by him. A provocation. Bright struggled to maintain his composure, loosening his grip on the nearly crushed wine glass, forcing a strained expression. Indeed, Diego did not possess such fortune. However, Military Intelligence 9 has already determined the cause of the assassination. It was carried out by assassins sent by the rebels. Has Military Intelligence 9 concluded its investigation? Joyce's eyes flickered. He was unaware of this news. Although a noble, in the eyes of the true elite, his baronial status held little weight, naturally precluding him from timely access to confidential information. In light of Joyce's series of provocations, Bright was evidently suppressing his emotions, a notoriously irascible commander. Indeed, he was concerned about the mysterious figure lurking behind him. The advantage of dealing with intelligent individuals is their ability to discern the deeper implications behind one's boldness. Otherwise, encountering a simpleton might have led to a slap across the face. After some contemplation, Joyce suddenly enlightened, saying, "So it was the rebels who orchestrated this. It seems I must press the Byam Police Department, as their efficiency pales in comparison to Military Intelligence 9. With that, the two clinked their glasses, signifying the official cessation of the assassination matter, with the remainder revolving around private exchanges of interests. Joyce admired the young and beautiful ladies in the hall, casually inquiring, "I heard from Iana that you are quite good friends with her, General." Bright glanced at him. "Indeed, you are quite fortunate, General, to have encountered a woman as beautiful as Iana." Joyce exaggerated, emphasizing the word woman. He then feigned levity, asking, "Might you share some wisdom with me?" Bright, surprised by the question, found it a perfect opportunity to boast, expounding, "When dealing with women, you must." Indeed, the followers of a Storm Lord exhibit pronounced male chauvinism, but such ideologies are perilous. Joyce mused inwardly, while outwardly maintaining an inquisitive demeanor, expressing admiration. Iana, noting that guests had nearly arrived, entered the ballroom and saw Joyce and Bright engaged in lively conversation, even with their arms around each other. She paused for 2 seconds, blinking in disbelief. Chapter 56. Anger towards Bright. Blinking again, she confirmed her sight was not deceiving her. Iana concealed her astonishment, approaching, only to find both men halt their conversation, solemnly nodding in her direction. In that moment, Iana had a fleeting impression that they were allies and she merely an outsider. "What are you discussing that brings you such joy?" she inquired with a smile. Joyce nonchalantly replied, "Oh, nothing much, just a casual chat. The General possesses extensive knowledge that I find worthy of emulation." Iana turned her gaze to Bright, who gave a barely perceptible nod. She refrained from pressing further and instead raised her hand in invitation. "The ball is about to commence. Are you ready for the opening dance?" Joyce set down his glass and took Iana's delicate hand. "This is precisely what I have been anticipating." As the melodious music began to play, men and women descended onto the dance floor, reveling in the freedom of movement. The music commenced gently, and Joyce, listening, felt a sense of familiarity. He mused, "Could this be a version of the piece modified by Roselle?" "Your grace in dance mirrors your elegance," he remarked, casting aside mundane thoughts. Iana, draping her arm around Joyce's shoulder, drew ever closer, her breath brushing against his face, allowing him to experience a moment of what it means to breathe like orchids. Behind that elegance lies a heart ablaze with passion. Would you care to delve deeper? "How direct?" Joyce thought caught off guard. He eagerly asked, "Might I inquire when I shall earn such an opportunity?" Iana chuckled lightly, her expression becoming increasingly alluring. "Soon, for my interest in you is growing." Abruptly, she shifted the conversation. "I have heard of the assassination. You are quite fortunate." "I have already discussed this matter with Bright," Joyce confidently replied. "Fortunate outcomes often stem from strength. Do you not agree? Thus, I survived, while Major Diego did not." Iana regarded him intently. "You are correct. Strength is paramount." She continued, "In my youth, I once heard a fable about the great Emperor Roselle. One day, while traveling in his carriage, he encountered a mantis attempting to obstruct the path of his carriage with its forelegs. To insects, the mantis's strength was formidable, yet a mere light tread of the carriage would bury it in the dust." Joyce immediately interjected, "Unless there's a compelling reason for the carriage to turn." Iana pondered for a moment before smiling in agreement. "That is quite insightful. I sensed your exceptional nature during our initial conversation at last week's banquet, and now I'm increasingly convinced of my judgment. You are a truly intelligent man." "Thank you for your kind words," Joyce humbly replied. "It is merely because I have eagerly awaited our reunion, for which I have prepared extensively." Then, as if recalling something, he inquired, "There is one matter that has piqued my curiosity. At last week's banquet, we were enjoying ourselves when you suddenly departed hastily. Was there an urgent matter at hand?" "At last," he apologetically remarked, "forgive my attentiveness towards you. It is solely because your demeanor is remarkably unique." Iana smiled, her lips pressed together, and replied, "It seems I am indeed a fortunate individual to have garnered the admiration of Sir Baron. That evening, I found myself feeling somewhat unwell and chose to depart early." Joyce inquired with genuine concern, "Are you feeling any better now?" "Much improved," Iana responded. As the melody approached its conclusion, their movements gradually slowed, ultimately culminating in an elegant pose that signified the end of the opening dance. The hall erupted in fervent applause, and Joyce, holding Iana's hand, placed it over his heart and performed a gentlemanly bow. He then caught the eye of Brett amidst the crowd and silently mouthed, "Thank you for your guidance. Shall we dance another?" Iana inquired. Joyce politely declined, although I would relish the opportunity to continue. "I believe it would be unseemly for me to monopolize your time too long, lest I provoke the envy of the other gentlemen present, such as that stern Major Brett over there. It appears you are not inclined to invite me for a second dance, are you?" Joyce loosened his grip on her hand. "This is but a gesture of respect." Iana nodded and said, "Very well, let us converse in depth after the 3 opening dances conclude." Joyce readily acquiesced, turning to depart, intentionally passing by Brett and whispering, "I return the lady to you." How could the esteemed Major Brett, a devotee of the Storm Lord, endure such indignity? "What is the matter?" Iana approached, inquiring. Brett summoned a servant to clear the shattered glass, maintaining a stoic expression. "Nothing." Iana, accustomed to his demeanor, refrained from pressing further and merely advised, "Do not heed anything Joyce may say. He is deliberately provoking you to err further. Do not fall for it." Their gazes shifted to Joyce, who was engaged in jovial conversation with several young, lovely ladies, embodying the demeanor of a dandy. Iana continued, "He harbors many secrets and possesses a keen understanding of both our characters. He is evidently well prepared." "What is his true intention?" Brett demanded, his tone sharp. As the music resumed, Iana pulled him toward the dance floor. "He has yet to declare his intentions, but he exudes confidence and does not appear willing to sever ties with us. He must have ulterior motives." Brett, displaying impatience, retorted, "If it were up to me, I would resort to torture. I cannot believe he would not divulge the list under duress." Iana sighed, "Do not forget the outcome of the divination. The list still drifts upon the sea. Even if he were to slay Joyce, what would it achieve? It would merely incite the wrath of those behind him, resulting in mutual destruction." Brett scoffed, suppressing his anger. "What then shall we do? Are we to hope he willingly surrenders the list?" Iana wore an inscrutable smile. "You are correct. However, it is not that we compel Joyce to relinquish the list, but rather, what does he seek in exchange for it? If he were as virtuous as William, he would not have attended tonight's ball." Iana's mind raced, and with a nimble turn, she found herself locking eyes with Joyce. Chapter 57. The Lion's Generosity. After the 3 opening dances concluded, not a bead of sweat graced Iana's brow as she approached Joyce. "Why do you not dance? Have you not found a lady to your liking?" Joyce casually placed his glass upon a nearby table. "I was awaiting you." Recognizing the unspoken invitation, Iana suggested, "Shall we retire upstairs for a discussion?" I could not desire more. She led the way, with Joyce following closely behind, ascending the exquisite wooden staircase. From a second-floor corridor, she caught sight of Major Brett, who was observing her intently, a thoughtful smile gracing his lips. The room was filled with a subtle, alluring fragrance that teased the senses, evoking thoughts of intimate encounters. Goodness, the aphrodisiac served as incense, a true witch indeed. Had she not mentally prepared herself beforehand, her body might have betrayed her. Joyce sat composed in a chair, scrutinizing the room's decor. "Is this your bedroom?" "Indeed," Iana replied, lifting her glass. "Would you care for a drink?" "Anything will suffice." Iana poured 2 glasses of almuel, sliding one across the table. "I believe the ambience now calls for red wine." Joyce leaned back in his chair, revealing his true intentions. "I had anticipated a discussion with Major Brett, yet it appears you are the one in command." Iana laughed lightly. "We are partners. There exists no hierarchy between us." A 20-year collection. She tilted her head, revealing a playful smile, and inquired, "What do you know?" Joyce smirked. "I am aware of all that one ought to know, and ignorant of that which is not to be known. For instance, the whereabouts of the list. Even should you kill me, you would glean nothing." Iana remained unperturbed, her interest piqued. "Who imparted such knowledge to you? The one who killed Diego?" Joyce remained unfazed. "Take a guess." "Very well, since you are so forthright, I shall dispense with the pleasantries." Iana stated earnestly, "What is it that you desire? Or rather, what does he desire?" "I require you to deliver the murderer of William." Joyce responded through gritted teeth, half genuine, half feigned, yet this emotion was more convincing. "Diego has already been slain by you," Iana replied nonchalantly, swirling her glass to stain the rim with red wine. "Are you suggesting that Diego was the murderer?" Joyce paused for a moment, incredulously retorting, "Do you take me for a fool?" Iana reiterated with sincerity, "The truth is as such. The scar on Diego's face was left by William." Noticing Joyce's lingering skepticism, she added, "However, while the principal perpetrator has met his end at your hands, there remains an accomplice. I demand his life." Joyce's tone turned frigid. "I require him." Ayanna shrugged indifferently. "Very well. I shall hand him over to you, and in return, will you provide me the list?" "Such a deal is far too advantageous," Joyce scoffed. Leaning forward, lowering his voice, yet delivering his words with a piercing edge, "I also want 30% of your profits from human trafficking." This declaration plunged the room into a profound silence, the vibrant music from below finally reaching their ears. Joyce's current actions and words diverged significantly from Emily's meticulously crafted plan. Rather than seducing Ayanna to gain her trust, he was embroiled in a conflict with her. Ayanna believed there was a mysterious figure or force aiding Joyce, though their motives remained unclear. What she failed to comprehend was that this enigmatic ally was a mere figment, as Joyce had conspired with his former wife. Joyce acted as a conduit, relaying information between Emily and Ayanna, both of whom perceived the narrative through their own biases. This was a splendid misunderstanding, a scenario Joyce had actively orchestrated. Ayanna found herself ensnared in confusion for the first time, her thoughts momentarily halted. She had once perceived Joyce as a figure akin to William, yet his unexpected demand caught her off guard. As long as he did not harbor a singular desire for mutual destruction, Ayanna resumed her contemplation. "Is this your demand? Or—" "Cease your testing," Joyce interrupted. "You may either accept my terms or face judgment." Ayanna pondered for a moment before stating, "At most, 15%. You have no idea of the vast profits involved." "What profits? Will King George III pay you a salary?" "You are a liar with no qualms," Joyce retorted. "Ah, I seem to be lying as well. So be it." Joyce relented, 20% at minimum. Ayanna pressed on, "No more than 10%. Otherwise, I cannot justify this to others." "You do not believe I could control such a vast enterprise alone, do you?" Two deceivers feigned to bargain here, yet neither harbored any intention of honoring their commitments. Cash, however, is a more straightforward medium. Joyce paused in silence. "Very well, 1/10 it is, but you must first provide me with a deposit of £10,000. £10,000, exclaimed Ayanna, her voice rising. "Where am I supposed to procure such a sum in such a short time?" "That is your concern," Joyce stated, laying down his final terms. £10,000, in addition to the head of the assassin. "I will hand over the list once you are prepared." "Very well, I shall gather the funds, but I require the original list. You cannot keep a copy." Ayanna responded in a subdued tone, outlining her own demands. Joyce smiled and remarked, "I trust you possess the means to authenticate this." Ayanna regained her composure. "Are you not afraid that I may turn on you once I have a list?" Joyce stood, feigning departure, and said meaningfully, "You have powerful forces backing you, and I am not without allies. Should you choose to betray me, then this human trafficking enterprise shall come to naught for all involved. For such significant stakes, a modicum of risk is well worth taking." Ayanna also rose. "There are certain traits in you that resemble William, yet in other respects, you are entirely different. William was my father, but he is dead while I still live." Joyce replied, "Indeed." Ayanna clapped her hands in approval. "That is a profound observation. Throughout history, it has always been the sagacious who discern the tides of time. Perhaps we shall indeed become intimate partners in this venture." Shortly thereafter, Brett entered the room and, upon noticing Ayanna lost in thought, inquired, "How are matters unfolding?" Ayanna looked up and assessed. "This is a person far more astute and dangerous than William." Chapter 58. All materials in place. In the stillness of the night, after relaying updates on the plan's progress to Emily, Joyce settled into a restful sleep. The following day, Sunday, an extraordinary gathering at the Sycamore Tavern was scheduled for the evening. After dinner, Joyce expressed his desire to venture out alone, which naturally provoked the admonitions of the provocateur. "Hunter, sir, the hour is late, and venturing out now may pose risks. Allow me to accompany you for your protection." Joyce explained. "The 9 Bureau has clarified that the last assassination was a terrorist attack orchestrated by rebels. Consequently, the vigilance in Byam has been significantly heightened, and such incidents should not recur." Hunter remained silent, his persistence evident in his silence. Left with no choice, Joyce resorted to his trump card. "I'm going out to meet a lady." Finally, he departed from 14 Stone Street under the watchful gaze of Mr. Hunter. This was no mere pretense. He truly had an appointment with a lady, Joyce justified to himself as he traveled to their designated meeting spot. Strangely, after nearly 10 minutes of waiting, the fortune teller had yet to appear. Perhaps she had stood him up, thinking the worst. He pondered whether she had encountered danger and transformed into something extraordinary. If she does not show within 5 minutes, I shall attend the gathering on my own. Perhaps, sensing his thoughts, the fortune teller soon entered his line of sight. You are late, Joyce remarked. Katrin did not apologize, but instead stared at his face in confusion. What has happened to you? Had I not been assured by my divinations, I would not have recognized you. Of course, it is due to my disguise, Joyce thought to himself with a sense of satisfaction, explaining, it is prudent to disguise oneself when attending an unfamiliar gathering of the extraordinary. Katrin countered, typically, the organizers provide disguising props. Indeed, Joyce nodded in agreement, glancing at her. However, should that be the case, the organizers would discern your true appearance, which may invite danger, especially in an inaugural gathering such as this. Katrin was taken aback, feeling her own caution diminished in comparison to this man, momentarily disheartened. You are correct. Let us proceed. This was Joyce's first visit to the Sycamore Tavern. It was not particularly remarkable, merely larger in scale, louder in noise, and more frenzied in atmosphere. Tattered dancers, visceral life-and-death struggles, and an array of gambling games. Navigating through the throngs of people, they arrived at the underground market. Numerous vendors were peddling herbs, talismans, ancient tomes, and various degrees of esoteric knowledge, alongside the most common firearms and ammunition. Joyce perused with interest until he abruptly halted before a particular stall. The table displayed an assortment of peculiar items, and Joyce crouched down to select one. It was an oddly shaped astrological disc, regrettably lacking its pointer. Tapping it lightly with his fingers produced a sound reminiscent of bronze music. After toying with it for a while, Joyce inquired with genuine curiosity, how much for this? He readily produced a 5-pound note and handed it over, still clutching the astrological disc. The young vendor was momentarily taken aback, instinctively accepting the banknote. It was only as Joyce and Katrin turned to leave that he belatedly realized he had likely undersold his wares. Just a friendly reminder. That astrological disc is non-functional, Katrin interjected, her status as a fortune teller lending credence to her statement. I am aware, Joyce replied cheerfully, tucking the disc into his coat. However, this disc is quite antiquated, likely a relic from the Quaternary period. 5 pounds is hardly excessive. The Quaternary, indeed, Katrin acknowledged. He had been collecting artifacts from that era. For reasons unknown, she did not press further and walked straight to the end of the market. She approached the door and knocked in a sequence of 3 long and 3 short taps. The door opened from within, leading into a small room illuminated by just 2 candles. As expected, various disguising props for the gathering members adorned the walls. Joyce habitually donned a jester's mask and draped a hood over himself, while Katrin adopted a similar guise. Guided by a server, they traversed a dim corridor and entered a brightly lit room at the other end. This chamber was considerably more spacious and lavishly decorated, shimmering with gold. Yet to Joyce's noble sensibilities, it exuded the air of nouveau riche, utterly lacking in taste. Nearly 20 individuals had gathered inside, with more continuously arriving. At the front of the hall, a venerable man reclined in an armchair, tall in stature, observing each new arrival with bright, sharp eyes that belied his age. Katrin leaned closer and whispered, "It seems this giant possesses considerable capability to attract such a multitude of extraordinary beings, and he also has an abundance of extraordinary materials. Perhaps he is backed by an organization." Katrin nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is incredibly arduous for untamed, extraordinary beings. Even survival is a challenge. Had I not acquired materials from you, I shudder to think how long I would have to wait for my elevation. Let's hope that tonight. We both enjoy similar fortunes, Joyce replied. Once the number of attendees ceased to grow, the giant, Oziel, straightened himself and spoke in a weathered voice. The gathering may commence. No sooner had he finished than a steady male voice unexpectedly interjected. Oziel, what are the materials and enchanted items you promised to present? The man's words dripped with familiarity and a lack of respect, exhibiting an audacious confidence towards the giant, Oziel. Joyce felt a stirring of recognition at that voice. Though he could not quite place it, Oziel chuckled lightly. Of course, they are ready. Do not be impatient. Subsequently, the server in the room distributed a paper to each member, detailing 2 types of extraordinary materials and 2 enchanted items. Joyce glanced at the note and was immediately captivated. For one of the extraordinary materials listed was precisely the primary ingredient of a potion he had long sought. Suppressing his inner elation, he awaited the giant to continue. Those who desire the items listed above may now make their requests. Upon hearing those words, Joyce immediately spoke up. I require the complete snake fang of a sapphire-eyed gray python. The young man was evidently quite eager. The mighty Oziel chuckled, surveying the surroundings. Is there anyone else in need of this material? After a brief silence, the giant decided, 450 pounds, and the material is yours. Chapter 59, The Instigator. Splendid. I do not regret taking the risk to be the first to make a purchase. Regardless of whether others are being cautious or genuinely lack need, as long as I acquire the material, that suffices. Joyce promptly counted out 450 pounds and tucked the iron box containing the material into his embrace. With his example set, other members began to bid for the wondrous items. However, this time the competition was fierce. An item valued at 600 pounds quickly surged to 800 pounds, ultimately selling for 850 pounds. Reflecting on this, such a situation was entirely reasonable. For ordinary, extraordinary individuals, materials of the exceptional kind are seldom coveted unless they are personally required. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of purchasing them? To craft wondrous items? Setting aside the scarcity of skilled artisans, why not simply buy a cherished magical object directly instead of going through all that trouble? This led to the circumstance where Oziel's 4 offerings saw 2 magical items snapped up at inflated prices, one extraordinary material acquired by Joyce, while the last item surprisingly went unsold. Now, let the free trading commence. Joyce was already quite satisfied and held little interest in subsequent transactions, primarily because nothing suitable had appeared, such as the primary ingredient for a potion of sequence 7. Perhaps he was somewhat overly ambitious. Additionally, he did not wish to draw further attention to himself. However, he noticed the diviner nearby making a bid for the primary material of a magician's craft. It turned out she was aware of the recipe, but why had she not sought it out at the gathering of the scales? Joyce possessed the material she required, the spinal fluid of an evil-patterned black panther, a trophy obtained after slaying Chloe. Regrettably, he was unwilling to part with it. Thus, Katrin returned, as expected, with disappointment. Upon returning home, Joyce found Mr. Hunt still awake. Upon seeing Joyce, his demeanor visibly relaxed, though a hint of surprise lingered. Joyce, in his mind, was flailing about before calmly stating, I took a bath. Lacking incense to burn, Joyce slipped into the laboratory, retrieving the spoils of the night. A crimson tongue, forked at the tip, stared back at him, and a cacophony of illusory, discordant sounds filled his mind, creating a sense of unease. Pure water, combined with pre-prepared auxiliary materials, was finally infused with the 2 primary ingredients. Joyce proceeded methodically, making not a single error. The potion before him manifested a vibrant array of colors, shifting and changing with every passing moment, captivating one's senses, as if it could easily evoke the latent malice within one's heart. Furthermore, predictably, bubbles continued to rise incessantly. This did not appear to be something legitimate. Joyce suppressed the flutter of anticipation in his chest, lifted the beaker, and drank it down in one swift motion. The initial sensation was one of numbness, as if the entire tongue had lost feeling, akin to being pricked by a multitude of needles. Soon after, a sharp sting surged towards his forehead, followed by a torrent of bitterness, sweetness, and pain flooding in. The myriad flavors of life surged forth in his consciousness. Within mere seconds, Joyce felt as though he had lived an entire lifetime, the complex emotions leaving him in a daze. Quickly entering a meditative state, he gradually reigned in the small amount of spirituality that had overflowed due to his elevation, restoring his tranquility. Joyce opened his eyes, his pupils now deep and profound, seemingly concealing ineffable mysteries. At that moment, he became the instigator. Though merely a transitional sequence 8, the potion had nonetheless bestowed upon him significant transformation. The core abilities of the instigator were now crystal clear in his mind. Adept at inducement, persuasion, and simple charm, skilled at awakening the base desires within everyone's heart, proficient in exacerbating conflicts, inciting strife, and sowing calamity. This was the fundamental principle of the role he played. Additionally, he had acquired an ancillary ability, the gift of spiritual sight. Initially surprised, he soon found it quite reasonable. Without spiritual sight, how could one accurately assess an enemy's true emotions? As for the enhancement of his assassin capabilities, there was little need to elaborate. The increase felt modest. In reality, given his status, he could easily engage with government officials, legislators, and other powerful figures, merely needing to instigate them to formulate some rather unreasonable policies. The resulting chaos from the top down would undoubtedly be astounding, the process of digestion sure to exceed all imagination. But then, what are the unfortunate populace at the bottom? To act in self-interest, disregarding the plight of ordinary people, such actions were beneath me. Simultaneously, a sharply contrasting argument took root in Joyce's mind. Even without your instigation, would those in power not still devise nonsensical policies? You are merely fanning the flames. What difference does it make? No, no, no. Such behavior contradicts my principles. I am not Triss, capable of instigating the common folk to slaughter one another without a shred of guilt. Joyce suddenly opened his eyes, realizing that he had fallen asleep without even noticing. He again sensed the distortion brought by the assassin path. The instigator not only amplified the malice of enemies, but also unwittingly magnified his own wickedness. If one could not maintain their moral boundaries, they would either lose control or become a truly malevolent, extraordinary being. Ah, Sheik, what burdens did you bear in your past to cultivate such a warped character? The following morning, Joyce rose promptly. He lightly tapped his tongue against the roof of his mouth twice, a gesture he had designated to activate his spiritual sight, inadvertently shifting his gaze toward Sophia. The aura of the maid, or rather her ethereal form, was enveloped in a soft white glow, her limbs radiating red, and her facial features displaying a purple hue. Overall, this was a symbol of youth and vitality. The inner starlight body manifested in orange, indicating her current emotions were relatively calm and content. Ah, she is looking at me. I almost forgot she is still an observer. Joyce promptly closed his spiritual sight, displaying a friendly smile. After breakfast, Joyce set out for the ROSD club. You don't appear well. If you're feeling unwell, you should see a doctor promptly. The young attendant was taken aback. How did he know I was unwell, and why did he care? Thank you for your concern, Baron. I simply did not rest well last night. I wish you a pleasant day. Joyce acknowledged with a nod, refraining from further conversation, and turned to enter the club's grand doors. Chapter 60. The setup of the prelude. The purpose of this visit was simple: to find a place to acclimate to the enhanced extraordinary abilities gained from his promotion, and to see if he could identify any suitable opportunities for his role. Although Joyce had dismissed the role-playing method he devised last night, remaining at home would yield no rewards. He certainly could not instigate his servants to brawl. The training room of the ROSD club was configured similarly to that of the Rose Manor. After a rigorous session of strenuous testing, he concluded that his physical capabilities had improved overall by 30 to 40%. After a refreshing hot shower, Joyce entered the lounge, prepared to experiment with the core abilities of the instigator, which he interpreted as the art of persuasive speech. Regrettably, before he could embark on his endeavor, he unexpectedly encountered General Gordon, who, naturally, recognized him as well. Their eyes met, and Joyce offered a somewhat stiff smile, pondering, "You, a general, are idling at home. Why not strive to regain your position instead of frequenting the club?" Despite his inner musings, he still rose to greet him. "General Gordon, the weather is quite pleasant today." "Indeed, it is. Hence I find myself here," Gordon replied, gesturing to the seat beside him. "Please take a seat." Reluctantly, Joyce sat down, noticing 2 wine glasses on the table. "Are you expecting someone?" Gordon nodded in acknowledgement. "An old subordinate of mine. Coincidentally, you are here as well. So this is a fitting opportunity to meet, as he missed last week's dinner due to official duties. Is there a necessity for this?" Joyce felt a bitter pang in his heart, as though he were experiencing the awkwardness of being led around by his parents to meet distant relatives in a previous life. Approximately 10 minutes later, the guest arrived. Clad in the uniform of the Military Intelligence Department, with the rank of colonel, he possessed a rectangular face and well-defined features, exuding an air of inviolable authority as he strode forth with commanding presence. Gordon rose to greet him, extending a handshake before introducing him. "This is Ronald, who is in charge of the investigation into the assassination of Diego." He then gestured toward Joyce, but Colonel Ronald interjected, "Baron Best, who was assassinated on the same night as Diego, with the case being solved by the Bayam Police Department." Joyce momentarily paused, pondering how this colonel had acquired such precise information, especially since he had only hinted to Dean about closing the case yesterday. It suggested that the colonel had been closely monitoring the proceedings. "Has the case been resolved? When did this happen?" Gordon turned to inquire. Colonel Ronald, his expression impassive, seamlessly took up the conversation. Diego's assassination was similarly orchestrated by the rebels, but alas, he lacked the fortune of Baron Best. "The rebels again?" General Gordon expressed his bewilderment. There's nothing preventing that. He was well aware of the cause of Diego's demise, and he suspected that Blythe would swiftly utilize his connections to mitigate the repercussions of the assassination. Thus, he wondered if Colonel Ronald was an accomplice of Blythe. He cast a discerning glance at the stoic Ronald, then shifted his gaze to General Gordon, who seemed to place considerable trust in the colonel. Silently reflecting, there are nefarious individuals among the populace. Subsequently, Gordon queried, what are the next steps? What matters? He pressed further. Colonel Ronald glanced at Joyce, who, sensing the unspoken cue, discreetly excused himself. Thereafter, Gordon remarked, let us discuss the events of the past week. After departing, Joyce speculated whether Ronald might be a double agent. General Gordon, you are growing older. You cannot contend with them. Time moves steadily towards Wednesday, when Iana sent word that the sum of 10,000 pounds had been raised and was ready for transaction. It has finally arrived. Joyce felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. The success or failure rested on this crucial moment. All preparations were complete, the arrows were nocked, and there was no turning back. Resolute, he set out toward a familiar house. This was the site of his liaison with Emily, the very place he had traversed. The room had been meticulously arranged. Emily awaited him in the bedroom, but today she exuded an aura of stark detachment, unlike her usual vivacious self. She donned an exquisite black gown, clutching a dark golden crown in her left hand, resembling an emotionless doll, her demeanor entirely cold and unyielding. Iana will be here shortly, Joyce announced. Emily offered no response, her frosty tone chilling the air. Why? Before Joyce could voice his inquiry, he swiftly succumbed to slumber. In that moment, Emily vanished into thin air, as if she had never existed. Upon receiving Joyce's message, Iana immediately set off for the unfamiliar transaction site, accompanied by Brigadier Blythe. Are you sure you don't need me to accompany you inside? Blythe asked. Iana crossed her arms, exaggerating her stance. Joyce is not an impulsive individual. If he intended to seek revenge, he wouldn't have specifically requested that I conduct the transaction alone. Blythe bristled at her words. Perhaps he lacks the strength to defeat us both simultaneously and plans to take us out one by one? Then that simplifies things. Iana responded with a confident smile. If there truly is an ambush inside, I will notify you at once. With your speed, you could cover 2 blocks in no time. That sounds reasonable. Just be careful, Blythe cautioned before alighting midway. Iana, clutching her suitcase, gazed up at the entire edifice with a smile, then calmly pushed the door open. Joyce, I have arrived. Am I early? Iana heightened her vigilance, calling out, Joyce? She ascended the stairs slowly. The bedroom door stood ajar, revealing Joyce lying peacefully on the bed. Meanwhile, a beautiful maid rushed into the Sea Wave church, panic-stricken. Quick, save the Baron, she cried, clutching a handful of black hair. Chapter 61. Confrontation between spouses. He was still alive, his chest rising and falling steadily, his spirit body in a state of tranquil green. Is he merely asleep? Iana released an invisible thread, scanning the entire bedroom for abnormalities, but found none. She approached and gently roused Joyce. His first reaction upon opening his eyes was to question, What do you want? Iana chuckled lightly. That question should be posed by me. I just arrived and discovered you asleep in bed. Joyce furrowed his brows. You didn't knock me out, did you? Of course not, Iana replied. Then, both of them simultaneously exclaimed, It's a trap. Just as the words left their lips, Emily appeared abruptly, already donning the dark golden crown, her mouth agape in a silent shriek. Joyce felt a familiar pain pierce through his psyche, his head buzzing as if struck forcefully, countless golden stars flashing before his eyes. The wailing of vengeful spirits inflicted area damage. Iana was similarly assailed, but she had no time to endure the pain. An icy chill enveloped her entire being, rendering her body rigid and her thoughts clouded. Vengeful spirits. Possession. She thought intermittently, battling with the unseen enemy for control of her body, helplessly watching as her arms rose to her throat. At that moment, her right index finger flicked lightly. The simple motion required little effort and was completed effortlessly. The result was that Iana broke free from control, gasping sharply as Emily, crowned, materialized, suspended in midair. Iana turned, extinguishing the black flame in her hand, refraining from relaying the ambush warning to Blythe, and instead spoke with a complex expression. It's you. How did you know I would be here? Emily, expressionless, pointed at Joyce and replied, I know what type of man you prefer. I merely had to follow him. So that was it, but sadly, events are not as you envisioned. Though I suppose it's a fortunate mistake, Iana said, half amused, half sardonic. You wish to kill me. Indeed, just as you do to me. Emily stated. Iana sighed. Hand over the ghost crown, and I will let you leave. That is impossible, Emily declared. You remain obstinate. Iana shook her head. Very well. You with the ghost crown will not heed reason. I must take matters into my own hands. With that declaration of battle, Emily struck first, opening her mouth once more to unleash the wail of vengeful spirits. Yet she was unable to execute it. Iana smiled alluringly. Aren't you curious why the possession suddenly failed? At that moment, Emily, calm and quick-witted, deduced the answer, her voice cold. You possess another magical item. You're correct. Iana conjured black flame in one hand and frost in the other, the invisible threads behind her writhing menacingly. Compared to the living, extraordinary beings, I prefer the rigid magical items, for they do not refuse. While speaking, Iana opened her mouth to emit the wail of vengeful spirits. Unbeknownst to her, she had suddenly acquired this ability that did not belong to her, and her attack extended beyond this. She unleashed the black flame and frost in rapid succession, while the threads behind her ensnared, attempting to envelop Emily completely. Emily, however, vanished into thin air the moment the attack was launched, only to reappear in front of a full-length mirror in the room, rendering all assaults futile. The mirror shimmered, and the spectral incantations of the vengeful spirits enveloped Emily. Adorned with the phantom crown, could nearly be perceived as an extraordinary being of the fifth sequence of an alien path. Then I shall shatter every mirror, Iana declared solemnly, initiating a pursuit of Emily. Joyce, battling a throbbing headache, listened intently to their exchange, internally lamenting his misfortune. To disguise her alliance with Joyce, Emily deliberately included him within the range of her assaults, while Iana, devoid of such benevolence, ensured he suffered the brunt of the two soul-piercing wails. Had it not been for his recent ascension and significant increase in vitality, he would likely have been rendered incapable of fighting by now. As the sanguine hue gradually faded, Joyce finally beheld the nature of the conflict unfolding between the two women. With the loss of her abilities to embody the vengeful spirit and unleash its wails, Emily was relegated to zipping around the room, controlling undead minions and shadows to assail her foe. However, the witch's dark flames could inflict harm upon phantoms. And since Emily was not a true vengeful spirit, the entities she commanded were relatively feeble, only serving to delay the inevitable. Iana relentlessly pursued the flickering figure of her adversary, shattering the mirrors Emily utilized for her movement, thus littering the chamber with shards of glass. One could only wonder how many mirrors Emily had strategically placed. After several minutes, Iana ceased her relentless assault, awaiting Emily's reappearance in midair. Shall we continue? She inquired. I have no qualms, but your time wearing the phantom crown has been ample. If you do not remove it soon, you shall become its eternal thrall. This statement struck an odd note, sounding less like a threat and more akin to a counsel. Joyce, lingering on the periphery of the battlefield, found this unexpected. He observed that despite Iana's tactical advantage, she seemed reluctant to deliver a fatal blow. Apart from the inherent resilience of the vengeful spirit that made it nearly impossible to kill, Iana's methodical attacks were pivotal in shaping the current scenario. Could it be that she harbored feelings for Emily? Joyce pondered in astonishment. Regardless of the underlying truth, Emily's demeanor remained unflinching. Perhaps under normal circumstances, she would be moved. But in her current state as a vengeful spirit, she was evidently impervious. Coldly, she retorted, Your concern is unwarranted. Furthermore, I have discerned your weakness. Iana, unfazed, chuckled lightly. Oh, pray tell, what weakness might that be? Emily blinked into existence behind Joyce, elucidating. All your assaults deliberately avoid him. This man is of significant importance to you, is he not? Iana paused, momentarily taken aback, as Joyce also faltered, quickly regaining his composure and feigning calmness. I cannot perish. With a long, resigned sigh, Iana's voice was laced with complexity as she acquiesced. What is it that you desire? Emily spoke rapidly. Dispose of your magical artifact and do not delay. Otherwise, I shall kill him at once. Chapter 62. The Curtain Falls. Iana offered no rebuttal. She removed a ring from her right index finger and tossed it over, cautioning. You have little time left. If you do not remove it, the phantom crown will consume all your essence. Emily ceased her discourse, disregarding the ring flying towards her, forcefully shoving Joyce towards Iana, before propelling herself forward, feigning a desperate charge. Iana nimbly sidestepped to the right, evading Joyce's uncontrolled trajectory, raising her right hand to target Emily. This time, she intended to seize the ability of mirror teleportation, for it was the only way to capture Emily alive. However, she failed to anticipate that the lethal strike would not come from her front, but rather from behind. Joyce, concealed from Iana's sight, deftly drew a dagger, aiming for her heart. Yet, he missed his mark, or rather, he did not miss. A wand snapped in response, and Iana appeared in another location. A decoy wand. It was evident that the witch was not easily vanquished. Joyce remarked, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he observed Iana's astonishment. You and Emily are in cahoots. Before she could finish her thought, a sudden stiffness seized her body, her mind dulling as she pondered. Time has elapsed. Vengeful spirit. Possession. It's over. Iana attempted to employ the same tactic again, seeking to steal this ability for her escape. Yet Emily was evidently prepared. She refrained from commandeering Iana's body to slay her, instead preventing her from making a gesture of surrender. Joyce, seizing the opportune moment, lunged forward, plunging the dagger into Iana's heart under her watchful gaze. This time, he did not fail. The sensation of striking flesh was achingly real, delivering the final, fatal blow. A plume of black flames erupted, engulfing Iana entirely. Emily, utilizing the powers of the vengeful spirit, swiftly manifested the extraordinary traits of the joyous witch. Following this, she removed the phantom crown, siphoning the remnants of Iana's dissipating essence, and finally, she stripped away the layer of flesh from the surface of the corpse's right index and middle fingers. The fluidity of her actions was mesmerizing, and Emily's countenance grew animated. We must depart. She has alerted others before her demise. Joyce, unwilling to linger, grabbed the suitcase beside the bed, preparing to flee, only to find Emily merging into the box as a wraith, reappearing a second later. This place has been marked. It is no longer safe. Joyce mused internally as he followed Emily, leaping through the window to escape swiftly. In less than 2 minutes, Major Bright burst into the room, discovering Iana's lifeless body alongside a trail of evaporating moisture on the floor. The adjudicators will arrive shortly. Major, you must tread carefully. Bright, already known for his volatile temperament, erupted in fury, growling, Joyce Best, I will kill you. After venting his rage, he sensed a palpable surge of essence emanating from a nearby location. Furrowing his brow as he suppressed his ire, casting a disdainful glance at Iana's corpse before turning away without a second thought. Finally, the Storm Brigade arrived, predictably late. A whole squadron, equipped with sealing artifacts, stormed into the abode, led by a robust man who surveyed the chaotic scene. The unfamiliar female corpse, the scattered shards of mirrors, and the lingering chill in the air all told a tale of turmoil, while the old window, facing the entrance, creaked ominously in the gentle breeze. Leave 2 here. The rest come with me to pursue. The sturdy man, evidently a commanding officer, issued the order before vaulting out first. Of the 2 left behind, one guarded the entrance while the other crouched to examine the sole corpse, pacing the room intermittently as if scrutinizing something. Before long, the pursuing officer and his team returned empty-handed, their faces marred by frustration. What did you uncover? He inquired in a low voice. The deceased woman was a witch. She was likely killed by a vengeful spirit or a similar artifact. The shards of mirrors and the peculiar frost patterns, alongside the lingering essence, substantiate this. Witch and vengeful spirit, the witch cult and the rose sect. The recent primary targets have all converged here. Could this be mere coincidence? While both factions thrive in chaos, they should not be inclined to attack one another. Why would they resort to such deadly measures? A cascade of inquiries flooded the robust man's mind, causing him to furrow his brows as he asked, is it possible to commune with the spirit? The team member, a keeper of knowledge, shook his head, having evidently already attempted to do so. No, the spirit's essence has completely dissipated. The man's brow tightened further as he pressed. Have we detected any traces of Joyce Best? Indeed, there is a lingering essence left behind. The members of the keeper's team nodded, yet one expressed his perplexity. Strangely, there are no traces of blood left by Joyce here, and it remains a mystery how he survived beneath the battleground of 2 extraordinary beings. As long as he is alive, the robust man inquired further, can we still track him? Indeed, came the reply. You 2 remain here. The rest of us shall pursue. Joyce was barely keeping pace with Emily as they arrived at a dilapidated house 2 blocks away. She removed the ethereal crown from her head, and her expression instantly transformed. Though hints of coldness and detachment lingered. Why did you bring a head to meet me? Emily asked. Joyce crouched down and opened the suitcase, revealing a stranger's severed head along with a bulging envelope. Emily regarded him intently and nonchalantly remarked, very well. She then produced an iron box containing the skin of Iana's fingers. As per our prior agreement, I claim Iana's extraordinary traits, while this magical artifact belongs to you. However, I require half of the 10,000 pounds in that envelope." Joyce nodded with composure, agreeing. "That seems reasonable." Without further ado, Emily vanished from sight, leaving behind a simple farewell until we meet again. Joyce tucked the remaining 5,000 pounds into his pocket and sat quietly for a moment until several punishers burst into the room. "You were late," he stated. Chapter 63. A Reason. A Clutch of Revenge. Joyce stood and approached the man before him. "Take me to see Bishop Georgie." Upon entering the Wave Church, Joyce discovered Sophia engaged in silent prayer. She gasped, "My lord the Baron." Joyce smiled and raised a finger to his lips. Realizing Sophia covered her mouth, then hurriedly approached, her demeanor a blend of eagerness and hesitation. Joyce opened his arms, embracing the bashful maid and gently ruffling her hair, soothing her with, "It's all right, it's all right." Ahem. One of the punishers nearby could no longer contain himself, reminding them, "This is a church. Are you both being courteous?" Releasing the blushing maid, Joyce cast her a reassuring glance before stepping into the familiar confessional where he met Bishop Georgie. "The storm is upon us. What has transpired?" Georgie inquired. Joyce clenched his fist and pounded his left chest, fervently declaring, "The storm is upon us. My lord, my vengeance has been fulfilled." A glint of interest flickered in the bishop's eyes. "Elaborate." This aligned perfectly with Joyce's expectations, and he recounted a riveting tale of revenge, a hero enduring humiliation and navigating through various trials to avenge his father. From discovering William's letter to uncovering the case of missing persons linked to Rotha, surviving Diego's assassination attempt, and ultimately, with the aid of a mysterious ally, ensnaring the witch cult member Iana, he narrated how justice was served. He was unafraid of being discovered as a liar. For every word he spoke held a kernel of truth. Well, part of the truth. Even divination could not yield a more precise judgment. Georgie listened intently, piecing together the entire narrative in his mind, then posed a question. Even if the disappearance of Rotha's populace was orchestrated by the witch cult, why would they wish to eliminate William? And how could they possibly kill a major who has long served in the army? Joyce responded astonishingly. Because those involved in human trafficking are not solely the witch cult. High-ranking officials within the military are implicated as well. William was silenced for uncovering the truth. Georgie hastily asked, "Do you have evidence?" "Naturally," Joyce replied, lowering his gaze despondently as he produced a white envelope. William anticipated his demise and left behind a list as proof. It is precisely this list that enabled me to approach Iana and exact my revenge. Georgie accepted the envelope, but did not open it immediately, instead inquiring about its origin. "Where did this list come from?" Joyce explained. "It was given to me by the mysterious individual." "Who is this mysterious person?" Georgie pressed. "I do not know," Joyce shook his head. "He always wears a mask and disguises himself when we meet. However, I witnessed him battle Iana. He possesses the ability to become invisible, fly, and teleport. By the way," he concluded with, "this matter ends here. I shall not take part any longer." A vengeful spirit, Georgie mused, before opening the envelope to retrieve the evidence detailing Iana's collusion with Bright in the human trafficking scheme. The contents were explicit and thorough. Joyce bowed his head, contemplating that at this moment, Harry should also be delivering the other list to General Gordon. What evidence could he possibly have from William? That list is surely a fabrication of his own. Yet, the information contained within is undeniably accurate. After all, when it comes to the truth behind the missing persons, no one in all of Byam is more knowledgeable than he. Ultimately, the authenticity of the so-called list is of little consequence. As long as the information it contains is sufficiently credible, does the issue of its provenance truly matter? Georgie carefully tucked away the envelope, gazing intently at the young man before him. After a considerable pause, he finally commended, "Your bravery is commendable." Joyce lifted his head, his expression resolute. "I merely hope that the true perpetrator behind William's death receives their due justice." Bishop Georgie assured him, "The Lord shall not spare any who tarnish his glory. The storm is upon us." After Joyce departed, Bishop Georgie met with Cordova, the robust man who had previously been the leader of the Punisher Squad, an extraordinary being of rank 6. "What have you discovered?" Georgie inquired. "Iana," he interrupted. Cordova, somewhat taken aback, continued to report. Indeed, the deceased woman was named Iana. Her public persona was that of a merchant, but clandestinely. She was entangled with numerous military officers and government officials. It is confirmed that she was a witch, and the entity that battled her was likely a vengeful spirit. Her extraordinary traits have been lost, and her spirit has been utterly extinguished, rendering communication impossible. No further leads were obtained. Bishop Georgie remarked, "It is quite normal for a vengeful spirit to accomplish such a feat." Cordova ventured a hypothesis. Could it be that the witch cult and the Rose faction clashed for some reason? Georgie pondered for a moment before denying. The members of the Rose faction hidden within Byam are too preoccupied with their own survival to instigate trouble. Moreover, you just indicated that only a vengeful spirit participated in the conflict, correct? Cordova nodded in affirmation. Georgie concluded in that case, the assailants cannot be the three from the Rose faction. They would act in unison. Why? Cordova silently questioned, holding his tongue. The bishop's lack of explanation suggested that his confidentiality was not yet sufficiently high. He then queried, what Baron Best? He seems to be in league with that vengeful spirit. Georgie contemplated before responding, do not concern yourself with him. After Cordova departed, Bishop Georgie exited the Wave Church, heading toward the residence of the Punisher's senior steward, the mightiest among the Storm Church stationed in the Rotha region, the Sea King Ain Courtman. Chapter 64, Emily's Letter. As Joyce stepped out of the Wave Church, the warm sunlight enveloped him, and he slightly tilted his head, feeling the gentle breeze brush against his face. He closed his eyes, savoring the unprecedented sense of ease and freedom. The thick shadows that had long loomed overhead now incinerated by a blazing fire. After a while, he turned to the maid beside him and said, "You were worried about me." Overjoyed, Sophia replied with a hint of complaint. "You only instructed me to come to the church for help on time, refusing to divulge anything else. How could I not worry?" The tone shifted to a more buoyant one. "However, your safety is the best outcome. Indeed, this is already the most favorable result. At 14, Storm Street. Everything is so meticulously organized." Joyce smiled at every servant he encountered until Harry appeared before him. "Has the letter been delivered?" he inquired. "Yes," Harry nodded in response. "I personally handed it to General Gordon." "What was General Gordon's reaction?" Joyce asked again. After a moment of contemplation, Harry described shock, surprise, anger. "It's quite complicated." He also asked where you had gone. Joyce chuckled, finding it all within the realm of expectation. "Meeting a friend," Harry replied. "Well done," Joyce concluded, then inquired about another matter. Harry retrieved an envelope from his pocket. "Here." Joyce took the letter and patted his shoulder. "Thank you for your efforts. If there are any insurmountable issues, have Sophia notify me." "Is Sophia accompanying you?" Harry glanced up and asked. Joyce shook his head. "No, Mr. Hunt is accompanying me." "Understood." "My lord," Harry replied. Returning to his chamber, Joyce sat at his desk, unexpectedly discovering a sheet of letterhead covered in writing beneath his customized fountain pen. Upon picking it up, he realized it was left by Emily. "Dear Joyce, if you are reading this letter, it signifies our plan has succeeded, which is fortunate. Thank you for your assistance. Allow me to apologize for involving you in my affairs with Iana without your consent. This was too cruel for you, who were still an ordinary person at the time. I do not seek your forgiveness, for we shall not meet again. Additionally, I must confess something to you. The path of the assassin is the path of the witch. The extraordinary of this path will transform into a woman at sequence 7, so you may remain at sequence 8. Moreover, I suspect you are curious as to why I did not provide you with the potion's formula. Aside from the unnecessary disclosure of the recipe when the potion could be supplied directly, the more significant reason is that I do not wish for you to disseminate the potion. The witch's path is one that is doomed to bring calamity. This world is already perilous enough without adding to its chaos. I wish you a future filled with ease and prosperity. A bad woman leaves. After reading the letter, Joyce found himself at a loss for words, feeling quite conflicted. Yet, from another perspective, regardless of Emily's existence, Joyce would still become Iana's adversary, and without Emily's assistance, his victory today would have been nearly impossible. Humanity is indeed a complex creature. A situation often possesses dualities, making it truly challenging to discern right from wrong. Suddenly, a phrase came to mind: resolve grievances and release knots, harbor no hatred, part ways amicably, and let each find joy. Although it may not align with their identities, it was surprisingly fitting. With a heavy heart, Joyce incinerated the farewell letter, watching as it disintegrated into a pile of ashes in his palm. Having concluded this matter, Joyce commenced organizing the day as Gaines. Iana was dead, and with the fabricated list he had created, it was highly likely that Bright would find himself in dire straits. The two looming burdens above him had finally been shattered. Bright was no match for Iana. Joyce could not eliminate him, for the repercussions would be unbearable. and he lacked the strength to do so. Seeking Emily's assistance would be tantamount to revealing his hand. The Punisher had no authority to deal with a naval captain. Joyce even speculated that, even with undeniable evidence and pressure from the Storm Church, Bright would not face death. At most, he would receive severe punishment. Through this ordeal, he had gained the friendship of the Storm Church, but he had simultaneously severed ties with the king's faction. Though who truly cared? George III would perish. In this world, the divine are the true players. Suddenly, Joyce felt a poignant realization. If he were a conspirator traversing the hunter path, the potion would surely be metabolized at an astonishing rate. This encapsulated all of today as hidden gains, marking a resounding victory. The tangible rewards were equally impressive. £5,000 in cash, along with a wondrous artifact. Now, he could purchase that miraculous item priced at £8,000, crafted by a notary. However, he evidently possessed something far superior. A glove, incomplete with merely 2 fingers, flesh-toned and fitted only on the index and middle fingers, was nearly indistinguishable. Based on the prior combat experience, it was surmised to be a miraculous item from the path of the thief, a rare find. Swiftly, he set up a ritual, utilizing the source fortress for divination, and discerned its powers and flaws. It was a relic of a fire thief. The vision Joyce beheld during the divination was gruesomely vivid. The fire thief, captured for his larceny, had his fingers severed one by one, unable to resist, until only 2 fingers remained, at which point he met his demise. The remaining extraordinary traits were forged into this miraculous item. It retained the fire thief's most vital ability, stealing the extraordinary powers of others, including those of miraculous items. Within a 50-meter radius, the higher the sequence. The more familiar one was with the enemy's abilities, the easier it became to succeed, and the more unfamiliar, the greater the likelihood of failure. Perhaps due to its 2 fingers, it could simultaneously steal 2 extraordinary abilities. Depending on the enemy's sequence, the duration would last between 5 to 10 minutes. However, here's the crux. Once this time limit is exceeded, the wearer loses the stolen abilities, and the enemy immediately regains their original extraordinary powers. Steal, use, and promptly return. There's a code among thieves. Lastly, it bore 2 negative effects. First, while donning this fingerless glove, even without usage, it would still seal one of the wearer's extraordinary abilities, though the wearer could choose which one. Second, the wearer could not possess any other miraculous items. Should a second item be present, the glove would steal its extraordinary ability while retaining its negative effects. For ordinary extraordinary beings, this would hardly be a concern, as possessing even one miraculous item was a stroke of luck. However, for someone like Joyce, who owned several, it represented an epic diminishment. Where's the equipment that weakens the wealthy? Wait a moment, this ISNTA game, then it's of no consequence. Even so, the compatibility of this miraculous item with Joyce surpassed that of the Oathbreaker blade and the Eye of Social Death combined. After all, with 22 extraordinary paths and extraordinary abilities at higher sequences, Joyce was well versed in them all. What name should be bestowed upon this miraculous item? Perhaps it shall be called Star Plucker. After a while, Sophia knocked and entered with coffee. Joyce called her over, asking, from today's experience, do you have any reflections? The maid appeared momentarily taken aback. Joyce gestured animatedly, emphasizing that kind of feeling. Why am I so weak, incapable of offering any assistance, merely fretting in vain? Sophia shyly scratched her head. There was a bit of that before, but I believe you will surely turn the tide. Then she quietly added, besides, I am just a maid. Joyce approached her, poking her forehead with his finger, admonishing, you truly lack ambition. A maid who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. I never intended to be a general, Sophia replied, looking up with a bewildered expression at the Baron, clearly not grasping his meaning. Why? Sophia's question slipped out, only for her to quickly realize. Is it because of what happened today? Joyce nodded. That's part of it. May I know what it is? Sophia asked cautiously. No, Joyce shot her a sidelong glance, deliberately provoking. You are too weak to deserve to know. An extraordinary gathering, a communion with remarkable strangers. Sophia pondered the significance of this encounter while listening to Mr. Baron as he continued. Once you choose to embrace the extraordinary, you are destined to be ensnared, for weakness is the original sin. In your frailty, you become a mere pawn in the game of others. In your vulnerability, you are compelled to dance upon the razor's edge, where a single misstep could lead to total ruin. After expressing his sentiments, Joyce concluded, Moreover, you cannot remain at my side indefinitely. There will come a time when you must confront challenges alone. Do you understand? Sophia nodded gravely. I comprehend. I shall strive to learn and mature swiftly. Satisfied? Joyce affectionately ruffled her hair and then produced a slip of paper. This is the primary ingredient for the mind-reading potion from the 8th sequence of the audience pathway. You may procure it at the gathering, but remember this. Do not casually divulge the knowledge I imparted to you. Caution is paramount. Not all extraordinary beings are benign. I understand, Sophia replied solemnly, clearly prepared for the gravity of the situation. However, this gathering is relatively low risk, with minimal chances of danger, Joyce added. Once you locate the scale, mention that it was Mr. Barron who introduced you. Curious, Sophia inquired. Mr. Barron? ISNT that you? Joyce felt a twinge of frustration. It was the original identity bestowed upon him. He explained, Mr. Barron is a moniker employed to conceal my identity. If you wish, you may adopt one for yourself. And should you need to reach me urgently, come to this address. But be forewarned, if it concerns trivial matters, I shall deduct from your wages. Meanwhile, Bishop Horhary met with King Cotman, recounting Joyce's tale in its entirety, devoid of personal conjectures or biases. King Cotman, tall and imposing, with deep blue hair resembling tentacles in motion, listened intently as he grasped the list in his hand. The church sought to amplify its influence within the Rothda army, and this presented an excellent opportunity. I shall seek out Emilius for an explanation, he declared with impatience, utilizing his extraordinary abilities to fly directly to the residence of the general. Cotman, what do you intend to do? A voice reverberated, laced with ire from above. King Cotman felt an overwhelming pressure, as if the very laws of this region forbade flight. He offered little resistance, gradually descending to Emilius' study. I require an explanation, he said, his tone brimming with indignation. General Emilius wore a grim expression. What explanation? King Cotman responded, your subordinate, Major Bright, is colluding with the witch cult and trafficking in human lives within Rothda. How do you know? The general inquired, astonished, offering no rebuttal. King Cotman scoffed, tossing the list towards him. Emilius caught it deftly, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. He retrieved a document from a nearby folder, compared it briefly, and then handed it to Cotman. You may examine it yourself. As King Cotman levitated both lists before him, he was astonished to discover their contents were identical, with scarcely any difference in handwriting. Where did you acquire this list? He asked in a low voice. Horhary provided it to me, claiming to have received it from a young baron named Joyce Best. The two spoke the name in unison, then fell into silence. After a prolonged pause, the general chuckled softly. It seems that we, two demigods, are outmatched by a mere child. King Cotman remained unfazed. Bright must pay the price. General Emilius replied earnestly. I must report this matter to His Majesty, requesting his final judgment. Chapter 66. The Distressed Major. King Cotman, fully aware of the perils of excess, departed without hesitation after receiving the answers he sought. In a foul mood, Emilius summoned his secretary, Lurian, instructing, have Major Bright come to see me immediately. Yes, General, Lurian replied in a subdued tone. This was not merely to evade potential retaliation from Major Bright, but also to seek a suitable opportunity to manage the potion discreetly. After all, as a baron, he could hardly act as an instigator without caution in his daily life. Joyce prepared meticulously for departure. Meanwhile, Bright arrived at Emilius' study. General, you summoned me? Emilius ignored him, engrossed in his documents. The atmosphere in the room thickened, exerting considerable pressure even upon Bright, a sequence 5 extraordinary being. At last, General Emilius set down his pen and fixed his gaze upon the young major, personally appointed by the king. Do you have nothing to confess? Bright's heart sank, yet he feigned ignorance, retorting defiantly, I do not comprehend, General. Do not comprehend. Emilius's voice rose sharply. I perceive you are playing the fool. King Cotman came to me, demanding your trial. Is it only then that you will grasp the situation? After his outburst, the general flung the documents across the desk. Examine this. You're truly audacious. Bright caught the documents, reading them while clenching his fists. This is slander, he protested. Emilius, infuriated, laughed bitterly. Slander? Do you wish for the Storm Church to investigate you thoroughly before you are satisfied? Bright, bearing the weight of a demigod-esque scrutiny, countered. What does this have to do with the Storm Church? Because among the people you trafficked are followers of the Storm and many potential adherents, Emilius stated. This is the rationale provided by Archbishop Rothda, King Cotman. I now present it to you. What explanation is this? It is clearly a feeble excuse, Bright thought defiantly. Yet he dared not allow the Storm Church to pursue the matter further, for the consequences would be dire. I did commit the acts, but the church has no authority to judge me. He begrudgingly accepted full responsibility. General Emilius replied, I shall submit a report to His Majesty. The outcome shall depend on your fate. Thank you, General. Bright finally lowered his head, internally musing, Joyce, do you truly believe you can bring about my downfall so easily? Dream on. You have no idea whom you have offended. Remain at home, awaiting the final decision from Bakerland. General Emilius concluded his assessment of the situation, adding a cautionary note, abandon your foolish notions. Do not provoke the Storm Church again. I understand, General. Bright acquiesced. That night, Bright brazenly approached 14 Stone Street. He crossed the threshold, entering the villa, seemingly oblivious to the patrolling guards, who likewise acted as if no one had intruded. Quite cautious, yet ultimately futile, Bright assessed leisurely. For as a Sequence 5 Chaos Mentor, it was child's play to distort the perceptions of ordinary individuals. However, he erred in assuming these guards were placed by Joyce. In fact, they had been strategically assigned by Mr. Hunt after the assassination attempt. Bright was well acquainted with the villa, easily finding Joyce's bedroom on the 3rd floor. Previously, in his quest for William's list, he had meticulously searched the premises, yet to no avail, ultimately leading to the current predicament. He pushed the door open, sealing the bedroom from the outside world. Regrettably, the room was empty, devoid of Joyce's presence. Bright paused for 2 seconds before realizing, this brat anticipated my arrival and fled in advance. The outcome left him with a sense of deep dissatisfaction. Once again, Bright sought out Harry, aware that he was Joyce's most trusted personal attendant, who now seemed to have taken on the role of assistant steward. Were it not for his prodigious memory, he would hardly deign to remember such insignificant figures. In Brett's eyes, Joyce also belonged to this category of inconsequential individuals. Yet he had been dealt the most significant defeat of his life. It was this imbalance in his mentality that compelled him to disregard warnings and come here. He radiated an aura of commanding authority as he inquired in a low voice, Where has Joyce gone? I do not know. I do not know. The response was astonishing. Brett did not believe that an ordinary person could withstand his extraordinary abilities. This could only indicate that Joyce had deliberately concealed his whereabouts. What a cunning little rascal. That afternoon, Joyce had left 14 Stone Street early, following a map to an unremarkable house in the dock area. He knocked on the door and heard a calm voice from within. Who is it? Bruce, Joyce replied. The door swung open, revealing a familiar receding hairline. No, it was the familiar Mr. Hunt. Joyce set down his burdens and surveyed the room, which was sparsely decorated, though the furniture appeared relatively new. How long have you rented this place? He asked as he settled onto the sofa. Under what name did you rent it? Joyce queried further. Eiflit. Hunt provided a name that was entirely unfamiliar to Joyce, then glanced at him curiously. Young master, what exactly do you intend to do? Joyce smiled and replied, Call me Bruce, Alfred. Very well, Bruce, Mr. Hunt conceded, before pressing further. Changing your name, moving out of Stone Street, renting a house in the dock area, and bringing quite a bit of luggage. What is the purpose of all this planning? Joyce rose and pressed him back onto the sofa. Patience, I will explain, but first I would like a drink. Is there any wine here? There are 2 bottles of South Wales beer in the cabinet, Hunt replied. Joyce retrieved one and downed half the bottle in one go, exhaling in satisfaction before saying, Recently, the situation in Byam is poised for significant change, and I have made some minor contributions to it, which is why I chose to hide out for a while. Is there danger? Hunt's gaze sharpened suddenly. There won't be any major danger. The reason for hiding is more about projecting a certain posture. Moreover, although some wish for my demise, there are equally those who need me alive. Chapter 67, Joyce's Approach. How long do you need to hide? Because I need to play a role. Play a role? Indeed, Hunt's expression revealed his confusion. Alfred, you are an extraordinary individual, are you not? Joyce stated. Hunt paused, then realized that Alfred was referring to him, and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, the formula and potion provided by Lord William have allowed me to become a hunter. A Sequence 8 provocateur. It was evident that every astute nobleman had the habit of nurturing independent, extraordinary powers. Joyce was not surprised by this and continued, But you do not understand the art of role-playing. Hunt shook his head, indicating his ignorance on the subject. Joyce elaborated. The essence of the potion lies not in mastery, but in digestion. It is not about excavation, but about embodying a role. Sharing the concept of role-playing with Hunt was a well-considered decision. Joyce was not Klein. He possessed both the capital and the capability to cultivate his own influence. and having acquired the star picker, he was even more confident in his ability to control it, especially since Hunt had already proven his loyalty. "How well have you digested the provocateur potion?" he finally asked. "According to your words, young master, I completed the digestion of the potion about 4 years ago." "Indeed, you always provoke when training the soldiers," Joyce mused, then smiled and said, "It seems we have another task at hand, to help you find the potion formula for the Sequence 7 arsonist." Hunt hesitated. "There is no rush. Let your matters take precedence. I have one last question. Why specifically choose the dock area for the role-playing?" Joyce explained, "Because instigators can bring varying degrees of disaster, and pirates are clearly more suitable targets for incitement than ordinary people." The following morning, Joyce began skillfully applying makeup to himself. Watching this scene, Hunt suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity towards the young man he had known for 20 years. With a complex expression, he inquired, "Young master, what are you doing?" Hunt expressed that he understood Joyce's thoughts, but did not comprehend his actions. "Should I also disguise myself?" Joyce produced a wig. "I have already prepared one for you. Simply wear it, and you will appear 10 years younger, easily unrecognizable." Hunt touched his thinning hair, despondent, and refrained from protesting, silently donning the wig. At that moment, someone knocked at the door. Joyce turned and asked, "Have you told anyone else this address?" Hunt shook his head, indicating he had not. "Could it be Sophia?" Joyce pondered, raising his guard as he asked, "Who is it?" "It is I, my lord," a familiar female voice called from outside. It was indeed her. Joyce was taken aback, opening the door to let the maid in, noticing she was draped in a voluminous cloak that concealed her figure well. "What brings you here?" Sophia removed her cloak, revealing her delicate features as she explained the abrupt visit. "This morning, Mr. Harry appeared very fatigued and somewhat unwell. I inquired about the reason. To my surprise, Mr. Harry seemed bewildered, recalling only a dream from last night in which a cloaked figure inquired about your whereabouts, my lord." "In the dead of night? Someone inquiring about my whereabouts. Could be Brett. This brash fellow. Does he intend to eliminate me? Is Harry all right?" he asked. Joyce had not anticipated Brett's brazen audacity. He should have been more concerned for himself, given the predicament he was in. It seemed the choice to leave had indeed been the right one. Fortunately, he had not delayed. After contemplating for a moment, Joyce devised a solution. Since Major was so idle, he would simply tighten the reins around him. Sophia nodded intermittently. "I understand." Finally, Hunt cautiously inquired, "How did you arrive here?" "Very well, my lord." Once she departed, Hunt turned to Joyce and asked, "Are you referring to Major Brett as your enemy?" Joyce remained non-committal. "Otherwise, why would he seek me out and call me Bruce, Alfred? Are we still safe here?" Hunt pressed further. "Did I not send Harry to the church to report? Brett will find it difficult to take action a second time, especially since he does not even know where I am," Joyce explained. "Let us go. Today we must seek opportunities for role-playing." Harry arrived at the Waves Church. After queuing to enter the confessional, he quietly confessed, "I am a servant of Baron Joyce Best, and last night Major Brett secretly infiltrated, pressing me about the whereabouts of my lord, intending to harm him." The priest on the other side listened with bewilderment. "A major wishes to kill a baron. What use is it for you to come to the church?" "The Lord will cleanse the world of all evils with thunder," the priest replied. He then relayed this information to Bishop Georgie, who reported it to King Courtman, and eventually it reached General Amius, who sighed and ordered, "Arrange a squad of soldiers to ensure Brett's safety." Secretary Luer sensed a flaw in the order, a flash of surprise in his eyes as he turned and departed. Chapter 68. A Stage Match. The bustling biome, the entire city, was artificially divided into two starkly contrasting worlds. This was reminiscent of Beakland. The eastern district of Beakland was impoverished, apathetic, and frail. In the chaotic and hedonistic dock district of Biome, two paths lead inexorably toward death, and it is difficult to ascertain which is more noble than the other. Joyce strolled through the streets, seemingly attuned to the rampant desires and malevolent thoughts that rose like smoke around him. He had yet to fully comprehend the rules of incitement, but was contemplating emulating the experiences of his predecessors. Like Tress, he envisioned instigating the crew of an entire ship to turn upon one another, all in the name of consuming the potion's power. Thus, the dock district of Biome became his optimal choice. Here, pirates and gangs roamed freely, with daily occurrences of disappearances and deaths, providing ample cover for the calamities he would unleash while playing his role. Initially, Joyce's intent was to infiltrate an evil pirate crew and, through his incitement abilities, sow discord among them. However, before embarking on this grand endeavor, he resolved to test the waters first. For one must eat a meal bite by bite and traverse a path step by step. Taking too large a stride could lead to folly. With this mindset, he confidently entered a tavern named the Tulip. In that moment, Joyce shed his noble attire, donning a cheap outfit, deliberately roughening his skin, and allowing his hair to fall disheveled across his forehead. He produced 2 coins, ostentatiously placing them on the table while his gaze furtively darted toward the tavern's back door, a pint of South Welsh beer. The bartender, sharp-eyed, swiftly deduced that this man had hesitated to part with his coins, concluding in his mind that he was a penniless gambler. A full mug of beer, its golden foam rising, prompted Joyce to lean forward and take a hearty gulp. The bartender pocketed the coins and coolly stated, "The match is about to begin. You may proceed downstairs." Upon hearing this, Joyce displayed a genuine smile, uttering his thanks before lifting his mug and descending the staircase. In the Dock District, a tavern without thrilling activities would hardly dare to open its doors. This particular establishment was renowned for its underground boxing arena, notorious for the lethal bouts that frequently transpired there, making it a favorite haunt. Thus, it fortuitously became Joyce's first experimental ground. The underground boxing arena maintained a primitive style, featuring a ring at its center, devoid of seating, yet it attracted a considerable audience. When Joyce entered, the match had yet to commence. Only a ragged woman was performing a sultry dance upon the stage. Unfortunately, the audience was unimpressed, with some calling out, "When will the match begin?" Indeed, they urged, "Hurry up, I'm withering away here. Thank you for your enthusiasm. The match will commence shortly." The woman continued, "First, let us welcome our reigning champion. A berserker with 13 consecutive victories and 7 opponents slain, Hansen." As the woman's voice rang out, a burly bald man ascended the stage, shedding his cloak and raising his arms in triumph. The audience erupted with fervor, waving their betting slips and chanting various titles for Hansen, likely having placed their wagers upon him. The woman then announced, "Next, we welcome today's challenger, an unknown lad, Evan." Unfortunately, the cheers that should have accompanied his introduction were drowned out by a chorus of boos. Evan, a young man with a shorter stature yet muscular build, bounced onto the stage with an air of ease. As the woman proclaimed the start of the match, the 2 contenders engaged in a fierce struggle, the visceral impact of their blows sending adrenaline coursing through the audience, who screamed their encouragement. However, to Joyce's discerning eye, neither of them posed a threat to him. Furthermore, from his expert perspective, their battle, though seemingly passionate, was more akin to a performance. Hansen's strikes were fierce, yet he held back, seemingly intent on inflicting minimal damage. In contrast, Evan's few counterattacks caused significant impact, and he appeared utterly unperturbed, exuding confidence. It required little acumen for Joyce to deduce that these 2 were participating in a fixed match. Gazing toward the upper stands, he spotted a middle-aged man, wine glass in hand, watching the spectacle with keen interest, presumably the tavern owner. A sardonic smile crept upon Joyce's lips as he awaited the intermission. Easily blending into the throng, Joyce approached the favored Hansen, lowering his voice to say, "That fellow not only intends for you to lose, he aims to kill you." The words carried an almost magical quality, stirring suspicion and malice within Hansen. Turning his gaze toward Evan, who was fixated on him with a confident and arrogant glint in his eyes, Hansen's thoughts spiraled into confusion. Did he truly wish to kill me? Is this the owner's intention, or, as his mind raced, Hansen stood, bracing for the second half of the match. When they crossed paths again, Evan whispered, "Don't forget the owner's orders." Hansen, expressionless, nodded, now more convinced than ever of the treachery at play. Thus, his subsequent assaults became increasingly ferocious, akin to a tempest, rendering his opponent defenseless. Ultimately, a powerful uppercut sent Evan crashing to the ground, momentarily losing consciousness. Hansen emerged victorious, releasing a roar of pent-up frustration as the audience erupted in cheers for their winning bets. Joyce noted that the owner in the upper stands had crushed his wine glass, vanishing from sight. Chapter 69, Leaving Byam. Evan remained sprawled on the ground, his vacant gaze fixed on the ceiling, slowly regaining his senses yet bewildered by the outcome. Suddenly, a sincere voice echoed in his ear. "You both defied the owner's orders. You won't escape unscathed. Why not shift the blame entirely onto the other, to save yourself?" It was Hansen who had broken the rules. Why should he suffer for him? The thought of the owner's chilling punishments sent a shiver down Evan's spine. The devil within him festered, rationality gradually cast aside, as he stood and shouted, "The boss ordered you to lose, and you dare to win, he will kill you. Typically, no one pays heed to the laments of the vanquished unless they self-destruct. The crowd fell silent. Hansen ceased his celebration, while Evan realized the gravity of his words, his face draining of color and trembling uncontrollably. After a brief silence, Joyce, concealed within the crowd, whispered, "A fixed match. Damn it, refund." The first to respond were the few spectators who had lost money that day. They seemed to have stumbled upon treasure and began shouting in unison, "Fixed match, refund." Gradually, those who had won began to ponder whether their previous losses were also due to a rigged game, unwittingly joining the chorus for refunds. The uproar grew, prompting the owner in the upper stands to take action, accompanied by a cadre of intimidating enforcers. However, Joyce was oblivious to this unfolding drama, having stealthily slipped away. Upon exiting the tavern, he sensed a stirring within him, a sign that the potion had been disturbed, albeit subtly. In the ensuing week, various establishments in the dock district, including bars and casinos, experienced varying degrees of unrest. Initially, the clandestine orchestrators believed that hostile forces were at play, seeking vengeance. But soon they were astonished to discover that the adversary was equally a victim. Realizing the complexity of the situation, several influential figures resolved to unite and apprehend this lawless troublemaker. However, it appeared that the individual had received prior warning and vanished in a thin air, effectively halting any further disturbances. On Thursday, June 21st, at the largest official port in Bayam, Joyce made his appearance, accompanied by the provocateur, Mr. Hunter, who had been missing for several days. "Are you certain that Bright will depart today?" he inquired. "Major, you have ascended quite rapidly. Is it perhaps due to the demise of Diego at my hands?" Joyce mused, his thoughts wandering. Although he had previously held confidence in his assessments, Bright's reckless behavior that night served as a wake-up call, prompting Joyce to abandon his presumptions of the other's actions. Before long, Major General Bright indeed made his entrance, clad in civilian attire and flanked by several operatives from MI9. Joyce smiled with satisfaction as he observed Bright ascend the gangway of the warship docked at the port. Sensing an unseen gaze upon him, Bright turned to find a familiar figure on the shore, the very architect of his current predicament. Joyce smiled, removed his felt hat, placed it over his heart, and performed a slight bow, all while displaying a sincere smile. Bright, filled with seething resentment, turned away without a word and entered the ship's cabin. This was not due to a change of heart, but rather a response to an ominous warning. The previous night, upon receiving the final report from the biomilitary, Bright had succumbed to a drunken stupor. Upon returning to his bedroom, he was startled to discover a man concealed within his hood. Instantly sobered, he instinctively reached for his abilities, only to realize that his extraordinary powers were rendered useless. The rules of this place had been altered. The man before him was a demigod. Bright concluded internally, feeling the aura of authority emanating from the figure, reminiscent of General Emilius. "Come here, sit down," the man commanded in a tone that brooked no dissent. Bright deduced the identity of his visitor and complied, taking a seat opposite him, resembling a wilted parrot. "Are you aware of the grave consequences your actions have wrought?" the man interrogated. Bright raised his chin, prepared to retort, but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. The man continued his admonishment. "Due to your folly, the entire relocation initiative of Rothda has been forced to a halt, and even our channels in the southern continent will suffer repercussions. We are compelled to shift our focus to the interior of Rune, operating covertly under the watchful eyes of the three major churches, where the risks are exponentially heightened, all because you must pay the price for your blunders." After reprimanding Bright, the man inquired, "Now, tell me the specifics." Bright laid bare all that had transpired, from his misplaced trust in William to his negotiations with Joyce, interweaving personal sentiments and painting Joyce and his son as despicable scoundrels, eager to place the blame solely upon them. In conclusion, he expressed a desire for retribution. The man, still hidden beneath his hood, frowned. "Fool, from what you've said, it's clear that Joyce has aligned himself with the Storm Church. Do not provoke further troubles. What I need to ascertain is how much the Storm Church knows about our affairs." It appeared the Storm Church had no intention of pursuing the matter further, merely seeking it as a bargaining chip, then let them have it. The man elucidated, then turned to Bright. "My lord, I can atone for my mistakes." Bright hurriedly responded. The man interrupted. "Do not forget your oath." Bright solemnly declared, "To be loyal to His Majesty the King." "I understand, and will comply with the orders." Chapter 70. The Fiery Lion, Roy. Bright's departure marked Joyce's complete escape from the whirlpool created by William death. Joyce tipped his hat in salute, not merely to mock Bright, but to bid farewell to his former self. Simultaneously, he was acutely aware that Bright would not be so easily deterred, should the opportunity arise. This reckless major general would not hesitate to eliminate him. Of course, I feel the same, Joyce thought coldly, turning to leave. At the Sycamore Tavern, Joyce collided with a man bursting out the door, his expression frantic as he fled without uttering a word. Entering the tavern, Mr. Hunter followed closely behind, heading straight for the bar. 2 glasses of Bayam Blackland. Joyce skillfully produced coins and placed them on the counter, scanning the surroundings before casually inquiring, "Who was that man who just rushed out?" After a brief explanation, the bartender scrutinized Joyce and remarked, "You two seem rather unfamiliar with each other." Joyce chuckled, raising his glass and forcing down a sip, controlling the involuntary twitch of his facial muscles. "Adventurers from Rune, I hear this is a place to accept commissions. Any recommendations?" "The new adventurer," the bartender muttered, turning to wipe a glass, then nonchalantly added, "The commissions are posted over there. You can peruse them yourself." He abruptly halted his speech, quietly pocketing 2 Suler banknotes from the table, then beamingly asked, "What type of commission are you seeking?" Joyce replied with a smile, "We set sail for treasure, naturally favoring lucrative commissions. Of course, we wouldn't mind exchanging a pirate's head for a bounty." The bartender sized them up, clucking his tongue in disbelief, then sighed. "Newcomers are just that. Here's a free piece of advice. Never provoke pirates at sea, or you won't even know how you met your demise." Joyce nodded in agreement, then curiously asked, "How did you discern that I was a newcomer?" The bartender chuckled, "Because adventurers who dare to provoke pirates are mostly dead by now." "Well, I'd like to live a few more years." Joyce feigned a shrug, acknowledging his status as a novice adventurer, and continued, "Now, let us discuss the matter of treasure." No sooner had he spoken than a drunken man staggered over, crashing an empty glass onto the table. Another glass of Lorenzi. Now that's a drink for a man. The bartender turned to pour the drink, and the man, belching and exhaling the stench of alcohol, hazily noticed Joyce, attempting to pat his shoulder, but was deftly evaded. The hefty man paused, then dismissed the incident, boldly proclaiming, "Kid, you're new here. I'm offering you a grand opportunity to join my crew. We set sail tomorrow, and one day, this sea will have a pirate general." The bartender interrupted the drunken boasts. "Your drink, that LLB 1 Suler." The inebriated man fumbled for crumpled bills, raised his glass, and wobbled into the crowd, seemingly forgetting his earlier bravado with Joyce. He is a coward, always blabbering about going to sea. Yet he drinks himself into a stupor daily and repeats the cycle, the bartender explained. Don't let his current state fool you. He was once a somewhat notable adventurer, but after losing all his companions to pirates, he succumbed to despair and became this way. He then retrieved a stack of papers from a drawer. "These are all commissions concerning treasures. Remember to keep your eyes sharp and discern which are genuine and which are fraudulent," he softly muttered. "Though most are indeed false." Understanding the warning, Joyce smiled, distributing half the stack to the taciturn Mr. Hunter while he began to peruse the offers himself. It could be said that the art of deception is manifold, yet it invariably adheres to a fundamental principle. The tantalizing hint of a vast treasure lies just beyond reach, thwarted by a lack of funds for various reasons. All that is needed is your participation to partake in a lifetime's worth of inexhaustible wealth. In comparison to illegal fundraising, this con seems rather rudimentary. Joyce chuckled to himself as he pondered this, only to be nudged by Mr. Hunter's elbow. He immediately understood, turning to behold a fierce-looking man entering the bar, causing the raucous chatter of patrons to diminish significantly. This man was notably hirsute, with a bushy beard and eyebrows that nearly fused into a single line. Most striking of all was his hair, styled into a multitude of small braids that stood erect in various directions, swaying like a spider's web as he walked. He had surely been born in the wrong era. In the 21st century, such a hairstyle could be deemed artistic. Yet, how did he manage to sleep at night without discomfort? Joyce mused internally, recognizing this man and understanding the source of his formidable presence. Captain Roy, the Fire Lion of the Twilight Admiral's affiliated ship. The young bartender whispered, almost in awe. He is a true giant of the sea. A bounty of 500 pounds on his head, Joyce added mentally. How could he dare to appear so brazenly before so many? Then, something even more astonishing transpired. This pirate, worth more than the flaming Darnayes, suddenly became engulfed in flames, and without a flicker of concern, stepped forward, his form vanishing and reappearing 10 paces away, evoking gasps from a crowd. Manipulating fire and teleportation, Was he an arsonist or magician? As the pirate Roy disappeared from view, the bar returned to its noisy state. Although Joyce noticed a few patrons stealthily slipping out, he turned in feigned curiosity, asking, "Does this notorious pirate not fear being killed for his bounty?" The bartender cast him a scornful glance, as if regarding a fool. "If you're so powerful, why didn't you act just now? Besides, by the time the authorities arrive, he'll have vanished without a trace." Joyce chuckled softly, refraining from rebuttal, instead voicing his genuine curiosity. "Does he frequent this bar often?" The young bartender shot him a glance, remaining silent until he discreetly pocketed the 2 solas Joyce had placed on the counter, then leaned closer, speaking conspiratorially. "Not long ago, the Twilight Admiral and the Blood General clashed, resulting in significant losses. The Fire Lion Roy is currently recruiting crew." He then lifted his gaze slightly, dreaming aloud. Joining his fleet is tantamount to aligning oneself with a pirate general. Just think of the prestige. Joyce's eyes glimmered as he inquired, "Is this information reliable?" The bartender confidently replied, "Our boss himself conveyed it. How could it possibly be false?" That night, Joyce and Hunter returned to the Incense Tree Bar. This was the day for an extraordinary gathering. Initially, Joyce had intended to forego attending, as his concoction of the instigator's potion had yet to settle, and he was not in haste to gather materials for the next sequence. However, with Brett having just departed from Biome, his reservations dissipated, and he eagerly made his way there. Strolling through the underground market, he leisurely browsed, but unfortunately yielded no results. The venue remained unchanged. A lavish yet somewhat crude room adorned in golden hues. The mighty Ors reclined in his armchair, while attendees found their seats haphazardly. Unlike last time, however, an intentional space had been left vacant on the left side of the hall. This was due to the presence of someone who sat there without any pretense or concern, none other than the Fire Lion Roy. His distinctive hairstyle made him easily recognizable, and few dared to imitate it. Most of the other attendees also recognized the infamous pirate, intentionally keeping their distance. Yet Roy seemed unperturbed, comfortably leaning back in his chair, idly toying with the ring on his right index finger. As the assembly neared completion, the mighty Ors spoke. "Before we commence, Mr. Roy has an announcement to make." Upon hearing this, the Fire Lion Roy straightened, his piercing gaze surveying the room as if patrolling his domain. "I have fortuitously acquired the coordinates to a hidden island, which preliminary explorations have revealed to be rich in extraordinary materials. However, my crew has been significantly diminished after a recent skirmish. Hence, I require companions for this expedition. Is there anyone interested?" Roy evidently anticipated this scenario and swiftly added, "You have one day to consider. If anyone wishes to join, meet me at the inn located at 46 Sour Lemon Street tomorrow. After that, the opportunity will be lost." Following a brief silence, the mighty Ors chuckled lightly and announced, "Let the gathering commence." A female voice piped up first. "I require the true roots of the mist treatment." "Ah, isn't that the primary ingredient for a magician? Moreover, that voice sounds familiar. It is the diviner. She has embarked on her quest for materials once more. Judging by the time, her jester potion should still be unprocessed when it was Mr. Hunter's turn." He stated in a deep tone, "I need the complete blood of the abyssal enchanter fish. This is one of the primary materials for witches." Since Joyce was already aware of the formula, he naturally aimed to gather the materials beforehand, ideally becoming sequence 7 immediately after his instigator's potion settled. Why the urgency? Something feels amiss, he reprimanded himself internally. Just as Joyce was about to speak, believing today would yield no results, he suddenly heard laughter. "I have it." To his surprise, it was the Fire Lion Roy responding. Mr. Hunter inquired, "How much?" Roy touched the braids atop his head and replied with a smile, "You might be misunderstanding. What I meant was, I know where to find the abyssal enchanter fish. Clues can be sold as well, provided you can assure their authenticity," Hunter calmly stated. Roy's smile widened. "I cannot bear to part with this clue unless you join my expedition." Hunter realized, "You mean the hidden island you just mentioned?" "Indeed." Roy confirmed with a nod. "How do I know you aren't deceiving me?" Hunter continued to question. Roy, unperturbed, replied, "To reap rewards, one must embrace a measure of risk." Concealed beneath his hood, Joyce furrowed his brow, speculating. Previously, other members had sought different extraordinary materials. Yet Roy had remained silent until Hunter spoke. This suggests that his words might hold credence. The island likely does harbor the abyssal enchanter fish. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that this pirate merely stumbled upon someone to deceive and fortuitously encountered himself. However, the chances of such a scenario are slim. And even if it were a trap, Who would be the hunter, and who the hunted? After considering this, he cleared his throat and Mr. Hunter immediately picked up on the cue, hesitatingly saying, "I need time to think." Roy crossed his legs. "No problem, but your opportunity is limited. You have only one day." As the transaction between the two was finalized, the gathering continued. Joyce interjected, "Who has the scales of the shadow lizard? How many do you need?" A gruff male voice retorted, "Indeed, there are some available. Is today truly my lucky day?" Joyce smiled. "3 pieces will suffice." 60 pounds, the man curtly replied. At this, Joyce's smile vanished. "Indeed, what luck," he thought in frustration. "Why must I always encounter swindlers when purchasing materials, as if they were taking advantage of my wealth?" He inwardly fumed, voicing a tentative offer. 30 pounds? The man remained resolute, repeating 60 pounds. Joyce reluctantly reached for his wallet, and the man tossed a glass vial towards him. Once in hand, he discovered it contained 3 translucent scales that shimmered intermittently under the light. Finally, the mighty oars rose. A benevolent smile gracing his face as he declared, "The gathering concludes here. I sincerely hope to see you all again." Upon returning to the safe house, Joyce sat before the mirror, removing his makeup, while Hunter still donned his wig. Hesitantly, he inquired, "Master, do you genuinely intend to join that pirate's expedition?" He is a mid-tier, extraordinary being, undoubtedly commanding a considerable number of subordinates. Should he harbor ill intentions, the peril could be substantial. With eyes closed, Joyce delicately removed his custom false eyelashes and regarded Hunter in the mirror, explaining, "I am fully aware of what you're saying. Nevertheless, the pirate made a compelling point. Danger and opportunity coexist. The island harbors the materials I require, and moreover, Roy is likely an arsonist. Your formula may very well fall into his hands." Hunter appeared ready to voice further concerns, but Joyce interrupted, "There is no need for further persuasion. The matter is settled. Please familiarize yourself with those 2 magical items post-haste. Once you join Roy's crew, you will be the one calling the shots between us. I shall merely be a follower." Chapter 72. Even in failure, it must not be missed. 14. Storm Street, despite having momentarily lost its master, continued to function in a well-ordered manner. The servants diligently fulfilled their roles. The cook prepared meals, the gardener tended to the flora, and Harry oversaw all affairs. The only one with leisure was Sophia. Consequently, she had ample time to become an observer, casually noting the little secrets of the household staff. This inadvertently accelerated her absorption of potions, though she remained blissfully unaware of it, as Joyce had not disclosed the nature of her role but provided only subtle hints. Sophia always adhered to the Baron's instruction, "You are merely an observer." Understanding the virtue of moderation, she devoted increasingly more time to her studies. One day, as was her custom, she pushed open the Baron's bedroom door to conduct a routine cleaning, only to be astonished to find a figure within. The next moment, she recognized it to be Joyce. Joyce smiled, gesturing towards the open door, signaling the maid to close it. Though he currently did not mind being seen, discretion was still preferable. His words seemed laden with unspoken significance, his expression reflecting anticipation, bewilderment, and a hint of trepidation. Sophia instinctively slipped into her observer mode, noting the Baron's complex emotional fluctuations. As Joyce's gaze fell upon her, she quickly exited her observer state and asked, "How was the extraordinary gathering?" Sophia lifted her chin slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. It was quite novel. Everyone was cloaked in thick capes, making it impossible to discern their states. Most of the trades proposed by the members bore no fruit. However, extraordinary materials are not easily acquired. Noticing the maid's puzzled expression, Joyce sighed silently. "Your successful acquisition of the main ingredient for the potion was sheer serendipity. Such fortune is unlikely to recur." He then inquired, "Did you glean anything from last week's extraordinary gathering?" "Indeed," Sophia replied eagerly. "I procured a quaternary artifact and uncovered a lead on the main material for a mind reader." "Ah, splendid." Joyce instinctively prepared to commend her, but upon hearing the latter part, he straightened, inquiring earnestly, "Wait, what did you say? A lead on the main material?" Acquiring a quaternary artifact could be attributed to her adept groundwork, but the notion of finding the main material for a mind reader was rather astounding, even if it was merely a lead. Joyce recalled the fortune-teller's desperate pleas for materials and his own reluctant choice of the witch's path, soon to embark on a venture fraught with peril in pursuit of materials. Why is there such a disparity between people? Observing the maid, with the spectator potion entirely provided by Diego, could be dismissed as a misunderstanding. Now that Diego was deceased, How could there still be gains in the lower echelons of the scales? What are you staring at? Did I say something wrong? Sophia's innocent eyes reflected confusion. I attempted to purchase the spinal fluid of the Farsman rabbit, and one member promised to provide me with a lead at the next gathering. Is there something amiss with that? Her words implied. I possess this material, but did not bring it. I shall sell it to you at the next gathering. Regret washed over Joyce. He lamented not having allowed her to choose the monster's path. I enjoy being an observer, Sophia murmured softly, brushing aside this poignant matter. Joyce was suddenly struck by inspiration, seizing a pen and swiftly inscribing a line on paper, egg of the agate peacock. He handed it to the maid, instructing, at the next gathering, inquire if anyone has this material for sale. Certainly. No problem, Sophia readily agreed. Lastly, Joyce queried, has anyone come to see me recently? Sophia pondered for a moment before naming a few individuals. Mr. Thomas, the bishop of the church, and General Gordon. All informed parties. Joyce was further assured of his earlier speculation. The true reason for Blythe's departure from Byam had not spread, which was good news for him. Upon confirming that the item was indeed a quaternary artifact, Joyce set it aside, alongside another ring purchased from the fortune teller, a mirror, and a damaged compass. Consequently, Joyce resolved to carry these quaternary items with him. However, an inexplicable premonition gnawed at him. He sensed that his journey into the Tarot Society would not be so straightforward. Meanwhile, Hunter set off towards the location indicated by the fiery lion Roy. 46, Sour Lemon Street, the Azure Wind Inn. The innkeeper, a corpulent middle-aged man, sat idly at the counter, cracking some seeds. Upon Hunter's entrance, he quickly clapped his hands together to clean them and respectfully stated, "Welcome. We have a high-end room available." Hunter remained unmoved, his voice low as he replied, "I seek a man named Roy." The portly proprietor promptly responded, "Please hold on." He opened the ledger, quickly flipping through it until he located Roy's name. Room 302 upstairs. "Would you like me to guide you?" "No need," Hunter declined, proceeding up the stairs. He knocked on the door, but no response came. Drawing upon his hunter's instincts, he surmised that the room was empty. Thus, Hunter boldly pushed the door open and, after a meticulous search, ultimately discovered a message inscribed at the foot of the table. Tomorrow morning at 8. Chapter 73. Members participating in the adventure. The fiery lion Roy must be an arsonist. Were he not an extraordinary being of the hunter's path, it would be challenging to devise such intricate symbols and routes. Joyce mused. Following closely behind Hunter, he observed him navigating the twists and turns until they finally reached the hidden private port. Had I been alone, I likely would have lost my way and given up midway, Joyce reflected inwardly. Before him lay a private port, a common sight in Byam, where many pirates and smuggling vessels could not dock at the official harbor, especially with the remnants of the resistance still lingering. Only a newly launched sailing vessel rested in the harbor, its sails still unadorned with the pirate flag, the hull glistening under the sun's rays. "I knew you would come." The fiery lion Roy appeared in his signature flamboyant style, materializing amidst flames that flickered continuously, eliciting raucous cheers from the crew aboard the pirate ship. Can arsonists teleport through flames? Joyce recalled that the mightiest hunter, Anderson, could do so, but he was a Tier 5 extraordinary being. It appears that the fiery Danis has yet to demonstrate this particular ability. Perhaps this Roy is relying on some enchanted artifact? Did you not mention that it would involve two individuals? Roy furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on Joyce, who was dressed modestly and carrying a black suitcase. The latter smiled shyly at him, remaining silent while Mr. Hant, standing nearby, interjected, "He is my companion. We always operate as a duo. And besides, that ship is filled with your people, is it not?" "Ha!" Roy erupted in laughter, his small braids bobbing atop his head, and his thick beard quivering. Resembling a lion indeed, he boisterously praised, "I admire your attitude. It signifies your fearlessness, and only those with considerable strength can ensure the rewards of exploration." Hant refrained from further commentary, instead emphasizing, "Before we embark, we should first agree upon the distribution of the spoils." Roy suppressed his mirth and shook his head, stating, "No need to rush. There are still others yet to arrive. Shall we head aboard for a drink in the meantime?" "Not necessary. Let us wait here," Hant declined. Approximately 15 minutes later, a man with deep blue hair emerged from the woods, his face marred by an uncontainable fury. Before approaching, he bellowed, "Damn lion. What sort of wretched mark have you made that caused me to take such a long detour?" Upon hearing this, Roy's expression momentarily stiffened before breaking into an exaggerated grin. For it was the only way to avoid his beard obstructing his features. He explained, of course, it was to evade the tracking of those rabid enforcers. Additionally, it serves to weed out the pretenders and opportunists. As he spoke, his gaze drifted towards Joyce, who unfortunately remained unresponsive, instead focusing on the approaching man. Deep blue hair and a tempestuous temperament clearly indicated he was an extraordinary individual of the tyrant's path. Joyce concluded silently. "Who are these two?" The irate man inquired loudly. As if he could not speak softly, Roy turned to Joyce and the others, for he too was uncertain. Hant, with a stoic expression, replied, "Alfred." Joyce greeted them as well. "Bruce, it is a pleasure to meet you both." Roy nodded, introducing them. "This is the Siren Rosario." "A siren?" "He hardly resembles one." Joyce expressed his incredulity. "Can we speak now?" Mr. Hant maintained his indifferent demeanor. Roy appeared momentarily taken aback, then quickly regained his composure. "Since everyone is present, I shall outline our forthcoming actions." The Siren Rosario arrogantly stated, "As long as your wretched isle indeed harbors what I seek, I have no qualms about any undertaking." Subsequently, Roy shifted his gaze back to Hant, who spoke in a low tone, "I feel the same." It was then that the fiery lion Roy revealed a satisfied smile, assuring, "Rest assured, the materials you require will undoubtedly be found on the island. Then let us set sail immediately." Aboard the pirate ship, two men emerged from a throng of sailors, both of similar height, one robust and the other slender. Roy pointed to the burly man, introducing him. "This is my first mate." He then naturally introduced the leaner man, and "This is my second mate." Finally, he raised his hands high and shouted, "Lads, let us set forth." A resounding cheer erupted. The ship's hull rocked gently before gradually departing the harbor, heading toward the vast ocean. "How long until we reach our destination?" the Siren Rosario inquired. "Accommodations have been prepared for the three of you. Should you feel seasick, you may rest for a while," came the response. The Siren Rosario scoffed. What a joke. Nonetheless, he stepped into the cabin, opting not to remain on deck. Hant nodded at Roy, similarly turning to leave, with Joyce naturally following suit. Upon entering the cabin, they found only two wooden beds and a small table, quite rudimentary, yet remarkably clean, devoid of the anticipated odors and filth. Perhaps it was due to the ship being new. Rumor had it that the fiery Lion Roy's previous pirate vessel had met an unfortunate end, which explained his prolonged presence in Byam. However, Joyce speculated that Roy was likely attempting to distance himself from the fleet of the Twilight Prince, secretly heading toward a concealed island. What treasures might lie there to entice him? Perhaps it concealed the opportunity for his ascension. While Joyce pondered, Mr. Hant had already conducted a meticulous inspection of the room, effectively ruling out the possibility of eavesdropping or surveillance. Before speaking, "Bruce, what shall we do next?" Could that siren be in league with Roy, plotting to ambush us? Due to his former military experience, Hant instinctively harbored distrust towards pirates, perpetually fearing the journey might lead them into a trap. Quite unlikely. The Siren Rosario clearly holds little respect for Roy, who harbors his own grievances, albeit unvoiced. It seems they have known each other for some time, yet are not friends, more akin to rivals. However, that does not preclude the possibility of their collaboration, Hant argued. Indeed, Joyce concurred, then added, "But until we arrive at the secret island and complete our hunt, the dire scenarios you envision are unlikely to transpire. Therefore, we are presently quite safe." Chapter 74. Everyone has a story. Gazing into the distance, where the light of the sky melded seamlessly with the hues of the sea, shimmering brilliantly, ships adorned with white sails glided with the wind, cutting through the waves and creating ripples that scattered the fish in the shallow waters. Several seabirds circled close to the mast, seemingly poised to feast at any moment. At the bow, a tall, slender figure leaned against the railing. Surveying the ocean, it was the ship's second mate. Joyce strolled over, standing beside him, and tapped the railing a few times, producing a dull sound that was scarcely audible beneath the crashing waves. "Gazing at the sea, are we?" he inquired. The second mate, fixated on the horizon, spoke in a deep voice that startled Joyce, who had assumed he was disinclined to converse. "Though I have been a pirate for several years, I have grown accustomed to taking in the sea from here each time we set sail. Observing the sea from land is a wholly different experience than witnessing it while navigating. The former merely evokes awe at its vastness, while the latter instills a profound sense of one's own insignificance." Joyce regarded the second mate with slight surprise, scrutinizing him closely. His stubble was neatly trimmed, his hair equally orderly, and the contours of his face were accentuated by his slenderness, with high cheekbones, Apart from the roughness he exuded, he hardly resembled a pirate. "I dare say you should consider becoming a writer," he remarked. The second mate's gaze seemed perpetually fixed on the depths of the ocean, as if treasures lay hidden therein. "If given the choice, I would prefer to be a gardener. Alas, I have been relegated to the life of a pirate." Relegated. Joyce mused on the implication of the term, just as a seabird swooped down, seizing a flailing fish that had no hope of survival. After a brief silence, he cautiously inquired, "From your accent, you, like Captain Roy, are from Indies?" Upon hearing this, the second mate finally turned his head to look at him, nodding in acknowledgement. "Indeed," Joyce smiled, leaning back against the sea, resting his elbows against the railing, and continued to speculate. "You and Captain Roy must have set out to become pirates together." The second mate appeared intrigued, his surprise evident as he asked, "What makes you say that?" Naturally, it was due to Roy's evident fondness for him during the introductions, contrasting with his slight wariness towards the first mate. Such reasoning could not be voiced outright, so Joyce evasively replied, "Just a guess. Anyone who becomes a second mate must surely be the captain's confidant, but you seem rather frail and not particularly formidable. So the only remaining explanation is your close relationship with the captain." He deliberately appraised the second mate from head to toe before finally inquiring, "I'm quite curious. Why are you not the first mate?" The second mate burst into hearty laughter, his mirth contrasting sharply with Roy's, being more boisterous and unrestrained. And he replied, "You have already surmised the answer. It is simply because he can outfight me." Once his laughter subsided, he spoke with a grave tone. "Pirates are the least concerned with national borders. Only strength and profit are eternal." Joyce chuckled lightly. This perspective is not solely applicable to pirates. The second mate chose not to pursue the topic further, but instead posed a question. "Are you an adventurer?" "Isn't it obvious?" Joyce shrugged. "Adventurers and pirates are essentially of the same ilk." The second mate replied with a weighty undertone, "Plundering treasures, killing and hunting, exchanging for bounty. The more one kills, the more naturally an adventurer becomes a pirate. Those who willingly descend into depravity will always find various reasons to breach their own moral boundaries, ultimately devolving into villains." Joyce contemplated this silently, refraining from voicing a rebuttal, for he noticed a sailor approaching them. The sailor cast a glance in his direction before turning to the second mate. "Boss, the captain seeks you." "Understood," the second mate replied, furrowing his brow, and said to Joyce, "Make yourself comfortable." He then turned and departed. Watching his silhouette recede into the ship's interior, Joyce turned to gaze out at the sea. The previous flock of seabirds had flown away, and within his line of sight, no living creature could be found. In the depths of this vast ocean lie buried countless heroes and many cowards. Yet there will always be those who bravely rush into its embrace. This second mate is a man with a story. His weathered experiences have bestowed upon him a composed demeanor, though the melancholy he just displayed remains a mystery to Joyce. Quietly, Joyce extracted key insights from their earlier conversation, pondering whether there might be an opportunity to exploit. One of the rules for a manipulator: before inciting someone, one must first understand them. On board the ship, the captain's quarters are the most spacious, adorned with various golden embellishments, including real gold as well as other metallic alternatives. As an Intisian, Roy has a particular fondness for gold, though his poverty has curtailed his indulgence. At this moment, he sits in a wooden chair, leaning against a gilded armrest. "What do you want from me? Have you changed your mind?" The second mate shrugged. "It matters not. I have grown accustomed to my current life. Moreover, how do you plan to evade the pursuit of the Duke of Dusk?" Roy, clearly having devised a strategy, was momentarily invigorated by thoughts of the rewards that lay ahead, exclaiming, "As long as things go smoothly, I can ascend to the rank of sixth-tier schemer. At that point, with my intellect combined with your divination, that foolish giant out on the vast ocean will hardly be able to locate us. From then on, we can purchase an estate and live in tranquility." The second mate remained silent for a moment, seemingly envisioning such a scenario, then remarked, "Since you have already made plans, why call me for consultation? You know I will not oppose your decisions. I need you to perform one last divination." Roy emphasized, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. With a silent sigh, the second mate retrieved his yellow crystal necklace and conducted the divination. After receiving the result, he opened his eyes and said, "As before, there is considerable risk, but success is ultimately attainable." "That is good, that is good," Roy repeated, at this moment appearing less like a lion and more akin to a small kitten. Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, "What about those two adventurers? Could they pose a danger?" The leading middle-aged man possesses considerable strength. He gives off a rather dangerous vibe. As for the younger one, who seems to be his sidekick, he has keen observational skills. He is quite interesting. Had we met earlier, we might have become friends. Chapter 75. The balance of power within the team. In the cramped cabin, Joyce lay alone on the bed, staring at the ceiling so close above him, feeling a touch of unfamiliarity. Yet in my past life, I always slept on a hard wooden bed. It must be the decadence of noble life after my transmigration that has spoiled me. He mused humorously to himself, passing the time. Before long, Mr. Hant entered the cabin. Joyce immediately sat up, asking, "Did you find anything?" To avoid arousing suspicion, the two had chosen to gather information separately, making their actions appear less conspicuous. Mr. Hant nodded. "Yes, that is quite useful. Time is limited, so I couldn't make any significant moves. I only inquired of 2 sailors, but I gathered a fair amount of information." He then began to recount. Captain Roy has a penchant for manipulating flames in battle, excelling at setting traps and provoking enemies, confirming he is a pyromancer of the hunter's pathway, rank 7. The first mate possesses no particularly extraordinary abilities, merely remarkable physical strength, adept in various weapons, often facing multiple foes at once. Whether he is extraordinary is still in question. The second mate's combat ability is lackluster, at least in comparison to the first mate, but he possesses an intuition that allows him to avoid risks easily and engages in mysterious rituals, making it highly probable that he is extraordinary. The first mate and the second mate hold mutual disdain for one another, while Captain Roy remains aloof, leading to a division among the lower-tier sailors into 2 camps. Indeed, hunters are truly adept at gathering intelligence. Listening to Mr. Hant's methodical narrative, Joyce couldn't help but reflect wistfully. A mere pirate ship, yet it has become so intricate, introducing a balance of power. The bond between the captain and the second mate is evidently deeper, yet Roy seems disinclined to assist, deliberately maintaining neutrality, likely for one reason. He dares not eliminate him. Or rather, he harbors reservations, unwilling to openly target the first mate, thus covertly instructing the second mate to oppose him. Although pirates live by their whims, a captain cannot permit his first mate to harbor ulterior motives. After making many conjectures, he quickly dismissed them all, before Joyce could devise an explanation. A sudden knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. The two exchanged glances, and Mr. Hant asked in a low voice, "Who is it?" Just as they spoke of the devil appeared. Joyce approached and opened the door, inviting the imposing figure who had barged in to enter the cabin. "Are you settling in well? If you feel seasick, I have an effective remedy that works wonders. What brings you to us?" He asked candidly. "I wish to know where Captain Roy has invited you aboard and for what purpose," the man inquired. "Aren't you the first mate? Why wouldn't Captain Roy inform you?" Joyce asked with feigned surprise, only to be met with Mr. Hant's stern gaze, causing him to instinctively close his mouth. The first mate observed their behavior with keen eyes and chuckled. "That is an excellent question, young lad. However, our captain is rather suspicious and prefers to divulge the specifics of our actions only at the last moment. But this time, I have an uneasy premonition, hence my early inquiry. This first mate is a warrior of the war god pathway, rank 9. He became the first mate of this ship due to his loyalty as one of the Duke of Dusk's trusted subordinates, brought over from Fisak. The Duke has always been distrustful of members who join the pirate crew after achieving fame, thus assigning extraordinary individuals from his main ship to various subsidiary vessels, both enhancing combat strength and ensuring they dare not betray him lightly. However, the first mate has clearly sensed the strange atmosphere aboard the ship recently. All these factors combined led him to an astonishing conclusion. Roy intends to sever ties, even betray the Duke of Dusk. The reason for his uncertainty is simple. The Duke is still alive. Did you not receive an answer from the Sea Witch? Sleep. How carefree. To harbor no sense of vigilance aboard a strange pirate ship. Joyce couldn't help but admire his mindset. Roy has invited us to a secret island for an expedition. According to him, there is quite a treasure on the island. Secret island, treasure. The first officer's mind raced swiftly, and a smile soon graced his lips. "Thank you for the information. I shall not disturb your rest any longer." He straightened his posture, nearly brushing against the wooden beams of the cabin, and turned to depart. However, he was halted by Joyce's abrupt inquiry. "Are there any forms of entertainment aboard? You know, after days without a game, my hands are itching." The first officer paused, suppressing his inner excitement, and replied with mirth, "Certainly. Would you care to join me for a few rounds, young brother?" "Absolutely." Joyce responded with enthusiasm. The two found a harmonious rapport, each harboring their own thoughts. as they engaged in lively conversation while making their way to the sailors' gathering area. The ship had resumed its normal course, and the sailors were largely at leisure, congregating to share tales. One boasted of his winnings at a gold coin casino, while another regaled the group with stories of his exploits at the Red Theater. The first officer introduced Joyce to the crew. "This is Bruce. He seeks a few comrades for a game of chance. Who among you is willing to test his mettle? Come on, who's afraid?" shouted one, eager to join in. "Let me at him. I'll win his undergarments." Joyce remarked with curiosity, "I see you possess quite the courtesy." "That is only because we have just departed from land, and I can still restrain myself." The first officer chuckled before asking, "Shall we play dice or cards?" "Dice, then. It's simple and straightforward." Joyce eagerly joined the fray. "Place your bets. Big, big, big." With his left leg perched on a chair and his right foot planted on the ground, Joyce rolled up his sleeves, calling out boisterously. It appeared he had seamlessly integrated with the rough-and-tumble sailors. As the betting wound down, he lifted the dice cup and peered inside. 1, 3, 4 small. "Ha ha ha, my apologies. But I've won again." Joyce laughed heartily, sweeping the stakes from the table. Amidst the sailors clamoring for another round, the first officer interjected, "Let us call it a day. Lunch is upon us. We shall continue our games another time." Joyce feigned reluctance, striking a pose of hesitance before conceding, "Very well. After all, we have 3 days to reach our destination, and there will be ample opportunities." 3 days. A spark of keen interest flickered in the first officer's eyes as he grew increasingly warm towards Joyce. And the two were soon surrounded by a throng of sailors making their way to the dining hall. It was evident that Joyce's disclosure regarding the duration of their voyage was intentional. Moreover, he had surmised that the loyal sailors to the first officer numbered less than half of the entire crew, compared to the captain and the second officer's alliance. The first officer's influence seemed rather diminished. However, it is often the weaker who are more susceptible to persuasion. The ship had only recently departed from Byam, resulting in a bountiful supply of provisions. The lunch spread was more sumptuous than expected, featuring not only the ever-abundant roasted fish and lobster, but also a variety of grilled meats, vegetable salads, and essential fruits. Pirates adhered to fewer rules, unless otherwise specified. All would dine in a communal dining hall. Captain Roy eventually made his appearance, noting the camaraderie between Joyce and the first officer with a hint of perplexity. Yet, for the sake of their plan, he refrained from voicing any criticism. However, as Roy observed Joyce and the first officer often mingling closely, appearing as if they were long-lost friends, he found himself increasingly unsettled. On the eve before their arrival at the secret island, he summoned his most trusted second officer. "Have you noticed how that young adventurer and the first officer have grown rather familiar?" "You mean Bruce?" the second officer explained. "He has a penchant for gambling and has been playing dice with the first officer's men for the past few days. As you know, camaraderie among pirates can swiftly develop in such contexts. Yet, I cannot shake a foreboding sense of unease," Roy murmured, then suddenly questioned, "You seem rather acquainted with him?" He then countered, "Your instincts may be flawed. When we escaped from Intis, you sensed failure, yet we triumphed. Moreover, enough, I understand. No need to elaborate." Roy interrupted, declaring his decision. "You shall remain on the ship and forego participation in tomorrow's hunt." The second officer immediately grasped the implications of this command, incredulously asking, "Is such anxiety necessary? With my divination, the hunt would be simpler. If you're concerned, why not allow the first officer to join the hunt?" Roy's expression hardened as he conveyed his doubts. "The greater the number, the higher the risk. I fear he may turn against us, resulting in a failed hunt." "Alas, I should have anticipated this. Since my acquaintance with him, his suspicious nature has remained unchanged." Contemplating the impending loss of his tranquil existence and the potential return to a fugitive's life, the second officer felt a swell of emotion and suggested, "In my view, it would be prudent to eliminate him to prevent future troubles." Roy shot him a steely glance, responding gravely, "Once the hunt is successful and I ascend to sequence 6, only then shall I act. Until that time, preserving his life affords me a contingency." "I shall follow your lead," the second officer replied, his expression unwavering. Meanwhile, the first officer lay in his solitary cabin, unable to find slumber as thoughts of Joyce's words echoed in his mind, growing increasingly compelling. The following day dawned as usual. The morning sun dispelled the sea mist, revealing the outline of the island. The entire isle stood isolated in the ocean, lush and vibrant from a distance, teeming with life. Approaching noon, the ship anchored. The first officer tentatively inquired, "Captain, should we not bring along more men for support?" Roy turned with a smile, "No need. You all stay behind to guard the ship." He then gestured towards Joyce and Mr. Hunt, along with the elusive sea witch Rosario, who had remained largely hidden in her quarters since boarding. "Let us set forth." Traversing the soft, damp sands, the quartet plunged into the uncharted depths of a dense forest. It was evident that Flame Lion Roy was well acquainted with this terrain. The forest bore no trace of even the narrowest path, yet he confidently led the way, deftly maneuvering without encountering any beasts. With Mr. Hunt's guidance, Joyce discovered a deeply concealed marker in the woods, strikingly similar to the markers they had encountered while searching for their designated port. Indeed, it became clear that Roy was no stranger to this island, which suggested that his promise was not unfounded. There truly existed the abyssal enigma fish on this isle. The sea witch Rosario, evidently sharing this realization, urged, "How much longer must we travel?" "Be patient," Roy replied. They soon came upon a lake shimmering with an ethereal glow, distinctly divided into two halves. The left side bore a thin layer of ice, shrouded in a cold mist, reminiscent of a fantastical realm. The opposite side of the lake was a deep blue, seemingly clear, yet offering little visibility, hinting at an absence of life beneath the surface. At the center of the lake lay an island within an island, formed of peculiar shapes and jagged stones. The closer they approached the lake's edge, the more serene it became, with even the rustling of leaves in the breeze rendered almost inaudible. Roy stifled the tumult within himself and turned to his companions. "The extraordinary materials you seek lie within this lake. I trust you now believe in my assurances." The sea witch Rosario appeared eager, her gaze fixated on the lake's surface. "I can sense it. What I need lies within this very lake." Joyce too felt the allure of the extraordinary properties, yet he remained composed, allowing Mr. Hunt to inquire according to their original plan. "What shall be our next course of action?" "Excellent question." Roy responded with approval, then emphasized, "Enough with the pleasantries. Simply tell us what to do." The sea witch Rosario was already brimming with anticipation. In the face of Roy's scrutinizing gaze, Mr. Hunt too affirmed, "The previous commitments remain intact." "Splendid. Thus far, our collaboration has been most agreeable." Roy, with a satisfied demeanor, remarked, "The target of our hunt lies upon that small island at the center of the lake. However, before we embark on the final hunt, I permit both parties to first gather the extraordinary materials they require." The sea witch Rosario appeared momentarily taken aback, while Hunter maintained a stoic expression. Roy beamed with a radiant smile, continuing to elucidate, "You may both act simultaneously. However, once one party acquires the extraordinary materials, the other must cease immediately and assist me in completing the hunt." "What's the point of complicating matters like this? It feels like a competition," Rosario grumbled. It did not decline the offer, although the others remained silent and averted their gaze from the sea, which Rosario felt as though his intelligence had been insulted. He puffed out his neck and stubbornly replied, "I accept as well." Acting like a referee, Roy clapped his hands and declared, "Then let the action commence." No sooner had he spoken than Rosario plunged into the azure waters, seamlessly entering the unfrozen half of the lake without a splash, embodying the very essence of being at home in the water. "Are you planning to concede?" Roy inquired, casting a curious glance at the unperturbed Hunter. "Certainly not. While the scales of the shadow lizard may not be the primary ingredient for the witch's potion, they possess a stronger allure for the black abyss fish than aimlessly searching the lake," Hunter stated, approaching the lake's edge. He drew his short sword to shatter a fragment of ice, placing a glass vial containing the scales into the water, remaining motionless as he focused intently on the surface. Fishing is undoubtedly more efficient than attempting to catch fish by hand. Suddenly, a famous quote from his past life sprang to mind. The distinction between man and animal lies in humanity's ability to wield tools. Meanwhile, Rosario seemed to have sunk to the lake's depths, emitting not a sound, yet Roy appeared unfazed, exuding confidence in him. In an instant, the statue-like Hunter swiftly retrieved the vial from the water, tossing it to Joyce, who stood a short distance behind. Following closely was a fish entirely black, leaping from the water, measuring over 2 feet in length, its sharp teeth glistening ominously, a gaping maw exuding a foul stench, with its slanted eyes cocked to the sides. Hunter immediately drew his sword, striking towards the fish's head with lightning speed. Just as he was about to hit his target, the black fish unexpectedly exhaled a chilling breath, creating a thick layer of frost on its body, which transformed the short sword into a solid mass of ice. Using the momentum from the collision of ice, the black fish plunged back into the water. Roy, Witnessing this, chuckled, "The black abyss fish can produce frost. It's not so easily captured." "Oh, is that so?" Joyce replied nonchalantly, while discreetly beckoning with his right hand towards the lake's surface. Meanwhile, Hunter was not idle. He forcefully flicked his wrist, shattering the ice on his sword, then leaped into the lake, splashing a torrent of water. The black abyss fish, not having swum far, recognized the human who had just lured it into its domain and circled Hunter with a disdainful look. Within the water, the black abyss fish grew even more formidable, opening its terrifying maw to release a massive cloud of frost, attempting to encase Hunter in ice. However, submerged in the depths, Hunter's movements lacked the necessary force, placing him at a disadvantage. Yet, when the black abyss fish utilized its frosty abilities once more, it was met with surprise. Upon opening its mouth, it failed to generate frost, instead swallowing a surge of lake water. For a fish, this was hardly a grave matter, but in that fleeting moment, Hunter's short sword elongated, piercing the body of the black abyss fish. It emitted a shrill cry that was disconcerting, and with a deft motion, Hunter flung the entire fish onto the shore. Even extraordinary beings must adhere to fundamental laws. Once on land, the fish could only await its demise, easily dispatched and transformed into the primary ingredient for the potion. The fiery lion Roy's lips twitched, though the dense beard concealed the subtlety of his expression. He had intended to observe the capabilities of the two through this so-called competition. Now, he had succeeded, yet the outcome was equally astonishing. Roy was acutely aware that had he been in the water, he would have struggled against the black abyss fish, yet had been so effortlessly dispatched by Hunter, elevating his vigilance to its peak. Joyce, reveling in the prospect of acquiring the potion's primary material, interjected, "If the sea witch Rosario does not surface soon, it may well mean success for him in the hunt. In that case, my balancing act would become a mere joke." Roy hurled a ball of flames onto the blue surface of the lake, which exploded with a resounding bang. The sea witch Rosario quickly emerged from the depths, angrily demanding, "You foul lion, what are you doing?" Roy solemnly declared, "You have lost. Lost." Upon hearing this, the sea witch was taken aback, observing the black, lifeless fish that had been stripped of all its valuable materials on the shore, and noticing Roy and Joyce standing together. With a huff, he withdrew from the water. Joyce carefully collected all the blood from the black abyss fish, inquiring curiously, "With all this commotion, won't the prey on that small island take notice?" "Of course it will," Roy assured him, then elaborated, "By the time we arrived here, it had already sensed us, so regardless of the noise we make, it matters not. The small island is already riddled with traps. If you doubt it, take a closer look at your feet." The others promptly lowered their heads, soon discovering thin threads hidden among the grass, resembling spider silk. "So that's how it is." With that, Roy took the lead, and the three followed him as they crossed the lake, stepping onto the island at its center. Simultaneously, on the outer edge of the island, a small boat was moored at the shore, curiously devoid of any sailors, save for a man with deep blue hair who descended from the vessel. Chapter 78. Objective: Hunt the Black Spider. Upon approaching, it became evident that this island within the lake was hollow. Looking inside through the half-height entrance, the atmosphere was eerie and dim, accompanied by the mournful wails of the sea breeze as it whistled through the crevices of the stones, creating a rather chilling ambience. The fiery lion Roy boldly stepped forward, with Joyce and the others closely trailing behind, entering the hollowed interior of the island. Occasional beams of sunlight pierced through the gaps in the mountains, casting a faint glow upon the scene before them. Jagged rocks adorned the landscape, and the path was uneven, leading to three diverging routes ahead, their destinations unknown. The overall impression was reminiscent of a long-abandoned, dilapidated tunnel. Roy raised his right hand, conjuring a ball of flame to illuminate the cave substantially. "Within resides a black spider we aim to hunt. It is our ultimate objective," he declared, unable to conceal his excitement. "Enough with the chatter. Just tell us what to do." Rosario, the sea witch, urged impatiently, eager to complete the hunt and seek his own target in the lake, which constituted his greatest hope of ascending to the rank of seventh sea navigator. After all, the Storm Church had nearly monopolized all the extraordinary materials along the Tyrant's path. In high spirits, Roy disregarded Rosario's urgency, methodically explaining, "The black spider is an exceptionally intelligent creature. It excels in camouflage, luring its enemies into traps and delivering a fatal blow. This island is its domain, and it is intimately familiar with this terrain. Thus, the most crucial question for this hunt is, how do we locate it? This is the purpose of my invitation to the two of you." He flung the flame forward, allowing it to hover in midair, illuminating the 3 paths and direct it. We shall split into 3 groups to conduct our search. The primary objective is to discover traces of the black spider. Do not attempt to act recklessly. Simply entangle it and signal for the other 2 to rush to your aid as swiftly as possible to collectively bring it down. A straightforward plan. Hunter offered his assessment. What is the strength of the black spider? It cannot kill any of us in a short span of time. Roy's words suddenly faltered as he turned to glance at Joyce. He still could not comprehend the necessity of bringing along this subordinate, but since Hunter insisted, he chose to acquiesce, reasoning that it mattered little. After all, the individual was not of their kin, and their demise would bear no consequence. I have no further inquiries, Hunter stated. Roy shifted his gaze towards the sea demon, Rosario, who proclaimed loudly, "What are we waiting for? I shall proceed first, you follow." With that, he opted for the central path and charged recklessly ahead. Joyce and Hunter exchanged a knowing look before choosing the left path, treading cautiously forward. Finally, Roy ventured into the right path. A coincidence indeed, for it was the very route he had taken during his last visit, albeit that time had been spent in a game of hide-and-seek with the black spider. The pathways within the mountain were labyrinthine, akin to a maze. Nay, it would be more fitting to liken it to a spider's lair, where the uneven stone walls were ensnared with varying strands of silk, robust and resilient. The silence enveloping them was so profound that even the sound of their breaths echoed clearly. The deeper they delved, the denser the webs became, seemingly leading them closer to the hunting ground of the black spider. Suddenly, Joyce halted. Hunter swiftly scanned the surroundings, detecting nothing amiss before inquiring, "What has transpired?" Joyce remained silent for 2 seconds before smiling and replying, "The first mate has commenced his actions." In that fleeting moment, he had acutely sensed the digestion of the instigator's potion within him. Over the course of their 3-day voyage, he had meticulously disseminated an array of negative rumors, convincing the first mate that Captain Roy intended to take action against him. He had also exploited his instigating ability to amplify the rivalry among the sailors, turning them into bitter adversaries. While the fiery lion, Roy, could quell any discontent, his absence inevitably precipitated a conflict aboard the ship. It was uncertain which faction would prevail, but that mattered little to Joyce. He sought only chaos and demise, indifferent to who would perish, for they were all pirates steeped in malfeasance. "What shall we do next?" Hunter queried, ever vigilant of their surroundings. Their dual objectives, to acquire the complete blood of the abyssal magic fish and to digest the potion, had been fulfilled. Even if they were to depart immediately, it could be deemed a resounding success, which was precisely why Hunter inquired. Yet, Joyce evidently yearned for more. He replied, "There is no haste. We shall proceed as planned. We have yet to obtain the potion formula of the arsonist family. Furthermore, hunting the black spider was a principal material for the Hunter's Pathway Sequence 6, and it was an opportunity not to be missed." Hunter understood this rationale, but deemed the safety of his young master to be of paramount importance. Joyce contemplated the notion that neglecting an opportunity bestowed by the heavens would invite calamity. Even in a 2-on-2 scenario, their side was not at a disadvantage, especially with the volatile nature of the sea demon, Rosario, presenting a prime opportunity for exploitation. Perhaps he could instigate once more. The 2 ceased their exploration, remaining in place to deliberate their next course of action while maintaining their vigilance. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, the anguished cries of the sea demon, Rosario, pierced the air. Joyce and his companion did not rush to provide assistance immediately. They waited 3 minutes before hastening towards the site of the conflict. However, it seemed they had arrived prematurely. On the battlefield, the fiery lion, Roy, was conspicuously absent, leaving only the sea demon, Rosario, engaged in a struggle with a spider nearly half a man's height. This was unexpected. Roy should have been the most urgent to respond. Why had he not arrived in time? A mutual thought flickered in Joyce and Hunter's minds. "Hurry and help me," Rosario shouted, successfully diverting the black spider's attention and alleviating his precarious situation. The spider's 8 elongated legs, adorned with sharp bristles, were evidently lethal, though it remained uncertain whether they were venomous. Despite its substantial size, it moved with remarkable agility, darting between the uneven stone walls, leaving behind a series of slender holes. 2 pairs of eyes, one set atop its head and another on its abdomen, fixed their malicious gaze upon Joyce and Hunter. "They're here," Hunter whispered urgently, joining the fray, while Joyce, remaining mindful of his role, withdrew a revolver from a distance, seeking an advantageous angle to shoot, all the while pondering Roy's absence. Chapter 79. Success. Betrayal? Despite the 2-on-1 assault, the black spider maneuvered with ease, its 8 sharp, agile legs, combined with sporadic silk spewed forth, maintaining the upper hand. The struggle persisted for several minutes until, suddenly, a thunderous noise shattered the stasis, reverberating ominously close. A flicker of flame ignited nearby, the acrid scent of gunpowder filling the air. As the tunnel unexpectedly collapsed, stones of varying sizes plummeting from above, striking the trio with unerring precision. Before Joyce could utter a cry of alarm, the scene before him shattered like glass. Hunter remained at his side, while the sea demon, Rosario, stood protectively in front of them. Unbeknownst to him, he had slipped into a dream state, the essence of Nightmare's ability. Yet, Rosario was a transcendent being of the tyrant pathway. It could only be attributed to a magical artifact. Reflecting on his behavior since boarding, perpetually ensconced in the hold sleeping, this hypothesis seemed to validate itself. Apparently, our plan has borne fruit. A familiar voice echoed from behind, tinged with barely concealed delight. It was the fiery lion, Roy. "You set me up?" Rosario bellowed in fury. Roy approached, aligning himself with the others, chuckling softly as he explained, "This was all part of the plan, and besides, you emerged unscathed. The crux is that we have finally cornered this spider in a dead end." The black spider seemed to grasp the derision in Roy's words, opening its maw to emit a high-pitched screech, revealing dozens of sharp teeth glinting ominously. Yet, it was indeed trapped with no avenue for escape. The recent explosion, while not overwhelmingly powerful, had been remarkably precise, sealing the tunnel's other end completely, leaving Joyce and the others to guard the sole exit. Perhaps the black spider possessed the capability to clear the fallen stones, but under the watchful eyes of so many adversaries, it was wholly incapable of doing so. Victory appeared to be within their grasp. "There was no condition in our agreement to become unwitting bait," Hunter interjected, his voice laced with accusation. Roy merely smiled in response. "Sweetening the deal, kill the black spider. I only require its compound eyes. The rest is to be distributed among you. Know that the entirety of this spider is composed of valuable spiritual materials." After a moment's reflection, Hunter acquiesced, choosing not to press further. The sea demon, Rosario, feeling excluded, simmered with indignation, yet reason dictated that he exercise patience, for his Sequence 7 material had yet to be acquired. "There will be no next time," he stated, suppressing his rage. "Everything is proceeding according to plan," Roy remarked with a satisfied smile, then directed a cold gaze towards the fearsome spider, his fervent eyes seemingly raising the temperature of the air around them. "Let us commence. No one shall hold back." With that, he charged ahead, casting forth a ball of orange flame, which the black spider deftly evaded, detonating only against a fragment of stone. The sea demon, Rosario, wasted no time, plunging into the fray, employing a magical artifact reminiscent of nightmares to exert control, while Hunter filled in the gaps, primarily obstructing the black spider's escape routes. As Joyce remained stationed, leisurely firing his weapon. As for the team's principal offensive, that role naturally fell to Roy, whose flames effectively countered the silk expelled by the black spider, and he seemed capable of unleashing an invisible bullet for long-range attacks. After all, it was perilous to engage in close combat with a spider, with its 8 legs posing a significant threat. Amidst the battlefield, Joyce suddenly caught a whiff of an odd, charred scent in the air, reminiscent of flames consuming spider silk. Upon meticulous observation, he discerned that the hunting black spider deliberately allowed its silk to be incinerated by Roy each time it expelled it. Simultaneously, a faint yet acrid scent pervaded the air. "That silk is venomous. We must act swiftly," he proclaimed loudly. No sooner had the words left his lips than the 4 eyes of the hunting black spider fixed upon him, emanating an unsettling aura. Unperturbed, Joyce deftly activated his starlight ability with a subtle flick of his right hand. Lacking a comprehensive understanding of the hunting black spider's capabilities, he managed to acquire only a single skill, the ability to weave devious plots, or rather, wisdom. With Joyce's warning and the realization that the hunting black spider had lost a significant portion of its intellect, Roy and the other 2 finally grasped the gravity of the situation. "Help me restrain it for 3 seconds," Roy bellowed, raising his hands to gather flames that deepened in hue. The siren Rosaria once more invoked her nightmarish abilities, pulling the hunting black spider into a dream state. Meanwhile, Hunter took a greater risk, advancing to stand directly before the hunting black spider, locking eyes with it while concealing himself from Roy and Rosaria's line of sight. brandishing the eye of social death to unleash his draconic might. Their seamless coordination momentarily immobilized the creature. At last, Roy reached his limit and forcefully hurled the burgeoning fireball. With a resounding explosion, a magnificent cloud of smoke erupted, accompanied by a wretched scream. As the flames subsided, the hunting black spider lay sprawled on the ground, its head drooping naturally, 3 of its 8 legs severed and blood oozing freely, as if it had utterly relinquished its vitality. Bang! 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 The 3 gunshots startled the group, who had just begun to breathe easier, redirecting their anxious gazes toward Joyce, the shooter. With a grin, he explained, "What if it's not quite dead yet?" After a further barrage, the hunting black spider had finally succumbed to death. "That's enough," Roy declared, halting any thoughts of desecration as he sensed a potent allure, indicating that extraordinary traits were coalescing. He leaned closer to the corpse, eagerly awaiting the complete formation of his coveted primary material. Siren Rosaria stepped back 2 paces, positioning herself to face everyone directly, and spoke solemnly. "Since the hunt has been successful, I shall depart to pursue my objective." Noticing her guarded stance, Roy chuckled. "That is your prerogative. But aren't you going to distribute the spiritual materials here?" He then raised a severed spider leg. "If we can find a craftsman, this would serve as excellent material for creating magical items." As he spoke, Rosaria began retreating toward the tunnel's exit, needing to pass the other 3 due to the battlefield's layout. As she brushed past Roy, she cast a dispassionate glance at the spider's carcass before continuing on her way. She glanced at Hunter, who wore a stoic expression, and walked by him. Just then, Hunter abruptly raised a short sword and viciously slashed toward Rosaria's nape. The move was executed with lightning speed and was quite unexpected, yet Rosaria seemed to have anticipated it. Swiftly pivoting to evade the fatal strike and retreating to the stone wall, her voice laced with fury. "What do you think you're doing?" Chapter 80. Whose scheme? Hunter maintained his impassive demeanor, sheathing his weapon, seemingly unwilling to continue the assault after his failed attempt. Rosaria glared at him intently. "Of course, it's to eliminate you." Joyce strolled forward, boldly confronting the varied gazes directed at him, some menacing, others perplexed. He chuckled softly, employing a voice that was gender-ambiguous. "Captain Roy, wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing this, Roy's eyes widened in surprise, his beard quivering slightly, momentarily forgetting the extraordinary material taking shape beneath his feet. Just as he was about to retort, the subordinate he had never regarded seriously continued his diatribe. "We had a plan to eliminate him after the hunt and then divide the spoils." Joyce turned toward Rosaria, their gazes locking with intensity as he spoke with a whimsical tone. "Don't you think you lost that last match too quickly? Have you forgotten the recent explosion? Captain Roy had always been cooperating with us, intending for you to perish here today." As Joyce spoke, Mr. Hunter moved beside him, effectively blocking Rosaria's escape route. "Rosaria, don't heed that brat-ass deceit. Our bond is not insignificant," Roy retorted, retracting the hunting black spider's compound eyes and vociferously defending himself. "Indeed, your camaraderie certainly hasn't been a pleasant experience." Joyce continued to incite. "Roy is the one who wishes for your eternal disappearance more than anyone." Faced with Joyce's insinuations and the stark reality, Rosaria conjured a malicious scheme against herself, becoming fervently convinced of it. This was undoubtedly an exhibition of incitement. It was also intertwined with Rosaria's own insecurities and volatile nature. One of the principles of incitement, exploiting an individual's psychological vulnerabilities, significantly enhances the likelihood of success. Rosaria's rage and hatred surged within him, shattering his rationality, causing him to whirl around and charge at Roy. This choice was directly influenced by Joyce's earlier installation, casting the fiery lion Roy as the core of the entire scheme, while he and Hunter were relegated to mere accomplices. Furthermore, Rosaria recognized that Roy possessed the greatest strength, posing the most significant threat. Thus, eliminating him was imperative for securing any chance of survival. At that moment, Roy finally understood the plight of being unable to articulate his defense. As he attempted to explain while evading Rosaria's attacks, he soon realized that his adversary appeared to be affected by some influence, displaying a lack of clarity in thought, prompting him to abandon his attempts at counsel. Rapidly adjusting his strategy, he began to counterattack, seeking to subdue, if not eliminate, his foe. Though a pirate, Roy was not one to indiscriminately make enemies. He had never considered silencing participants during the formulation of this hunting endeavor, as it was unnecessary and fraught with peril. However, The present situation had spiraled beyond his control, with his summoned ally evidently harboring ulterior motives. Curiously, the two adventurers stood idly nearby, showing no inclination to engage in battle resolutely. He slightly parted his lips, mimicking the sound of a gunshot. An air bullet struck Rosaria squarely on the forehead, instantly shattering the dreamscape and revealing the true world. Long before the skirmish commenced, Roy had known he had been ensnared in Rosaria's dream. He was all too familiar with her. His invitation for the siren to join the hunt was precisely to leverage the effects of this magical item, intended to ensnare the hunting black spider farewell. In a flash, Roy ignited his flames to teleport behind Rosaria, and with a resounding crack, the air bullet pierced her skull, followed by a surge of flames that began to consume her. Low-tier extraordinary beings, when their adversaries are fully cognizant of their abilities, are exceedingly vulnerable. Roy felt no sense of triumph. He reappeared beside the corpse of the hunting black spider, facing Joyce and Hunter from a distance, with burning Rosaria between them. You see, our plan has come to fruition. We can now divide the spoils. Roy gestured toward the remains on the ground as a show of intimidation. Before proposing, however, I could relinquish my claim. Offer you all the spoils here instead. What say you? Joyce stepped forward, clicking his tongue in delight. Excellent. This way, we can avoid further complications. But it seems the compound eyes of the hunting black spider on you are also part of the haul, aren't they? Oh, and let us not forget your extraordinary traits. They are worth quite a sum as well. Listening to these words, Roy's expression grew increasingly frigid. Indeed, we have all been deceived by your performance. You are not merely a subordinate, but rather the hidden orchestrator. This was also the reason for his earlier compromise. Unwilling to provoke a conflict, faced with the unfamiliar capabilities of Hunter, coupled with Joyce's constant concealment, Roy lacked the confidence to claim victory, hence he chose to retreat, having already achieved his ultimate goal. However, upon hearing the earlier taunts, it was evident that the other party was unwilling to let him off easily. Do you wish to fight to the death with me? He declared sternly. Joyce maintained his leisurely demeanor, brimming with confidence. Yet the more he presented himself this way, the greater the psychological pressure he exerted on Roy. Fish. Wasn't the fish burned to death by you? He replied, tilting his head with curiosity. This question startled Roy, evoking a sense of pessimism as if he had been exposed. How do you know? Who exactly are you? Having witnessed Joyce's repeated use of the flame, flash ability, and air bullets, it was impossible for him not to recognize it. Joyce chuckled, guess. Roy, unwilling to continue the conversation, realized that his confidence was gradually being undermined, which boded ill for him. Thus, he issued an ultimatum. If you desire my extraordinary traits, come and take them yourself. Very well, Joyce responded with alacrity, as if accepting an invitation to a grand banquet. However, before that, I must inform you of some news. If all goes as expected, your second mate should have already been killed by the first mate. Chapter 81. The arsonist meets his flame. What did you say? Roy erupted in fury, his entire being engulfed in roaring flames, his thick hair and beard soaring in the heat, truly deserving of the title Flame Lion. I will kill you. He growled deeply, resembling an enraged lion poised for the hunt. While he was seething with anger, his rationality remained intact. Given his lack of understanding of his adversary, it was prudent to first test the waters. However, when he unleashed the orange flames from his palm, he was astonished to find Joyce standing still, a smile adorning his face. As a result, the flames struck their target with precision, reducing Joyce to ashes. A phantom-shattering sound echoed in Roy's ears, and the world before him crumbled. Yet, he soon discovered Joyce still standing there, a mocking smile on his lips, raising a revolver and decisively firing a shot. How can a mere bullet possibly hit me? Roy thought derisively, shooting an air bullet to knock it down, only to suddenly realize that Hunter had vanished from the tunnel without him noticing. Not good, danger, he exclaimed, turning sharply to lock eyes with a golden pupil. Instantly, his head buzzed, and in a moment of disorientation, he saw a short sword lunging straight towards him. The chaotic gaze of the eye of social death. The treacherous stab of the blade of betrayal. It was a deadly strike from Mr. Hunter. Joyce had already stealthily acquired the powers of the siren Rosaria and the nightmare magical item, quietly dragging Roy into a dream. The earlier words were not solely aimed at exploiting his psychological defenses, but more importantly, to draw Roy's attention, ensuring he remained oblivious to the reality of his dream state, thus providing Mr. Hunter with an opportunity for a backstab. Unfortunately, the meticulously crafted plan had failed. The Roy that Hunter struck transformed into a thin paper figure, splitting in two and turning to ash, while the real Roy narrowly escaped, teleporting to safety using flame flash. That was a dream, Roy immediately realized. How could you possess Rosaria's abilities? You didn't kill me. Joyce reined in his smile, once again taunting guests. Losing his patience, Roy was further astonished by Joyce's elusive abilities and decided to launch an offensive to seize the initiative. Mr. Hunter swiftly moved in to intercept him. As extraordinary beings traversing the path of hunters, the disparity between Sequence 8 and Sequence 7 was stark. Once they engaged, Mr. Hunter quickly fell to the disadvantage. Having discerned that Hunter possessed a magical item resembling an eye, Roy deliberately avoided making eye contact. Moreover, Joyce intermittently pulling him back into the dream realm meant that although Roy held the upper hand, the battle continued to drag on, time slipping away. This was precisely Joyce's contingency plan. After a few minutes of entanglement, the nightmare abilities stolen from Star Thief dissipated, signifying that Joyce could once again steal Roy's extraordinary powers, the arsonist's flame manipulation and the flame flash from the magician's ring. Joyce was thoroughly familiar with both, and given that his opponent was merely a Sequence 7, the outcome was, of course, predictable. He precisely pilfered the two abilities, the arsonist's control of flames and the flame flash from the magician's ring. Simultaneously, the flames enveloping Roy suddenly extinguished without warning, leaving him utterly astonished. In the heat of battle, a momentary lapse could prove fatal. Mr. Hunter seized the opportunity, his short sword slicing through Roy's neck. There was no time for surprise. He pushed off with his feet, retreating with all his might. Though he had not succeeded entirely, at least his life was spared, though the price was the crimson blood flowing from his neck. He immediately engaged his muscles to seal the wound, preventing suffocation. Roy half-crouched on the ground, struggling to lift his head, only to find a massive fireball flying towards him. That was supposed to be mine, he silently fumed, rolling to the right without a moment's hesitation to evade the flames that had once belonged to him. The fireball suddenly expanded mid-flight, and from the inferno emerged a smiling, handsome-visaged Joyce. The combination of flame manipulation and flame flash was indeed a match made in heaven. No wonder Roy had found it so effortless to dispatch the siren Rosaria. It's time you experienced the taste of relentless bombardment, Joyce remarked nonchalantly, conjuring various shapes of flames with his hands. Fire crow, flame gun, fire wheel. He resembled a child having fun with new toys, weaving flames into intricate patterns. Joyce was delighted, while Roy found himself in genuine distress. The flame lion had never anticipated being pursued by flames. Mr. Hunter, refusing to be outdone, rushed forward to join the fray. A battle of life and death was certainly no place for gentlemanly decorum. Soon, Roy found himself cornered by the two of them, multiple sword wounds marring his body. Yet all were cauterized by the flames, preventing any blood from spilling. "Wait, may I inquire why you wish to kill me?" he rasped as he spoke. The wound on his neck split open anew. Though he spoke, his attacks did not relent. Instead, they became even more ferocious. Roy desperately dodged, despair gradually enveloping his entire being, and inadvertently caught sight of a golden pupil once more. Not good, that magical item, he thought, his mind once again spiraling into uncontrollable panic. Ultimately, the flame lion Roy transformed into a mass of flames. Bang! Joyce fired a shot, striking Roy squarely in the forehead and granting him a swift end. Chapter 82, Alge's Judgment. It is over. Mr. Hunter experienced a surreal sense of detachment, for within Joyce, he perceived the shadow of William, perhaps even more distinguished, profound, and elusive. Gazing at the charred remains lying on the ground, the dim tunnel ravaged by the aftermath of the battle, he stood before the man who had orchestrated it all. Was this truly the once obstinate young man? Lord William, I now finally believe your words. Young Master Joyce is indeed the one who will restore the glory of the best family. No, he shall elevate the family to an entirely new and unprecedented height. Very well, young master. Mr. Hant turned away without a moment's hesitation, resolutely prepared to execute all of Joyce's commands, without a trace of doubt, much like he had once faced William. Roy's spirit had begun to dissipate, and Joyce dared not linger, swiftly retrieving 3 segments of candle, igniting them in succession to promptly commence the ritual of supplication to the Source Fortress. The familiar gray mist manifested as Joyce recited the divination incantation, the potion formula traversed by the hunter. After repeating it thrice, a hazy image materialized before him. A younger Roy knelt on the ground, his face devoid of the thick beard and eccentric hairstyle that would later define him. appearing rather handsome. Opposite him stood an indistinct middle-aged man, his voice resolute and powerful. "Become a hunter, join the Iron-Blooded Cross Society, and believe in our Lord." "Yes, my lord," Roy replied, bowing deeply. The potion formulas from Sequence 9 to Sequence 7 were bestowed upon him by this middle-aged man, while the formula for the Sequence 6 conspirator was obtained by Roy through clandestine observation in a secret chamber. Initially seeking merely the Sequence 7 arsonist formula, he had unexpectedly garnered additional insights. Joyce felt a surge of joy within, eager to continue divining information regarding the Iron-Blooded Cross Society, only to suddenly discover that Roy's spirit had completely vanished. Nevertheless, the spoils of this encounter were already bountiful. There was no need to be greedy. The Iron-Blooded Cross Society boasted the presence of demigods and even angels, and he was not yet worthy of provoking them. Perhaps another time. He then began to gather the scattered extraordinary attributes and spiritual materials from the ground, muttering to himself, "This is a fortune waiting to be seized." Deeply reflective, Mr. Han arrived at the tunnel's exit, standing guard there, aware that they were likely the last two living souls on this island. Recalling the events of the past few days, they had unfolded almost entirely according to Joyce's meticulous plan. Even when unexpected occurrences arose, he adeptly identified exploitable angles and adjusted his strategies in a timely manner. This was the true reason they could manipulate an entire pirate crew with just the two of them. What was the young master doing inside? With Roy having been directly slain, how would he obtain the arsonist's potion formula? Could it be that the master's sequence possessed some telepathic abilities? "Who is there? Show yourself." Suddenly, Hant pivoted to the right, shouting with authority, his gaze fixed intently on a massive rock protruding from the mountainside. "How could there be anyone else here?" Previously, the master mentioned that the ship's first mate had been incited to slaughter his comrades. Could it be that he had come ashore to investigate? Hant's thoughts raced as he called out again, "Come forth." With his words, he gripped his short sword tightly, swiftly advancing to force the figure from the shadows. It was not the first mate, but rather a stranger. Hant did not relax, maintaining a posture ready for combat. "Who are you? What are you doing hiding here?" The man had disheveled azure hair, a ruggedly handsome face, and a complex expression. Indeed, it was the hanged man, Alger. Oh, but he was not yet the hanged man. A few days prior, he had applied to set sail as a privateer captain and had quickly received approval. Not long after, he and his companions had discovered a ghost ship from the Tudor era, and from the original captain, they learned the coordinates of this hidden island. Even more fortuitously, the island contained the primary materials for the Sequence 7 Navigator's potion. As an extraordinary member of the Storm Church, he was well acquainted with the extraordinary beings of this path and effortlessly acquired the potion materials. Just as he prepared to depart, strange sounds of battle and intense spiritual fluctuations erupted from the center of the lake. The waters were teeming with Sequence 7 extraordinary materials, and the central island surely harbored even more sophisticated materials or items. Typically, substantial profits are accompanied by risks. Yet the sounds of conflict emanating from the island indicated that someone was engaged in strife, potentially allowing him to reap the benefits. Alger contemplated this. Having suffered as a child of the lower class, his desire for gain was immense, making the risks he faced seem negligible and bearable. Thus, he silently infiltrated the island, moving toward the source of the sounds. However, just as he was nearing his destination, the sounds of battle abruptly ceased, as if a victor had been determined. He hesitated between advancing and retreating, and in that brief moment, Hand emerged. "Aren't you going to collect the spoils?" J'ai question awardée. At this point, there was no turning back, and the newcomer was far too perceptive. He had merely breathed a little heavier and was immediately detected. As the two confronted one another, Joyce arrived, alerted by the commotion. He had not failed to collect spoils. Rather, he had a companion. This was unfortunate. Alger's heart sank at the sight. He did not perceive the two before him as mere ordinary men. Even if they were merely low-tier extraordinary beings, his chances of prevailing against two were dismal. "Is that not Alger?" Joyce recognized him at first glance, taken aback. Though they had only met once, Joyce had retained a vivid memory of this deposed commissioner. At that moment, Joyce was disguised, leading Alger to fail to recognize the Baron he had encountered previously. "What is the situation?" he inquired. "I was guarding here when I discovered this man, lurking in the tunnel with unclear intentions." Chapter 83. Even the wisest may err. "Is that so?" Joyce murmured, occasionally glancing at Alger, seemingly deliberating on how to deal with him. Naturally, he was reluctant to resort to murder. Yet allowing him to depart unscathed might lead to imaginative conclusions from the deposed commissioner. Conversely, sensing the precariousness of his situation, Alger promptly feigned weakness, saying, "I merely happened upon this island, and upon hearing commotion, I came to investigate. I harbor no ill intentions." He then pointed toward Hant, asserting, "I only just entered the tunnel when this gentleman discovered me. I have seen nothing, and there is no need for us to clash." Joyce appeared unfazed, while inwardly he scoffed with amusement. Happenstance? No one would believe that. Inferring from the sequence and needs of the sea, which Rosario, there were likely extraordinary materials in the lake outside. That was the true purpose of his arrival here. Wait, did the original text not mention that during the first tarot meeting, Alger had just acquired one of the navigator's extraordinary materials? Could it be that his acquisition occurred here? What role would I play in this? If I were to kill him now, would it irrevocably alter the original course of the story? Damn fate. It's all so confusing. Joyce furrowed his brow, recalling his own transmigration and everything he had done thus far, seemingly only correcting history without affecting any real change. He turned his gaze toward Alger, his eyes brimming with significance, confusion, ferocity, and anticipation. Alger felt the weight of Joyce's gaze upon him, as if stripped bare, all his secrets laid bare before the other, sending a chill down his spine. Just as he was about to say something to shatter the tense atmosphere, Joyce spoke first. "Are you a pirate?" Joyce asked. "I am not a pirate. I am an adventurer, and my companions are watching the ship on the shore." Joyce's mood calmed, and his eyes regained clarity. "You are not being forthright. You did not come to the island by chance, but rather to hunt extraordinary materials, correct?" Alger's heart tightened, and a fervent internal struggle whirled in his mind before he gritted his teeth and admitted, "Yes, the materials are on me. Rest assured, we are not pirates. We have no habit of extorting or coercing you into relinquishing your rightful spoils." Joyce let out a light chuckle, dispelling the tense atmosphere that hung in the air, and continued the conversation in a casual manner. "Did you happen to see a pirate ship when your vessel docked, even though it wasn't flying the Jolly Roger?" "No. Perhaps we anchored at different locations. This island lacks a fixed harbor." Joyce pondered silently for a moment, then exchanged a glance with Mr. Hunt, signaling him to remain calm. Finally, he suggested, "Is he not wary of my companion? I clearly hinted that I have allies aboard. Moreover, he has his own ship. Why would he choose to board mine?" A multitude of questions swirled in Alger's mind, yet his cautious nature compelled him to agree. "I have no objections." "Very well. Let us set sail at once." Joyce clapped his hands lightly and strode ahead, seemingly unperturbed by the possibility of Alger's sudden aggression. Under Mr. Hunt's piercing gaze, Alger, too, dared not act recklessly and obediently follow behind. Emerging from the dim tunnel, the warm sunlight enveloped them, dispelling the remnants of post-battle hostility, leaving them feeling pleasantly invigorated. Joyce had not anticipated Alger's sudden appearance. Thus, he swiftly abandoned his original plan and resolved to board Alger's ghost ship. The return journey required Mr. Hunt's guidance, as only fellow hunters could discern the hidden markers left by Roy. As Joyce trailed behind, he casually inquired, "How long have you been an adventurer?" "Not long, less than 20 years. Alger replied, momentarily caught off guard, nearly stumbling as he noticed a small emerald-green snake beneath his feet, which he carefully stepped over, falling silent thereafter. Before long, the trio reached the area designated for mooring. The humid sea breeze rushed towards their faces, waves continuously lapping against the soft sand, while several returning seabirds soared from the ocean towards the island's forest, emitting bright and cheerful calls. But where was the pirate ship? That large pirate vessel? Joyce's eyes widened as he looked at Mr. Hunt, whose gaze indicated that they had not erred in their search. There was only one possibility. The first mate had killed the second mate and the subordinate sailors, then absconded with the ship. Curse it! Even the wisest of sages may overlook a detail. Joyce felt a surge of frustration. He had overlooked a crucial issue, Roy's demise on the island. Although Joyce felt confident, the first mate was oblivious to this fact. Fortunately, they encountered Alger. Otherwise, survival on a deserted island would have been their fate. Joyce maintained a facade of calm, inwardly exhaling a sigh of relief. "Look over there." Alger pointed towards the 2 o'clock direction. Upon hearing this, Joyce squinted his eyes and, using his exceptional long-range vision, discerned a faint white sail, devoid of any flags. It was indeed the pirate ship they had traveled on. How had it managed to escape? Wait a moment, didn't Alger possess a ghost ship? Surely it could not outrun a mere sailing vessel. With this thought in mind, Joyce abruptly turned to Alger. "Can your ship catch up?" Faced with the intensity of the other's gaze, Alger swallowed hard. Although he longed to say they could not, He found himself sincerely responding, "It can, but it will take time. The spoils aboard the ship will be divided with you. Let us depart immediately. Come on, what are you hesitating for? Go fetch your vessel." Chapter 84. The Ghost Ship in the Storm. On the opposite side of the island, aboard the ghost ship, a man with blonde hair anxiously awaited. His name was Sains, an extraordinary member of the Storm Church. He had refrained from accompanying the others to the island to guard the original ghost ship captain and prevent his escape. However, it seemed that Alger had been gone for an unusually long time. He stood at the bow of the ship, gazing out. The distant sky was overcast. The wind and waves were rising, and a storm was brewing, rendering escape impossible. The ship pitched and rolled with the increasing winds and waves, yet Sains remained steadfast. Soon, he caught sight of Alger's figure on the horizon. But why were there two unfamiliar individuals accompanying him? One tall and one short, a middle-aged man with a resolute countenance and a steady gait, alongside a handsome youth carrying a bulging suitcase. Who were they? Sains called out, "Are they a threat?" If they pose no danger, it indicates the presence of some danger, albeit minor. Sains deciphered the unspoken dialogue between the two and chose to trust Alger's judgment. He maneuvered the ship to the shore, allowing the three to successfully board. The process was smooth, devoid of conflict. "Thank you," Joyce said, offering a friendly smile. Sains nodded slightly, foregoing further pleasantries. After receiving a signal from Alger, he arranged for the two strangers to rest in an available cabin, to which they complied. Afterward, he could hardly contain his curiosity. "Why were you gone for so long? And who are those two?" Back aboard the ghost ship, Alger felt considerably more at ease. The sea was his domain, and with the presence of companions, the previous sense of crisis had largely dissipated. He took a deep breath, his tone resolute enough to calm Sains. "Stay calm, Sains." Those two were indeed stranded on the island. Alger began recounting the entire sequence of events. "Before I set foot on the island, others had arrived first, and for reasons unknown, a conflict erupted between them. Ultimately, those two adventurers emerged victorious, but the ship that brought them had departed. They intended to use our vessel to pursue it, and, at that moment, I had no opportunity to refuse." "Did you witness this firsthand?" Sains asked, a flicker of intensity crossing his eyes as he made a slashing motion with his hand. "What, they are pirates? Should we? These two possess considerable strength. Even together, we may not be their match at sea. From my experience, they do not resemble pirates. After all, what kind of pirate would abandon their companions on a deserted island? These two are bona fide extraordinary beings." Sains contemplated for a moment before asking, "Shall we pursue them?" "Yes," Alger decided, motivated not only by the spoils Joyce had promised, but also by a desire to ascertain the true identities of the two individuals, to uncover whether it was a pirate mutiny or adventurers hunting pirates. The ghost ship lacked sailors, and an eerie chill pervaded the air. Dinner was rather modest, comprising grilled fish, bread, and a jar of somewhat aged unknown jam. Yet there was no shortage of beer. That evening, the long-anticipated storm struck. Dense clouds gathered. Flashes of lightning illuminated the curtain-like downpour, and the gusting winds surged waves higher and higher, threatening to overturn the heavens. It was no wonder that those who made their living at sea often worshipped some deity of storms. Only in such moments could one truly grasp their insignificance and instinctively pray to the divine for survival. Fortunately, Joyce was aboard a ghost ship, accompanied by two extraordinary beings who had traversed the path of tyranny. The vessel drifted like a fallen leaf, navigating the tumultuous winds and waves with ease, posing no risk of capsizing. The sole dilemma was that seeking sleep had become a luxury. After a restless night, the storm began to show signs of abating. Joyce ascended to the deck, where he found Alger and the blonde-haired Sains observing the tempest. Such weather was indeed their domain. With a storm of this magnitude, will we still be able to catch up? He inquired. Alger assured him, "We can indeed catch up. In truth, this storm works to our advantage. The vessels ahead will be delayed, their speeds reduced, while we shall remain unaffected. If the downpour persists, we shall be able to overtake them tonight. It seems fortune favors us," Joyce remarked with a smile, then clenched his right fist and struck his left chest, declaring, "The storm is upon us." As a devout follower of the storm, Sains nearly instinctively began to perform the storm ritual, but ultimately restrained his right hand. He turned to ask, "Do you worship the Lord of Storms?" Indeed, a glimmer of recognition appeared in Sains's eyes, and he began to engage in conversation with Joyce and Hunt more frequently. As Joyce indulged in his breakfast, he began to contemplate the significance of the day, June 28th, marked by Klein's arrival. His subsequent endeavors would encompass purchasing provisions, divination, and conducting a transportation ceremony, culminating in the inaugural tarot gathering. He opened the carry-on suitcase that contained the entirety of his acquisitions from this venture, two extraordinary attributes, one belonging to an arsonist and the other to the Siren Rosario. From prior divinations conducted at the Source Fortress, he had learned of Rosario's identity as a member of the Tyrant Pathway, Sequence 8, known for his irascible temperament. Alongside these attributes were two exceptional materials, the compound eyes of a black spider and the entirety of the blood of a dark abyss fish. Not to mention other spiritual materials from both creatures, truly a bountiful harvest. Each item held considerable value, yet Joyce found himself indifferent to these treasures, instead retrieving some inconsequential trinkets. He adorned his fingers with two rings, positioned a circular mirror before him, and seated himself cross-legged upon the bed, with a compass resting on his lap. These artifacts were ancient relics from the Quaternary period, collected through various channels. He intended to await the commencement of the tarot gathering. Chapter 85, An Unchanging Fate. Joyce felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation, akin to the anxiety of returning to one's homeland after a long absence. On one hand, he believed he had once been an ancient human suspended within the Source Fortress. Should fortune favor him with a place in the tarot gathering, could it not bring about a transformation that would unveil the truth behind his traversal? Yet, he was acutely aware that since the inception of his journey, none of his actions had altered the course of his predetermined fate. He had eliminated the former owner of the Fragrant Leaf Tavern, OV, facilitating the rise of the mighty Ols and initiating extraordinary assemblies. He had witnessed Alger procure extraordinary materials for navigation, embarking on a ghost ship's return. Judging by the current circumstances, he felt akin to a fish endlessly thrashing within the river of destiny, unable to leap from its confines, or perhaps like a tailor, endeavoring to mend the original fate. Contemplating the quaternary relics he had painstakingly gathered, he pondered whether they served merely as a source of comfort, devoid of true utility. Outside, the storm raged on, waves crashing violently against the surface of the sea, producing a cacophony of collisions, while the wailing winds resembled mournful howls, piercing his ears and unsettling his mind. Amidst a cycle of anxiety and uncertainty, Joyce chose to enter a meditative state, gradually finding tranquility. He was unaware of how much time had elapsed when, suddenly, the cabin was filled with the sounds of struggle, accompanied by the splintering of wood and the startled exclamations of men. He opened his eyes, glancing at the unchanged artifacts, and then at the time, it was nearly 10 o'clock. He exhaled deeply. Was it disappointment? Confusion? More so, an acute sense of helplessness regarding fate. Joyce repacked the useless quaternary relics into his suitcase, stealing his emotions as he exited the cabin, only to find Mr. Han alone, just as he had anticipated. What has transpired? He inquired, feigning ignorance. I'm not certain. It seems there was a scuffle in the captain's quarters. Joyce nodded in acknowledgement. Soon after, the blonde Sains emerged from the captain's quarters. After all, there were two individuals outside whose allegiances remained uncertain. Smiling at their curious gazes, he explained, Alger accidentally tripped and knocked over some items. Nothing serious. A clumsy excuse. Both Hant and Joyce shared a moment of mutual understanding, yet tacitly accepted this explanation. It appeared that he had joined the tarot gathering, encountered the Fool Klein, and become the hangman fate had turned a blind eye to Joyce's prayers. The story had officially commenced, yet he was absent from the narrative. A new era had begun. Joyce gazed at the waning storm, silently mirroring Alger's sentiments in the captain's quarters. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Alger knocked on the door and announced, "We are about to catch up with the ship ahead." So soon? Joyce expressed his astonishment. He understood that the ghost ship possessed unique attributes, but this seemed rather swift. Alger explained, that ship appears to be short-staffed, its sailing speed not meeting the standard, compounded by the storm's effects, which have slowed it further, allowing us to close the gap easily. Thus it was revealed. The first mate and second mate's internal strife must have been quite fierce, resulting in a diminished crew, and since the pirate ship was not a ghost ship, it could not maintain a swift pace without sufficient sailors. Joyce accepted this explanation and followed Alger up to the deck. The previous night's tempest had arrived without warning and departed just as quietly, akin to the tempestuous whims of the Storm Lord. The sky was beginning to clear. Warm sunlight glimmered upon the sea, mist swirled about, and a vibrant rainbow formed a multicolored bridge between the ship and the water's surface. Though they claimed to be closing in, the conclusion was derived from the vastness of the ocean. In reality, the two vessels remained at a considerable distance. However, Joyce soon spotted familiar figures on the deck of the pirate ship, the robust first mate and several familiar sailors. The blonde Sane stood at the bow, and upon confirming that all were present, he inquired, "We have lost a significant amount of supplies during the storm and seek to exchange for some food." As long as they could board that pirate vessel, it mattered little. Joyce offered a succinct suggestion, relinquishing the decision-making to the professionals. Sanes glanced at Alger, who nodded. Thus he signaled. Soon, a signal was transmitted from the pirate ship, which Sanes deciphered. "They have declined our request and demand that we leave immediately, or they will open fire." Joyce chuckled lightly, stepping forward with determination, declaring, "Then let us approach. I have faith in your capabilities. Is a reason truly necessary to confront pirates? Ha ha ha, splendid. Count me in when we board." Sanes responded with enthusiasm, promptly maneuvering the ghost ship closer. Amidst the chaos aboard the pirate ship, the crew was in disarray due to previous internal conflicts, forcing a single sailor to take on multiple roles, leading to inevitable confusion. The first round of cannon fire was sparse and inaccurate. After recalibration, their aim improved somewhat, yet they still failed to hit the agile ghost ship. Furthermore, even if struck, the vessel would self-repair, rendering the outcome a foregone conclusion. "First mate, you haven't forgotten me so soon, have you?" Joyce bellowed from the bow. "It is rather impolite to sail away without so much as a word. Where's Roy?" Although the first mate lacked exceptional vision, he had already spotted Joyce and Hant through his telescope, a realization that precipitated his decision to engage in battle. "Dead? Impossible!" The first mate gasped in shock, only to hear the inconspicuous gambler continue. "I see no reason for us to engage further. I am currently coordinating with the Dusk Admiral's fleet. Now that you have a ship, you should leave." Joyce shook his head, unwilling to expend further breath. Turning, he noticed Alger and Sanes gazing at him with astonishment and wariness. "Roy?" Alger inquired with a grave tone, the captain of the Dusk Admiral's subordinate ship. "The Flaming Lion, Roy?" Joyce responded with a friendly smile. Indeed, he perished on the small island in the center of the previous lake. Alger recalibrated his assessment of the two individual strength, realizing that anyone capable of slaying a notorious pirate valued at 500 pounds was certainly no insignificant figure. "What shall we do next?" he asked cautiously. Joyce maintained his cheerful demeanor, responding in a light-hearted tone. "Let us approach and send these pirates to meet their captain." Chapter 86. Intelligence from the Pirates. Their side boasted 4 extraordinary individuals, including 2 adept in naval warfare through the Tyrant pathway, while the opposing side had only 1 extraordinary individual, paired with a scant number of injured sailors. The outcome was thus inevitable. Without shedding blood, they secured victory in the boarding action. Joyce hardly lifted a finger, merely firing to repel several pirates who charged at him recklessly. Hunt effortlessly subdued the first mate, pinning him to the deck. Despite the notorious reputation of pirates, who were known for their ruthless killings and vile deeds, some, like the robust first mate before him, are paradoxically more fearful of death. He struggled like a dying fish, vociferously proclaiming, "I serve under the General of Dusk. You cannot kill me." His threats were utterly devoid of strength. Joyce crouched slightly, replying, "I've already slain Roy. Do you think you're any different?" The first mate's eyes widened in shock, momentarily ceasing his struggle as he hastily insisted, No, we are not the same. Roy joined the pirate crew later and has already betrayed the Vice Admiral. Killing him would only earn you merit, but I'm a direct subordinate of the Vice Admiral. If you kill me, you will surely be hunted down. If you release me, I can petition the Vice Admiral on your behalf to have you join under the banner of the Pirate General." Joyce found the absurdity amusing, considering that 2 among them were adventurers set to depart this line of work, while the other 2 were extraordinary members of the Storm Church. He turned to ask, "What about the second mate aboard the ship? Did you kill him?" "No, I can find him, intending to turn him over to the Vice Admiral," the first mate quickly explained. "That is indeed good news." Joyce straightened, disregarding the first mate's hopeful gaze, and said to Alge, "He is in your custody. Feel free to inquire as you wish." Knowing Alge's disposition, Joyce figured it best to allow him to probe further to avoid being on constant guard. Joyce then entered the cabin, familiar with the layout, and swiftly located the tall, slender second mate bound in the captain's quarters. His waist was wrapped in layers of bandages, blood seeping through. Upon seeing Joyce, he displayed a look of evident surprise. "Why are you here? Where's Roy?" he asked. Joyce pulled up a chair, sitting opposite him, showing no intention of unbinding him. In truth, had he not been a pirate, perhaps they would have found common ground to discuss. "Dead, engulfed in flames. However, I granted him a swift end. Sparing him much suffering, Joyce replied. The flicker of hope in the second mate's eyes extinguished, and he cast his gaze downward, succumbing to silence. No anger, no pleas for mercy. No hysteria, only a somber resignation in his voice. This is our fated destiny. He then raised his head to inquire, is your true purpose to hunt us? Joyce shook his head in denial. No, this merely aligns with circumstance. Had it not been for the island harboring what I need, or for Roy presenting himself so conveniently, I might have chosen another band of pirates. As you said, everything is preordained. Having experienced the failed attempt to join the Tarot Society that morning, Joyce had come to a deeper understanding and reverence for fate, an epiphany brought forth by his circumstances. So, that is how it is, the second mate murmured. Are you also a member of the Iron Blood Cross? Joyce pressed, revealing the true intent behind his pursuit. Upon hearing this question, the second mate's expression briefly flickered before he fell silent once more. Roy was a member of the Iron Blood Cross. I am from the Esoteric Society. We both severed ties with our respective organizations and have been adrift at sea ever since. I possess little knowledge of the Iron Blood Cross, other than its relatively recent foundation and formidable strength, nearly rivaling that of the Esoteric Society. Both organizations harbor demigods, primarily operating within Intis, maintaining close ties with the noble factions of the homeland, occasionally collaborating. Roy and I met during a mission. Joyce listened attentively, extracting valuable information, suddenly struck by astonishment. I didn't even ask you so much. Why have you divulged everything? He noted the second mate's hollow, unfocused gaze, as if his soul had grown cold. Indeed, after laying bare all he knew, the second mate made a final request. Would you kill me? Joyce calmly inquired. Is this because of Roy's death? The second mate remained silent, simply closing his eyes. One last question, Joyce asked. Who is Olaf? Had it not been for the acquisition of the magician's ring, Joyce might have never recalled that name. The reason Roy had managed to seize that wondrous artifact was precisely due to his knowledge of Olaf's whereabouts. At this moment, the second mate spoke without reservation. So, the seller of the magician's ring must be a member of the Esoteric Society, come to hunt us down. Joyce pieced together the connections, glancing at the despondent second mate. I still do not know your name. The second mate kept his eyes tightly shut, slightly raising his head, calmly stating, there's no necessity. With a resounding crack, a bullet struck his forehead, and the lifeless body fell, restrained by the ropes binding it, leaving only the head to droop. Awaiting the emergence of his extraordinary diviner trait, Joyce collected it and exited the captain's quarters, heading back outside. The first mate lay sprawled on the ground, devoid of all life, his eyes forever open, reflecting an inescapable terror. Mr. Hunt signaled that there was no danger, confirming that Alge had indeed procured information from the first mate, dispelling any misunderstandings regarding Joyce and his companions' identities. On the adjacent deck lay all their spoils, a valuable cache of golden adornments and a modest sum of gold pounds, considering the ship had just set sail from Byam, and the pirates had likely squandered most of their wealth. Joyce and his companion acquired the extraordinary traits of the warrior and diviner, along with a portion of the gold pounds. The bounty on the first mate's head and the remaining gold were distributed between Alge and Sains. The subsequent voyage proceeded smoothly, devoid of tumult, and the relationship between the parties transformed into one of camaraderie. Days later, the ship docked at a private harbor, as they were aboard a ghost ship, unsuited for appearance at official ports. Until we meet again, Joyce bid farewell as he disembarked. Alge's rugged visage bore no excess expression as he nodded slightly. Until we meet again. Once Joyce and Hunt vanished from sight, the golden-haired Sains queried, do you truly intend to become the captain of this ghostly Avenger ship, rather than choosing to be a punisher or a respectable bishop? Alge solemnly declared, the sea belongs to the storm. This is the realm of the Lord. I am willing to heed his will and patrol this dominion on his behalf. After enduring several days of monotonous rations, the ghost ship, with its 4 men, had produced food of lamentable quality. Thus, Joyce felt immense satisfaction at the prospect of enjoying a sumptuous meal prepared by their own chef, although the instigator had effectively enhanced his cognitive breadth and intelligence. These past few days of ensuring the plan's smooth execution had necessitated impromptu adjustments, leaving Joyce both mentally and physically drained. Particularly after the failed attempt to join the Tarot Society, he found himself passively waiting, seemingly bereft of opportunities. The title of the Fool was well known to him, yet Klein had not disclosed it initially, as reciting it would be tantamount to self-exposure. Did he have to venture to Tingen? No, Tingen was too perilous now. Not only were in Sanzangweir and Zero, Zero a to concern, but Night and Adam might also be watching. As a traveler from another world, Joyce was unprepared to confront true power brokers, which would mean surrendering his fate to others, even if that individual were a deity. At this moment, a question struck Joyce. When Adam encountered Klein, did he recognize him as the master of mysteries? Did he know of Emperor Rosel's identity as a traveler? Or is it that those who traverse outside the prescribed paths would never become a pawn of the master of mysteries? What, then, of my own status? Sighing, every contemplation of the enigma of his traversal sent shivers through him. Klein belonged to a realm of debts without concern. While he himself was utterly ignorant of the identity of his creditor, it is said that Klein is now utterly oblivious, shrouded in darkness, while in contrast, one might consider oneself fortunate. Joyce, finding humor amidst adversity, glanced at several antiquities resting on his desk, relics that had long lost their utility. Should he discard them? After all, they were purchased with his hard-earned money. Yet, to retain them seems futile, as they possess little historical significance. Before he could resolve his inner turmoil, a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. "Enter." Mr. Hant, removing his wig to reveal a familiar hairline, stepped inside, holding 2 iron boxes sealed by a wall of spiritual energy. "Young master, these are the 2 extraordinary items." "Very well," Joyce responded, accepting them. Upon reflection, he realized that his resources were astonishingly abundant. Extraordinary traits, 2 portions from the arsonists, 1 from the wrathful people, 1 from the warriors, and 1 from the diviners. The enchanted items included the Blade of Oaths, the Eye of Social Death, the Star Plucker, along with the recently acquired Nightmarish Necklace and the Magician's Ring. As for the extraordinary materials, aside from the primary component for potions, the rest held little value without a craftsman. Nevertheless, with these, he could assemble a formidable team of punishers. Contemplating this, he produced a prepared note. "This contains the formula from the arsonists. You merely need to gather the auxiliary materials and return to me once everything is ready." Mr. Hant accepted the note with calmness, displaying neither excitement nor questions. Memorizing it, he subsequently crushed the paper. "Can the soldiers trained at home guarantee their loyalty?" Joyce inquired, satisfied with the inquiry as it marked the second time he posed this question. Hant seemed to recognize this, and after careful consideration, he replied cautiously, "The vast majority of the soldiers would willingly lay down their lives for you, young master. And what of them once they are nurtured into extraordinary beings?" Joyce continued with a light chuckle, pressing further. "That is a question I have never contemplated." Hant admitted, astonished. Upon meeting Joyce's earnest gaze, he realized it was no jest, plunging into a brief silence. "Testing is required," he stated solemnly. Hant's reluctance did not stem from a lack of faith in his soldiers, but rather from the potential power of extraordinary beings that far exceeded the comprehension of ordinary men. Coupled with the risk of losing control, a matter not easily tethered by status or wealth. Although the young master was undeniably strong, he evidently lacked the formidable power that inspired dread. Thus, he hesitated to make any guarantees. Joyce returned the box containing the Eye of Social Death to Hant, instructing, "Seek out the auxiliary materials for the arsonists. You may attend the gathering at the Bayleaf Tree Tavern, and aim to ascend to Sequence 7 promptly. Identify the soldiers who display absolute loyalty, assess them, and instill the knowledge of the extraordinary within them, ultimately bringing them to me. This is a gradual process. Do not aspire to leap to greatness in one bound. Progress from 1 to 2, then to 3, gradually expanding the scale." "Yes, young master, I will see to it," Hant assured, bowing deeply. He sensed Joyce's ambition and regarded it as an effort towards the revival of the best family. After Hant's departure, Sophia entered once more, holding a scepter. "Baron, this is the quaternary antiquity I acquired at last week's gathering." The scepter was indeed exquisite, intricately carved, with a vibrant green gemstone embedded at its apex. Yet, Joyce sighed inwardly, realizing it had lost its significance for him. "It is lovely, but let us cease acquisitions for now," he remarked. Sophia complied obediently, then added, "I have procured the spinal fluid of the Farsman rabbit and hidden it in the laboratory. However, I have yet to find any clues regarding the materials you assigned to me." As anticipated, Joyce thought, "Provided you Haven Tea also obtain the primary component for the mind reader, everything is negotiable." He then inquired earnestly, "How has your audience potion adapted?" Sophia responded joyfully, "I can hardly feel the pressure from the potion anymore. Have you experienced a sensation akin to something within you shattering?" Joyce probed further. Sophia shook her head, "Not yet." Chapter 88. A Shift in Mindset. After a day of rest, Joyce visited General Gordon's residence. General Gordon had resumed his official duties and was exceedingly busy. Thus their conversation in the study was brief. Joyce gleaned some insider information regarding Bright's departure and subsequent changes in the situation, along with mentions of General Emilius. With a beaming smile, General Gordon remarked, "His Excellency holds you in high esteem. He even expressed a desire to meet with you personally once his schedule permits." "Thank you, but there is no need for that. I am but a minor character," Joyce internally protested while offering a dismissive reply. As he prepared to take his leave, Gordon expressed with satisfaction, Biome, and indeed the entirety of the Rothda Isles, will not witness another large-scale human trafficking operation in the near future. William's death was not in vain. Without a doubt, this was a positive development, yet it stirred a profound discomfort in Joyce. While the trafficking in Rothda ceased, the plan for King George III to become the Black Emperor could not be halted. It could only be forced to scour for people inland in ruin. To obscure this truth and prevent the major churches from discovering it, the witch cult was permitted to generate the Beckland smog, resulting in the deaths and injuries of thousands. Could I be that butterfly? The carriage came to a gentle halt as Joyce, burdened with thoughts, disembarked, allowing the sunlight to cascade over him, his gaze landing upon the grand and solemn wave church. This time, he did not seek an audience with Bishop Jorgery, but earnestly joined the faithful in reciting prayers until his emotions gradually settled. He then entered the confessional. "If I perform a virtuous deed, saving many innocents, yet that may inadvertently lead to greater calamities and the loss of more lives, does all I have done still hold meaning?" The confessional room was dim, enveloped in silence. In this world, good and evil stand in opposition. We must not forsake goodness merely because evil is too powerful and cruel. Good is good, and its ultimate goal is to eradicate all evil from the world, even if it necessitates a slight cost. Child, act boldly. One day, my Lord will unleash his thunder to vanquish all evil, and at that time, you shall not regret your current choices. After pondering for half a minute, Joyce inquired, "What is the meaning of one's existence? We arrive bare and depart bare. We eat to satiate our hunger, sleep to rest, and come to the church to listen to the teachings of the Lord. The significance of life resides in the present, in what you do, how you do it, and why you do it." As Joyce exited the church, he held his head high, no longer in doubt. Previously, he had ensnared himself in a conundrum. Even though he had yet to effect any change in the world, and perhaps inadvertently resurrected the original narrative, as if every choice he made was preordained. But, so what? He was still relatively weak. As long as he could grow swiftly, becoming a demigod, or even an angel, one day he would break free from the shackles of fate. As a traverser, what was wrong with defying destiny? Although the mysteries of the world proved challenging to overturn. On this voyage, Joyce had largely deduced the rules for playing the instigator and had digested a portion of the potion. Furthermore, the expedition yielded significant results that required addressing. As for the matter of incurring the ire of General Dusk, he felt little concern, as only Alge and his companion were privy to the details, eliminating the risk of exposure. The next objective was to swiftly digest the remaining portion of the instigator potion, while simultaneously seeking the other primary material for Sequence 7, the egg of the agate peacock. The gathering at the Bayleaf Tree Tavern would feature Mr. Hant, and the gathering hosted by the Balance would include Sophia. Joyce was particularly eager to discover when the Life School would hold its next gathering. He planned to contact Charlie tomorrow, as he should have some insights. Casting aside the burdens of thought, Joyce succumbed to the infectious atmosphere, indulging in a couple of drinks, and thus retired early, slipping into slumber. That night, the moonlight was dim. As the world fell silent, a man clad in a black nocturnal attire, with an oval smiley mask adorning his face, stealthily approached Storm Street. He produced an object resembling a spoon and subsequently sprinkled an unknown liquid upon it. Within 3 seconds, the spoon began to emanate a faint glow, taking on a bronze hue, before slowly rotating in the man's grasp, ultimately fixing its direction towards number 14, Storm Street. A flicker of joy ignited within him. This was not his first attempt, yet previous endeavors had pointed towards the sea, leaving him utterly lost. But today, hope had finally graced him. The residents of this street were of considerable stature and influence among the Rune people, especially following the recent assassination turmoil, which had compelled each household to bolster their defenses. Skillfully evading the patrolling constables and guards of the night, the man drew closer to his destination. Before him stood a lavish garden villa, a property of significant worth. Though not impoverished himself, he had little opportunity to afford such a luxury. He muttered to himself as he nimbly vaulted over the surrounding wall. Inside the villa, the security was even more stringent, meticulously arranged with virtually no blind spots. After all, it had been orchestrated by Mr. Hunt, a seasoned military veteran, a hunter, and a paragon of extraordinary prowess. The man conducted meticulous calculations in his mind, identifying a path that lay within the guard's blind spot. He moved with agility and grace, akin to a machine. One moment he would step here, the next he would conceal himself behind a pillar, even resorting to lying in the grass to evade intersecting lines of sight. After a silent struggle, he traversed through layers of defenses and entered the villa. He extracted the spoon and, guided by its indication, arrived at the door of Joyce's bedroom on the third floor, all while disturbing none of the slumbering servants. Gently, he pushed the door open, his precise control ensuring that the entire process was devoid of sound. Upon entering the bedroom, he was taken aback to find it utterly vacant. Yet recalling his divination's outcome, he felt no danger. Moreover, he had finally spotted the object of his prolonged search, resting upon the desk by the window. With the stealth of a cat, he approached the desk and grasped the antiquated, seemingly broken compass, a wave of elation swelling within him. Just then a hard, rounded object pressed against the back of his head, the cold muzzle of a gun. Simultaneously, a mocking voice echoed from behind him. "You slipped in here just to pilfer such a useless trinket." Chapter 89. The Fortunate One of the Midnight. Damn it. Didn't the divination indicate there was no danger? What was happening now? The man inwardly cursed while his thoughts raced. This individual was undoubtedly extraordinary, rank unknown. Based on his recent display of stealth in the darkness, he appeared to belong to the assassin path, or perhaps the sleepless. He raised his hands above his head. It still clung tightly to the compass. "It's useless anyway. Why not let me have it? Just pretend you didn't see me." Joyce nearly burst into laughter at the audacity of the thief, scoffing. "Do you take me for a fool?" "Of course not." The man had only uttered half a sentence when he swiftly rolled towards the ground, attempting to escape towards the window. Did he not realize that within 7 paces, a gun is both swift and precise? Joyce instinctively squeezed the trigger, only to find his revolver had inexplicably misfired. How could this be? In that moment of shock, the masked thief had already completed a roll, crouching low as he prepared to dash towards the window, successfully shattering the glass to flee. Observing this scene, Joyce made a subtle motion, gently curling his right index finger as his hand bore the star plucker. This wondrous item belonged to a portable category, prohibiting the presence of other magical artifacts on one's person. Yet its negative effect of sealing its own abilities allowed for the selection of the least useful one, thus minimally affecting regular combat. The ability of the star plucker activated. Due to Joyce's ignorance of the thief's current path, he had only stolen one extraordinary ability, the power to temporarily bestow luck upon oneself. Monster path, he mused. Meanwhile, not hearing the gunfire, the rolling man felt a surge of joy. He propelled himself with force, calculating that this momentum would suffice to break through the glass and leap outside. Even if this would alert the guards outside, he had no better options. However, just as he exerted his strength, his foot slipped. With a thud, he fell to his knees, but immediately sprang back up, albeit losing his opportunity to flee. Joyce, armed with a dagger, lunged viciously towards him, prompting the man to exclaim, "Agate Peacock!" Joyce halted his dagger mere millimeters from the thief's throat. From outside, the sound of hurried footsteps ascending the stairs alerted the vigilant guards. "Who knocked on the door?" "Inquiring, Baron. Are you all right?" Under the stern gaze of Joyce, the masked man involuntarily swallowed, realizing he had deduced correctly. This man belonged to the assassin path. "I know the whereabouts of an agate peacock," he whispered, gesturing to the dagger pressed against his neck to indicate his sincerity. "It's nothing. I merely had a nightmare." "You may continue your patrol," Joyce replied coolly. The guards outside relaxed at his words, acquiescing. "Very well, Baron. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call." With the faint sounds of their descent, tranquility enveloped the house once more. Joyce removed the man's mask, revealing an unremarkable face, neither handsome nor ugly, with a square jaw, a broad brow, small eyes, and a bitter smile at the corners of his lips. He demanded sternly, "What do you know? Speak everything, or I shall ensure your demise is complete." The man internally lamented. How could he have encountered such a formidable extraordinary being merely while attempting to steal something? He should only be rank 8. "Speak quickly," Joyce urged, shifting his grip on the dagger. The man raised his hands once more. "I am Robinson, a rank 7 fortunate one. You must have surmised, for my luck was just stolen by you. You possess a magical artifact of the fire thief?" How fortunate. Joyce pressed. Get to the point, he replied impatiently. Is this the time for your ramblings? Very well, I shall speak, the man earnestly explained. I do not know you, nor did I intend to harm anyone. My sole objective was to obtain this compass. Regrettably, I handed over the eye of social death to Mr. Hunt to test the soldier's loyalty. Lacking the ability to discern lies, Joyce continued to interrogate. The man claiming to be Robinson slowly brought the compass to his chest. Alone, the compass is indeed useless, for it is incomplete. I possess a pointer. Combining the two will reveal a hidden treasure location. Within lies an agate peacock, which I have seen with my own eyes. During the day, he had pondered where to procure an agate peacock egg, only to unexpectedly acquire a clue by nightfall. Could it be that his luck had turned? Joyce felt a surge of delight within, though he maintained an impassive facade as he pressed. How do you know I require an agate peacock? The man smiled confidently. I am well versed in many low-ranking, extraordinary abilities from your recent display. It was easy to deduce you belong to the assassin path. He regarded Joyce with an odd expression. Why should I trust you? Joyce feigned ignorance, reiterating his inquiry. The man had already devised a strategy and blurted, we could venture to the treasure location together, thus proving whether I speak the truth. Before that, I shall relinquish both the compass and pointer to you. This way, even if I wished to hoard the treasure for myself, I would be unable to do so. It certainly sounded sincere, granting him the liberty to retreat or advance. Joyce had gradually inclined toward acceptance, especially in light of the clues regarding the agate peacock. He endeavored to identify the other party's vulnerabilities. Are you not afraid that I might choose to forsake you and venture alone to the treasure's location? The man chuckled softly, suddenly becoming aware of his own identity, and thus his laughter transformed into a dry chuckle. Without me, you wouldn't even know where the treasure lies. After contemplating for a moment, Joyce proposed a condition. To ensure your adherence to your promise, I require you to surrender your blood and hair. Since you are aware of the assassin's path, you must also know that its extraordinary practitioners possess the ability to curse, correct? Should I discover that you have deceived me, I can curse you from afar. But you are merely sequence 8. The man instinctively retorted, yet before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Joyce's mocking smile. Do you truly think my potion formula comes from nowhere? He has a witch behind him. Surely, you don't mean the witch cult? The man licked his parched lips, regretting his reckless actions. How could he have imagined that a resident of Stone Street could be a member of the witch cult? Can I refuse? He rasped. What do you think? Chapter 90, Gold Pounds and Glory. The fortunate individual who called himself Robinson departed without disturbing the guards outside. The spoon-like needle and compass were meticulously aligned. Joyce tinkered with them for quite some time before cautiously concealing them to prevent the other party from having a second chance. The time agreed upon by the two was the following Monday. The need for a few days of respite was candidly explained by the other party, who stated that some preparations were necessary. The monster path, possessing considerable esoteric knowledge. Could it be that he is a member of the life school? He is likely to mistake me for a member of the witch cult, Joyce humorously conjectured. As the morning sun gradually ascended, its glaring rays dispersed the gossamer mist. On Friday, Joyce received an invitation to a dinner from Charlie. This took him by surprise, for given Charlie's nature, if there were an urgent matter, he would have visited directly. Moreover, if it were merely for leisure, the address on the invitation was peculiar. It was not Charlie's residence, but that of his father, Mr. Plank, a former rear admiral and current high-ranking government official of ROSD. With questions swirling in his mind, Joyce accepted the invitation. Upon entering the door, Charlie eagerly approached him and greeted him with a warm embrace. Why do I not see any other guests? Am I too early? Joyce inquired with a smile. Charlie pulled him towards the hall, explaining as they walked, today is a family dinner, and you are the only guest invited. Moreover, it is not I who wish to invite you, but my father. However, he has pressing matters to attend to, which is why I came out to welcome you. Mr. Plank and I have little in common. Why would he specifically invite me? Joyce paused, his foot hovering momentarily in the air before he composedly stepped into the spacious Wallet Hall. After taking their seats, Charlie's face radiated an unmistakable joy as he cheerfully remarked, I couldn't have anticipated that you would achieve something so significant. Truly. You are my brother. Is there any inherent connection between these two? Joyce chuckled. What have I done to astonish you so? Why, it is about Major General Bright. Charlie exclaimed, leaning in closer and speaking in a tone only they could hear. What you have done is truly gratifying. Joyce cast a sidelong glance at him, not surprised that Charlie was privy to the details. Is Mr. Plank still nurturing your capacity to handle affairs? Indeed, Charlie affirmed. albeit with a demeanor markedly different from his previous gloom, now exhibiting a sense of calm familiarity. Leaning back in his comfortable chair, he mused, "I find managing affairs quite interesting. It allows one to uncover many unknown secrets, though the burden of keeping these secrets can be rather uncomfortable." Aside from his own family, Charlie was one of the only two friends Joyce had made since his arrival. Witnessing his transformation brought an inexplicable sense of comfort, akin to a former roommate finally finding a girlfriend. Joyce sincerely remarked, "Once you have honed your skills to half of Mr. Plank's level, he will have complete faith in you." "Well said," a steady voice interjected from behind. Mr. Plank, dressed in casual attire, approached the two and said to Charlie, "When you can transform into Baron Best, I will be thoroughly satisfied." He then turned his gaze towards Joyce, offering praise. "Well done. You flatter me, Mr. Plank." Joyce replied hastily, feeling as though he had become someone else's child. The atmosphere at the dining table was notably relaxed and lively, with Mr. Plank behaving like a gentle elder, treating Joyce with remarkable warmth, a stark contrast to their usual interactions. After a toast, whether by accident or design, he suddenly broached the subject of the domestic situation in ruin. Since His Majesty the King permitted commoners to attain noble titles through the donation of gold pounds. Although the kingdom's economy had improved, it had also given rise to a plethora of newly minted nobles. As their power grew, they began to voice their demands, even insisting on a fixed number of seats in the House of Lords. Recently, the uproar has been particularly intense. What does this have to do with me? Although I too have recently acquired my baronial title, I am not envious of the status of a member of Parliament, Joyce thought to himself, noticing Mr. Plank's seemingly scrutinizing gaze, prompting him to feign contemplation before commenting. Those who can ascend to nobility through gold pounds are mostly the elite merchants of the kingdom. Possessing vast wealth and capital, their elevation and social standing will undoubtedly lead them to pursue higher interests. This is an inevitable aspect of human nature. Moreover, I am aware that many noble families with generations of legacy are gradually declining, some reduced to merely the title of a peer. Joyce spoke with authority on this matter, as his own family, the best family, was among those in decline. As the ancient nobility wanes, the affluent new class, capable of influencing the situation, will naturally rise to prominence, utilizing their wealth and interest to corrode the existing aristocracy to fulfill their own aspirations. If Joyce were truly tasked with governing a nation, it would likely lead to its demise. However, when it came to the art of rhetoric, he could discourse all day long. After all, the theories of capital he had once perused and the philosophy he had studied remained vivid in his memory. He expounded a plethora of seemingly plausible theories and evidence, ultimately concluding, their demands may find fulfillment, but these newly elevated nobles, reliant on wealth, will forever remain oblivious to the true glory of the aristocracy. As a traditional noble, Mr. Plank was thoroughly pleased by this final statement. His gaze towards Joyce filled with admiration. "You are absolutely correct. Noble status cannot be measured by wealth. The honor that rests upon our heads comes from our ancestors, through war and struggle, not something that can be equated with the mere expenditure of tens or hundreds of thousands of gold pounds by opportunistic merchants." Listening to this calm and powerful declaration, Joyce appeared invigorated, yet inwardly he scoffed. If offered 1,000,000 gold pounds, I would gladly relinquish this baronial title. After all, it is becoming increasingly worthless. Having expressed his dissatisfaction with the domestic situation, Mr. Plank resumed his composure and continued, "However, you are indeed correct in your assumptions. The opposition in the House of Lords to these merchants' demands is gradually diminishing. I believe it will not be long before His Majesty the King approves this unreasonable request. This aligns perfectly with King George III expectations, as he seeks to discard the old rules and establish a new order. This is the trend of history, from which one cannot escape." As Joyce contemplated this, a fervent passion akin to groundbreaking revelation surged within him. Perhaps it was the instinct of a gluttonous individual, steeped in dragon-slaying lore from his childhood. However, in this world, there exist deities high above, and he quickly reigned in his fanciful thoughts. Chapter 91. Thomas's Investigative Findings. A brief silence enveloped the dining table as Plank continued. Upon hearing this, Joyce, no matter how he internally arranged his thoughts, maintained a generous facade and declared, "The glory of nobility shall be earned through my own endeavors, rather than by such means." A commendable ambition, Plank acknowledged, then proceeded. "However, your noble title is inherited from William and has yet to receive the royal confirmation from His Majesty. I have heard rumors suggesting that someone wishes to send you to Bakerland. I hope to go to Bakerland, but I have no friends there, only foes. Observing Plank's seemingly impassive demeanor, Joyce swiftly deduced that it likely pertained to the machinations of Major General Bright. He chuckled. I eagerly await that day. Plank's gaze reflected mild surprise. Having comprehended Joyce's undertakings, he did not believe the latter was oblivious to his insinuations, but rather possessed ample confidence. The dinner concluded in a tranquil atmosphere, and the two engaged in a game of chess, the rules akin to those of international chess, in which Joyce was undoubtedly outmatched and faced a resounding defeat. Charlie accompanied him a considerable distance before reaching the entrance, where he quietly remarked, "Their essay gathering on Sunday. I will seek you out." Such formality could only indicate a gathering hosted by the School of Life. Yet Joyce had already obtained a lead on the Onyx Peacock and anticipated developments by the following Monday. He mused lightly, wait. That fortunate soul who claims to be Robinson is likely a member of the School of Life. He mentioned needing to prepare. Could he be intending to attend this extraordinary gathering on Sunday? It was not beyond the realm of possibility. Unfortunately, at the gathering, everyone would don disguises, making it exceedingly difficult to discern one another's true identities. Otherwise, one could uncover each other's trump cards. The primary materials for the sequence, 7 Witches, were already traced. Yet the instigator's potion remained undigested. Joyce felt a tinge of vexation. Planning to revisit the dock area the following day to seek opportunities for disguise and expedite the digestion of the potion within him. However, fate often outstrips planning. Before he could step outside the next day, he found himself blocked at home. Thomas, recently promoted to Sequence 7 interrogator and currently a major in the 9th Military Intelligence Bureau, came to pay a visit. In the familiar parlor, the two took their seats apart. Joyce smiled and inquired, "What brings you here today? I heard you were promoted to major. I haven't had the chance to congratulate you." A fleeting expression of complexity crossed Thomas's face as he fixed his gaze on Joyce and replied, "Just luck, really. In fact, I attempted to visit you once before, but you were not at home." Joyce perfunctorily brushed it off, unwilling to delve deeper into the topic, and shifted to ask, "Is there something urgent you need to discuss?" Thomas took a sip of his coffee, which bore a bitter yet sweet taste. He could not recall when Joyce's coffee had become sweetened with sugar and cream. "Are you an extraordinary one now?" he inquired softly. "Why do you ask?" Joyce responded, not denying it. "I investigated the files left by the deceased Major Diego and traced back to some peculiarities." Joyce sat up straight, adopting an attentive posture, signaling him to continue. "Do you remember the balance? I do not know how you obtained the potion formula, but you sought extraordinary materials at the balances gathering. The very next day, Diego utilized his contribution points to redeem 2 extraordinary materials from within the 9th Military Intelligence Bureau at a low price. Subsequently, you both encountered an assassination attempt on the same day. He perished while you survived." Joyce summarized, "That was an assassin sent by the resistance. I merely had good fortune." Unperturbed by the interruption of his train of thought, Thomas's tone remained increasingly flat. "Indeed. The conclusions of the 9th Military Intelligence Bureau and the Bayonne Police Department are remarkably consistent. All evidence points towards the resistance." He echoed, then raised his gaze to Joyce. "As you know, I possess a rather insatiable thirst for knowledge. Ultimately, all investigations regarding the disappearance of the ROSD population were abruptly halted. Do you not find these occurrences extraordinarily coincidental?" Joyce lifted his coffee cup, easily discerning that it had been brewed by Sophia herself. Only the maid knew his preferences so well. The atmosphere of silence gradually spread, and he remarked, "It is quite an intriguing tale, but what does it signify?" He then slightly intensified his tone. "I wish to know one thing. Did you kill Diego?" Upon hearing this, Joyce broke into a sincere and hearty smile. "No." Thomas seemed indifferent, as if it were merely a casual inquiry. After a moment of silence, he raised his head, a complex expression seemingly etched upon his face. "You sought extraordinary materials at the balance on 2 occasions, which were not identical. One was from the audience sequence, the other from the assassin sequence. Which path did you choose?" Joyce's smile swiftly faded. "How do you know?" "I chose neither." Joyce provided his answer. "Understood." Thomas appeared to shed some burden, quickly asking, "What are your plans next?" Joyce replied, "Last night, I attended a banquet at Charlie's, and I had a delightful conversation with Mr. Plank. He hinted that I might be summoned to Bakerland to receive the royal confirmation from His Majesty in person. Bakerland is the most prosperous city in the world. It is equally perilous." Joyce smiled. "Even if I am indeed to go, the timing of my departure remains uncertain. Are you not anxious for your letter?" "Not at all." Thomas finally smiled. "What matters is not the letter, but the messenger. My father is a viscount, well acquainted with many influential parliamentarians and nobles, which may be of assistance to you to some extent. Do not refuse, for we shall forever be brothers. After Thomas departed, Joyce remained alone in the parlor, deep in thought. Chapter 92. The Quest for a Woman's Commission. Compared to Thomas, Charlie appeared considerably more naïve. It was precisely for this reason that Joyce found their interactions more relaxed. On their way to the gathering, the two exchanged laughter and banter until their carriage halted at Inmat Street. The only change was that the guide posing as the grocer was not the same man as before. Now, Joyce could confirm that this ability to teleport stemmed from a magical artifact, rather than the traveler himself. Skillfully donning his disguise, he entered the trading hall, where the familiar routine awaited him. At the previous gathering, Charlie had already arranged a transaction with the unscrupulous merchant, so upon entering, he quickly scanned the room, and upon spotting his target, eagerly made his way towards the 2 o'clock direction. Joyce, however, remained composed, as he had no pressing demands for this visit, and thus took an interest in observing the members within the hall, attempting to locate the fortunate soul who called himself Robinson. The organizer of the gathering, that elegant woman, still occupied the head seat, and as she surveyed the room in a clockwise direction, the booth closest to her was numbered 1. During the last gathering, members had deliberately avoided that position, but today was different. Booth 1 not only had an occupant, but there were 3 individuals seated there, unabashedly revealing their companions' identities. In such a clandestine gathering, teams often find it challenging to conduct transactions, as other members would harbor reservations. Yet the current reality suggested that those 3 were quite popular. Joyce found this rather intriguing. Continuing his gaze, he did not observe any other anomalies, then casually strolled towards the center of the hall. He quickly scanned the materials and formulas section, noting the absence of the primary materials for sequence 6 and the potion formulas for sequence 5. He could post a purchase note later, although it would likely yield little result. Next was the magical item section. The sun cloak crafted by the notary had been removed from the shelf. Had it been purchased? That was 8,000 pounds. However, Joyce's astonishment was fleeting. Even with the sun cloak still draped upon him, he would not place a bid, for the star plucking was far more suited to his inclinations. Unless a magical item of equivalent stature to sequence 5 were to present itself, but such occurrences are as rare as they are sought after. As many extraordinary individuals languish in the lower sequences throughout their lives. Well, possessing artifacts of the traveler was indeed commendable, yet only a fool would part with them. At last, Joyce turned his attention to the information and task board, only to find that the mission to locate members of the Rose School, which had previously occupied the prime position, had vanished. Had those fellows been eliminated by some faction? He shook his head and continued browsing, soon stumbling upon a commission that left him utterly astounded. Thankfully, his mask concealed the shock etched upon his features from prying eyes. It was a straightforward missing person-esque task. Its simplicity lay in the minimal description, merely accompanied by a portrait, yet the reward was a staggering 1,000 pounds. The woman depicted was strikingly beautiful, bearing a resemblance to Joyce himself, with 5 parts likeness in her features. Upon his first glance at the portrait, an inexplicable thought surged through Joyce's mind. This woman is he, or rather, she is he, now having ascended to sequence 7, transformed into a witch. Who am I? Where am I? What is my purpose? Joyce stood frozen, his mind in disarray. He noticed the inscription behind the mission, number 1, discuss in person. This was precisely the allure of those 3 individuals. A common missing person task, yet valued at 1,000 pounds. One could only imagine the number of hearts it would ensnare. Should I venture to inquire? How did they acquire such a photograph? Have I traversed realms? Or has this world crossed into another? A myriad of questions inundated Joyce's thoughts as he struggled to quell the tumult within, forcing himself to regain composure before he trudged toward booth number 1 with a somewhat heavy gait. I come to inquire about the task valued at 1,000 pounds. Joyce deliberately emphasized the monetary figure, indicating that he, like the others, was drawn solely by the allure of the gold. The 3 individuals who posted the commission were seated in a staggered arrangement. The 2 in the back exuded an aura of menace, radiating a cold, forbidding presence. In the center sat a woman, seemingly the leader among them, her voice delicate yet not shrill. I do not know her name, nor her identity, she stated, only that she is currently in Byam. You may utilize your channels to seek her out. All that is required is to uncover the whereabouts of the woman in the portrait and provide valid leads to claim the 1,000-pound reward. Damn, what do you expect me to do when I know nothing? Joyce nearly found himself at a loss for words. Yet he regained his composure and pressed on. What is the strength of the woman in the portrait, and how dangerous is she? Joyce had already concluded that these three knew nothing of him, stumbling blindly in their inquiries. Yet he was perplexed as to why they would put a bounty on his own head. If I were to discover her whereabouts, how would I notify you to claim the reward? Isn't that the domain of the life school? Could it be that the life school is searching for me? Joyce mused inwardly, casting a glance at the organizers of the gathering nearby, clearly high-ranking members of the life school. Just as he was about to turn and leave, the woman called out to him, "Wait, if you manage to find her, please convey that I am seeking her assistance, and let her decide whether she wishes to meet with me. I do not know her. I simply felt the task was not overly difficult, and the reward was generous. Hence my inquiry. I hold no certainty." Joyce's voice dwindled as he realized the exaggeration in his words, promptly sealing his lips. The woman seemed unfazed and continued, "I understand. I shall entrust every individual like you with this message. If you happen to meet the woman in the portrait, please relay these words to her. Actually, it's not merely words, but a name, Valon Sancton." "Very well, I understand." Joyce swiftly turned and departed, leaving no room for hesitation. While he endeavored to suppress the tremors coursing through his body, desperate to avoid drawing attention to his unease. Valon Sancton, the leader of the life school. The Serpent of Fate of Sequence 1. Fate. Chapter 93. Speculations without conclusion. Were you thinking so lost in thought? I called your name several times and received no response. "Nothing much, merely contemplating some matters," he replied. Charlie did not press further, but rather spoke with urgency. "Do you know the method to lift the curse?" "Cursed? What curse?" Joyce furrowed his brow, questioning in return. Charlie lowered his voice and described, "A curse that can be enacted from a distance through blood." "Blood curse? That sounds rather familiar." Joyce's mind began to form a hypothesis as he pressed on. "Who requires a method to lift this curse?" Charlie had no reason to conceal the truth. "It's from the individual who promised to sell me the primary materials for the potion during the last gathering. He asked me to provide a method for lifting the curse in exchange." That schemer. Could he be the fortunate Robinson? Joyce pondered, contemplating whether the preparations he mentioned were indeed in pursuit of a means to evade the curse. "Then I shall inquire elsewhere," Charlie replied, disappointment lacing his tone as he turned to leave. As a member of the life school, he might still be acquainted with other attendees from the gathering. Joyce made his way to the center of the hall, and indeed, he discovered a commission regarding the lifting of curses on the information and task board. The client was seated in booth number 34, adorned in a flower-patterned cat mask. Upon seeing someone approach, he immediately straightened, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Are you seeking a way to evade the curse?" Joyce inquired, altering his voice. "You have a method." The man's voice brimmed with excitement. Yet familiarity betrayed his identity, none other than Robinson himself. Joyce reverted to his original tone, coldly stating, "I do not, but I will cast a curse." "Is that what your preparations were for?" he demanded sternly. "It's you," Robinson exclaimed, startled as he sprang from his seat. "You are that cursed assassin. How did you end up here?" Joyce scoffed. "If you can be here, must I not be as well?" Robinson conceded, fully aware that evasion was futile, especially with damning evidence in Joyce's possession. It was better to speak candidly. "Those three in booth number 1, do you recognize them?" Joyce inquired in a low voice. Robinson, intrigued by the question, glanced towards booth number 1, shaking his head. "They are well disguised. I cannot discern their identities. However, I suspect they are not members of the school, but rather individuals brought here by someone, much like you." Joyce refrained from displaying disappointment. Continuing his inquiry, the life school previously offered a hefty bounty for 3 individuals, a woman and 2 men. Why was this commission retracted? He had assumed Robinson would possess knowledge of some hidden truths, yet he was met with ignorance, prompting Joyce to silently curse. He warned sternly, "Do not seek means to evade the curse again, or I shall consider it a provocation." "Understood, understood. Then shall be next Monday." "Oh no, we shall meet tomorrow." Robinson responded eagerly, and after Joyce turned to leave, he could not suppress a smirk. Joyce's questions stemmed from his confusion and conjecture. The 3 individuals who posted the commission were not members of the life school, yet they could utter the name Valon Sancton. During the last gathering, the life school had placed a bounty on the 3 members of the Rose School, yet now it had been lifted. Coincidentally, 3 individuals had appeared in booth number 1, adjacent to the gathering organizers. The speaker was a woman. Could the 2 silent figures be men? Joyce had subconsciously assumed that the life school and the Rose School were adversaries, and thus the commission was intended for hunting. But what if the true intention is to safeguard these 3 individuals? Otherwise, how would they dare to utter the name of the Serpent of Fate at an assembly held by the School of Life? Joyce felt she was approaching the truth of the matter, yet lingering doubts remained inexplicable. Ordinarily, well, Aeon Saint should be concealed within Becland, evading the relentless pursuit of Eulorius. How could he possibly have the energy to focus on me? More importantly, why should he concern himself with me? Apart from my identity as a traveler, do I possess any extraordinary qualities? Perhaps he is aware of the secret of my traversal? Yet, why does the portrait depict my form after I have transformed into a witch? Regardless of gender, my identity as a traveler remains unchanged. Joyce racked her brain, but could not arrive at an answer. Furthermore, the woman who issued the commission mentioned needing my assistance. Yet the three of them are at least mid-tier. What could I possibly contribute? Moreover, on what grounds would they trust that I would offer help? Fate. Suddenly, an answer to her own question dawned upon her. This might be an opportunity to unravel the reasons behind her own traversal. Will Aeon Saint belongs to a high-ranking existence with a well-preserved humanity. Unless there is a direct antagonistic relationship, he is unlikely to strike with lethal intent. Crucially, if this is a trap, the school of life is not devoid of high-tier extraordinary beings. Why go to such lengths to enlist a few from the Rosary School as bait? Indeed, what does the Rosary School have to do with this? The god of binding? Was he not assailed by the mother tree of desire? Do you have a sister lost to the winds? Charlie approached, jesting. Joyce shot him a glare and retorted. I too have seen that commission, but the one who issued has no idea who the woman in the portrait is. You seem quite pleased. Did you acquire the materials? Charlie remarked with a smug smile. Of course, the seller inexplicably proposed to transact in gold pounds, and I managed to purchase it for a mere 400 pounds. The markup isn't severe, unless the merchant has suddenly turned honest, Joyce mused with amusement. What did you gain? Charlie inquired. Joyce suddenly realized that in her contemplation, she nearly forgot to procure the materials. The primary ingredient for the elixir of joy had become quite rare, and so by the time the assembly concluded, she had not acquired it, though she did manage to obtain auxiliary materials, namely, the ashes of a mummy. After all, there were plenty of alchemists present at the gathering. Chapter 94. The Peacock in the Underground Palace. The Rostith Isles are vast and sparsely populated. Some mountains and primordial forests hold little developmental value, remaining largely untouched by human presence. Over time, they have become sites for rebel activities and even military bases. Moreover, excessive exploitation has led to ecological degradation. Yet due to the short colonial period, little evidence of this has surfaced. Under the guidance of the fortunate Robinson, Joyce and her companion arrived at a desolate location. It was a Sunday, with clear skies and bright sunshine. Before them loomed a barren mountain, the grayish-yellow earth interspersed with sparse green vegetation, failing to conceal its desolate essence. Is this truly the treasure site you speak of? Joyce asked, standing at the mountain's base, surveying the area, which bore no resemblance to a treasure trove. Especially since it was evident the mountain had been previously mined. Absolutely true. Robinson, shrouded in a cloak, declared dramatically, "How could I dare deceive you?" He chuckled awkwardly. "I trust your promise that after this adventure, my blood will be returned to me, provided you don't resort to trickery." After commenting on his words, Joyce replied, "Let us proceed." After extensive mining, the mountain was riddled with scars. Beneath their feet lay a wide, solid pathway, surrounded by an air of desolation and oppressive silence. "You brought the compass, right?" Robinson broke the silence as they approached an entrance to a mine, standing over 2 meters high. Joyce handed him the compass, inquiring curiously, "Is the treasure hidden within this mine? Did the miners not discover it during their work?" Robinson took the compass and swiftly adjusted it. Though initially perplexed, the needle soon began to spin. With his compass in hand, "I shall venture into the dark depths of the mine," he announced, stepping forward. Joyce followed closely, observing that the needle on the compass was spinning erratically, constantly pointing in different directions, while Robinson appeared confident in his navigation, turning left and right. He explained once, "By mere chance, I stumbled into this mine, only to find myself hopelessly lost. I ultimately relied on luck to discover an underground palace. At the entrance of the palace stood an agate peacock, and out of caution, I refrained from further exploration and left. However, upon returning, I was astonished to find that I could not locate the entrance to the palace again. After poring over numerous ancient texts and conducting thorough research, I finally found clues indicating that this palace was constructed during the Quaternary period and has remained hidden underground for countless years. Following these leads, I found the compass, and the subsequent events are clear to you." The Quaternary. Joyce listened intently to his account while internally contemplating. The powerful beings of the Quaternary were innumerable. with true gods walking the earth and the kings of angels harboring their own schemes, marking it as one of the most chaotic eras in human history. Did your research yield any conclusions regarding the identity of the palace's master? Joyce inquired. If it is Amon, I shall turn back immediately. Robinson, focusing intently on the compass, turned to a right-hand passage, his excitement palpable as he said, I believe this is related to death itself. The outer labyrinth you have personally experienced has gone undiscovered for so many years. Do you not find it strikingly similar to the Wild Sea? However, this layer of the labyrinth did not appear dangerous. Even the seventh-tier Robinson managed to exit unscathed, suggesting its threat level was not high. We have arrived. Robinson sighed in satisfaction. Before them, the ground revealed an irregular opening, dark yet not obstructing Joyce's view. The pit was not deep, and below lay ancient, orderly stone slabs. Is this the entrance to the palace? Joyce asked, frowning. No, Robinson replied awkwardly. This is merely where I unintentionally caused a collapse and fell down last time. It is not the true entrance to the palace. You go first, Joyce instructed. All right. Robinson responded cheerfully, then leapt down, skillfully using the stone walls to cushion his landing. Joyce followed suit, feeling the coolness of the stone slabs beneath her feet. The path littered with debris and dust, confirming Robinson's account. Upon reaching the bottom, the compass needle ceased its erratic movements, firmly pointing straight ahead, as only one path lay before them. Let us proceed. The true entrance to the palace lies ahead, and the agate peacock is there as well, Robinson stated. That bird can wield a black flame that ignites the spirit, difficult to extinguish. More crucially, it can fly and prefers to attack its prey from above. Joyce nodded thoughtfully and suggested, Really? Robinson suddenly halted, casting a questioning glance at her. Indeed, Joyce affirmed, producing a necklace. This is the nightmare necklace, capable of silently drawing individuals into dreams, remarkably effective against agile creatures. The only drawback is that once used, one must sleep for an entire day. You may use divination to verify its efficacy. Another wondrous item. Just how wealthy is this fellow? It seems luck pales in comparison to a fortunate birth. Robinson lamented, then posed his question, why do you not use it yourself? That pertains to my own circumstances, Joyce replied without elaboration. You may choose to accept or decline. I only require the hunt to proceed smoothly. I have no reason to refuse. Robinson accepted the nightmare necklace. The agate peacock is an extraordinary creature adept at camouflage. Under normal lighting, its feathers shimmer like colorful, translucent agate. However, once the surrounding environment shifts, it seamlessly alters the hue of its plumage to blend in, waiting for the opportune moment to launch a sudden attack on its prey. Just as it is now, Joyce and Robinson are traversing a cobblestone path together until they encounter a clearing, at the center of which stands a stone door. Suddenly, a wave of intense heat envelopes them from above, a mass of black flames that melds with the surrounding darkness, rendering it nearly undetectable. Yet, the two are well prepared, springing to either side. In the next moment, the agate peacock reveals itself, previously hidden in midair. Robinson, to the right, draws his revolver but takes a bold step forward as if to engage in close combat. The agate peacock displays a look of human disdain, gently flapping its wings to unleash another bout of flames, effortlessly incinerating its immediate adversary. Chapter 95. The Cloak of the Sun. Before it can revel in its triumph, the creature's dreamlike reality suddenly shatters. As an extraordinary being, its intellect clearly falls short of comprehending this phenomenon, leaving it momentarily dazed. And it is precisely these 2 seconds that Joyce requires. He first employs the ability to manipulate the black flames, which he pilfered from the stars, while leaping high into the air, casting the flames onto the agate peacock, igniting its feathers completely. The piercing shriek that ensues swiftly extinguishes for Robinson, not far off, fires 2 shots with pinpoint accuracy, claiming its life. What appears to be a straightforward series of actions is, in reality, the result of meticulous planning. In dealing with an adversary that wields aerial supremacy, control is paramount. Had it not been for the brief moment of disorientation inflicted upon the agate peacock, it could have easily retreated while attacking, positioning itself in a location beyond Joyce and Robinson's reach. Such a scenario would have introduced numerous complications to the hunt. And with the dangers of this underground palace still unknown, a swift resolution is the preferred strategy. Joyce stows away the agate peacock's egg, thus completing the collection of the 7th sequence of witch potions, with only the digestion of the remaining instigator potion left to accomplish. However, After reflecting on yesterday's thoughts, Joyce harbors a foreboding feeling. Once he becomes a witch, his previously mundane existence will be utterly severed. Robinson steps forward. A pleasant collaboration. A pleasant collaboration indeed. Robinson responds eagerly, checking the items and revealing a joyful smile. He then produces a compass, observing that the needle points directly toward the stone door. It appears that opening this stone door will grant them entry into the underground palace, where treasures await. Seizing the opportunity, Joyce surveys their surroundings. They find themselves in a spacious and desolate hall, with numerous passages branching off in various directions, only one of which they have traversed. Each pathway exhibits nearly identical inclines, a detail they noticed while navigating the corridors. However, the collapse caused by Robinson occurred relatively close to the hall, hence the journey was not particularly arduous. This underground palace resembles an inverted structure. Joyce has come to believe that it is indeed connected to the realm of death, specifically to the extraordinary beings traversing it. What are you waiting for? Joyce retorts, noticing a circular indentation on the stone door that clearly corresponds to the compass. It turns out the compass serves not only as a guide, but as a crucial key. No wonder Robinson sought to procure it, even through thievery. Before we proceed, I think it prudent to agree on the distribution of spoils, Robinson suggests, stepping back slightly. We haven't even seen the treasure yet, and you're already discussing a split. How much credibility can verbal promises hold? After all, the Fire Lion Roy was slain by my own hand. Yet, one is a pirate, and the other is merely a petty thief. It's hardly a fair comparison. I concur, Joyce replies. How do you propose we divide it? Half of all spoils for each of us, Robinson states. Upon entering the underground palace, we must assist one another without resorting to abandoning one another in peril or causing harm. Very reasonable. I have no objections, Joyce affirms. Excellent. Let us formalize the agreement. As Robinson speaks, he unfurls the cloak draped over his shoulders, revealing a golden yellow mantle that gleams brilliantly in the darkness. Is that the cloak of the sun? Joyce inquires in astonishment. Did you purchase it? I could never afford it for £8,000, Robinson denies. It's borrowed, marked by its original owner. I have no intention of stealing. Who would I intimidate? Understanding the implication, Joyce internally scoffs, then places his right hand upon the cloak, reiterating their prior agreement. The pact is sealed, and he feels a surge of warmth within, fleeting yet significant, sensing a secret connection forged between himself and the cloak of the sun. Should he breach their agreement, he would surely face severe repercussions. I shall proceed to open the door. I am quite eager, Robinson exclaims, brimming with anticipation. Upon receiving Joyce's affirming nod, he strides toward the stone door, pressing the compass into the indentation and turning it forcefully. With a resounding crack and creak, the door, as if having slumbered for centuries, moves slowly, like an aged and weary elder. Finally, with a loud thud, the stone door folds in half, pressing tightly against the walls of the underground palace. Within, dozens of ghostly blue flames ignite abruptly. Before they can discern the interior structure, a frigid chill sweeps over them, as though they have descended into the depths of an iceberg. In a state of heightened perception, Joyce clearly sees a dozen phantoms rushing toward them. Summoned the holy light. A beam of pure, sanctified illumination descends from above, enveloping the mindless specters, silently dissolving them into nothingness. This individual must be quite familiar with this underground palace, having likely uncovered many secrets through study. Otherwise, they would not have deliberately borrowed the cloak of the sun, Joyce deduces. Although the phantoms have been vanquished, danger still looms. Following closely behind is a horde of humanoid beings, animated corpses. Lacking the speed of the phantoms, they lag behind. However, their intent remains singular, to slay those who trespass. Light of purity. Robinson brandishes the cloak, summoning forth a blaze of golden flames that incinerates the foremost line of animated corpses, reducing them to mere ash. These are merely commoners transformed into animated corpses. We must dispose of them swiftly, he states gravely. The power of the sun's path is quite effective against the undead. Joyce sighs silently, then draws his dagger, joining the fray. The effect of the star plucking is indeed formidable, enabling the wielder to triumph over the strong. However, when faced with weaker adversaries, its utility diminishes, for there is little worth stealing from such foes. The garments of these animated corpses are tattered, leaving their former identities indiscernible. Unlike the animated corpses from the sixth sequence of the Alien Path, these are not difficult to contend with, having been formed through some corrupting force. Although the heart is no longer the vital target, striking the head can still inflict fatal damage. Employing his nimble agility, Joyce weaves through the throng, dispatching the animated corpses one by one in his wake. Meanwhile, Robinson finds the task considerably easier, as the flickering golden light prevents the corpses from approaching him. Soon, the ground is strewn with the resting bodies of the truly departed and blackened ash. Exchanging glances, the two step through the stone door into the true underground palace. Chapter 96. The Feathered Serpent and the Empty Coffin. A sufficiently spacious pathway, flanked by stone walls adorned with countless wall sconces, flickers with ghostly blue flames that burn steadily, casting an eerie and terrifying ambience. Joyce can vividly envision such a scene. The loyal soldiers lie sealed within the earth, their lives long extinguished through the passage of time. Yet for reasons unknown, they have emerged from their slumber, resolutely guarding this tomb. Until the stone door is breached from the outside, these once-dead warriors charge fearlessly at the intruders, thwarting their advance. Joyce expresses his insight. This is indeed a sepulchre. I concur. Robinson's voice is barely a whisper, as if wary of disturbing something. Those corpses and phantoms we encountered earlier are evidently tainted by necromantic forces. The persistence of such power suggests that the tomb's master is of no insignificant rank. As the two converse, their pathway gradually reaches a terminus, devoid of further peril, an unsettling tranquility enveloping them. Before them lies a vast hall, at the center of which rests an open stone sarcophagus. Encircling the base of the sarcophagus is a meticulously carved feathered serpent, its head poised towards the interior. Sensing the presence of the living, a spectral serpent's head slowly rises, its abyssal gaze seemingly linking to the underworld, cold, frenzied, chaotic. Be cautious, they both exclaim in unison, evading the serpent's baleful stare, narrowly escaping the fate of their bodies turning rigid. In a state of heightened perception, they discern that while the stone serpent remains motionless, an ethereal feathered serpent bellows towards the heavens, exuding an aura that sends chills through their very bones. Subsequently, the serpent's cavernous maw opens wide, unleashing a continuous stream of translucent phantoms, as if its insides were a conduit to the netherworld. A sentinel of rank 5, Joyce surmises, raising his right hand to activate Star Snatch, successfully pilfering two extraordinary abilities. The language of the dead, capable of bypassing the defenses of flesh and blood, allowing for communication and even command over spirits. Here, the spirits lack corporeal forms, making communication all the more accessible. Joyce muses, opening his mouth to emit an unintelligible sound. However, contrary to his expectations, the phantoms emerging from the serpent's mouth momentarily hesitate, as if caught in indecision. 2 seconds later, a fraction of the phantoms acquiesce to Joyce's command, while the majority continue their assault on the two men. Yet, this pause proves not entirely fruitless. Robinson, invoking the spells of his solar cloak, summons holy light and radiant fire, enveloping himself in a halo of sunlight to delay the phantoms' advance. They manage to fend off the initial wave of relentless attacks, but before they can catch their breath, a second wave swiftly approaches. Once more employing the language of the dead, Joyce commands the phantoms he successfully summoned to turn upon their former companions, and the two factions engage in a savage melee. Joyce swiftly sidles up to Robinson, urgently whispering. The Eye of Death, through observation, reveals the vulnerabilities of unfamiliar undead and spiritual entities, another ability acquired through Star Snatch. It is precisely this insight that enables Joyce to discern their adversaries' weaknesses in such a brief span. As Robinson employs the spells of the solar domain to vanquish the encroaching phantoms, he urgently queries, "But how do we proceed?" This feathered serpent is clearly no ordinary sentinel. Its attack pattern is singular yet devastatingly effective. The phantoms within seem inexhaustible, forming an impenetrable barrier against any who dare approach the sarcophagus. Nevertheless, Joyce, having proposed a solution, clearly possesses a plan. He inquires, "I require you to hold off all the phantoms for 3 seconds. Can you manage that?" Robinson quickly deliberates, offering his assessment. It is feasible. However, should you fail, I will be forced to retreat from the hall, leaving you to face the full brunt of the phantom's assault. Now, as he speaks, he discards Star Snatch onto the ground. Joyce, without hesitation, relinquishes Star Snatch, causing the powers of his other magical artifacts to rapidly restore, including the abilities of the magician's ring upon his left hand. A cascade of flames erupts, forming a straight trajectory leading to the center of the hall and the stone sarcophagus. Suddenly, a figure materializes. Joyce raises both hands, gripping the Oathbreaker blade. The hammer-shaped Oathbreaker blade. The ethereal feathered serpent, upon witnessing this, lunges toward Joyce, poised to engulf him. Alas, it is a moment too late. Accompanied by an unintelligible shriek, the serpent's cry resonates with pain and fury, swiftly dissipating into nothingness. The phantoms, bereft of their master, diminish in strength, akin to withered reeds, soon to be entirely purified. Robinson exhales a deep sigh of relief, feeling profoundly fortunate to have encountered Joyce. This individual is terrifyingly powerful. No, perhaps it is more accurate to say he is frighteningly affluent. That nightmarish necklace, the miraculous artifact of Prometheus, the flames that danced, and that colossal hammer. Could he possibly be the progeny of a demigod? Is there a problem? Joyce inquires, having noticed Robinson's momentary distraction. Robinson hastily waves his hand. No, not at all. The danger is past. And now we have the valuable opportunity to inspect our spoils. However, upon glimpsing the contents of the sarcophagus, his murmurs abruptly cease. For there lies not a single corpse within. Yet, it is not entirely without merit. The bottom of the coffin is lined with a layer of golden adornments, seemingly of considerable antiquity and likely of great worth. What are the extraordinary attributes? The magical artifacts? Why is there nothing? Robinson rummages about chaotically, muttering, alas, only gold. Come, observe the murals upon this wall. Joyce stands before the hall's wall, addressing the visibly disappointed Robinson. Chapter 97. The Murals. Joyce pays no heed to the now empty stone sarcophagus at the center of the hall. Having shattered the serpent statue moments prior, he has already discerned the sarcophagus's emptiness. To him, the murals adorning the walls hold far greater significance than the golden trinkets. There are 4 murals in total, arranged clockwise from left to right. The first mural depicts a grand war. The lines upon the mural are stark and simplistic, yet they convey the essence of the artist's intent. For figures, faceless and seated upon thrones, gaze down upon soldiers engaged in fierce combat, alongside numerous extraordinary beings joining the fray. As the brutal conflict concludes, only one of the 4 thrones remains occupied, while throngs below celebrate in jubilant exultation. What does this signify? A war that transpired in the 4th era? A chaotic melee, culminating in a sole victor? Robinson queries, his gaze shifting towards Joyce, who appears deeply engrossed, as if uncovering some revelation. To Robinson's surprise, Joyce shakes his head in confusion. There were too many wars in the 4th era to ascertain which one is depicted here. In truth, he is acutely aware that this mural illustrates the War of the 4 Emperors, wherein death ultimately triumphed, reaping the greatest rewards, with not only mortals, but also legions of phantoms exulting at his feet. They then approach the second mural. In contrast to the first, this mural is far less complex. Its central theme is a river, with the previously faceless man seated upon the throne, now standing barefoot in the water. Death utilizes the river of eternal darkness to forcibly accommodate the uniqueness of the red sacrifice, growing stronger even in madness. Joyce swiftly comprehends the mural's implications. The third mural, as he anticipated, depicts yet another conflict, showcasing death and the primordial, which uniting against the closely allied 7 gods, unleashing a pallid calamity. However, contrary to Joyce's expectations, the mural vividly illustrates the defeat of death and the primordial witch. The master of this tomb is aligned with the path of death, and those privy to such profound truths are undoubtedly not of the common sort. Demigods stride alongside angels, and possibly even the high echelons during death's unification of the southern continent and the establishment of an empire. Yet why does this mural portray such realism? Neither glorifying death nor vilifying the 7 gods, as if recounting history from an objective perspective. Joyce found himself perplexed. And even more bewildering was the existence of a 4th mural. Logically, after the pale catastrophe and the fall of the Grim Reaper, with the primordial which gravely injured, what more could be depicted? A glance at the wall revealed only 2 figures, and the temporal context seemed to precede the pale catastrophe. The figure seated upon the throne was unmistakably the Grim Reaper, adorned with a golden crown atop his head, while beneath his feet lay a colossal feathered serpent, its eyes brimming with madness, yet exhibiting a docile demeanor. Kneeling before the throne was a man's silhouette, seemingly in submission to commands. A barely perceptible dot, akin to a mole, resided beneath the man's right ear. Facing the Grim Reaper, the dark mark beneath the right ear belonged to none other than Mr. Ask. Could it be that the master of this tomb was Mr. Ask? On my eyes, Robinson cried out in despair, covering his eyes as two streams of blood tears trickled through the gaps between his fingers. What is the matter? Joyce inquired with concern. After a moment, Robinson regained his composure and, with a hint of trepidation, spoke. Inspiration told me that this mural contained significant content, so I opened my spiritual sight for a glance, and nearly went blind. What a reckless endeavor! Such a disgrace to the path of monsters, Joyce thought to himself, observing as Robinson skillfully retrieved a vial of potion to apply to his eyes, gradually calming down. The son of the Grim Reaper, the angel of death and the second in the hierarchy, also served as the Grim Reaper's contingency for resurrection, regrettably intercepted by the goddess of night. If this truly was a tomb belonging to Mr. Az prior to one of his deaths, why would there be murals on the wall? Did he carve them himself? And if so, what significance would that hold? No, if it were Mr. Az who inscribed them, then upon awakening after each death, he would retain his original memories and directly recognize his true identity. Suddenly, Joyce's eyes widened as he turned to examine the 4 murals. Perhaps this tomb was the place where Mr. Ask first awakened after the fall of the Grim Reaper, and these murals were meant to aid him in understanding his identity and the mission he bore. Otherwise, what purpose would the 4th mural serve? An audacious thought struck Joyce's mind. Could it be that these murals were crafted by the Grim Reaper himself? He abruptly turned to Robinson and asked, "You mentioned having investigated this mausoleum. Do you know who the master of this tomb is?" "I do not know. All I am aware of is that this structure dates back to the Quaternary period and appears to have been constructed by the indigenous peoples of the southern continent who worship the Grim Reaper." Hearing such a statement was akin to receiving empty words, and Joyce sighed silently, casually inquiring, "How are your eyes?" Robinson blinked nonchalantly and replied, "No major harm done. This isn't the first time I've been injured for looking at things I shouldn't." "A chronic condition, it seems," Joyce remarked, reflecting on how this fellow's luck might have all been spent in treasure hunting, managing not only to gather extraordinary materials, but also discovering structures related to the Grim Reaper during mere explorations. It seemed that these golden adornments were the only treasures to be had. Perhaps if he found an informed antique dealer, they could fetch a handsome price. He offered consolation. Robinson scoffed dismissively, clearly dissatisfied with their haul. Those golden decorations bear unmistakable signs of Grim Reaper worship. Nowadays, who among the nobles and merchants still venerates the Grim Reaper? They won't sell for a good price. It would be better to melt it down for gold. Joyce chose not to comment further, ultimately conducting a thorough inspection of the mausoleum's hall, finding no additional discoveries before suggesting that they depart. Stepping out of the cavern, they re-entered the embrace of sunlight. "You truly do not know the significance of those murals?" Joyce smiled and replied, "My inspiration does not rival yours. I discerned nothing, merely viewing it as a narrative." Chapter 98, The Prototype. For this expedition, to be prudent, he brought along all his magical items, a decision that proved to be wise, albeit with the unavoidable consequence of negative effects. Upon awakening, Joyce consumed a modest meal before proceeding to the laboratory. He was to begin concocting potions, not those of his own witchcraft, but rather those of the arsonist. Mr. Hunter had collected all the auxiliary materials. "Are you prepared?" he inquired. Mr. Hunter presented an iron box containing the Eye of Social Death. "I have selected 2 soldiers who are absolutely loyal. They possess a certain understanding of the extraordinary world and are ready to become extraordinary beings." He added, "I have no weapons left on my person." The hidden implication in this statement was clear. Should I lose control after consuming the potion, please eliminate me at once. Joyce nodded in understanding and commenced the potion's preparation. The process had become second nature to him, and he ultimately added the extraordinary properties to the crucible, resulting in a vibrant, bubbling, steaming liquid reminiscent of magma. Mr. Hunter, acting decisively, down in one gulp. Soon, his skin turned crimson, heat rising from his pores, bent over and suppressing the agony within. It felt as if his very organs were ablaze, his expression contorted. Joyce heightened his vigilance, though he harbored little concern. It was merely a promotion to the 7th sequence. Given Mr. Hunter's resilient nature and the progress of low-sequence potion digestion, there was no reason he shouldn't endure. Indeed, as he expected, Mr. Hunter gradually regained his composure, a look of joy illuminating his face as he conjured a sphere of flame, whimsically altering its shape. "Congratulations, you have become a 7th sequence arsonist," Joyce sincerely congratulated him. "Thank you, my lord." However, Joyce, seemingly in a moment of reflection, remarked, "You are rather fortunate in choosing the hunter path. Some paths may result in a change of gender upon reaching the middle sequence. Mr. Hunter extinguished the flame in his hands, astonished as he queried. Change gender? Joyce affirmed, explaining, there exists a path where extraordinary beings transform into females upon ascending to the 7th sequence. After this subtle hint, disregarding the contemplative glint in Mr. Hunter's eyes, he redirected the conversation. Earlier, you mentioned selecting qualified soldiers. Indeed, my lord, Mr. Hunter nodded, detailing I have initially shortlisted 2 candidates, one named Hulk, the other Gattuso. Both are orphans raised by Lord William in the Rose Manor estate, exhibiting a strong sense of belonging and honor, well-trained, and exemplary soldiers. Joyce listened attentively, nodding in agreement. Let us go. I wish to meet these 2 young men. In saying this, he seemed to forget that he too was merely a young man, albeit of higher standing. Hulk was taller, robust in build, with a sharp gaze, courageous and decisive, while Gattuso appeared slightly shorter but equally fit, exuding a calm demeanor and agile mind. This conclusion was drawn from both Mr. Hunter's introduction and his own observations. Joyce smiled, gesturing for the 2 to relax, casually inquiring, I hear from Mr. Hunter that both of you are the captains of your respective teams. Is that correct? Yes, Baron, they replied. It seemed they were reluctant to shed their formality. And Joyce accepted this, stating candidly, since you possess a certain understanding of extraordinary beings, I shall not elaborate further. I have 4 potion recipes for the 9th sequence. Hunter, diviner, arbiter, and lawyer. You may choose any one of them. Furthermore, I also possess the extraordinary traits of a warrior and the wrathful folk, though regrettably, I lack potion recipes for them. He then briefly outlined the abilities and drawbacks of the aforementioned 4 extraordinary types, sipping tea as he awaited their decision. Hulk, without much hesitation, made his choice first. I choose Hunter. Joyce nodded in acknowledgement, yet remained silent until a few minutes later. Gattuso, after weighing the pros and cons, reached a conclusion. I wish to become a diviner. Oh, may I inquire about your reasoning? Joyce asked with keen interest. When Baron Sir introduced the 4 paths, he described the diviner in the most detail, indicating your profound understanding of it. Moreover, although the diviner possesses only auxiliary abilities, they are far more elusive. In a battle, it is inevitable that not all must be warriors. Logistical support is equally crucial. Upon articulating his rationale, he lowered his head, as if awaiting judgment. Observant and contemplative, yet decisive, he indeed showed promise. Joyce concluded, and their choices aligned with his expectations. He harbored a desire for someone to choose the path of the diviner, especially since he possessed the extraordinary traits of a diviner, making optimal use of them. More importantly, he envisioned leaving Byam after becoming a witch. And the team of extraordinary individuals he imagined, led by Mr. Hunter, would require a diviner to ensure the team's continuous expansion. I respect your choices, Joyce stated calmly. But I must also remind you that once a path is chosen and you become extraordinary, you will confront a far more brutal world. Are you prepared? To serve Baron Sir with unwavering loyalty, both declared in unison, kneeling with resolute expressions. Go forth, Joyce instructed. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Hunter entered after knocking. One has chosen the hunter, and the other the diviner, Joyce succinctly conveyed. After a moment's contemplation, Hunter remarked, Hulk as the hunter, Gattuso as the diviner. Indeed, it seems your judgment of them is astute, Joyce replied, smiling in appreciation as he produced a note. This is the recipe for the diviner's concoction. I possess the primary materials. You only need to gather the auxiliary ones. You should be aware of the potion recipe for the hunter's path. Please collect the materials as swiftly as possible. Ideally, I would like them both to become extraordinary before I depart Byam. You intend to leave Byam? Mr. Hunter inquired directly. Joyce nodded affirmatively. There are certain reasons compelling me to depart, and before I leave, I shall inform you of everything. Additionally, I will assign you a rather challenging task at that time. Hunter refrained from further inquiries as Joyce continued. Accompany me tomorrow for a disguise to the dock area. I need to expeditiously consume my potion. Very well, young master, Mr. Hunter acquiesced, sensing Joyce's persistent urgency, as if something were relentlessly pursuing him from behind. Chapter 99, Freedom. Prior to truly setting off to the dock area in search of disguises, Joyce conducted some inquiries and found no bounties placed on him or Hunter. Consequently, he felt at ease heading to the Camphor Tree Tavern, as it was here that the fiery lion, Roy, had made his acquaintance. Perhaps there would be new discoveries awaiting him this time. Just as he was about to push the door open, it was suddenly flung open from within, and a short man emerged, nearly colliding with Joyce. Why does this scene mirror the last encounter? Joyce mused, momentarily taken aback, before reaching out to grasp the newcomer. As he recognized the boy, who was indeed the one he had bumped into previously, named Baron. "Why are you rushing so?" he inquired. The boy, dusty and with a darker complexion, glanced up at Joyce and Hunter, hastily bowed an apology. I'm sorry, I'll leave right away." Joyce held on to the boy, not out of malice, but rather because he found it amusing that he had visited this tavern only twice. It had run into the same boy on both occasions, deeming it a twist of fate. "My friend, allow me to buy you both a drink," as a means of apologizing for Baron's clumsiness. At this moment of the boy's disarray, a tall man emerged to his rescue. Joyce felt a sense of familiarity with this man. He recalled a drunken patron from his last visit, who had boisterously proclaimed his desire to set sail as a pirate captain and had even invited Joyce aboard. Today, however, the man appeared sober and had shaved, appearing significantly more refined. How did these two become companions? Joyce pondered, bemused by the situation, and released his grip. "Go on." The boy named Baron was eager to flee, but was halted by the gallant man. "Wait, don't rush off. May I ask if you two are adventurers?" "And if we are?" Joyce replied, suddenly recalling the bartender's introduction of the man as a former adventurer. The erstwhile adventurer, Pablo, enthusiastically inquired, "Might you spare a moment to hear a story?" "Pablo, don't concern yourself with that nonsense. Come and drink instead." "Indeed? Why would one assist him without profit?" Joyce remained non-committal to these comments and interjected, "Is it a tale of treasure?" The man, now known as Pablo, shook his head, his expression betraying a sense of compassion. "It is a story of freedom and justice." "How philosophical," Joyce mused. "It seems I am not a true adventurer. Yet I am intrigued to hear your tale." "Very well, let us drink while you speak." To his surprise, Pablo proposed, "Aren't you curious about Baron? Why not visit his home? This way, perhaps you will resonate more deeply with my story." Joyce scrutinized the frail boy before him, clad in tattered and inexpensive garments, his face resembling that of the earth, his eyes filled with hope. He glanced at the reformed adventurer, Pablo, and a thought crossed his mind. Yet he ultimately acquiesced to his suggestion. "Let us proceed." Baron immediately bowed deeply. "Thank you. You are a good person." To be considered a good person for merely listening to a story seems rather trivial, Joyce remarked with a hint of exasperation. Pablo began recounting his narrative in a subdued tone, the protagonist being none other than the small boy leading the way. His name was Baron, 15 years old, an orphan with a younger sister 7 years his junior, whom he had found. Pablo solemnly nodded. "That is the reality. These two children huddled together for warmth, relying on one another, until one day, when his sister was abducted by a gang, breaking her leg and forcing her to beg, Baron began seeking help. Yet he possessed no money. Until you encountered him. Otherwise you would not have known this intimately," Joyce interjected. He turned to Baron. "Do you know those children?" "I do not," Baron replied, shaking his head. "But Sally knows. She said those children are as unfortunate as she is, some having been blinded, others crippled, receiving only scraps of food daily, sent to various places to beg." "Sally is the name of his sister," Pablo added. Joyce nodded in acknowledgement and then inquired, "But what does that have to do with you? You can't even take care of yourself and your sister." While this was not the fault of a child, the harsh reality of the world was undeniably cruel, even cold. Baron kept his gaze lowered. He rarely looked up at others. Even while speaking, "Sally told me she wishes those children could be free like her." Freedom. Joyce remained silent as they continued their journey. Just before reaching their destination, he asked the former adventurer, Pablo, "Is that your reason for wanting to aid this child?" Pablo smirked self-deprecatingly. "I lack the ability to help him. The gang's leader is a formidable and notorious figure, one I cannot contend with. I can only seek out those with a lingering sense of justice to fulfill his dreams." By the way, you are the first adventurer to finish the story without immediately declining. Before him stood a dilapidated structure, a mere shadow of a building, more aptly described as a decrepit edifice. In the event of rain, not a single dry corner could be found within its walls. Yet, despite its dismal condition, the interior was teeming with inhabitants, predominantly women and children, all diligently occupied with their respective tasks. Upon noticing the entrance of Joyce and his companions, the residents instinctively parted, creating a narrow path, their gazes reflecting the apprehension one might reserve for a formidable adversary. Baron approached a tattered curtain, behind which lay a small bed occupied by a wan little girl, her complexion reminiscent of candle wax, frail and fragile. Her right leg dangled limply over the edge, bound with several smooth wooden sticks, as she laboriously engaged in a craft. seemingly assembling matches with commendable speed. She beamed a smile and called out, "Brother." Then, lowering her head with caution, she added, "Good day, gentlemen." Chapter 100. Siblings of the Slums. At present, he was a nobleman of high standing. Even in his past life, he had dwelled in an era of prosperity, having experienced affluence, albeit through various channels he had glimpsed the plight of the most destitute. Yet, how could such distant observations compare to the stark reality before his eyes? Though he had anticipated such a scene, the overwhelming sight rendered him silent, and the emerging feelings of compassion and pity were testaments to his humanity. Sally gently interjected, explaining, "My leg is broken. I can't perform other tasks, so I can only manage simple work." Joyce replied softly, "I understand your plight, and I intend to offer some assistance. Do you not wish for the children who share your experiences to attain freedom as well?" "Really?" A glimmer of hope flickered in Sally's eyes, a light Joyce could not quite comprehend or dare to fathom. Glancing at his brother Baron, who nodded in affirmation, Sally's face broke into a radiant smile, her brows curving into crescent moons. "Thank you, sir, thank you," she exclaimed, though Joyce interrupted her profuse gratitude, turning to survey the room. He noted that all eyes were fixed upon him, and as he scanned the crowd, they all averted their gazes in fear, save for a curious toddler of 2 or 3 years, who continued to observe him with wide-eyed wonder. Sighing, he said, "Let us find another place to discuss matters in detail." The former adventurer, Pablo, delighted to have found a kindred spirit, chimed in, "There is a small shop nearby, where we can grab a bite to eat and converse." Upon receiving a nod of approval from Joyce, he turned to Baron, instructing, "Go, carry your sister." "Thank you, sir," Sally added, even as Joyce turned to exit the crumbling building. "This is a colony," Mr. Hunt, who had silently observed the proceedings, reminded them. "I am aware," Joyce replied, "but the sun still shines warmly, and the sky remains blue." The establishment Pablo referred to was a CAF, though its ambience was far from pleasant, lacking the charm of the coffee house on Inmat Street or the exquisite brews prepared by the maidens. Joyce took but a sip of his coffee before placing the cup back on the table. The CAF offered a variety of fare, and Joyce ordered white bread, meat sauce pasta, and hearty soup, watching as Baron and Sally savored the meal before them. To them, such a sumptuous feast might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and they approached it with utmost seriousness. As Joyce gazed out the window at the throngs of people resembling mere shadows of existence, he awaited the completion of the children's meal before inquiring, "Are you full?" "Yes, thank you, sir," Baron replied, offering his last spoonful of soup to Sally, eager to rise and bow in gratitude, only to be stopped by Joyce. "Now, let's discuss the situation with the gang," he prompted. Sally burped lightly and began. "I was thrown into a larger basement, filled with children of similar age, some with disabilities, others blind or deaf, all captured and brought there. Every day, we were taken to different locations to beg, with a daily quota to meet, otherwise we would go hungry. Even if we did manage to collect some money, it amounted to little food, and if caught hiding money, we would be brutally beaten. I have witnessed such deaths twice, right before my eyes." Though her words were simple, they unexpectedly conveyed a profound empathy for the other children in similar predicaments. It was hard to fathom that such a pitiable girl could harbor compassion for those even weaker than herself. "How many members are in that gang?" Joyce inquired. Sally pondered for a moment, counting on her fingers 1, 2, 3. Realizing he had asked the wrong question, Joyce rephrased, "Do you know where you're held each day?" "I have followed the gang's routine. They take all the children after 9 in the evening to a basement 3 blocks away, leaving guards behind. Every morning at 6. They send us out to different places to beg again. So systematic, so cruel. It was akin to a well-oiled machine." Joyce silently assessed the situation, then stated, "This means we can only apprehend them in the dead of night and rescue all the children in one fell swoop." "Sir, do you intend to go after Cassie and the others?" Sally asked, attempting to lift her head to meet Joyce's gaze. Cassie was likely a friend she had made after her abduction. Joyce nodded. "Indeed. Do you not wish for those children to be free like you?" "Ido, Sally affirmed." With a smile, Joyce turned to the former adventurer, saying, "Let us convene here at 8 this evening. You shall lead the way." Pablo expressed surprise. "Are we acting tonight? Just the 2 of us?" 3. Joyce interjected, "I understand your concerns. I felt the same when I first heard this tale. But it is precisely for this reason that we must proceed with caution. It would be prudent to enlist a few more allies. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to courting death, and those children may never regain their freedom." "I will find them. You need only guide me," Joyce replied calmly. perhaps bolstered by a profound confidence that silenced any further objections from the former adventurer. After settling the bill, Joyce departed. "Brother, who are those gentlemen?" Sally inquired. "They are good people, heroes," Baron replied. "And you are a hero too," Sally added. Chapter 101, The Battle Plan. "Speak your mind," Joyce urged. "Sir, our task for today remains unfinished. Indeed, our mission was to seek opportunities to digest the potion, yet the circumstances surrounding the Baron's siblings have hindered our progress. However, I refuse to yield," Joyce declared. "Taking down a gang will not consume much time. We can conclude the fight tonight. Just one day is a delay I can afford." Mr. Hunt, recognizing Joyce's resolve, cautioned, "While a small gang may not pose a significant threat, the number of children they have maimed is surely considerable. The utmost concern lies in how to care for these helpless souls." "Yes, I too am contemplating this," Joyce agreed, then inquired, "Does Byam not have any welfare institutions for children?" "There are some, but very few truly wish to assist the impoverished or the indigenous people, especially a large group of disabled children. No welfare institution would dare to accept them, fearing they would be overwhelmed." Joyce acknowledged the harsh truth. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he might have dismissed it as mere storytelling. Yet now, having observed the situation with his own eyes and possessing the means to intervene, he found it impossible to turn a blind eye. The world was already rife with madness, teetering on the brink of apocalypse in merely 20 years. Shouldn't these children be afforded a chance to live until that time? "I am not a deity," Joyce concluded, "but I will personally donate £1,000 to any welfare organization willing to accept this unfortunate group of children. Your kindness is commendable, sir." Mr. Hunter praised and then fell silent. At 8 in the evening, the night was deep, yet the streets were far from quiet. The former adventurer, Pablo, found himself amidst the chaos, his thoughts swirling uncontrollably. However, he harbored considerable doubts regarding Joyce's confidence. He did not believe that merely 2 or 3 individuals could vanquish an entire gang. Nonetheless, he had come as summoned. Joyce had indeed gathered allies, 2 of them, Gattuso and Hulk. They appeared formidable, yet the disparity in their strengths was stark. How could they possibly prevail? Pablo felt an unsettling trepidation within. "Please, sir, I beg for a morsel. I have not eaten for 3 days," a diminutive boy approached, tugging at his sleeve while crying out. "Begone," Pablo barked, shoving the boy away. He then quietly explained to Joyce, who walked beside him, "At this hour, gang members are lurking nearby. We must not draw their attention." Joyce nodded in understanding, having noted that the boy had suffered a grave injury to his left eye, rendering him blind. The street was rife with ragged, frail beggars, adept in their craft. They would not approach those who appeared weary and indifferent, but instead targeted passers-by, who walked with purpose and had a healthy complexion. The children who approached for alms were all whole of limb. Should one display a hint of compassion, several children would swarm. Directing the passerby's gaze to the disabled children lying on the ground, attempting to extract further benevolence, measured in monetary terms. "Those 2 men over there are gang members," Pablo pointed out. Joyce glanced in the direction indicated, spotting 2 men loitering in a corner, engaged in light-hearted banter, occasionally casting their gazes toward the street. As the clock struck 9, the foot traffic dwindled, and the 2 men adopted stern expressions, stepping into the street to issue commands, prompting the beggar children to help one another depart the area. The 5 members of Joyce's party followed closely behind. The gang members exhibited a woeful lack of vigilance, entirely oblivious to their pursuers. Ultimately, the children entered a dilapidated 2-story building. "We shall enter and rescue the children. You stay outside to keep watch," Joyce instructed Pablo, recognizing that the time was ripe. Though he termed it a battle plan, it was merely an exaggeration for these unrefined gangsters. In essence, it was a matter of I go in, they cease to exist. Had it not been for the necessity of gathering the children in one place, thus sparing himself the trouble of searching for them individually, Joyce would have acted during the day. Yet Pablo was taken aback. "I am no coward, and an extra pair of hands is still strength. The gang inside is armed. They are not so easily dealt with." Joyce dismissed his concern, explaining, "I am aware, which is why I need you on lookout. If anything goes awry, you can alert us in time. Even if we fail this time, we can avoid casualties and continue our rescue efforts in the future." Pablo remained skeptical, but Joyce's confidence and authority compelled him to relent and accept the plan. Joyce turned to glance at Hunter and the others, then departed from their hiding place, striding unabashedly toward the 2-story building across the street. To call them a rabble was an overstatement. This gang had no guards at the gate. Their stronghold was utterly undefended. Perhaps they believed no one would dare intrude upon their domain. Indeed, who would risk their life for children who were not their own? Unfortunately for them, they had encountered a fool like Joyce. They reached the entrance without being detected, let alone encountering any obstruction. The clamor and chatter from within became audible. Gattuso stepped forward and knocked on the door. The noise inside subsided significantly, and soon, a stranger with a brutish visage opened the door, reeking of alcohol. "Who are you? What do you want?" he slurred. Gattuso smirked. "I have come to see your boss to discuss a business deal." The man squinted at Joyce and his companions, not recognizing them, and barked, "Who do you think you are? You can't just waltz in to see the boss. Get lost." Spittle sprayed across Gattuso's face, which he casually wiped away, grinning menacingly. "I am your grandfather." With that, he delivered a decisive kick that sent the inebriated man sprawling into the room, crashing through a wooden chair. The other gang members erupted into chaos, some shouting curses while others drew their weapons. However, how could this ragtag group hope to contend with seasoned warriors? Gattuso swiftly drew his revolver, and Hulk charged in, accompanied by a commanding shout. "Drop your weapons and get on the ground. Hands on your heads. Move and you die." Clearly, not everyone was willing to submit without resistance. Gunfire erupted, followed by a swift silence. Joyce strode into the premises, witnessing 3 men lying on the floor, shot in the chest and forehead, bleeding profusely, while the remaining gang members cowered, trembling, their heads bowed in submission. This gang, known for abducting children, was nothing more than a collection of bullies. Confronted with Gattuso and Hulk's unerring marksmanship and ruthless demeanor, they were paralyzed by fear. The air was thick with the stench of alcohol, though it was somewhat masked by the metallic tang of blood. "Who is in charge here?" Joyce inquired, his voice low yet resonating with an unsettling authority. Although no one dared to respond, their gazes betrayed the answer. Most of the gang members instinctively turned their eyes toward a man huddled by the window. He was an exceedingly corpulent man, his loose clothing straining against his girth. Joyce approached him and kicked him. "Are you the boss?" The obese man clutched his head, shaking it fervently. No, I am not. Our boss does not reside here. He is at his own home." "Look up," Joyce commanded, only to be met with a quivering face, his features almost amalgamated into one grotesque mass. "Damn it, I should have known better than to let him raise his head." Joyce spoke sharply. "Should you dare deceive me, you will know the consequences." The corpulent man immediately swore, I wouldn't. I speak nothing but the truth." Clearly, further persuasion was necessary. Evil must be eradicated entirely. Joyce pondered before continuing. "Where are the children you have imprisoned?" With an expression that straddled the line between a grimace and a plea, the obese man hastily begged, "It is all a misunderstanding. We truly did not know we had taken your friends. I will release them at once. There is money on the 2nd floor. Consider it our apology." Joyce's countenance darkened as he realized the man had mistaken him for a rival. He kicked the man, sending him rolling a couple of times, and bellowed, "I demand to know where the children are." "In the basement. I will take you there," the man groveled, devoid of any dignity. "Let us proceed," Joyce replied. The staircase, already in disrepair, creaked ominously under the weight of the corpulent man, fearing it might collapse at any moment. The dimly lit basement was devoid of any guards. The sight before them resembled a prison. Several rooms surrounded by iron bars housed a varying number of children, mixed genders, illuminated only by a sliver of light filtering through the skylight. A thin layer of straw matting covered the cold floor. The children were eating, some requiring assistance due to disabilities that hindered their ability to feed themselves. There was no clamor, no noise, only an overwhelming silence steeped in despair. Upon witnessing the arrival of someone descending, the children abruptly ceased their activities, instinctively huddling together, their gazes fixated on Joyce and his companion, their eyes brimming with trepidation and fear. Joyce felt a pang in his heart and, unable to restrain himself, delivered a swift kick to the portly man accompanying him. "Go. Unlock the door." The latter, not daring to delay, produced a key and unfastened all the iron bars. Yet, despite this, the children remained even more anxious, shrinking further into themselves, each one too fearful to utter a sound, let alone step out of the prison. Joyce stepped forward, donning a gentle smile, and softly urged, "Children, come out quickly. Your brother will take you to enjoy some delicious food." The children exchanged glances, remaining silent, then turned their attention back to the portly man. Not a soul daring to move. "You speak," Joyce commanded, casting his gaze upon the gang leader, who had already been sentenced to death in his mind. The overweight man, with a sorrowful expression, implored, "Hurry out, follow this kind gentleman." Joyce continued, "Did you hear that? You may emerge. There is no need to linger here any longer. I have come to rescue you." The children, filled with doubt, looked at one another, hesitant, or perhaps unable to believe. It was only when a courageous boy stepped forward that the atmosphere shifted. He was whole in body, yet his face bore several alarming scars from burns. Approaching Joyce, he lifted his chin and asked, "Can I leave?" With a warm smile, Joyce replied, "Of course, no one will hurt or scold you again. You shall no longer beg. You will gain your freedom." As he spoke, the boy's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, and he turned to the other children within the prison, exclaiming, "Everyone, come out. This brother is a good man. Good man, hero, freedom." After a flurry of whispered discussions, another child summoned the courage to step beyond the iron bars, followed closely by the rest. This was their first voluntary venture beyond that threshold. Some children were frail, unable to stand, while others had disabilities that hindered their movement. Yet none were left behind. Supporting one another, they ascended the stairs without a murmur of complaint. In the hall on the first floor, the remaining gang members lay bound and helpless upon the ground. However, the fear etched into their minds kept the children at a distance, tightly clustering together, gazing in disbelief at those who had once tormented them, now subdued like chickens. "Now what do you believe? You are free," Joyce proclaimed as he stepped into the hall, inciting a chorus of cheers from the children. He then glanced at his pocket watch, realizing the matter had concluded more swiftly than anticipated. There was still time, and he intended to summon the watchful adventurer, Pablo, from the entrance. However, a child approached him, none other than the brave boy who had been the first to emerge from the prison, his face marked by burns. "Brother, who are you?" he inquired. Lifting his chin, Joyce knelt slightly, affectionately ruffling the boy's hair, and replied, "We are adventurers of justice, here to protect you." The boy, lacking formal education and with little understanding of the outside world, grasped the essence of good and evil, and asked, "How could you defeat those bad men?" After a moment of silence, Joyce revealed the unvarnished truth, "Because I am stronger than they are."